What's up, you slags? Guess who's back, bitches? Fuck me. Yes, we do. That's loud. Say that again? No, you won't yet. Not until we're live. Oh, no, I hear myself.
Well, hello, everyone, and welcome once again to the beautiful shores of the Adriatic and the Maestral Resort and Casino for the kickoff of the Triton Super High Roller Series from right here in Budva, Prisno. I never really know exactly, but Montenegro, that's the pertinent matter. Ali Najad alongside a rare treat, Henry Kilbane, normally occupying this side of the booth. And Henry, while we love all of our children the same in terms of festivals, I confess, Montenegro, perhaps my favorite child.
I thought you were talking about me and having me alongside you in the booth, but I agree. There's something about Montenegro just walking around pre-tournament. I think the players really enjoy it. They can just go chill by the beach. Great restaurants, great food, sauna, gym, tennis. I've seen people taking like private tennis lessons just over the road. So I feel like the players really feel special here and well looked after.
All you got to do is glance down at the sneakers down in the tournament area to know who's been out on those clay courts. Paddle also has become a really big thing out here.
Paddle's huge, yeah.
I wonder if the stakes are huge when they're out there playing a little bit of tennis.
I wouldn't want to know.
Now, listen, sadly, you were not here last festival in Montenegro. However, I know you kept tabs on things, and what an amazing number of storylines emerged. For those that maybe are looking for a refresher, let's unpack. First and foremost, and I know you got wind of this one as much of the poker world did, Chris Moneymaker saying, I'm not some sort of one-hit wonder, came out to Montenegro and picked up a trophy.
That was pretty special, just like from a poker fan point of view, to know his story and kind of what he represents in poker. And I feel like there is always this, like, winning the main, one-trick pony, anyone can win one tournament. But the fact that he's come to Triton, sat down with some of the best players in the world, 20 years removed, 21 years removed, no less, to win that for 900K to 25K is quite the statement.
Yeah, that was the GG Millions. Of course, there is perhaps no louder statement than one can make from the mountains of Triton than to earn yourself a Trident, and that's exactly what Sir Watts did as well last year here.
Yeah, so Watts becoming the second player to complete said Trident by winning the 30K No Limit event. And I'm trying to think like how many times it's been brought up in the booth by us as to just how impressive a feat that is. Like, winning a tournament in itself at a Triton, already a standout thing, but to do it in short deck, PLO, and No Limit, I mean, it puts you in a different category.
Yeah, the air's always rarefied, but within the rarefied air, there are still stratas. How about Mikolaj Vasko-Bojnikau? By the way, last year over here, he was the winner of the main event, picked up a cool $4.7 million for the effort, defeating a Montenegrin who showed up out of left field. Dejan Karađorđević, heads up, looked impressive and made some other runs as well later on down the line.
I have to admit, there was a little bit of bias from myself, where I was just like, it would make for a cool storyline, this local guy that not many people had heard of to then come and like win the main. So yeah, from a storyline point of view, was rooting for the local, but perhaps we'll see him again this trip and he can close the door on one of these Tritons.
Well, a local, if you're talking about the global world of online poker, how about Victor Malinowski, the one they call Limitless? He won the 200K, also for over $4.7 million, and he beat perhaps one of the admitted, collectively amongst the pros, toughest opponents that you could hope to square off with, not just at a final table or any feature table, but heads up in El Conquistador, Adrian Mateos, and that was a match that produced one of the eyebrow raisers of the festivals.
Yeah, this hand just did the rounds online, right? It was a single raise pot. Victor's flop top two. By the river, backdoor straight, backdoor flush gets there, and Mateos has somehow managed to find a bluff jam with king high, no flush blocker, by the way. Malinowski's then gone into the tank. With top two, with a heart blocker himself, ended up making the fold. And I think that really would have been the talking point, even more to the fact, had Mateos gone on to win that.
Right.
But Limitless has kind of then saved his name, reputation, if you will, where he's come back and actually gone on to win the tournament. So it's like, okay, sure, perhaps I made a bit of a misstep in that particular hand. But listen, he got the job done. He beat Mateos, and yeah, he gave us an entertaining clip bite.
Yeah,
sure.
And in the process, by the way, he denied El Conquistador a second piece of hardware here in Montenegro after Adrian had won the 50K. Now, multiple deep runs and even multiple pieces of hardware were a bit of a theme, as evidenced by none other than the Finn, Samuli Sipula, who won both of the early PLO events in the 25 and the 50K.
Yeah, and he was just on an absolute tear.
Yeah.
There was this, I think he put out a tweet saying, it's crazy how you can play high-stakes tournaments for as long as he had been and never win a title, and then in that frame of like 3 months, stateside Asia, and then he came here picking up 2 titles. I think he won like 6 or 7 trophies, including 2 Tritons, which is just incredible. And to do it in the way that he did as well, beating Vasko-Bojnikau heads up in one of them as well, denying Vasko-Bojnikau a second title.
Right.
But yeah, shout out to Samuli, and hopefully we see the Finns crushing here as well.
All right, how about Chris Frank? He won the 100K PLO main event in succession to Samuli's performances, picked up a cool $2 million for that effort, and beat friend of the booth, Dylan Wiseman, and PLO coach. I mean, very respected figure when it comes to the 4-card streets, as you well know.
Yeah, always nice having Dylan in the booth. He's very generous with his time. We get to just kind of sit back, and he comes in and breaks down some of the stuff that we're sometimes scratching our heads a little bit. But yeah, that was a tough Final Four. I mean, we saw Parsonen, Laszlo Bojtas also involved in that Final Four. But yeah, Chris Frank to kind of beat those three, and then on top of that, for it to be a 100K Triton main, that's special.
No doubt about it. And there's going to be plenty that's special that is going to be in store across the better part of 2 weeks and change, as we have 15 total events this year here in Montenegro, 11 of them 2-card, and then we're going to play 4 PLO events. And the flagship, of course, is going to be the always unique Triton Invitational. And I confess, even though you might think there's an internal communique, much like those of you out there who are following the Triton Poker Series on Instagram or any of our other social platforms, I recently learned of a magical duo that was announced in the Invitational, that which the fans have been demanding since his debut in Monte Carlo. None other than, Henry?
Gambledore. Vladimir Korzunin is returning with none other than Jesse Lonis. I feel like they are the dream combo as well, because Jesse's got that, he's got that street. He's
Gambledore Jr. in a way, right? I mean, I don't know whether or not he's delivered any presents during his time in poker, which, of course, suspicions that Vladimir was Santa in actuality. And you remember, he came up to the booth and paid us a visit, and there was some weird magical, I'm like, maybe it's a non-zero chance. This is the man himself, Kris Kringle.
There was part of me that just hoped he would ride off into the sunset on a high with his title, but then there's also another part of me now that's just like, I'm glad he's back, because whenever he is at the table, it's fun. I
thought you were going to say there was part of me that hoped that he was going to ride off with reindeer in a sleigh, and I was like, well, that also could have been a possibility.
Maybe he did.
How about the other standout events, though? We have a lot of big stuff on the docket, don't we?
Yeah, 200K mains, 150K, and always the mystery bounty. One of my favorite bits, of course, just getting to see you up on stage and trolling the players a bit, and it feels like sometimes they're out of their comfort zone, being up there on the stage, and it's good fun to see them.
Yeah, I like it. It's wives and girlfriends show up oftentimes. You get people buying envelopes. You get other people drawing for other people. It's a good time, and obviously that'll be a bit of levity in an otherwise intense and tension-filled professionals environment over here. Let's not gloss over the fact that we are at the midway point of this season 4, Henry, and as such, let's check in on the Ivan Lau Player of the Year race.
Yeah, so third of 4 events, Artur with a nearly 500-point lead, to the point where he's realized in Jeju, okay, I am currently a clear favorite to close this out if I jump into the short deck streets, if I jump into the PLO streets, which he did for the first time, played short deck for the first time in Jeju. So it's very obvious that Artur is going for this. This means a lot to him. Yeah,
and one person who isn't going to be going for it and who is still very much in the hunt based on, a single festival performance, we can see real shakeups in that leaderboard, is Canada's Sam Greenwood, Henry.
Yeah, so he's not going to be here in Montenegro. He's the best placed of the players who play all of the different disciplines. My eyes at the start of this series, given that we have the 11 No Limit Hold'em events, is on Mario Mosbok. He's currently in second. He doesn't play anything else, doesn't play PLO, doesn't play short deck. But if he can get a couple of final tables under his belt early in this series, I think he could potentially threaten Marta Ocean for the title. Yeah,
first and second in Jeju obviously had a lot to do with his ascent on that particular leaderboard, and the absence of Greenwood is going to clear the path for those between 1 and 2 and the rest of that top 10. It is quite conceivable that Igor, Punat, maybe Alex could take down the crown this year, and I tried to get this stat. I was really curious about it, whether or not anyone has ever won who was the leader at the midway point of the season. Suspicions that Danny Tang was at the top midway through and then did end up carrying it through. But as, of course, Stephen Chidwick knows all too well, unfortunately, Jason Kuhn, 11th hour dethroning in North Cyprus to take down the Player of the Year award the year that Kuhn took it down. So with all of that said and behind us, let us get set to send you down to the very first event, the curtain raiser, the 25K WPT Global Slam. 250K starting stacks, 40-minute levels, 10 levels of late reg on day 1, as you'll get your first glimpse at the arena, live from the Maestral Resort and Casino, brought to you in part by Club WPT Gold. A look at Tournament Director of the Year, as awarded by the GPIs, Luca Vivaldi and Mosbach, who you were talking about moments ago. He's looking comfy, although perhaps that comfort will be mitigated by the presence of Seth Davies and Adrian Mateos there. Looks like Ferdy might be in the mix. Mateos, by the way, just before the pregame, Henry, you regarded as being perhaps one of the most informed players on the high roller circuit at present.
Feels like it. It feels like, you know, the year he had in 2014, which, by the way, could have... Sorry, 2014, 2024. Could have been even bigger. He had a couple of deep runs, obviously, in the Bahamas, in the main and the 500K Invitational. I think he bubbled, or close, near bubbled the 500K Invitational. So what could have been had he had a 7-figure score there. But yeah, Mateos, for me, one of the most informed and toughest players on tour. And
this chip count for me is we have just 4 players at the feature table. That field, of course, will be filling out as the registration period is open. That glimpse brought to you by GTO Wizard. It illustrates, the chip count that is, that the Triton Super High Roller Series continues to leach its way deeper and deeper into uncharted territory and ensnare those who just can't bear to miss out on the fun that's been going for several years now. I'm looking at you, Theodore McQuilkin. Murli Manakaran, a recent arrival back in Jeju. I think he paid us a visit. The Malaysian flag flies oh so tall and proud, given that it is the country from which the Triton Super High Roller Series hails. And then, of course, you got the very familiar Alex Kulev of Bulgaria, and then Poseidon Ho of Taiwan, who's been impressive, and one of those who can put chips in motion.
Oh, Poseidon Ho loves playing big pots, and I think that is exactly why he's here. Level 1, hand 1, start of the series, wants to send a message early, and he does make it uncomfortable. I'm glad to see Murli here. Just one lone cash from the one event that he played in his Triton history. Obviously debuted in Jeju with a 13th place finish in that 100K main. So I do wonder if just that little taste of a deep run, that 422K that he picked up, it's kind of like, let's join the boys in Montenegro and play some more tournaments.
You know, the beauty of the fact that we have everything from a 25K all the way up to like a 200K and then some at a Triton is that you will get those that are coming in. I don't want to say taking a shot necessarily, but dipping their toes in these waters, because obviously it's a mine-filled stretch, you know, that you're trying to navigate, just given the robustness of the pros and the talent that they possess. But it's also something special to come out and say, I've played a Triton, get a taste of the experience, which stands alone at kind of the pinnacle of tournaments out there, dare I say. I know we're playing for the home team. And then, of course, I salivate over the fact that there isn't some robust database of hands played, history, knowledge, and you get our pros, who we know oh so well, having to work their way, solve the problem, put together the puzzle as they play out a day against the lesser-known opposition.
Yeah, and we've had these conversations both in private and, you know, on camera with some of these elite pros where they're saying sometimes it is the fact that they're playing against an unknown, you know, person that's potentially shot taking that makes it so difficult to compete against, because they're like, I don't know what this guy's tendencies are. I don't have any data on this guy and how he plays. So yeah, it's nice to see that even the elite are uncomfortable at times.
Sure. Adversity forges character, does it not? That discomfort is where the growth
Allegedly,
happens.
I mean, you know, that's what I've heard.
Well, Kulev with the blinds, 500, 1,000, 1K big blind Annie going to open with 10-9 off suit, dominated by Murli, who has flatted his suited ace. Poseidon likes the price as he gets settled in.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Kulev V-pipping a lot. This short-handed format has a lot of experience online and feels very comfortable this deep.
Well, he should feel fairly comfortable on this board as well. Second pair plus the only spade in a three-way pot leaves him c-betting 1,500.
Murli has one of those hands that wants to call one street here, mandatory, but he's aware of how uncomfortable it gets on turns and rivers. So I wouldn't have hated seeing him just like exploit fold, but at the same time, that just leaves him open for being exploited and run over by the likes of Kulev.
Well, Kulev may have been a bit more bashful on other turns. I'm not so sure this is one of them, as he now has 10s and 9s and an excuse to fire 7,000.
Yeah, and I think Murli's ace-9, no backup, third pair, monotone texture, couple of straights get there on the turn. Just has to let this one go. Although, you know, we've seen people call Kulev down before. His reputation really does earn him big paydays.
You know, we've seen Kulev call some people down before, as Murli does concede. Well served to do so. Pot A. Over to the Bulgarian. Kulev, by the way, Looking at the Triton Poker Plus app, currently has $6.48 million in earnings across 17 caches. A lone Triton title in a very poor kind of last 7 event stretch at Jeju, where he failed to make the money, and overall only cashed once in 10 attempts. That's a pricey stop.
It is a pricey stop, but I think it is the type of variance that people like Kolev are aware of coming into these trips. And the reason I say that is because I think having the awareness of the arena that you're stepping into does give you a bit of an edge. Like if you come in here with some insane expectations, you know, oh, I wanna be final tabling like 3 of the 10 events that I play, you're just opening yourself up for bitter disappointment.
Well, Kulev defending his big blind after Poseidon Ho opened himself up with ace jack. Small blind, second pair. Action goes check, check as Kulev had bottom pair and did not fire it. Poseidon's still checking now after innocent looking 5 rolls off.
Curious to see if Kulev tries to get some clearance here. No, just plays defense in position, wants to get this to showdown. Now, second pair, nut kicker, has to look to extract some value. Something in the form of like half pot, 2/3. Yeah, I like it. I think this can get called here as well.
6K into 9. And Kulev asking himself whether or not Poseidon is likely to have Queen X or Jack X as played, checking both flop and turn.
Oh, he's giving him the stare down. Trying to get a read. No, gonna pay him off. I understand this call down here from Kulev. Poseidon just has so many random bluffs that ISO'd pre, and then get to the river with like a straight blocker and feel inclined to barrel. Nice little pickup there.
Yeah, no doubt. Not the easiest chips to find yourself hauling in, Kulev's. Though he'll give you cracks at him, that's for sure. Not shy of playing pots. And as you mentioned, neither is Poseidon. This is his 2nd ever Triton Festival. Out in Jeju, outperformed Kulev by a fairly wide margin, cashing 4 times, playing a very robust docket. 11 events in total. Poseidon's best finish was 11th in the 30K 8 max, where he picked up 133,000. Total of 559K earned for him across those 4 caches. Jamil Vakil, by the way, has joined things.
He has.
Fresh off of a very deep run in the Monte Carlo main.
Yeah, he's got to be very happy with that result. 6th place finish in that main event. Great to see him here.
To be fair, he was a little bit displeased with some of the procedures of the eventual champion in that one.
I agree. We heard it. We saw it.
You have 12 diamonds total. This one is for 5x. And you get 5 more.
Ali.
Talk to me.
You talk to me, Pappy. I mean, how long have we been live for?
Just need 2, you give me 3 back.
Alive or live? Because it's a different answer for each. I don't know, 5 minutes? Although you went live a little bit before we did, didn't you?
I did. You know, I've enjoyed my time at Triton. What can I say?
Thank you.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's always made more enjoyable by those of you who are streaming us live alongside, be it through our YouTube platform or the Triton Poker Plus app, or for that matter, over on Twitch. A lot of the usual suspects, I'm sure, will be down there as we're loading up. Good to have you with us as always. And for those that are watching this back, realize that if you simply mark your calendars and set your alarm clocks to your local time zone, you too can be a part of the fun and the festivities live and direct. We do our best to engage Monokaran under the gun, queen 10 offsuit. The party starter picks up Kulev and Wakil for the ride, and this is a good board for a couple of sixes.
Rare sight to see a flop with 3 undercards to our sixes. Kulev proceeding as expected. Just wants to get some clearance from 2 random overcards, such as Jamil's 9-8 that had 24% equity against his pocket pair. Oh, Merle.
Gonna tear one off here.
Merle's just like, listen, kid, I'll outplay you. Flop, turn, river, no worries. Comes with the float. Would be a weird card to try and lead on now. I think he's basically saying he has a hand like ace-king, ace-queen, maybe some big pocket pairs such as aces. I don't think tens and jacks check, because giving a hand like king-queen suited a free turn card against your pocket tens or jacks is just a disaster.
Well, yeah. Calling 7,000 would have been somewhat disastrous as well in all likelihood, so Merle does once again step aside appropriately, but not until later streets. Kulev collecting his tokens on a second occasion.
It's good to be back, man.
That it is. No question about it.
What do you get up to in the mornings? What have you been doing? You been down to like the fish market, or?
What made you think I was up in the morning?
I don't know. The sun was shining.
Was it?
It was.
Listen, we're going to be burning it late into the evening in the wee hours here. 15 days worth of coverage. I'm trying to use the mornings to sleep, refill the tank, and then arrive here fresh and ready to go. Also with us, by the way, Randy Liu and Crab, Kevin Rabichow. They'll be tagging in a little bit later on. To see João Simão of Brazil, Jack 10 offsuit, tagging it for 2,500. Kulev choosing to flat with the king-queen suited in the cutoff. That opens the door for McQuilkin.
You just really don't want to be playing 4-bet pots against it under the gun range, even in position with a hand like king-queen suited. I think the nice thing about flatting as well is you keep in a lot of the offsuit hands that you have dominated.
Theodore chose to flat instead of do anything untoward, and this is an all Simão flop. Jack 7-7. 2 pair, but with a couple of stragglers, both of whom are in position. He elects to be passive post.
Story checks out. 2 players behind on this board texture. Building the pot with a hand like Jack 10. Doesn't really perform well. Gets a little tickle out of Kulev. Kulev betting quarter pot. 2 overs to the board. Some very beautiful backdoors.
Yeah, he's got his eyes on that Jack of Hearts in particular, fueling this barrel. Is able to shed McQuilkin, but of course not Simão, as the field whittles to heads up. 15,000 in the middle, and that's a second heart on the board. Added excuses rather, should Kulev want to exercise them.
I wonder if he just bombs here. Whether he wants to take the free river card and check back. Try and barrel, fold out like an ace high. Maybe a stubborn pocket pair like 6s or 8s. Yeah, this is Kulev we're talking about.
Oh, overbet.
The old B 133%. Zhao's just incredibly uncomfortable here. It's annoying as well because it's one of those where you feel like you've under-repped your hand, right? Like you've opened under the gun, you've check called flop with a medium strength holding, and then it opens the door for Kulev to just bulldoze you off of the hand on the turn. And wow, props to Kulev just showcasing once more exactly why he starts from level 1, 250 big steep.
You know, it's not as though Joao doesn't recognize that with a very good probability that Jack 10 is going to be a winner. But are you going to be able to get to showdown? You've already been put in a position where you have to call 133% pot. And do you think Kulev is simply going to come off the gas on the river? You're really just hoping that that'll be the case because you feel much worse about your hand if he barrels again on the end.
You should have higher hopes of winning. What is that jackpot lottery thing that you guys have stateside?
Yeah, Super Lotto.
That's it. Like, Kulev overbetting turn to then shut down river is about as rare as, I don't know, what's something that's really rare, Ali?
Full solar eclipse?
Sure.
I don't know.
Yeah.
An asteroid strike that ends humanity? I think that's not happened yet, right?
Well, one that ends humanity, no. But how many? We've had like 4 or 5 big ones, I think.
It's always on a Russian dash cam, too, from some trucker in Siberia that we capture the footage.
No. Hey, listen, we can't just blame the Russians for this. I've seen my fair share of American, videos from a Ford Ranger or a Ford F-150 driving through the desert. It's like, wait, what's that circular thing?
Well, that's just one of our space shuttles, Henry, coming apart on re-entry. Too soon? Sorry.
Well, I don't know. When was that?
Just like 10 years ago or something. There's been a few, man. We're not so great at making those things. That's why we passed it along to Elon, if I'm being honest.
Well, yeah. Whatever's the rarest, that's how rare it is to see Kulev give up in those spots.
Let's see if Murley has give up on his mind here. Suited king on the button. Love the table presence of Murley, by the way. You know, he looks dialed. He looks like a guy who's here and he's taking things seriously. Clicks it. Poseidon with a dusty one here in the big, but ready to go. Deep stack portion of the program, and he flops bottom pair, more than we can say for Mano Karin. Checking over. Murley with the check back. Doesn't find backdoor equity.
Thank you.
I don't know if I'm being results-oriented here, but I feel like I'm a fan of stabbing flop with King 3.
Cold.
We just
On
have,
that dry ace-9 deuce board?
we have the stronger ace-x. We really can't absorb much aggression on the turn in the form of probe. Should Poseidon just like fire out with a random holding. So just getting some clearance and some clarity on the flop serves well. As played, makes the fold on the turn. And we move on.
So Poseidon, very engrossed, by the way, in whatever's happening there on his phone.
Probably checking out the app, no?
Nah, it's deep in the Candy Crush streets. I've never played Candy Crush, by the way. You ever? I just look at those things like a massive time sink. If I'm going to click buttons, I want there to be money at stake. I don't think Candy Crush.
I was about to say, I'm glad you said it and not me.
Wakil, glad to see 10-9 suited. Enough so to open. 2.5x. Kulev with pocket nines. Just flats. King Jack 6, not really what he was hoping to see very much. Those two overcards should be interacting with Wakil's opening range. And they are, to an extent. Not in the form of a pair, but the gut shot straight draw. Which leaves Jamil betting. Look at that card protector. That is something. Is that a prism with some sort of floral? I mean, okay.
I mean, it looks out of this world.
Do you think it was sourced from an asteroid that impacted Earth?
I think so. Well, it surprised me.
It's probably been buffed.
Well, I went back to Bulgaria for a day because it was my mom's birthday, and then I did Vienna.
Thank you.
Vienna, Montenegro.
Lovely.
How was the jet?
I mean, I saw it was direct.
Yeah.
2 hours, less than 2 hours, but we had to land in like Croatia
Oh, really? So it
To-
wasn't
to-
direct. Wow.
to refill the fuels.
Yeah. How long did you stay in Croatia?
Like just 45 minutes.
Sounds like the boys are talking about the jet that some of the lads took over from Monte Carlo.
Yeah.
Poseidon, Renlin,
Nacho.
Jesse Lonis, Nacho. I mean, why not rock up to the Triton Super High Roller Series in style, eh?
The Triton Express. 7-5 suited for McQuilkin. Poseidon, the opener, finds himself the Broadway gut shot. Really nothing cooking for Theodore here.
3,000.
Presumably job done in the face of 3K.
Nice little pick up there. Poseidon off to a great start. Managed to get value out of Kolev earlier on, blind v blind.
Where did you land? Which airport? Podgorica or there is one other one? Tiba.
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 Yeah.
Tiba is closer, right?
Yeah,
A little bit.
that's an hour.
Sorry? Half an hour?
Yeah, 1 hour, 1.5 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are a couple of airports actually that service
Yeah,
our
that's
locale,
right anyways.
capital city of Podgorica here in Montenegro, and then the much smaller airport of Tivat, although airport may be overselling it a touch. It's a place where planes land. There is a building, some customs officers, and, you know, gets the job done.
Honestly, no, I don't want to shower them, but I do feel like they just look at my passport without really glancing over it. They just stamp it, hand it back. They're like, hey, welcome.
Well, they know you at this point, you
I'm
know.
like, thank you. But no,
It's that time of the year, the old 6-foot some odd fair-skinned lad
Yeah, they're like, all right.
rocks up.
They're like, you back.
By the way, they probably look at you and think, who's the short guy? Just based on the stature of some of the folks that are bred out in this area.
Oh,
Some
yeah.
real athletes.
Yeah, the mountain people, man.
The water polo. And
Wow, Murley peeling one off here with the 10-9-0, open under the gun, calling the 3-bet. Out of position as well.
this should keep him out of trouble. 7-5-5 as 2K became 8. Needless to say, this is the product of the two aces for the Brazilian.
Would love to see Simao check this back, you know. That's assuming that Murley checks it on over. Just let a queen roll off. You know, let a hand like king, queen, queen, jack improve on the turn. I say that obviously because we can see Murley just has 10 high. Jao would kick himself, of course, if he missed out on value from a hand like 8s, 9s, 10s. So I understand why he's c-betting here. He's sized up as well, targeting exactly those holdings. 2/3 pot in a 3-bet pot. Murley needs to let go of this right now and just realize that he has all day to dig his heels in, stay stubborn.
You know what's funny is I got the sense that given he's conceded a couple of turns to Kulev already, that there was that welling sense of, well, I'm not in the mood to lose a third pot.
I agree.
You know, and all of a sudden you catch yourself in the worst of situations.
Yeah, I've been there before. I know how that feels. You think you can get into your own head in poker, right?
Oh.
We've all been there where it's just like, hang on a minute, like, am I the guy that everyone's just decided to pick on today? Like, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see how it is. Obviously, that's never happened to me before, but I know it's happened to you a few times, Ollie.
When doesn't it happen?
0.5.
Every session I feel myself looking over at somebody who's just been holding over me and going, no, you're going to have to win more this hand. Meanwhile, Poseidon has winning on his mind, 3-betting, well timed against Simao. King-Queen versus Ace-Queen suited.
You know, that could just... You could be onto something there, you know. If
Not
you
something profitable, by the way.
If you just had a camera guy follow you around outside of Triton,
Yeah.
I reckon...
That guy would quit
I
quickly. That's what you reckon.
I reckon it gets picked up by mainstream TV, bro. Oh, hang on.
Oh, the pickups on the Jack 10 Deuce rainbow board here as Simao hung tight for the extra 5K, are open-ender and gut shot with backdoor clubs. Joao checking over to Poseidon. We await his appetite.
Seems like no one's in the mood to fold so far today, which I love. It's exactly how I'd want it to be. Level 1 on day 1. There's been some loose calls pre-flop.
$5K. The ask.
I think we just come with check call. But he's actually going to check raise. Not sure how I feel about this.
This extra 13K from Simao.
I like the aggression. A lot of good things can happen, right? You can just pick up the pot right here, right now. But I do think when the hijack 3-bets, you're under the gun open, that you should be respecting that range quite a bit. I don't think you generate a lot of folds. I think you can also get yourself in a lot of trouble against hands like Ace King, Ace Queen that have you pretty crushed.
And by the way, are interfering with roads to improvement. Nevertheless, Joao taking the high variance approach. Of course, Poseidon did call the extra 13,000 demanded. Now facing 50K near full pot.
This would be an incredible call from Poseidon. I don't see how he can continue here. I'm surprised by this from Simao, as I already said. I think Poseidon retains queens, kings, aces, jacks and tens. Hands like ace, king, ace, queen. He's found the one combo that, one of the combos that he manages to get a fold from.
Good hand.
Nice little pick up there from the Brazilian.
Definitely a good hand.
Fun little exchange as well.
Yeah.
Couldn't be better. My God.
Some great points in the chat. Sue saying, I would love to make a psychoanalysis with Ali. Jimmy Bluff is saying, Ali will also need a walking lawyer, Henry, if he does that. I agree.
Oh, yeah. There's
I
no
mean, we
doubt.
just got them on a retainer at this point.
There's more than one lawyer that I need? I mean, is it strange that I'm proud of that? Ace-7.
2.5.
McQuilkin, proud enough to announce 2.5. No developments around to the big of Simao. 10-4, over and out.
Easy little pickup there. The man from Granada.
Button move.
Have you been, Granada?
I've not been from Granada, actually. I was curious about what that flag represented. A Caribbean nation, is it? Or no?
Theodore's?
Yeah.
Granada.
I know. Where is Granada? I don't know. I'm American and poor at geography, I
That's
guess.
not true. You're bluffing at this conversation.
Oh, I promise you, I don't know where Granada is.
You're one of the most well-traveled people I know.
This is true, but Granada, it strikes me as a speck in the sea somewhere. With all due respect to Grenadans.
I mean, you're digging us a bit of a hole here. I mean, how uncultured do we sound right now? I thought it was a place in Spain.
You're probably right. And I'm looking it up.
Please do.
It is.
Just off the coast of Spain? East coast between France and Spain, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah.
It is?
It's on the south coast.
Oh, south coast.
Well, I think it's a little inland anyways.
Call.
But it wasn't the Spanish flag. It's its own.
Okay, so it's a different Granada then.
You call, right?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, Grenada, not Granada. Boy, we're in rough shape here. Not quite King 10 versus Ace Queen shape, perhaps, but rough nevertheless as a three-way affair breaks out after Wakil opened with the Ace Queen offsuit. Button and big blind, both coming along. Jamil.
Is there any way we could delete those last 2 minutes of that exchange?
I'll live with it. I'm all right.
We're getting absolutely roasted.
Well, I said Caribbean.
You did. No, you were spot on.
Respectfully, Henry. I didn't want to,
Look at this from Merly, by the way. Merly's just had enough. It's like, you know what? I want to just try and figure out where I am right here, right now. In position. It gives him the opportunity to check back turns as well, to kind of get himself a free look at a river. Once we kill calls, obviously, ace, queen, ace of diamonds going nowhere, especially against the min click sizing.
How on earth has Monokaran managed this after check raising just north of the min, as you just pointed out, 5 becoming 11, Wakil calling the extra 6. And I don't know how much King X he expects to be across the way as played, Henry. Issues for ace, queen as it stands.
I don't think there's any King X other than King 9 of Hearts specifically that wanted to just get a bit of protection against gut shots, against flush draws. There's only that one combo. Oh, sorry, there would be 2 combos. King 9 of Hearts, King 9 of Clubs. Obviously, we can see Merly holding the King of Clubs, but Jamil doesn't know that. And Jamil's not going to be going anywhere. I mean, now beating ace 9. Obviously, ahead of hands like Jack 10 of diamonds, Queen Jack of diamonds. But this isn't a small bet, 36.
You're so right about
to
that.
31. Jamil might just be like, is this just pocket nines? It's going to keep him honest for at least one more street.
One can't blame him for hanging around. Second 9 on the river. King's full for Merly. But again, how much 9x and or King X would play in this manner? The ace 9, you would imagine, would slow down on the turn more often than not, right, Henry?
Agreed.
So then what, can Jamil escape with 103 out there? And we know that the bet is forthcoming from Merly. It's going to depend on sizing?
Well, I mean, Merly overbet turn, so he's already kind of polarized himself. The 9 being a spade is kind of a good thing for Jamil because it still keeps the King 9 of Clubs, King 9 of Hearts combo live. And that's a very reasonable candidate for Merly to hold. Having the ace of diamonds somewhat working against us. I think we'd rather call here with like ace, queen of hearts. Let's see what Merly comes with. He might just go really greedy, Not that greedy. This is a tough fold for Jamil. I think, again, the good thing is ace 9 that did raise flop and then just randomly bet turn. We now lose 2 again. So yeah, I think I think it's a close spot. I think there's an equal amounts of bluffs and value here. If we take the 2 combos of King 9 suited, plus chuck in like 1 combo of ace 9 off.
Yeah, Jamil, at that price, does want to take a look. And he's not particularly amused by the damages dealt there by Merly, who finally sees a pot coming his way. Well, we take a moment to remind you that the Triton Poker Series here in Montenegro is brought to you in part by the folks over at WPT Global. Get a look at their ambassador team, who is helmed by the man we expect to make an appearance here, Phil Ivey, the legend himself.
But Kulev can sing for us.
Having that ace of diamonds in hand was pesky as well for
Do you sing Bob Marley?
Jamil. That last
That's not my
exchange
specialty,
kind of
not gonna lie.
Okay.
lessening the prospects that
Better
Merly
know
was
what
out
your
there with
specialty
Um,
first.
yeah,
Ace X
I'm
and
more of a Frank
diamonds.
Sinatra guy.
Oh man.
So you definitely need a warm up.
You need a warm up. You need a warm up.
Poseidon limping the small with an ace. Kulev. King Jack offsuit, wagging his finger briskly. 4,000.
Oh,
And Ho just steps aside.
oh, that's problems. Problems for Ho if he's gonna just allow Kulev to run him over like that.
You
250
go to a
bigs
lot
deep.
of concerts in Vegas?
Ace
You
7.
go to a lot of concerts in Vegas?
Less than I wanted, to be honest.
Yeah,
Because
because it's the place.
yeah, it is, but with kids, you know, like
I know,
my family, it's all in Brazil.
Yeah,
so
yeah, yeah, yeah. No one to
yeah, sometimes I
delegate.
yeah, I have some friends that sometimes
Yeah.
make the job so I
Yeah.
can go with my wife, but I don't like to be asking that kind of stuff.
I understand.
But I really want to go more.
You much of a concert guy? Vegas, I mean, it's the place you call home.
You know, I confess, I've really not. I feel like my festival days are well in the rear
course,
view.
yeah, yeah.
And even though we have the Sphere, which is incredible, sort of like the Ace King of venues, one might say, Merle, opening to 2,500. I've yet to go see a show there.
Oh, you haven't even been?
I missed you too, and I lamented it. That would have been the one for me thus far. Although everybody says that the Dead and Company shows that John Mayer is a part of are fantastic and different every time. There's a guy I play with in my game over there. He's been to like every single show, and I don't know what it is with the Grateful Dead, but people kind of they obsess a bit. In any case, moving on.
Oh.
King 9-5 here, top pair, top kicker for Merle. Got this one by the throat.
Yeah, no one's obsessed with this flop other than the Malaysian.
Button is
He's going to get 3 quick folds. Yeah, I do always find myself being perhaps a tad judgmental when friends of mine do the same old thing over and over again. It's like, how many Adele concerts can you actually go to before,
on the 4th
you know, you just realize that maybe you're a bit
yeah,
depressed?
this time last year I stayed only for
I mean,
Maybe
2.5
therapy
weeks.
would be, you know?
well, some argue that music is
You
therapy.
pay any tax there?
True.
Oh, that's good.
I'm a big Adele fan, man.
Palms Place?
Her shows in
Right.
Vegas,
I'm gonna
People
stay
paid
at,
$2,000, $3,000.
it's like I can play a Triton main, or I
stayed
can
at
get
the
a couple of
Wood for
front
3
row
years, but
seats
every
to
year it got a bit
Adele.
too
I
much,
mean,
Yeah.
it was insanity.
Yeah, that's true.
very noisy.
Yeah, to go for a long time,
Yeah,
I think it's really
2 weeks
want
is
a
great,
house.
but yeah.
It's sort of the litmus test of how big an Adele fan you really are, Henry. Are you ready to pay 100 times to sit front row for her? Because maybe we're not as big an Adele fan as we thought. 2K says Merle. His stack, by the way, has grown to over 340K.
I love how active he's been from the start.
Kulev flatting the king-queen offsuit from the button, by the way, respecting the position. Wakil likes the price. Hops in there with ace-10, dominating Merle. His use of the suited one-gapper up front, by the way, shows that he's going to create some fits for some folks potentially on the day. Ace-queen-7, top pair for Jamil, second pair for Kulev. Air for Merle, but he is glancing down at his stack with the action checked over. Shows some restraint, however.
Yeah, Kulev just going to check it back. 3 ways to the turn. I was hoping for the 9 of hearts, guys. Not going to lie. I was hoping to see the 9 of hearts on the turn, keep Merle engaged, but now 2 checks behind him on the flop. Ace-X has the 10 of spades in hand, blocking some of the spade draws. Jamil going to play defense. Check and reevaluate. Kulev, does he want to try and charge some of the gut shots? No. Chopping with other queens now. It's actually a really fun river card. Could potentially see some fireworks here. Of course, Kulev still losing to an ace or a 7. But could get creative on this run out, although it feels very unlikely.
No action on the flop or the turn. So Jamil fires 5K. Doesn't need to be concerned with a hand like King Queen, just given the paired nature of the board. Figures Ace King and Ace Queen would have been heard from. Now for Kulev, is this awkward?
There's part of me that can feel my heart rate increase a little bit whenever Kulev gets to a spot like this, because he could potentially do something crazy. I think he has a nice bluff catching candidate. That's a disciplined fold. Disciplined fold.
And a correct one at that, not to be overlooked.
Yeah.
Sending the pot over to Jamil.
No, fair play. Fair play. I think, you know, we give a lot of credit to big hero calls and big bluffs, but I think folds like that in very early stages of a tournament where you're getting laid such a kind of cheap price, right? Like 5K now in 6 hours, 7 hours is going to be like one big blind kind of thing, but just remaining disciplined from the start really are, yeah, true signs of an elite poker player.
$2.5? 3.5.
Kulev taking us a click further forward than we have been previously.
That's interesting, actually. Into Murley's big blind as well. That's a really cool adjustment to see in real time from the Bulgarian. Just kind of recognizing, like, this guy's going to call 3.5x versus my standard 2.5x. So why don't I just size up here?
And potentially create a larger altercation. Not sure that that's what he's seeking on a 10-8-6-2 heart flop, where Murley has himself the two-way straight draw.
Kulev with options here. Against the big blind. Just going to check this one back, even with the 2 overs. Uncomfortable hand to get check raised with.
Turn. Doesn't change a thing. After it went check, check, Murley once again knuckling. Check back from Kulev's ace king, and now it's a pair for Murley to put him in front.
2 checks behind. Flop and turn. Size accordingly. Which he has. I like this. Hasn't gone greedy. Around 40%. See what Kulev wants to do. I think calling versus folding is very indifferent.
And the indifference takes shape as a fold. For what it's worth, the correct one by Kulev. We're plenty accustomed to seeing him on the right side of decisions with a high frequency.
Just looking over on the Triton Poker Plus app now to 52 runners. There you go. See a shot from some of the outer tables. How about that stage? That looks stunning. Up to 52 runners. Murley, chip leader. Dietrich Fast currently second in chips. Jonathan Jaffe in third, rounding out the top 3.
Still very early on here in Montenegro. Level 2, 1K 1500. Just 52 registrants thus far. 10 levels of registration are available. Keel has folded. And Murley will limp in with the 8-6 off. Joao says tariffs.
Stop it.
I mean, these are the kind that you can't unwind
No,
either.
You're poking the bear. I know. No, I like the 4x here from Zhao. You know, generates some folds. 10-7 offsuit. Could maybe even get folds from hands that have us dominated hand like Queen 7, Jack 7, 10-8. Decent pickup there. The Brazilian.
I'm always curious as to how the next time it gets folded around to the small blind, somebody responds to having experienced that limp fold outcome, small versus big. If it makes them tighten their ranges, if it makes them more apt to open raise themselves because precedent has been set and you begin to, you know, make your adjustments accordingly.
I like where your head's at. Yeah, it sends a message early. And again, we go back to the top of the show where we were talking about how poker is psychological warfare at times. And as much as we would like to believe that we're immune to those things, you see it time and time again where people play differently against different types of players because they just have it in their mind, okay, this guy is just impossible to play against. I can never win a hand against him, so now I'm going to start, you know, making these adjustments.
Wakil adjusting 1500 to 4K as another ace-king surfaces, and Poseidon with ace-queen has some issues in the big suited, just flats, well served for the time being. Pot over 10K, Jamil giving him a glimpse. 9-6-3, not in either neighborhood. Ho checks with the flow.
You can tell it's day one, mate. You know, this was day 8 of this series, and people were stuck, you know, near 7 figures. You're telling me this ace-queen suit is not getting 3-bet against the cutoff open?
Well, especially here in these early levels, Henry, where you're so deep stacked, are you more apt to see the 3-bet from the ace-queen suited versus kind of later on, or what's your take? As we see a check fold out of Poseidon in spite of the presence of a 3 of diamonds on board.
What were you saying about tariffs?
Are you
again?
so...
What was that? They've been reduced again, right? They came to an agreement the other day.
Yeah, well, if you're talking about the U.S. and China,
Yeah.
yes, indeed.
There we go. We're back.
Well, that was Canada and Taiwan, who I don't think have any friction. You know something I don't know about Canadian-Taiwanese relations?
Allies. I was just surprised to see the ace-queen of diamonds just pitch the 2 overs backdoor
And
flush.
to be fair, you were a little bit surprised at the aversion toward a 3-bet early, and my question for you remains, do you feel like we're more likely in the early stages in the deeper stack portions of the program to be inclined to make the raise with that ace-queen suited, or maybe at this time we see people not as inclined? What's your take?
I really think it just depends on the energy of the table, and I think the energy from this table has been, you know, playing pretty honest, not much out-of-line aggression being shown. But then if we had a table where people were just blasting away, then I think, you know, you get these kind of echo chambers, right? Where people just follow each other.
Fair.
A little 3-bet here from Rao.
Understandably. Recent arrival at the table from Spain. Presence being felt early. And you see Murley concede the 4K. By the way, he seems to be embracing, I'm not sure that he is aware that he's the overall chip leader, but he's certainly out here at this table acting like a boss. Saw the open choice there with 8-6 of hearts.
Would have liked to have seen the flat suited, 1 gapper, plenty deep, versus the 10-9 offsuit from under the gun earlier against the aces.
Raul, by the way, I'm looking at his Triton resume, $379,000 in earnings. This is his third ever stop. First joined us at the Paradise Triton XWSOP event, late 2024. Played the Triton Million, played the main, didn't cash. But then found himself with a 14th place finish in the 100K main in Jeju, where he also played 2 events. But here early, Henry suggesting that maybe he's got a full docket on his mind for the first time. As we see Poseidon once more with an ace-queen, this time offsuit, and this time as an opener. Taking it to 4,000, Kulev flatting the king-jack.
Yeah, we're in there.
3-5 suited. Tickling Henry. And apparently McQuilkin as well, given the defense of the big. 3-way affair, 13-5 in the middle, taking shape.
Still will, one time.
Well, pair and the bad side of a gutter on a 7-6-5 board. Good enough for the lead.
Poseidon's in position with the ace of spades, 2 overs. Yeah, fires out. Small bet. It's not going to get rid of the 5-3 just yet. But it does make it uncomfortable for McQuilkin. Should he remain unimproved and face further barrels? Yeah, it's going to be a tough turn card for Ho to fire on once more.
Well, just because something is tough doesn't mean it's impossible. Poseidon firing 7,000, and I tend to agree with you, Henry. That board texture versus a big blind defender with a good price, given a flat caller between, screams interactions after the flop call.
Such a small bet. I'd be very surprised to see McQuilkin fold 2 pair here. Feels like this bet from Poseidon is just trying to fold out, you know, a gut shot, maybe a hand like Jack 8. Oh, wow. Poseidon gets the job done.
Well, I'll tell you what, there are some things that are happening that are not what we would anticipate at this particular table. And maybe that's a sign of some fun to come. Although that fun may be happening absent Jamil Wakil. I saw an empty rack pushed his way. I see some things being collected, so perhaps he's being pulled in a different direction. There it is, officially.
Jamil's had plenty of TV time recently. Give him, you know, give him a few hours rest from the bright lights, the cameras, and the big stage.
By the way, I really enjoy Jamil. Had an opportunity when we were down in the Bahamas to grab a drink with him and his partner, and just really thoughtful, you know, really just kind. Not necessarily when it comes to the poker, of course, but just an animal in the poker streets, obviously. But yeah, just a good all-around dude.
I do feel like we're very spoiled as broadcasters. You know, our interactions with the players away from the felt, always, for the most part, positive, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Get to have these interactions with them. I thought you were going to say that perhaps you and Jamil had run into each other and there was some prop betting around jumping in the shark tank, you know, who can survive the longest. I don't know.
My Atlantis jump in the Shark Tank prop betting days are behind me, but rest assured, there was a time. Queen 10-7, 2 club flop here. Jovan Kenjic, perhaps the protagonist. 3,500 out of his pocket 6s. How about this board from Anakaran, though? Pair and a flush draw. Checking over to the man staring up at 3 over cards.
I think Jovan's just going to play his range here. Again, feels like a recurring theme, but checking to then try and absorb probe action on the turn with sixes is incredibly uncomfortable.
3K ahead. Bring us to an ace of diamonds. Now that is a card that Jovan could try to represent potentially. Note that Murley picks up equity as well on that one.
Yeah, he might go blasting here with the sixes. Try and fold out any pair on this board. You know, any queen, 10-7. It's really uncomfortable for one pair type holdings. See if he empties the clip here. Would love to see it, but it is early tournament number 1 of the series. Perhaps we just ease our foot off the gas, but no. The Serb finds the double barrel, 2/3 pot.
11 into 16-5. Murley is not in the business of folding, one would imagine.
No, but he doesn't love it. I mean,
No.
Murley thinks that he has to improve here. He's not looking to just cool down with the pair of sevens. Let's see. This is the river I wanted. Just the 3 of hearts, most unassuming river card. Everything bricks. Let's see if Jovan really has just shown up here to go for the jugular from level 1, day 1.
Well, this is one of those pots after this third check in front of him where if he does check back and get shown a 7 for a winner, he'll instantly regret his choice.
So many hands brick. Oh yeah. Ha. How'd you like these apples? Little B200.
75,000. Into a big stack, mind you. As Jovan making his presence felt early here.
Let's go. Let's go, Kenyich. Love to see it. The 1, 2, 3 brutal combo with the sixes. Murley with just an impossible call.
Yeah. Concedes. And in his first event at his first festival, the Serb saying hello.
Clip it. Clip it for the highlight reel. Okay. Early showings here. Starting stack of 250. Murley off to a great start, up to 317,000, even after conceding that previous hand against the Serb, Kenyich. Everyone else kind of hovering around starting stack. Kulev, 164 bigs. Bottom of the chip counts, Theodore McQuilkin. From Granada, the island of Granada.
Yes, as
we correctly
as you learned
introduced.
today.
Even Theodore, 229k from 250k starting, he's chilling.
No, no
Early
cause for
shots,
concern, obviously. King 10 offsuit, piquing Poseidon's interest, stirring the sea to 3,500. McQuilkin, King Jack offsuit, on the button, flatting.
Thought maybe Murley was going to flick something in there. Playing the rush.
Stays out of the way, however, so heads up. Advantage Theodore as he pips. And continues to hold the lead on a 7-7-6-2 heart board. Not one of any interest to Poseidon. Fairly brisk check there out of Ho. Do you ever make anything of those things? I know the time tell is often something that the online streets regard with more consideration as we see the check back from McQuilkin, now the gut shot for Poseidon? Or do you think in the live arena you don't make a whole lot out of the speed with which somebody acts?
No, quite the opposite. I think you do, man. I think there's a lot to be said. I mean, sure, there are some muscle memory spots, some hands where you're just on autopilot and snap make decisions. But for the most part, I think there's something to be read into. The presence of the gut shot on the turn, Ho comes with the barrel, gets the job done.
4K. All that was required to send the better hand into the bin, understandably, of course, for Theodore. You know, this is like one of those, I don't know,
Tell me.
social gatherings where everyone's wearing a name tag and just kind of getting familiar with one another. It's, you know, we're back at summer camp. I think, you know, oh, yeah, I remember you. Oh, I've seen you before or whatever. Oh, hey, how you doing? What have you been up to? You know, there's still like a lot of ice breaking, a lot of just let's get our sea legs back here as we embark upon this Triton steamship.
Yeah,
again.
It takes a couple of days of summer camp before the real mischief kind of begins. I know what you're referring to.
I mean, it may and it may not, though, because we do have the ingredients and the recipe upon us right here to see some mischief potentially in terms of Murley, of course, Poseidon, Kulev. And here's McQuilkin with a 3-bet, courtesy of Ace-Queen of Spades, performing very well against the Simao Ace-Deuce of Hearts Open. And presumably serving the eviction notice to Ace-9 off.
Okay. You never know with Murley. Sometimes he's just in there with the cold 4-bet. Similar spot for Kenyich as well. That was a nice hand to do it with.
King-Queen offsuit. This is the man that 3-barreled his way through with pocket 6s, but he does respectfully step aside here.
Little bit of a tease there from the Serb with that tank. Thought it was coming.
I don't want to make a meal of it, but I like that. I like a guy who is willing to kind of effuse the notion that I'm ready to pounce in any given moment.
100%.
It sticks with you when you're out there.
100%.
Meanwhile, Simao sticks with backdoor hearts and the wheel gutter on a 9-5-4 board. More than we can say for the Ace-Queen, though, of course, McQuilkin continues to have the lead.
3-bet pot. Cut off versus under the gun. Continuing small and wide as expected. Options for Zhao. Could check raise this, try and fold out exactly this type of holding. Could also just come with check call.
Yep.
See a turn.
Extra 16,000 into the pot, and now a troublesome turn for Simao insofar as he is connected, but is still behind.
Case ace. Rolling off on the turn.
Third club could keep a damper on the action.
Yeah, I agree. I have to agree with you on that. I wonder if McQuilkin just pot controls this, or maybe tries to set the price himself here. Comes with another smallish kind of bet. Just rarely expecting to get check raised.
17.
Yeah, and I think the plan here is precisely that. Bet this turn, and then check back most rivers. Doesn't really feel like a three street kind of hand.
Can you get the couple espresso?
Zhao could just have Theodore drawing dead here. Understandably, just comes with check call.
Board pairing 4 improves Zhao's kicker from a deuce to a 9, but that's not enough to take down ace-queen. And let's see whether or not McQuilkin, in the face of a prospective third check from Joao, does slow down. Simao, of course, could come with something blocky potentially here, Henry. Setting the price himself on the end.
Wow. You're just dialed in today, hey? Ali Najad.
You know, even a broken clock is right twice a day. 12,000. Cheeky sizing here.
Yeah, I think this is just a courtesy tank here from McQuilkin.
Well, I don't think the thought is between fold and call, but obviously call and raise more so. And you're right. 12K. Perhaps less than McQuilkin would have pursued if left to his own devices on the end, provided value was on his mind, which one would imagine it would have been.
I'm not so sure.
You think he shuts it down?
I think it's very tough to get value, unless you're specifically up against a hand like ace-10, ace-jack.
You know, I feel like when you're at this stage in the tournament, though, and your stacks are so deep, you may, whether correctly or incorrectly, and I defer to you on this, look down and just say, well, you know, what's the worst that could happen? Let me put something cheeky out here and just hunt a little value.
Well,
It's not the end of the
worst
world.
that can happen is you have to head to the re-entry desk.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Pony up another 25.
Pocket tens now for Poseidon. 3,500, he says. Ace-7 for Murley. Taking a breath.
Burley has this aura about him that at any moment you may be playing a massive pot against him.
I tend to agree. And for now, he is content to flat the 3,500.
Yeah, Zhao's going to close the action here from the big.
8-5 of hearts. And off we go.
$13K out there. Okay, a little top two for Murley.
Yeah, smacking this one. Let's not overlook, of course, Simao has himself the gutter. Could potentially be pertinent. Poseidon follows through for 3,500.
From an entertainment point of view, this may cost us. Murley could announce himself here, just trying to inflate the pot against hands like ace-king, ace-queen, but just sets the trap. That does open the door for Simao to stick around. That nut shot offsuit 6 would be fireworks.
Sure.
$23K in the middle.
Yeah, all three parties still intact post-flop. Board pairing 4 on the end.
Poseidon with 2 calls on the flop against his c-bet, just correctly recognizing that there's probably an ace lurking, maybe a 4 from the big blind. Murley firing out on this turn. I think this is just going to get the job done. I stand corrected once more, Ali.
10,000 called by the pocket tens after Murley spoke up. Just keeping an eye potentially on the prospects of some sort of position-fueled posture being assumed by a big stack.
I hope Murley goes greedy here. Just targeting an ace-king, ace-queen. Yeah, love it. 35 into 43.
And finally, the 10s are made believers.
Wow, showered Ali.
You know, no one knows what you're talking about, Henry.
I mean, you do.
Kilbane referring to a very enthusiastic hello wave that I tried to deliver to Santosh Suvarna just now, who glossed right past me. But you know what? If he did see it, Henry, for sure he wouldn't have showered me. He's the resident love bug. Have you ever seen Santosh angry since being a Triton? Not once have I ever seen him mad or upset about anything.
That's true. That is true.
You know?
Even
Cool
like
by
the
way.
back end of big tournaments where he's like come 5th or 4th,
Oh,
close
yeah.
to the title.
Yeah.
He's just, yeah, this very happy-go-lucky kind of guy.
And I got to tell you, man, in terms of a lot of the work that people make investments of both time and money and energy and pursuing, you know, mindset-based stuff, he's just naturally
Do I need to take
arrived at a really good state.
Do I need to take that up? I'm just going to the toilet. Oh, we will let you know. Keep it. Okay, thanks.
You know, I do feel compelled to mention that net worth probably does aid
No.
one in those streets as well. You don't feel the pressure quite as much. Kulev applying the pressure, though, courtesy of Jack 10 offsuit under the gun. Jovan suited ace, flatting Poseidon. Not one who's apt to let go of the big blind. Hopping aboard, flopping bottom pair here, but the middle pair of the pre-flop razor is what's best. Kulev not going to follow through, though.
It makes sense, multi-way, the amount of hands that you can continue with really do shrink down as action turn card. Poseidon,
Yeah.
turn in 2 pair. Kenich picking up a gut shot, Kulev with the open ender.
Second overcard to the jack, of course, is pesky. Kulev not firing.
Don't see how Kenich can find a barrel here, although he does have equity. Trying to get 2 folds, though. Seems like a tough ask.
But an ask he's going to make nevertheless. 6,000 into 11.5. A sizing that's just looking to apply slight pressure toward the small of the back of any sort of hand that would otherwise be going to the exits.
Yeah, I mean, Poseidon from the big can obviously just have like a near 75% range here. So folding out 2 random cards there. And then Kulev could just have like a hand like 8s or 9s that struggles to continue. Why do I feel like the Bulgarian's about to come with something? Just comes with check call, okay.
You know, it's funny. I know exactly why you were feeling that way, because you've looked up at a screen and seen it so many times here at Triton. And there's the ace on the end, giving Kulev Broadway. You know, Poseidon has, dare I say, allowed this to happen because he didn't say hello with the queens and 5s on the turn, Henry? Or is that...
I disagree.
Is that laying too much blame upon him?
Yeah, I think it is. I just don't think you're thrilled about building the pot with 2nd and 4th pair on this turn card against an under the gun range and a bottom flat.
Well, Kulev is plenty excited about having the nuts, as evidenced by his choice to lead for 9,500. Note that Jovan has picked up top pair, but it would be a lofty ask to make the call. So into the bin he goes correctly. And now back around to Poseidon. Let's see if he thinks Kulev is up to no good.
Let's it go. No nonsense. No time wasted.
And no opportunity for Kulev to even build up any stress or tension. Level 2, and he's already got the massage therapist working out here at Maestral. Have you sampled the wares of the massage staff here yet?
Yesterday, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, yesterday afternoon.
Came down, got a treatment. What did you opt for,
I
Henry,
went
off the menu?
for the Thai herbal massage. 90 minutes.
You know, I feel compelled to mention this as a man who once traveled to Koh Samui and discovered that for £5, someone can get a 90-minute Thai massage, albeit
true.
from a rehabilitation center where ex-inmates were being reintroduced to society. This is a true story. With
What?
being taught. But for £5, 90 minutes, I mean, you know, and these were durable gals.
Wait,
But
how long ago was this?
this was a few years back. But all I'm saying is you make your home in Thailand, Henry, and yet whilst you were here, you went with the Thai herbal massage? I mean, you can get that back home for pennies on the dollar. Why wouldn't you have gone a different direction?
It's true. I must admit,
That was a bit of a punt.
compared to the 300 baht that I normally pay,
Which let's do the, you know, because that might sound like a lot to some people. 300 baht is what exactly?
it's about $8. Yeah.
It's about 11,000, by the way, courtesy of this ace king as Zhao has come over Merle's open. But yeah, that's, I think you overpaid and
No, but
and
you know,
chose poorly there.
When
if
in
I'm
Rome,
honest.
or when in Europe, yeah, you get used to the fact that things are going to be more expensive here than compared to back home.
It's the equivalent, by the way, of living here and then going to Phuket on vacation and saying, I'd like the Montenegrin, you know, forehand special or something. You wouldn't do that. And you wouldn't proceed with Jack 9 suited if you're Merle, apparently, for the extra 8,000. You can't, Henry, you know, look, I care about you. Care about your well-being.
People want to know if you were an ex-inmate too.
Listen, I could have made some decisions differently while I was down there in Thailand and ended up right alongside the gals that were working on me. You ever been to a Auntie Anne's? It's a pretzel shop in a lot of airports in the U.S., but they folded me into positions that not since I've seen dough knots, you know. I don't mean donuts, like knots of dough.
I know what you mean.
They really had me, it was, I don't want to be crass, but let's just say I think it activated my digestive system in a manner that I'd never experienced.
There were limbs of yours in places that they shouldn't have been in. I know what you mean.
I said hello to parts of myself I'd never seen before. Oh. Meanwhile, Jacks are saying hello, and Jovan Kenjic with pocket tens, 3-betting to 11-5. Salutations that are ill-timed out of the Serb here.
150 plus big blinds deep. 1 seat over from the +1 open. Curious to see if Raul 4-bets this or just opts to flat call, see a flop. Yeah, I'm not surprised by this choice.
So Manzanares plunks in the added request, 8-8 deuce board.
Oi, oi.
I'm not so sure tens aren't going to lose a few more. Has played.
Kenjic is going to try and find out. 3-bet pot will continue with a C-bet. Doesn't go big, around 40%.
Versus the 3-bet range, these jacks are considering things like the overcard combos, of course, but then also with some frequency, the overpairs to the jacks are
Exactly.
on his mind. And so inflation maybe not really the order of the day.
Agreed. I think this is the one pair that he has in rough shape, of course. I don't think 9s is ever doing this in these positions, or 8s.
Now the 6 of hearts rolls off. Kenjic, in turn, could be eyeballing overcard combos that he would want to deny a free tug at a river with, even though he's behind with the 10s.
I like setting the price myself here on this turn by betting, rather than checking and then facing like a really uncomfortable, let's say, pot-sized river bet. Although, you know, Kenjic has gone pretty big. But that really is going to signal to him the range of hands that Raoul is continuing with is, you know, on the strong side. Hands like ace, queen of hearts, ace, queen of clubs, and then, you know, jacks, queens, kings, aces. I think queens, kings, and aces 4-bet a decent amount. But would be very surprised if this doesn't go check on the river, unless, of course, someone boats up, especially on that river.
Yeah, that does feel like an action freezing ace of spades after the extra 72,000 flowed toward the center. 36 ahead. Both of these guys hate that card with a passion, by the way. Forgive the obvious.
Agreed. Kenich is going to be pretty happy to see that it wasn't the river that cost him.
Yeah.
He was just up against the best of it from the Spaniard.
You
all along.
think if it comes through dry, like a deuce, a 3, something in that territory, that he goes for anything on the end after being called 36 on the turn? It would be dicey, wouldn't it?
It's a big ask. Very big ask.
I mean, the question you're supposed to ask yourself, Henry, on the river before barreling is, can I get a better hand to fold or can I get a worse hand to call, right?
Exactly. Yeah, he bet 75% on the turn. The flush draws would never call on brick rivers. The only hand you'd be targeting is like a very sticky pocket 7s or pocket 9s. Maybe a curious like ace king high that just opted to flat rather than 4-bet. This has been a nice little warm-up, this first frame of play. Kenich has been active.
He sure has. King 6 suited, under the gun +1, taking it up. Simao certainly has been noting the VPIP. And maybe that has a little something to do with why ace-jack offsuit has been chosen to serve as a 3-bet to 14.
I don't blame Kenich, by the way. If he's just... Hang on a minute. Hang on, what?
Poseidon Ho is cold calling with 7-8 suited in the cutoff. Note this is an early position opener that is being 3-bet by Simao. So the overcall is supposed to require a little bit more than 8 high, Henry.
I mean, this is just... I like the look of my hand. I want to see a flop. And potentially play a big pot if I can flop the joint. That gets rid of the king 6 of clubs.
Oh, and look at this board. Queen 5-4, gutter and the flush draw for Poseidon. No interactions other than the Broadway backdoor for Simao. Maybe the wheel, runner as well, but obviously we're not thrilled. And the cold call from Poseidon, of course, is signifying something far greater than 8-7 to Joao, who does check.
Yeah, I agree. Samao's probably just thinking, like, is this guy just, like, cold calling with aces? He's trying to trap me? Beautiful flop for Poseidon, obviously, just the board he was looking for.
And that beauty emboldening 15,000 off his stack.
Samao's just like, where are we right now in this hand? Very, very strange hand, of course.
We're flapping off a clothespin in the wind as he does send it into the bin.
I'll send you into the bin.
At some point, that is likely to be true, Henry. Well, there's a wide shot of the room here at the Maestral Resort and Casino, where the blinds are going up to 1 and 2,000. And the curtain raiser of this third of 4 stops on the Triton Super High Roller Series Season 4.
Who do I see? Ben Heath, Shakurchi. Nice to see Shakurchi back in town. I think he skipped Jeju, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't remember seeing him myself.
Ace-5 of spades. On the button. I feel inclined to visit the island of Granada now.
I'm sure there'll be a warm welcome.
I feel like I owe them something. Wait, hang on. It's saying 3-bet here, which I don't believe is the case.
I agree. Thought this was a button raised to 4,500.
Yeah, it is. As Rao obliges, clicks the call button.
Apologies for the snafu. Ace-4 deuce. McQuilkin. Top pair, Broadway gutter. Outperforming the Queen-6 by a wide margin. $12.5, the follow through, no. I'm seeing 3,500. Nevertheless, job done there for Theodore.
What did you get up to over the weekend, Ali? A couple of days off between Riga and Montenegro?
Yeah, I went over to the old city, KOTOR.
Yeah, what was that all about?
You know,
I didn't have you down as the walking type.
Yeah, there was quite a bit of walking involved. Granted, I drove there. It's about an hour, 45 minutes to an hour away from where we are here. But I remember some of the staff had gone out to visit it last year. It's like a fort city, like a big castle right on the ocean. Cruise port of call as well. So just soaked up some of the majesty and the history, I guess, as well as a delicious calamari.
Ooh. Even in May?
I didn't know baby squid were seasonal.
Yeah.
I tend to deep fry year round myself, Henry.
You're a wild man.
Nothing wild about an ace-jack offsuit open, although Poseidon certainly has shown us some different looks. Theodore glazing it to 12. The extra 8 from the same kit.
Free roll.
Top pair, top kicker for both parties.
I mean, Theodore going to be thrilled about this. We'll continue. Continues for 10-5. Poseidon obviously going nowhere. I always love these when we can see that it's going to be a chop, but it's kind of a game of chicken. McQuilkin likely look to extract more value here. I mean, top pair, top kicker, a lot of hand.
Sure.
Unblocking spades. You know, want to charge a hand like Queen 10 of spades, King Queen of spades. No, gonna pot control this one.
So queen on the end and overcard to the jack. Third spade. Ace of spades, perhaps a touch relevant for Poseidon.
It's a very small bet, sub 25% pot. McQuilkin again with the courtesy tank before flicking in rather, the one chip.
12K.
See, that's the spot where he's meant to say no good.
Yeah, you're allowed to slow roll like
yeah,
that.
you say
you're right.
no good.
Yeah.
And then you just, I don't know, maybe that's been repeated a few too many times, but.
So a fairly uneventful exchange in the end after it went 11K a man on the flop, check on the turn, and then 12 ahead on the river. A carve-up between McQuilkin and Poseidon.
I've been asked, what bin would you go in? In the chat, that is.
Meaning recycle or refuse?
Well, just going back to our conversation earlier about putting you in the bin.
Right. Well, you tell us. What bin would I go in?
I mean, it's a great question. I honestly don't know. What's the bin that...
Don't say compost. That's the one you don't want to end up in.
I was going to say, what's the bin that Louis Vuitton uses to, you know, throw out all of their old seasons because they refuse to put it on sale, obviously.
Isn't that vile?
That's crazy. That is crazy to me, yeah.
They'd sooner destroy the product than put it on sale.
Capitalism, baby.
I thought that's what outlet stores were for, at least. You know, it's not on sale, but it's at the outlet, you know.
No.
Go on, then.
I know, there's certain things that I can't say on stream.
Well, you know, I'll allow it.
The term file 13 is a euphemism for the trash can, particularly used in the US military context.
Ah.
Oh yeah, I didn't know that.
Okay. Well, King Deuce offsuit is more file 13 than it is the goods. Yet Poseidon tries it on for size, defending his big against the Kulev Open, who follows through for 2,500 after the 4K pre. That is the minimum with the blinds at 1K, 2K. Easy bow out there for the King High.
I'm torn, Ali. I'm like, you know, I see the guys here, start of play, level 1, day 1, and we're now in day 3, level 3. And we got the beach and the pool right there. We got the spa downstairs.
Okay.
We got the restaurant. We got the tennis courts. I'm just thinking, like, you know, go chill by the sun, order a couple of drinks, some food, get my scran on.
Who do you think is here in Montenegro with the intention of playing a Triton right now that if we walked out poolside or beachside, we'd be likely to see sat there
Right now,
soaking up some rays instead of being here first few levels?
I reckon Elton Sang is over on the basketball court right now.
Oh, yeah? Is that his pregame ritual?
Oh, I love
Playing a little hoops?
Loves people. A lot. You see Andy, the CEO. A lot of the
190 something.
Malaysian office team.
Listen, I
going
can
often
assure
over
you
there.
that Malaysian office team and Andy are right here, right now.
No, that's for sure.
That's the pregame.
That's for sure. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But yeah, Elton. Who else? I feel like Nacho chills on the beach.
Not impossible. Chilling with a second nut flush draw is Jovan here. After getting after things from the button with this King 6. Kulev defended with the A7. Now faces a follow-through of just 3K. And he steps aside promptly on the monotone texture. I'll tell you what, this has emerged as a character that's going to be one to watch if early indications are going to hold true.
He's got that Serbian blood as well, you know. Close family friends of mine call Belgrade home, and there's just something there. There's a lot of fire in the Serbian hearts.
You know, I think if I'm to distill it to that which would manifest itself in terms of poker, there's a tremendous amount of competitive spirit, right? I mean, if you observe them in the disciplines in which they field aside, in the Olympics, for example,
Yeah.
I mean, they really leave nothing, you know, held back.
Have you heard this debate of like one gorilla against 100 men right now? It's been going around. It's been doing the
No.
rounds on socials.
No.
I mean, the debate has, you know, been leaning towards the fact that the gorilla would destroy 100 men. I disagree. I say you get 100 of Serbia's finest or Montenegro's finest. That gorilla is just drawing dead.
You know, while I might agree with you, not all 100 of those Serbs are going home at the end of that one.
That's
Just, you know, they may be doing so in multiple parts Oh, I think this arm belonged to, you know, but nevertheless, who comes up with this stuff?
I don't know, but it's been doing the rounds for the last couple of weeks.
Well,
Even got Steve Irwin's son involved. You know, he was like, well, you know, as a wildlife conservationist.
He's the authority on interprimate MMA. 4,500 as Lozano started this, courtesy of King Queen, flat on the button from the sixes of Ho, which are in the lead, and that 6 is something that Theodore's on the hunt for with his gut shot after defending the big. Manzanares with the 2 overs now following through. 13-5, the sizing.
That's a sizable bet. Ho plays really fast, by the way. It's just like, you know what? I don't believe this guy.
Well, that guy has now just turned an open-ender to go with those 2 overs. Action checked over, and Raul doesn't look like he's got slowing down on his mind. Here it comes, second barrel, 43,000. And that'll put the 6s into the bin. So credit to the Spaniard for showing some gumption there.
Talking of gumption,
Go on.
had a private tennis lesson the other day. And
On the clay courts here?
over on the clay courts,
Okay.
with Boris and his son Luca. They owned those courts for quite some time.
Okay.
And they were trying to describe someone to me. They were like, are you part of Triton? I'm like, yeah, I'm going to be in the broadcast booth.
All right.
They're like, well, we have a guy coming in at 10 a.m. I was in there at 9.
Okay.
So it's the session after me. They're like, he's this small Russian guy that runs like Mo Farah, chases every ball, doesn't give up. I'm like, small Russian guy. I'm like, who are we talking about? And they're like,
Divorce.
yeah, we call him Forrest Gump. And I'm like, I don't know who you're talking about. Sure enough, 9:50 rolls round, and I see Daniel Forrest walking towards the courts, you know. I'm like, is this the guy you were referring to? I was like, do you know what we call him at Triton? They're like, no, what? We're like, the Ox. And they're like, why? And I was like, precisely for that reason. The guy just runs like an ox.
Yep.
And sure enough, Boulder's brass, Boris goes, no, we call him Forrest Gump. And Forrest, you know, without skipping a beat, was like, yeah, I prefer that. I can see that. So from here on out, Forrest is going to be known as Forrest Gump.
Run, Forrest, run. Murley trying to give Queen 4 suited a workout. Unfortunately, he's on the receiving end. Ace 9-4, top pair for the opener, Jovan.
Murley hasn't played a pot in a while.
4,000.
May see him bring some magic to this one. Just comes with check call, bottom pair, backdoor clubs. Wouldn't have hated a check raise here with this combo. It's a fun turn card. Giving Murley the queen high clubs. Kenich with the ace of clubs in hand. Look to extract some value from weaker ace X, maybe a 9. I'm curious to see how the serve proceeds.
Check.
Deems this a 2 street hand.
Oh, and the backdoor clubs paying Murley a visit. How about this? Jovan with the ace of clubs, relevance there, of course. Let's see what the greed levels are on Monocarin. 11,000, this is very much standard in size. I think Kenich with the ace 10 presumably will flick in the call, and there it is in short order. And you know, you don't feel terrible about the situation because had you bet the turn, perhaps you're facing that barrel with more in the middle already and the losses are deeper than they would have otherwise been, and you know that Murley is unlikely to ever be folding that queen high flush draw on the turn.
I agree. There are always these kind of silver linings in any pot that doesn't go your way. Much rather take that kind of mindset forward onto the next hand rather than feeling sorry for oneself. Kenich just has 90 bigs. He's like, I want to play.
4.
So does Poseidon.
8-9 offsuit. Hijack open. Kulev climbs on. King-queen offsuit now for McQuilkin. Hijack and cutoff, raise and flat. Is this a candidate for a squeeze?
It certainly is, but we just haven't really seen it so far at this feature table.
And that fact remains as you see Theodore clicking call.
But I agree, like Theodore has to be aware that Poseidon's getting super out of line with some of his opens. Then it's a case of Kulev being aware of that, so he's widening his cutoff flatting range. So the king-queen does become a really profitable 3-bet.
Top pair for Kulev, but unfortunately he trails Theodore, who's got him out kicked. Poseidon, however, deciding to barrel. 8-9 offsuit. Really no hopes of anything for the time being. Kulev will flat. Now will McQuilkin announce himself?
Poseidon loves to see that. There we go. Let's check the temperature in the room.
7,000 degrees of added heat.
Poseidon's just like, what have I got myself into here? Kulev won't be going anywhere just yet, I'd have to imagine. Top pair. Could just be up against, you know, like a queen jack of diamonds or something.
So sure enough, he hangs in there as Poseidon easily says goodbye. Ace on the turn. Pesky sight for both parties.
Should slow things down.
Sure enough. Check back now from Theodore. Innocent looking 6 on the end.
Poseidon's rivered an open-ender. Just going to leave me hanging, Arlie?
No,
Okay, I mean, you normally pay it off with a little chuckle, but...
Yeah, but then I would risk having you say that line again at some other point in time, whereas just a gentle absence encourages you to maybe never deliver it again.
Oh, man.
Well, no encouragements on the end, by the way, as it did go check, check. And McQuilkin content to just get the one street of action as a razor on the flop.
Oh, you wait. I'm going to leave you hanging out to dry.
I know. I truth be told, there are many occasions in which Henry and I are in post-production, as many of these episodes that you guys soak up in the live stream do get cut and repurposed for broadcast. We head out to Riga, Latvia, and throw our voices down on those projects where, you know, I'll stop things and really feel a moment of vulnerability and insecurity if I've taken a pass at something comedic and say, Henry, no, come on, man, you got to give me a chuckle or something. So you deserve more from me there. You've got a few in the bank with me.
I can't wait for some of that stuff to be released, by the way. I mean, don't want to tease too much about it, but shout out to the entire crew that have been working on those things. I really think the poker world's going to appreciate them once they are released.
No doubt about it. Although I think for the poker purists, being here front and center for the live stream where you're able to witness hands that wouldn't otherwise make it into the cut of 44-minute show, but still are worthy of Some excitement.
Yeah, there's nothing like a live poker broadcast, man. I mean, this is the bread and butter. It's what we've all been enjoying for the past 20 odd years. Something so special about following the storylines of players' journeys from hand number 1 of the tournament all the way down to the lifting of a trophy.
Well, the lifting to top pair on this flop for McQuilkin has him betting 3,000. And the king high hearts bow out. Boy, they're not quite as chatty as I would have anticipated. You know, event number 1, everybody just, you know, happy to see one another again and whatnot. This is a very serious assembly.
I don't know if I'd call it serious or more just like people have been flown in, yesterday. Some people arrived this morning from all over the globe. Some from, as far as Thailand,
Malaysia,
Taiwan, Malaysia, stateside. So,
A little jet lag?
well, it's that. I think just the preservation of energy.
Sure.
Give it a couple of days. I always find it fascinating when, don't want to harp on about it, but day 7, day 8, day 9 kind of rolls round, trending towards the back end of a series, and you can just tell the difference, who's having a good trip and who's not.
Tough to kind of suppress and hide some of those realities.
Stretch me up a little bit.
8-6. Poseidon with the gut shot here. This one was limped pre by Jovan's king 6.
2,500.
Poseidon firing. I don't remember Krav Maga being on the spa menu, by the way, and yet here Kulev is experiencing what I believe is generally reserved for an illicit interrogation. I mean, these are really aggressive poses. Anyhow.
I did overhear him saying, "Can you stretch me out a little bit?"
Okay. I think he's got his answer. Dislocation is a real issue, by the way. Careful with the sockets. Okay.
I think he's found the right masseuse for it as well.
I tend to agree. Check on the turn. After Jovan did peel with the king high. Backdoor diamond arrival here, and Poseidon has hit the 8.
Check. Get up. King 6.
Turn and river both shut down. Jovan looks a little bit disappointed there, like, hey, king high was good. He got pretty lucky there.
What?
I was dominating the 6.
I don't mind
Bit.
you want.
Yeah.
River bad beat.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks a lot.
Happy it's in a small pot.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right.
I'm happy it's in a small pot.
Little icebreaker there.
I'll take 1 double espresso. And can I get something to eat?
That's a great idea.
Need a little caffeine?
I'm going to try and stay away this trip.
Really?
Why are you not speaking Serbian to them? Why are you not speaking Serbian to them?
I forgot about that. Yeah, that's nice. Nice thing in Montenegro, yeah.
Imagine if you just turned around and said, because I don't speak Serbian, mate.
That's always an option.
Desive, brate moje.
What's that, Henry? Is that a little Serbian? What was that?
Te hvala vam. Thank you if you order anything over here. Or-
Fala?
Yeah.
I got Fala. Queen 4, 5, 4. Another dominated big blind. Wheel gutty for Kulev. Air for Jovan.
$35.
3,500.
3,500 into 13. Alex hanging in. Another 7,000 into the middle, bringing the pot to 20K.
Yeah, with the nut shot. Not going to go anywhere. Also opportunities to potentially steal it away from the Serb on future streets.
Well, Kulev has the only club in the exchange as Jovan improves to a pair of queens.
I think if this goes check-check, we could see a big bet from Kulev on the river. 4 of clubs, 5 high with no showdown.
Board pairing 3 rolls off.
$30K. He just loves it, doesn't he?
26.5.
This guy just loves it.
The overbet really applying pressure to Queen 4 now.
Just got some balcon on balcon violence.
You know, here's the thing about it, is when you check back turn there as the pre-flop aggressor, you understand that you open the door for this sort of thing to be deployed independent of strength of hand, but really just taking on, all right, if you're not interested, I'll take it.
But I also think there's something to be said about the range of hands that Kulev's representing here. He has all of the flushes from the big blind. He has all of the 3 extras. Jovan just doesn't have as many on the button. I think that's the idea behind this polarizing river bet. See if Jędrzejczyk can sniff this one out. Having the 4 is kind of working against him a bit. Yeah, does let it go.
So best hand into the muck. As Kulev made it look easy. I believe the question there was bluff me, and Kulev letting on that yes, indeed, I did.
Even I use Dobry Dan and Hvala.
Yeah, that's another one for you. Dobry Dan.
Another alternative to Fala as a thank you?
No, Dobry Dan means like good day, good up, like how are you?
Okay.
It's just like a way to say hello.
Gotcha. Well, these guys are going to be saying hello next. Look at that. Davies. You got Ponikovs.
That's a fun table.
Mosbach. Our cup runneth over at these Triton stops. No doubt about it. Back at the feature now.
Got Dobry Stove in the chat saying not to undermine the work of the casting crew of the EPT, but I'm so happy Triton is back with Ali and the boys. It's class. Greetings from Bulgaria.
Okay.
Wow. Dobar den, господин Stoev.
Kenjic. Ace King. Picking up Poseidon on the button. 10-5 suited. He is really beginning to demonstrate his willingness to play pots here in the early going. Ace, Queen, Deuce, though, and perhaps that willingness has waned considerably on this texture. This is all Jovan.
I love this. You throw someone like Poseidon and Merli at the same table. I'm surprised we haven't really seen those two clash.
5,000.
Yeah, 5,000.
5K, bet fold, and onwards we march.
Couple of early eliminations. People that will have to rebuy. Had 3 so far. It's a 68 runners in this one.
Still plenty more waiting in the wings, no doubt.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is going to get 200 runners. It's my guess. Well, that Dejan Karađorđević we were talking about currently sits 2nd in chips. Paulius Plusanitis currently chip leader with 620K from 250,000 starting stack. But yeah, very early showings here.
4,500. Fold.
4,500. From Manzanares' King Jack. Poseidon, with a spoonful of medicine, plays the King Queen as a flat. Really a hand that has emerged in multiple situations pre-flop, Henry, where one would have thought we'd see a higher frequency of 3-bet, and yet that has not been the favored course of action by just about everyone. And as a result, Kulev 3-bets the ace-10 offsuit to 18,000.
Oh, here we go.
Pocket queens for Murley. Raise, flat, 3-bet in front of us. The original raiser coming from under the gun.
It's unfortunate.
5 seconds.
Would have loved to have seen.
Raise to 60,000.
Would love to have seen a flop here. It's not going to happen. Murley waking up with the goods. And Kulev just knows at this point, you know, he's 3-bet and he's just run into a top 5% holding.
Of course.
Out of the big. Ace-10-0. I mean, yeah. Let's it go.
Reasonable pickup there with all the money that had been deposited to that point.
This one, yeah. Okay.
Floor just coming over. Letting the lads know in 6 minutes time. Heading into our first break of the day. We're switching up the feature table.
Надо скоро. Ну что?
See if we get some fireworks before we part ways with this group.
5 deuce suited. Doesn't look particularly flammable, but the match is lit. In contrast to the aversion to 3-betting King-Queen, I do think most buttons have been activating as openers. 9-5 off for Raul now.
This deep. Getting a good price on a call, but still just thinks better of it. I always find it interesting to see the different approaches to this stage of the tournament from players. You know, if that was Poseidon's big blind, we would have been seeing a flop. He would have been defending. Different strategies deployed.
You know, it's also interesting to see whether or not themes emerge whereby certain players are averse to getting after particular big blinds and then more inclined to getting after others based on perceptions of, you know, stickiness.
Yeah. I'm sure every time you're in the big, there's like a raise and 4 calls in front of you. And then when it's someone like Stephen Chidwick in the big blind, he just gets a walk.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't liken myself to Chidwick when we're sat big blind. And I don't think it's inappropriate for me to not create a false equivalency there.
Here we go.
Queen 10 suited, Kulev. 4,500, the announcement's a pretty one for Montenegro, played as a flat on the button. Dust in the big finds the bin. Let's see if something spicy takes shape. 14,000 in the middle. Ace, Queen 9. Kulev in front with the pair of queens. Montenegro with backdoor spades and an open ender, and Kulev with no appetite to follow through.
Yeah, we haven't really had a car crash kind of hand so far. This could be it. Say the king of clubs rolls off, 8 of clubs rolls off. Keeps Kulev interested.
Check call of 3,000 will bring us to the turn.
Okay, this isn't going to be the hand.
Very raggy 5 of diamonds. You never know, though. Only Merle holds the answers. He'll check it back. And he will not improve as things remain ragged on the end.
Looks like Kulev's going to try and set the price himself rather than going into check the side mode. Be incredibly uncomfortable if he checked over to Merle, who then bet, say, like 15K. Even before Merle sends it in.
I get so nervous. I literally sit with bated breath every time we hold that shot and wonder, is this the moment where somebody just leaves us speechless? It is not, however. It's the much more anticipated approach undertaken there by Merle. What's Kulev taking notes on here? What do you suppose this is?
I think it's just a receipt, Marley, that he needs to sign.
I guess an analog approach is apropos of...
Just saves people carrying around cash, you know? Just charge it to the room.
Just charge it to the room? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's your one.
But, you know, I'm used to the digital. They've got the iPad or the, you know, the app or something of late. But, you know, nod to the old school. Nod to the King Queen forthcoming.
Merle looks like he owns a Harley Davidson.
See, I think I lean superbike with Merle. Like CBR 1000 Ninja, something. I mean, I don't really know
He takes his time, you know. He's chilling. He's not in a rush. He gives off this sense that at any moment he could strike, kind of thing.
See, I don't know how to break it to you though. Most people who buy Ferraris aren't buying them to drive them 200 miles an hour. They're actually buying them to drive them 12 miles an hour, Henry. So just because we have the superbike doesn't mean that we need to go racing, you know, at the speed of sound.
Hard disagree. We're comparing bikes to cars now.
This is true.
Very different type of persona.
Yeah.
You don't buy like a super... This is coming from a guy that almost died, okay?
Yeah. Well, by the way, that before anybody goes, what does that have to do with it? It was atop a motorbike that Henry
high speed
had his brush with
head-on
death.
collision, motorbike accident. You know, there's bikes versus cars.
You're right.
I think I could see Merle just cruising along. You know,
You know what I
maybe
could
a cigar. You know, for the ride.
I could see him with both, if I'm being honest with you.
I could see it.
As both McQuilkin and Kulev have connected with the A7-6 board here. This was 4,500 up front from Theodore. Kulev simply defended the big, and now with a piece faces the 3K follow-through. Gonna call it. King on the turn. Not the kind of card that you're really looking to see if you're Alex. If the ace isn't present in McQuilkin's range, some King X combos certainly are. As it stands, he's got a piece of both. Well, 10K. And let's put the first 3 levels behind us.
That was a chill frame.
It was.
Nice little introduction to the series.
Yeah, and a nice little introduction to Merle Monokaran. Second Triton Festival, 375,000 in front of him. Performed better than all others. In that frame, Jovan Kenjic definitely showed that he wants to get his chips into motion. 165.5 in front of him. As we bring you back to the desk, Ali Nejad and Henry Kilbane with you here at the Maestral Resort and Casino. Chill little frame. I mean, I don't know how much more than that there is to really unpack, Henry.
Yeah, no real bloodbath of a hand just yet. Everyone, like you said, traveling from every corner of the globe to be here, and yeah, just easing their way into this series.
Well, I want to ask producer James, is Henry going to be easing his way out of the booth here, of a firm being given? So unfortunately, we just got one little taste of you on the right side of the booth thus far, and then you're going to come back and occupy this side of the seat. Randy Lou, I think, is going to be stepping in to cover duties, so don't go anywhere. Continuing coverage of event number 1 of our series here in Montenegro comes your way after this.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
And welcome back to the kickoff event from here at the Maestral Resort and Casino on the shores of the Adriatic in Montenegro. Ali Najad joined now by Randy Liu. $25,000 event number 1 in progress. And let's dive quickly, Randy, into the chip counts. On the Triton Poker Plus app, you will see the Lithuanian Paulius Plasionitis. 615,000 in front of him. Things very much going his way in the early going. And how about the second name, Randy? If you don't recognize that flag, it is the one that reps the nation of Montenegro, and Dejan Karađorđević right there, over 500,000, maybe looking to make another splash after his performance last year.
Yeah, I was very excited because a lot of players didn't know who he was, but clearly he has a lot of game. You know, he's from Montenegro, playing here in Montenegro makes sense. He's a high roller. From what I understand, he plays primarily cash games, transitions very well, being aggressive. He's a very player to watch.
You know, it's interesting. Chao Hing Yang of Malaysia in 3rd overall. Just during the break, happened to walk by Thomas Mühlacker en route to the restroom, and when he was walking out, I was saying, "Oh, are you about to register?" And he said, No, I just got my first bullet showered," and it was at the hands of that man who apparently played a 3-5 suited in early position to down 2 pair for Mühlacker. So definitely there are plenty of people who are in these early events and are approaching things maybe with some experimentation, maybe with less experience, maybe with just this sense that registration is open and it's just 25K. All I'm saying is brace yourselves, because it's not going to be the last bad beat that we lay eyes on.
And the thing is, at these Triton events, they're getting so popular. We're going to see so many new faces and many players that a lot of players, the veterans, they don't have data points on, right?
Yes.
So you got to navigate cautiously, but you still got to play your game.
Well, if we're going to talk about veterans, let's not gloss over the top 10, including the likes of Talal Shakurchi, sat here in 4th right now. Kristen Foxen, who's here with husband Alex. Murli Manakaran, who we watched during that first frame of Malaysia, 375,000. He did better than all others at his particular table, and Leon Sturm and company rounding things out. Jason Kuhn in 10th, by the way. Leon Sturm 7th. Alex Ponikov's 9th, as we send you back through the room for a look. To our new feature table we head. Your first look there. Chris Brewer on his feet, but definitely not on his high water mark. 46 big blinds. That is the leanest stack in the room right now. 116K in front of him, and there is Hing Yang Chao. $500,000 plus.
Pretty happy to see Hing Yang Chao again. He's one of those Triton OG Malaysians. Hasn't been playing lately, but good to see him in the mix.
Oh, it's not mine. It's Joan. Who was sitting here before?
I have one for you, Santos.
It's Alex Kulev. Looks cool.
I have one for you if you want.
Sure. Nah, too
Danilo
small. Who has
Velocevic.
Alex Kulev,
Queen 3 suited, button attack. There's Seth Davies of the U.S.
This
Suited
guy,
one gapper.
he's got the resume. Seth Davies, certainly going to be defending the suited one gapper. Wow.
How about from defense to offense, playing back with this hand composition and just snacking on the 6K from Danilo?
Don't mess with Seth Davies.
No. That's sage advice there from Randy. Seth, $8.5 million in career Triton earnings, 35 cashes. Last event he played was the 25K PLO in Jeju, where he placed 11th for 59,000. Had a total of 3 cashes and really didn't find heat until the last 4, where he went 3 for 4. 10th in the 50K Turbo Bounty Quattro, 40th
I
in
like
the main.
Jovan.
For me,
I was almost right. It was Jovan.
I'm surprised Davies doesn't have a title yet.
Kenic.
Continues to be in the conversation of the best of our Triton regulars not to have one. Of course, Ike Haxton
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I know him.
in that combo as well.
He's not in NBA.
He's not in the NBA?
Somehow.
Somehow, yeah. I want to go to Serbia.
He's too short for everything.
I want to go to a game in Serbia so bad.
Oh, the derby, basketball,
Yeah, yeah, like where it's crazy.
Red Star against
Partizan, yeah,
Partizan.
it's best.
That's the big rivalry.
Mosbach.
Yeah, it's insane, yeah.
Pocket eights open from the
football
hijack.
is like
Alex
okay.
Ponakov's also,
When
by
is
the
the
way, Randy, a
basketball
part of that crew that is well
I think
decorated but
now
lacks a
is
Triton title.
27.
Sat with ace king
Next time
here.
we come here, I'm going to try to go.
And
Yeah,
he
sure.
will 3-bet out of the big blind.
You should.
You gotta go
Pankov
with
loves the early levels.
All right, let's do
Very
it.
deep
wanna
stack.
to-
Feels a big
I
edge is
used
to
to
be
go
had.
to Red Star games. Like I was big fan of
Yeah,
Red
yeah.
Star, so I've been many times.
Nice.
And atmosphere is unreal.
Yeah, it looks, I mean, I've seen the videos.
Yeah,
It's the coolest thing ever.
it's yeah,
It's so much fun.
yeah.
King 6-6. As the pocket eights hung in there but are unable to hold on the flop. Ponakov's
How do you like?
has so much
Croatia
hand
and,
here.
It was great.
Not obligated to follow through, is he?
Qatar? You were
He
in Qatar?
kind of is because of how aggressive he is. When he follows through, though, he'll size way down to try to invite hands that have very low equity continue. The reason he's expected to c-bet is because he has so many bluffing type hands, and he's going to bet these boards to try to get folds.
Yeah, this particular board texture in particular, no flush draw, a king and the two small cards paired. You're right.
I feel like it's just a bit too suspicious if you were to check all of a sudden. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, we know you got the goods.
So the 12K taken under advisement by Mosbach before he clicks call. Extra 24,000, bringing the pot to 81 and change. Oh, wow.
Seriously?
Eights full for Mosbach now on the turn. Absolute disaster for Ponakov's.
I just can't see a way where Ponakovs doesn't lose all his chips.
Maybe the backdoor diamonds?
No, I just think it's impossible. Whether he bets this or check and play trappy, it's just the chips will go in at some point.
Well, he does cover Mosbach, so he can't lose all his chips, but he certainly can double Mario up as we see 50K now, the sizing on the turn. And if you're Mario, do you have to raise now?
I wouldn't raise for sure, just because if my opponent is bluffing with a really bad hand, you want to give them opportunity to continue to fire. If they've got ace, king, king, queen, you're probably going to stack them anyway, so just let the bluffs have a chance to stack off.
He agrees.
Yeah, that river card is not going to save Alex Ponakovs. He's likely to just value jam himself, I would think, just because he doesn't want to see a weak king check it back, like a king jack, king 10. The only reason he would consider checking here if he thought his opponent would float very wide and maybe they got some diamonds that he can pick off.
Ponakov's also trying to determine what's available here, but sub 1 SPR, 116 back, I mean.
He's basically just deciding, is it better for me to value shove or check to induce if I feel my opponent's floating too much?
Yeah. That's the only calculus. And he does go with the former, and of course the snap from Mosbach. And you could see Ponakov's felt that bottom of range would be same hand one time.
Mm-hmm.
Chop was the best case scenario when someone calls you that quickly.
Super Mario. He's going to get a deep run again.
I mean, Mosbach really has just grown stronger and stronger each time we've observed him out there. He's coming fresh off of Jeju, where he had a second and then a title. Number 3 of his career here at Triton. That one came in the 50K 7 max, good for 1.8. Now north of 400,000 in front of him.
Poker for networking with a boss. Feels like poker for networking with a boss.
I think we're all lost in translation.
Like golfing, but
Alex, by the way, has a delightful sense of humor.
Great
brings a lot
shot.
of levity.
Great shot.
Great shot, boss.
Somehow I can't do it today.
Davies, too, has a great wit about him.
You into the golfing or just putt-putt?
putt, Randy, and something tells me you're with me on that.
You know it.
If there ain't a motorized clown's mouth involved, I'm not interested. Because putt-putt, you can finish around a putt-putt quick. See, now the consternation that producer James Dempsey is lobbing our way right now with a somewhat of a disappointed paternal scowl, you know, is the product of him actually being a stick on the golf course. Not to ruin your action, producer James, but, you know, secret's out. Meanwhile, Suvarna stepping out. King 9 suited, 3-betting the Velocevic Ace-Queen open. Back over to Danilo.
You played tennis late yesterday?
Yeah.
I think it's quite a solid play with the King 9 suited. You know, it doesn't play excellent as a flat, but maybe you just take it down pre.
It was like a little chilly, but like fun. Like as soon
Does
as we
get
got
cold.
Who played against?
I played with Divorce and Jaffe.
Jack
they were playing all day.
7-5.
Yeah, they played 3 times.
Today? Yesterday?
Neither player
Jaffe and
hits
Divorce
this.
played 3 times yesterday.
If Suvarna can put a sizable bet, he might just take it down now.
From free to
Yeah, I saw you guys playing from my room.
Does this qualify as sizable enough? 13,000.
I know I say this.
It's kind of tricky because the Ace-Queen,
hard
it's
court and red clay.
It's not the greatest spot. If you had the Ace of Spades, he certainly would be continuing. Here, it's a bit questionable.
It's like so. Like when we're out here, it's like we want to play as much as possible.
I don't know. I still
Clay in Vegas.
I think there's one private.
Whoa.
I've heard there's one private.
Didn't see
red
that
clay.
coming.
But you could, I guess.
Well, rather than check and flat, Velocevic checks and raises and sends Suvarna into the bin. So a little bit of flexing going on early here at this feature.
A.E. Jones.
That's a cool play.
I've been talking to him about potentially building a place. Like, like he would get some people to invest in it, but
Because, like, how much is the tennis court?
like to build, no idea.
So there are the developments after the Mosbach double through Ponikovs, who reels down to 5th in chips. The Latvian now sitting with 55 bigs. Brewer still on the short stack. Suvarna slipping a touch there after getting entangled with Velocevic, who sits 3rd, and Davies just a couple of clicks forward in 2nd. Blinds at 1K and 2,500 with a 2,500 big blind ante. That glimpse brought to you by GTO Wizard.
And the good thing about the early levels of a tournament is even though if you lose a big pot, you still got something to work with. So even though CRISPR is one of the short stacks and Ponikovs at this table, 40 and 50 big blinds, you know, you can work with that.
In Bahamas and like the ball.
No, not this one.
Not that.
No,
Yeah,
no,
it's
no.
like turf and sand.
Yeah. No, this is terrible.
Yeah,
this
it's
is
super
terrible.
bad, right? Okay, good. I'm glad that's not what you're.
No, I've been talking more about like carpet. Carpet that reminds of clay.
Yeah. Okay. In Florida, I've never played on it, but they have like green and black clay there, where it's like not quite as soft, but it's still like better than hard court.
16.
I think that's what it's like. I've never played there. But.
Have you been in Bahamas? Not in Atlantis, but in Bahamar. They had like black clay as well.
I never played there. Only at Atlanta.
Oh, you started later. Yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome Albert Sulistio
Yeah, I didn't play tennis when we went to Bahamas.
to the proceedings. Sulistio,
But yeah, it must be the
representing
same black clay
Indonesia.
that they have in Florida because it's,
first Triton Festival, first ever event.
200 kilometers away, super close.
I have to find what type of carpet I'm talking about. In a nice picture.
Yeah. This is all right. I just took the change you gave me.
I gotta say, it is a pretty glowing endorsement and testament
This is 25 right here.
to not just Triton in general, but this stop as being a consensus favorite, I would say, amongst many of the players. Henry, is evidenced by the sheer volume of wives and girlfriends that are also in tow. To have someone from Indonesia, as far away as that, choosing this
And then I
stop
should get a 25
as their
back.
first
I get a 25 back.
in Albert.
Yeah, sometimes you also don't want to wait for a Triton that's closer. Might as well just hit them all up.
Hey, we're here for it. Meanwhile, Celestio opened to 6,000, got 3-bet by Suvarna. Brewer flatted pocket jacks. The opener stepped aside, and now King Queen 6 on the board. Brewer leading out for 10,000 despite the presence of the 2 overcards into Suvarna. This is unorthodox, is it not?
Yeah, and also the float with the deuces. I would not expect that, but what a great turn card for Brewer.
The jack just promptly rolls right off. Not that Brewer needed it, but of course it creates a lot more comfort than being called on that flop by the 2 deuces of Suvarna. Left him with prior. Note that Santosh does have the worst of all flush draws, but the only one present here in a heads-up exchange.
No reason for Brewer to slow down because of how draw-heavy the board is. He needs to protect against straightiness and another heart.
Well, he'll be quite relieved that that 15,000 does not get called as he tries to work his way back up the leaderboard. The turn's been a little violent.
Good luck.
Randy?
Something is distracting me right now. I have to bring it up, if you don't mind.
Yeah. Yep.
This ice mocha is really hot
Yeah.
that you ordered for us.
Now, what Randy is referring to, of course, is we're perched here just adjacent to a really, I must say, full-service barista setup here at Maestral.
Good luck. Also, I'm very good
and
at
I did,
breaking wall on a right.
you know, I didn't overemphasize the word
Very well
iced
for that.
before I ordered these mochas, Randy, but the ice does feel notably absent from the mochas. But
I
here's the good
enjoy
news.
It's like a grind, you know. You
Unlike
longer
if you wanted a
rallies
hot mocha and they
more
brought it to you
strategic, you have
iced,
to-
where the challenges of heating it up are much greater. This is a problem I think I can fix.
Yeah, but one of the problems here is I thought it was an ice mocha and they gave us a straw and it's boiling hot.
I'll take the under on boiling, Randy, but, you know, it's toasty. You're going to survive, my friend. I'm going to get you some ice, Randy, as Davies gets 21,000 going. Ill-timed 3-bet considering Suvarna hasn't pipped with the ace-queen. Santosh's sentiments about his kit cooling off, undoubtedly, but he will put forth the extra 15.
Yeah, ace queen just a bit too strong to be letting go, so makes the defense. There we go.
Santosh flopping top pair. Davies doing the same, but for him, the prospects are not good.
Yeah, Davies is likely to follow through with c-bet. Small should be the play because he wants hands that has like 2 outs or no outs to kind of try to give action, but does check it back, playing it conservatively.
King on the turn. Some chop outs for Davies as no chips got going on the flop. Now Suvarna takes 13,000 off of his covered stack.
Hello. Yeah, last two months ago.
Davies quite content to
He
call.
won.
Playing a pot control line, despite being the 3-better pre. 7 of hearts is of no concern.
Kind of feels like whatever sizing Suvarna goes for, Davies is going to snap it off of ace-jack, so in Suvarna's shoes, he's definitely going to want to go as big as possible. Wow, did not expect that check. But I'm also not going to expect Davies to think ace-jack is no good and not bet now.
Just land today. Yeah, you too.
Davies giving it plenty of thought here, Randy.
I don't think it's to check back. He's just trying to figure out, am I up against a king or is it an ace? Because if it's an ace, he wants to bet bigger. If it's a king, he wants to size down to try to get some crying calls.
Well, it was a good long chew. In the end, Davies overbetting here.
He just put Suvarna all in.
Yeah.
And he thinks he's value betting.
This is like 2x pot exactly, if I'm not mistaken. There was 74 in the middle, Suvarna with 148. Max pressure application to top pair nut kicker.
Man, this is... It's uncomfortable whenever you face a 2x pot jam. It's not unreasonable Davies could even do this with like a similar hand like ace-queen with the action. Most likely though, if Suvarna was behind, I would think it's like pocket kings.
Maybe some desperate diamonds?
I don't think desperate diamonds would play this way. You know,
No?
check back flop, all of a sudden jam river.
Does Santosh have it in him to make the call? Yes, he
There we
does. And Davies, you could tell, wasn't altogether convinced that that ace-jack would be a winner at Showdown.
You go?
Triton co-founder Richard Young on hand there for that one. Is Suvarna looking for some affirmation from Richard? Would you call, he said? Not sure if you got an answer.
Right?
There he is.
Okay.
Richard Young just loves it. He's always like there for the big pots when they show up.
It's so crazy. He really is. You know, he's kind of just lurking around the room, but it's testament to how much of a passion he has for the game. And we still see him obviously out there in the big stuff from time to time. Doesn't play a full docket, but doesn't fly all the way out here just to spectate.
Yeah, yeah.
The 15K and the 20K, both were first timers.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's now become getting a lot of people register.
Yeah, now you have pressure too. Huh? Now you have pressure to perform.
I've been to Triton twice, but the first time I joined.
Okay.
Fold.
Mozbox got it folded around to his button. Pocket threes. 6K if you do.
6K should be coming in for Albert. No, it's more than 6K. It's 18. A little bit unorthodox to 3-bet from a small blind against the button with a pocket pair like this, but certainly can see it being quite a solid play. Gives you a chance to just take it down as the pre-flop aggressor. Suvarna went with cold call, king 4 suited. This table is getting a little splashy.
Mm-hmm. So, three amigos, 18,000 a man, looking up at 10-6-5. Fours are still best, but obviously looking up at 3 overcards with 2 other parties involved in the action. We're not particularly in love with it.
Did you ever play paddle?
Long time ago.
Today was the first time I'd ever played.
Enjoy.
I can see why people
I think
like
the
it
C-bet wins it. There we
It's
go,
fun,
Albert.
for sure.
Entry point is way easier.
Yeah, exactly. It's like it's so easy to hit the ball.
30K
Fun, though. I had a good
into
time.
the 56. Enjoy a pot,
really good for
Mr.
the first
Solistio.
Was he really good for the first time? Oh,
I didn't play.
I just like wave.
But I can imagine. I mean, if you play tennis,
It was fun, yeah. I don't think I'll play it like that much though. Like tennis.
Is it?
Yeah, it's just like all the things I like about tennis you don't get in paddle.
Yeah.
You know, like big spinny ground strokes.
Yeah.
And like ranging side to side and stuff.
Yeah.
I think I will be very bad for a person who played that amount of matches in paddle.
Yeah.
Adrian, really good.
Yeah, he's supposed to be. He switched from tennis to paddle completely.
Yeah,
so-
he was a super competitive tennis player.
Adrian?
Yeah, he was when he was younger. Stopped playing when he was like 18, I think. But yeah, he was.
King 4
played
suited.
really seriously
Albert
for like
once
10
again
years.
enters.
I played maybe like 300 or 400 matches in paddle, and I think I play at the level of person who would play maybe 150 matches or 100 matches.
Wow, 150.
Jack 5-4
I was
rainbow
playing
board
almost
here.
every day. I had courts 30 seconds walking from my house.
Okay.
Cool.
Both
I mean,
blinds
you
allowed
must
to
do
get
it.
in there at a cheap
I
price,
haven't played
considering the limp
since
from Albert. With bottom pair,
20.
bets and takes another pot.
5 years.
2 in a row.
Yeah, but I played recently. Last year, my first time after a long break during Dominica's wedding.
Yeah.
Played in Nida. It was my first racket game.
Paddle was?
I never played any racket game before.
It's a cool game.
But once I started playing tennis, I switched to tennis completely.
Yeah. I kept thinking today, it's like, it's very different than other racket sports. Paddle. I mean, I guess whatever. It's like kind of a hybrid between like tennis and like squash or whatever. But like,
I like that you grinding rallies there. You know,
yeah, yeah, it is. It is fun. It's just so easy to like not make an error.
I believe this is my
like the tennis.
6th or 7th stop.
Should we
So
book
the actual
a
stroke
paddle
length.
tennis court while we're out here, Randy?
play 150.
Given the spirited athleticism that we both embody?
A lot of tournaments.
Me and you versus any two?
Did you say you already
No,
tried to
me
find
against
stop
you,
before?
just trying not to have a heart attack.
Yeah.
Yes.
Konakov's
What I want to say.
with an arresting 10,000 out of the big blind.
Very little
Davies
chance of
limp.
error.
Yeah, yeah. Or at least like mishitting the ball. Like in tennis, it's like, all right, you like hit the rim of your racket a lot.
At amateur level, I agree, but once everyone starts playing,
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
it's very hard to return.
And it's very fast, yeah.
Is there poker in
Especially
Indonesia?
people aiming really good
Not
at the
professionally,
fence.
no.
Yeah, okay.
Exactly. That's what Jaffe was telling me, how they always hit the fence.
Like for
Like, the good players just hit
And
everything
you
up.
have to hit flat
Yeah.
fence,
Right.
because if you hit with a spin, the bounce is going to be high, and if you do flat,
It'll
it's
stay
always
low.
go low,
I
or
always
it's
a bit
random.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
terrified.
Mosbach,
Yeah.
10 suited.
No, you should. It's good.
Picks up
Relaxed
Suvarna.
environment. Just enjoy.
So once I started playing tennis,
It's a good experience.
yeah.
I thought
You're gonna like this, Brewer.
yeah, let's do like baseline.
Pocket queens with a raise and a flat in front of him.
Started playing at level. I like just started playing tennis.
Of course, yeah.
Curious to see what sizing he goes with because you kind of want to invite one of them to come along.
Volley.
Okay.
And he was like, "What's happening? Why you are so good? You didn't smash it."
Yeah. Yeah, play a shitload of paddle. It'll get you good at the net.
But now, my volley at the tennis.
Three betting to 33,000, another 27K here.
Water, please. There are two of them.
Is that lean enough to retain either of these holdings?
Due to the positions, it's very likely Mosbach and Suvarna would just fold because Mosbach opened from under the gun. So Brewer had the option to just close the action with just one more big blind in the big. But the fact they opted to squeeze means it's pretty strong in general.
Yeah, I would say there's basically two most important thoughts in paddle. It's like
No takers. And Brewer
but it's bandeja.
again grinding his way
Basically, when
northbound.
One is very defensive shot. Basically, instead of smash, you do very defensive soft shot. Not always soft, but
Looks like he might be
because,
suffering from a bit of jet lag, Randy.
You want one of those hot ice
your
mochas?
opponents will be struggling.
They're not going to be hot for long. Just be patient.
Not struggling, but
At
it's
best,
a little
they're
bit
tepid
harder
right
than
now. Like,
high bounce.
It's going to be kind of close
Yeah,
to the wall.
if you do just a high bounce,
That's
they will kill you.
10.4 million in career Triton earnings there in Brewer. Two-time title winner, 33 cashes. Enjoyed 5 of those back in Jeju with his best finish being a 4th place in the
And,
125K
Igor is
7 max, that
basically,
final table appearance,
forehand slice
earning him
with
almost
about
1.1 million.
You like this one?
take a ball.
Deuce
Yeah,
4
and-
suited?
but
Yeah,
if
why
you're
not?
slicing,
In the
you're
hijack.
taking ball very
There we
low.
go.
So
That's a tough shot.
almost no bounce.
Raise and
It's
take
tough,
there
but
for
once you
Suvarna.
practice,
That might have been a bug in his operating system.
He might have put
it's more
some
about
malware into his own OS.
if you add a lot of power, because
Good luck.
The back wall too much, right?
this is not an issue. So when you put a lot
remember
of
how
power,
Santos
the
did
pressure of the ball
Back in
is
Jeju?
lower.
Randy? Any
The ball
recollections?
actually squeezes.
I do not.
Doesn't bounce
Enlighten
that
me.
He too had a
So
4th place
have a-
finish like Brewer. That was his best of the 3 cashes he enjoyed, having played a full slate.
Oh, it was a
Missed
big
it,
event though that he cashed
100K
in.
main for
Yeah.
2.1 plus. You're right about that.
Than power. So you just need to do kick.
Because you don't want to compress the ball.
Yeah. So kick serve on a smash.
That's how you smash in paddles, like a kick serve?
If you want to go for free out of the court.
Yeah, yeah. Interesting. Don't compress the ball so much. That's
I mean, of course, if you add too much power, it's still gonna work. But
right. But it's not the ideal shot. It's not the shot you'd get coached to do.
Well, we're getting some good pointers from Konakov's if we do end up in the paddle streets, Randy.
Gotta admit, I've been tuning out the paddle because I know I'll never be that athletic.
Yeah, but you've been playing pickleball.
Yeah, that's easier.
It is. It's
They're-
lower impact
Why aren't they talking about pickleball?
because they're athletes, Randy, and you and I are just old and dusty.
At least we're not playing Wii tennis.
I used to, and then I put one of those Wii remotes through a flat screen
35.
at my friend's house. I was like, oh, who wears the wristband? Meanwhile, ace-9 and ace-5 entangled there. Ponikov's able to follow through and take it, as Lucio didn't want
there. If you do
any
it
further participation.
inefficiently, it's a gift for your opponents because they counter smash you right away.
Yeah.
I think, Mario, you played a lot paddle, right? In Austria.
It's big there.
Have you ever been to the place in Vegas? You don't really go to Vegas, do you?
I haven't, no.
There's a place in Vegas that's pretty close to my house.
Yeah.
I think it's like the only paddle place in Vegas.
Five.
Ponikov, suited one gapper, interrupts the paddle discussions. Malzbach apparently part of the ilk as well, former professional footballer, diversifying his post-soccer career with not just poker. Brewer diversifying his approach to ace-jack offsuit, cut off flat here. 10-6 suited for Suvarna. He closes the action. Ace, queen, 4. Top pair for Brewer. Way the best of it.
Ponikov's was the pre-flop raiser. Not sure if he's going to c-bet here. Might go for a delayed c-bet, but we'll see.
$65.
6,500. No delay about it. Promptly getting after things. We're not taking up the posture of a man who's going anywhere, and that's not lost on Alex, who awaits Chris's decisions. Flat. Suvarna lost. To the turn we go with 33,000 in the middle. Inconsequential looking 3 of hearts. Ponikov's now drawn dead.
Yeah, he's definitely never going to get the ace-jack out of there. Just one and done. Good spot for Brewer to go for value, though, in case he is up against a weaker ace. Oftentimes, if Ponikov's did have ace-king, he would just keep betting, so ace-jack is definitely good for turn plus river.
No second barrel, leaving Brewer to decide how he wants to approach things, and chips understandably reached for 35,000 of them to be precise, and equally as understandable the fold with 10 high. Well, Randy, when we were in the booth with Henry here, he was asking what I got up to prior to the start of the day. I confess I slept in, grabbed a quick bite, and then headed right into the booth because I know we're going to have some long days on our hands. Maybe not so much today, but as things move along. What about you? Bright and early?
What did I do? I just kept looking for a travel adapter all day.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I was dreaming about playing tennis.
Randy was looking to steam some of those clothes that have been tucked away. So you got a glimpse there at the hardware awaiting our eventual champion, which comes with that WPT Global plaque. And you eventually found your coveted travel adapter because you have that Australian plug.
Master.
I have producer James. That's what's important.
Yeah, well, you know, he's a man of culture and gadgets. So.
You couldn't help me.
Well, I gave you a travel adapter, a universal one at that, Randy. But
it wasn't universal because it didn't work.
No, your universe required an Australian plug with a grounding slot, which, you know, I mean, few people on Earth find themselves in that situation as the King-Queen finds itself up against 2 jacks. Suvarna limped the small. Davies, of course, charged some taxes. The 9K flatted by Santosh, who didn't limp 3-bet, fortunately, given that we're looking at 8-8-5 and a man who wasn't going anywhere. And Davies brings forward 6K, a little cheeky sprinkle post-flop that does retain the King-Queen. Careful what you wish for, though. And I said that not with any sense of prophecy, but rather just the acknowledgement of the two overcards threatening, and one of them has hit this turn. Davies, however, has the Jack of Hearts working.
Yeah, I'm going to expect Davies is going to want to check this one back. Doesn't want to get blown off his heart.
Does indeed check back. That is as dry as it gets on the end.
Yeah, this should get paid off by Davies. 2 jacks could still be the best hand. Suvarna could have some floats, like straight draws that miss. Even like queen jack off, they might consider like check calling one.
Sure.
I'd just be very surprised if Davies was able to hero fold in this spot.
Yeah, 16,000 does get paid. Nice value bet there from Suvarna. And Santosh leaves Davies sub 100K.
I'm a bit afraid for Davies that the next time they have a confrontation, he's going to give him the TKO.
You left Monte Carlo earlier, right?
Yep, went to Croatia for a week with my
nice.
family. Had a great time.
Where you went?
Went to Publica, the national park with all the waterfalls. Do you know anything about Croatia?
Yeah, I've been there.
Publica was probably my favorite part of the trip.
But I don't know where's this part.
It's like
Near Split somewhere?
it's in between Zagreb and Split.
Hmm.
Yeah, went there, stayed in some small town after that, then went to Split, then went to Dubrovnik, and then went to Kotor in Montenegro.
Road trip?
Road trip.
Wow.
Yeah, it was really fun.
How many hours?
Not too many. It was
Okay. Yeah,
each day we drove like 2, maybe 3 hours.
Oh.
Yeah. Croatia's a pretty small country, but it was super nice. Like green hills all around. It was
mountain, yeah.
Exactly. It was super nice. We had a great
Green
time.
dollar signs on the mind of
Good
Albert
food,
Solistio
too.
here as we interrupt Seth Davies' travelogue.
Very
Bring you
small
top
country.
pair, top
Yeah,
kicker
I'm
on a
from
dry
Latvia,
board,
bro.
follow through.
Yeah, I guess
6 game ticket.
right. Like the idea of going on a road trip for Europeans is much different.
Yes,
than us.
very
Yes.
Like,
The
like
US
ask
is
ask
drove
like
5 hours today.
yeah, like Nick and Jason, they've done road trips from the East Coast to Vegas.
Yeah.
It's like 50 hours of driving.
Yeah,
Yeah.
very different story.
I did San Diego to Eugene, 2 to
Yeah.
4 times a year every year,
Right. When
which
I
is 14 hours.
yeah, when I was early in my time living in Vegas, I would drive to Central Oregon.
Yeah, yeah.
And I mean, it's the same drive.
Just fucking I would just one shot it. I wouldn't
Yeah,
even
one shot a bunch. Dude, that was a drive.
Yeah, right. The 10 to 12 hour mark is like right about the point where you're like, I'm really ready for this 10.
Yeah, those last few hours.
Yeah, like you get to 8 really easy.
You gotta fucking dig deep.
Especially when
Well,
you're like by yourself.
Albert has
you,
dug
like,
into the
listen to your
8-3
entire
suited
playlist.
war chest
Like, well,
21.
as he is open
I
limped
remember one time doing that
from
drive,
under the
and it
gun
was the
plus
winter,
1 here, Randy, showing
on,
us
like,
a very
hour
different
12.
approach.
like a couple
Suvarna
hours south of Bend.
seeking
and it was just
involvement
total
himself with
blizzard.
Jack 9, and now
Just fucking,
Panakov's
like, couldn't even see
asking
blizzard.
what's
It was-
what.
So the
I know.
last,
That's brutal. I've had the super brutal rainstorms at the end, but never the blizzard.
yeah, coming up to Bend, dude. So
Yeah.
the last like
8 deuce?
It's windy too. It's windy and dark on the way up there.
I would
yeah,
never
it
do
is.
this.
That's scary.
yeah, driving through Oregon's no joke.
Yeah. Even
better 8-3.
I had some like some like brutal drives.
Randy, what's the
Yeah,
longest
we get, like,
road trip
hydroplane
you've
like
ever
rain.
taken
It's
as
a
a
good
driver?
Yeah. I remember windshield.
I
was going
went
as fast
from
as you can.
Sacramento
Everyone's
to
driving
Seattle
40 miles
and
per hour.
back
You
without
see-
sleeping
Dude,
that
I was-
day. The same day we came back.
On that
Randy, what are
road
you, drug
from,
mule? What's going on?
down to, well, just going down
Sacramento to
yeah.
Seattle and back in one day? What are you, a
When I was a
coyote?
kid,
You delivering people to the border?
we,
What's
uh,
going
we
on,
had, like,
Randy?
a camper on the back of a truck.
I gotta know why you had to go to Seattle and back. Was there a cash game you had to go and get 2 orbits
Going like
into?
70
No,
down
it was
75.
for a Street Fighter tournament when I was younger, and then we lost. So we just like, let's not stay the night. Let's just go back home.
Dang, you guys got showered? That must have been a rough car ride home. As once again, rough stuff from under the gun this time for Solistio, being bullied right out of there by Panakov's Jack 10 offsuit employed this
driving
time.
back to school, and it was, well, a goal was actually
Street Fighter, which version? There's a lot of versions of Street Fighter,
we're
Randy.
going under an overpass.
Marvel vs. Capcom, do you know that?
Of course
like
I
high
know
school
Marvel
kids,
vs.
like 18,
Capcom. So it was all the Street Fighter
went out to
Legends,
Lincoln, decided to
plus
try to hit
Marvel's
balls
comic
with rocks
characters,
off
plus
an
Capcom's
overpass.
characters.
That's right.
And they threw a rock off, smashed through the window of alcohol, knocked
Who-
her out.
Who was the
and,
weak
like, she
link
was
on your
driving at
team,
the time, so she
Randy?
was
Was
knocked
it
out with her foot stuck
was
on
it
the
you
gas,
by chance?
And then
Me?
I like took the wheel. And
Whose fault was it that you guys got showered in the early rounds?
Intentionally on the side.
We're not a
So we
team. We
crashed
play
going,
individually.
Oh, really?
70,
So it's not like
flip,
esports like today where it's like a team?
Oh, well, you get 3 people on your team as when you play the game. You think we're all just hopping on and off based on which player is tagged in.
I would have preferred to see it
Like,
that
I
way,
went
yeah.
running the next day.
Okay.
She had a slightly tougher time.
wanna play for
like,
money?
She had some concussion stuff.
Randy,
Any
anything-
form of Street Fighter you want to
anything
play?
that involves a video game, I'm never doing against you for
it's
money.
insane that- It's also insane that we were just like completely behind.
Yeah, for sure.
Unless it's Bubble Bobble or Bust a Move, as we discussed.
Right, so like
You give me a couple games, I'll crush you. I'm quick.
Guys, I wish you could see the look on Randy's face. I mean, the salivary glands have been activated in fiscal fashion. Meanwhile, Ponikov's activating again, 6,000 pre-flop. Picked up both blinds, 7-8-9 board here. Top 2 for Alex as he continues to find what looks to be an opportunity to collect chips. But note, Mosbach does have the gutter.
Look at that check back.
Yeah, coordinated damp texture, and that is a disastrous turn card for Ponikov's. Kings up for Albert.
Were you guys upside down when you stopped?
No, we landed. Actually, it worked out kind of amazingly.
Well, action's on Mario, contemplating a bet. Although, it's not really expected to bet that much on the king. Does shoot out 12K. It's interesting because it's the weakest hand with a little gutter ball that's betting to 2-2 pairs.
But it's obviously the kind of board texture on the flop that a small blind flat could be repping.
Yeah, small blind flats have lots of strong hands on this flop board, right? Like sets, 2 pairs, straights.
Yeah.
I mean, Ponikov's has to continue with his 2 pair as well, as played. You can see there's a bit of caution from Albert, and Ponikov's likely as well because of Mosbach's range could be very strong. So 3 ways. Good river card.
36K extra into the middle. Queen of clubs on the end, giving Mosbach second pair. But of course, when you get called in 2 spots, you are concerned about King X being a part of those hanging around.
Yeah, it's a sliver of showdown value. I would say it's unlikely to be good, but he might not be able to get 2 people to fold.
I wonder how Albert responds to a presumed check here from Mosbach.
That year, same year. That was my senior.
I mean, one has to assume he would bet the kings up.
Yeah, Albert should value bet if it gets checked to him. He doesn't want to see checkbacks from like ace, king, king, jack. But
Well, we're not going to get to observe that because it looks as though Mosbach has decided the presence of a jack in his hand is adequate for him to tell the story of having flopped the joint.
So he's turning the queen jack into a bluff because him betting to 2 people looks very strong. And I'm going to guess the reason also is that queen pairing helps him block 2 pair, which can call, which is king-queen. Most likely would be in someone's hand. But blocking that allows him the opportunity to take a stab here. King 8's going to call. Ponikov's is like, seriously?
Yeah, this is a little funky now with 9s and 8s. You know, he doesn't have data points on Albert, clearly, given that this is Celestio's first event. Beyond what he's observed thus far here at this table with him.
I think Ponikov's is going to lean toward getting away. Yeah, nicely done.
And you can see Mosbach immediately recognizing the call from Celestio doesn't bode well for a single pair of queens. And Albert taking down the largest pot we've seen him enjoy.
It's gonna work versus me as well.
No?
No.
That's
And
really
you
bad.
see Alex just let Mario know
I
there
mean,
was
I
no
have a
hope
very
for you.
strong hand.
Gonna be able to like jump over houses.
Because if Albert folds, he definitely calls.
Athleticism was so off the charts.
By the way, do want to take a moment, as always, to acknowledge those who are streaming us live and direct, be it through our YouTube channel, Twitch, or, of course, our preferred favorite, the Triton Poker Plus app, where YouTube is on our mind. Good to have you guys aboard. obviously, we want to direct you not just to the live stream, but also over to GTO Wizard, the #1 learning app for poker players, where you can test your mettle against their award-winning software. It'll help you make optimal decisions in high-pressure spots. Study any situation using any bet size and make it the ultimate tool to prepare yourself for those critical moments at the table. Check them out today at gtowizard.com. Michael Manson in the chat, by the way, writes, let's get the likes up for giving us viewers another great series with great announcers. Humble thank you from the booth, Michael. And obviously, if you are enjoying what you're seeing, by all means, do let us know by clicking that like button. And while you're at it, go ahead and click the subscribe button to ensure that you don't miss any of what's on offer here at the Triton Poker Series. Completely free of charge, as always.
I should. Yeah. I don't know about
it's Pikachu.
That. I got 87.5. Yeah, I mean.
I got you.
Maybe like small college.
Nikita Vadziukowski in the yellow there, yes. The hybrid of Nikita and Pikachu. Fantastic work out of you, Randy. So Davey's going to work with King 10, Mosbach flatting the 5s.
Yeah,
Suvarna will take his chances on Ace-7 off.
Yeah, kind of have the right tools for it.
And it was nice, like 30 minutes, yeah? Like, you never track your
Change
sleep?
made. Flop delivered.
You getting deep sleep or
10-9-6. Gut shot and a relevant ace of clubs for Suvarna. He checks over to top pair. And the king of clubs for Davies.
Wouldn't surprise me if Davies checks this one over to the button. It's not really his type of board from under guns, so he can induce bluffs in position and maybe even go for check raise.
No point when everything is nice. What's the perfect time for a nap for you?
Round of knuckles. Davies having declined to follow through on that texture. Now a pair of 7s for Suvarna. 4-liner on board.
Yeah, normally on these 4-liners, if Suvarna didn't have a piece, he would be stabbing to rep the 8. Because he has a pair, there's not much reason to bet. Over to Mosbach. Might be tempting for him to stab, although there's not many 8s he's representing besides pocket 8s. Seems like he's going to try.
12K from Mosbach, deciding that he can credibly represent the 8X. Does move Suvarna into the muck. Let's see whether or not Davies wants to hang in at this half pot size, a little north of.
Yeah, I'm kind of expecting Davies to continue for at least one bet.
Well, it's just that with 2 rounds of checks in front of Mario, whether or not he actually has King 10 beat, what he has is a golden opportunity to try to lay claim to the pot. And a spot where if Davies does click call, he's going to just be praying that Mario shuts down behind him because he could be drawing dead. So well done there from the pocket 5s of the Austrian.
It's been real, gentlemen.
Yeah, I think the key point you mentioned is you're not sure if that river bet is coming, and obviously Mario is very capable of multiple bets.
Jules?
Yeah.
Mario,
Nice to meet you.
I don't think we met before,
Keeping
did
it
we?
clean.
We played, but we didn't talk.
Okay, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Maybe one time. It was here.
I do remember. I remember your name from
MC Damage.
Montenegro
Would be
last year.
amazing.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
But you're British,
My
right?
friends would like it on stream for sure.
British and French.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I didn't know you were British. I only knew you were French.
Yeah, I'm born in London.
Okay,
Actually.
I didn't know that, yeah.
I moved when I was 4, that's why.
You decided not to do Monaco?
I don't like Monaco. I went one time, I really don't like it. Super boring.
It's actually surprising for French, you know?
Yeah.
No, I don't like France. Really
It's so surprising, but...
Yeah? Most French love it?
I feel like French people generally are pretty prideful about France.
No. I've been in Asia for 10 years. I don't like...
I do like Asia.
So Jules Dickerson getting engaged by the crew here early as he took his seat. Plays under the Union Jack British banner, though of French descent, and apparently not a fan of Monaco. Although, Randy, you and I very much are fans of Monaco. The thing is, the reason that we're fans of Monaco has more to do with the chicken fingers served at the venue for Triton than just about anything else.
The staff chicken fingers.
Brewer serving up 6K, courtesy of King 10. Pocket 9s for Ponikovs, just flats and defends the big, finds the overpair on the 6-side 2-diamond board. Options for him?
Yeah, it seems like Ponikovs is contemplating leading. It's not something you see as much from the big blind, but this type of board does get checked back a lot from early position preflop raisers. Does eventually check it over to Brewer.
There was a little bit of confusion there. Brewer wasn't sure if the action was on him or not. Said that he thought he saw Ponikov's check, and Alex says, as you wish, knuckles. Knuckle back from the King 10, which fans on the Queen turn.
And not often we see players bet into cards that tend to hit the pre-flop raise who check back, so this Queen could be in Brewer's range, like Ace Queens, King Queens. You see Ponikov's putting in a little small little stab, doesn't want to see a check through, and that works. Small bets.
Should have bet the flop.
What?
I should have bet the flop.
Want to change anything?
How can I get my life up? You wouldn't see a rabbit card.
Yeah, they reset it for everyone.
You wouldn't see a rabbit card.
I wouldn't understand at all.
Yeah. That's the only change.
Yeah.
What happened?
Can I have a live updates? Three.
Suha, who's a fixture in our Triton chats at just about every event. Good to see you.
Hello.
Writing. Love to hear these guys talk. So do we here in the booth. I know sometimes we can't always predict when a great conversation is going to break out, and we do clip the front or back end of some of it as we try to bring you a little bit of the poker and the analysis as well. But certainly we have a preference for being flies on the wall. Dickerson puts 7,000 into flight from the hijacks. Alistio flatting with Queen 10 off.
Yeah, even opens a little loose from the hijack.
And look at Suvarna. He's just decided, I want to get involved and play a bunch of pots here in these early stages of this one. He is the second biggest stack in the field. Albert, the biggest, as they share those sentiments.
Not often we see a five-way pot.
You're right about that. Ponikovs and Babs both involved as well. Jack 10-6, top pair for Jules Dickerson. Second pair for Albert. Suvarna with the straight draws. Both blinds with a little tickle in the form of a 6. So absent the follow-through, understandably, from Jules, concerned about 4 others in the pot, despite having the best hand. Albert decides he'll speak up. 17,000, the chatter.
Wow.
Suvarna sticks in there, and Jules just says, you know, a better jack is on my mind in a 5-way pot, and I'm going to say goodbye.
Yeah, it makes sense, just because 5-ways usually someone would have a better jack if someone's bet and calling.
So heads up for a heart's turn. And look at Albert, unconcerned about Suvarna having a better holding, bets 25,000. As though he knows he's got the best hand. Now Santosh at that price with the 2-way straight draw. Gonna stay interested?
Should be staying interested. He's very deep stack. He's got position. Let's see a river card.
And that river card does nothing more than give Santosh the inferior pair.
Yeah, it's okay. Relatively okay.
But maybe not.
We will see in 100 years when they study the phone. Wow. We'll see what they say.
Is he going to go for more value with the Queen 10? No, does check it. It's pretty hard for a pair of 9s to be good in this spot. But can you get a better hand to fold? I'm not so sure.
Yeah, he decides better of barreling at Albert, who doesn't look particularly proud of his 10, but Suvarna.
Look at Jules, like, seriously?
He plays perfectly. He plays perfectly.
8-9, something.
Somebody getting a little update there.
I kind of
with respect to Albert. Was that Ferdy, maybe?
I'm thinking it's Putra because he's also Indonesian.
Yeah. Perhaps one of his buddies that he's brought out here. I mean, word of mouth has been pretty compelling in terms of introducing new faces to Triton. Obviously, these streams and our post-produced shows that we broadcast having a little something to do with it. It's ironic because Putra himself first came to a Triton when he phoned us up and said, hey, I just saw this poker tournament. Can I play?
I like it on my left
and
arm.
we were like, yeah, come on down.
I can
plays the highest stakes.
Yeah, he's fit right in. Plays the cash games as well that you commentate on, Randy.
It's okay. You have a lucky touch.
I gotta ask, is John Juwanda Indonesian as well?
I want to say Juwanda plays under that banner. Yeah, yeah. Obviously, we have far more Malaysian participants, but certainly those three do come to mind. I haven't seen John just yet. Unclear whether or not he's going to be making the trip or if he's just hanging back, waiting for another Jeju stop, which is a little bit closer maybe to his stomping grounds. Did come to the Bahamas, of course. Did John. Bads, meanwhile, blind versus blind, limping in against Brewer, dominating. Where's my sunglasses? There they are. They're both going behind the lenses. Synchronized shades, 10-6-4, bottom 2 for Brewer. Bads was second pair and a good kicker.
This is going to be a bit of trouble for Bads. He's definitely going to be paying off at least one straight, likely two. Could see some defense, although his kicker is decent. That might be worthy of a bet. Looks like he is going to go with the min bet. Burr might be raising this flop because he unblocks top pair, which often would be betting. He wants to try to push money into the middle. So there's the raise, 3x. For Bats to bet this flop, he shouldn't be looking to fold at this moment. He's expecting Bird to bluff raise him from time to time.
Yeah, and there's a lot of draws available in terms of the straights as well. So in goes the extra 6,000 demanded. 27K. In the middle, the 5 does iron out some of those gutters that might have approached things in this fashion from a big blind check back and then flop raise.
Yeah, Burr shouldn't be looking to slow down. He needs to protect against the straightiness. He unblocks the 10, which is a big part of Makita's range. That bet calls flop. It's likely going to go towards pot.
Brewer betting 27,000, and full pot is a little bit too much to keep Queen 6 interested. So a little costlier than it might have otherwise been for Makita. Courtesy of the early announcements from bottom 2 out of Brewer. Brewer looks like he took the flight you took, Randy. What was your route from Melbourne? You went Melbourne, Antarctica, Argentina,
yeah,
and then back to South Africa,
well,
and then you got here?
Went to North Pole as well.
That's right.
Yeah.
You took, what, 16 layovers?
Bermuda Triangle, I went there too.
You really, what was it? Melbourne, Shanghai, London.
Here.
And then you had to switch airports in London too?
No, I didn't have to switch airports.
Oh, you didn't have to switch airports. But you left the airport because your layover was so long.
That's true.
Where'd you go? You went to some restaurant that you were raving about? Said the best thing you've eaten in a long time?
Well, I mean, you know the cook Ottolenghi, yeah?
No.
I feel like you would know, Yotam Ottolenghi. You wouldn't know this? It's like pretty famous.
Maybe there was a Chef's Table episode.
Never mind it.
Anyway.
Conversation over.
Suvarna cooking with inferior spades here. And Ponikov's turns up the burner. Ace Jack cut off squeeze to 23,000. What was the dish though, Randy? You had some cauliflower. What was it?
Potato fritters. Sweet potato fritter.
Potato fritters. That's the one, huh?
Dude, you have to taste. Never mind.
All right.
Can we get back to the action?
We can, but you know, we're just waiting on Jules. Remember, this is the man who opened and into a five-way affair, check folded top pair. Not to be critical, but obviously just demonstrating that there is some step aside available in those bones.
Jules
Not on this
had
occasion.
enough.
Yeah, 16,000 plunked in.
Gonna guess Suvarna comes along as well. It's getting a good price.
Yeah, it can close the action and doesn't rate to be interfering with either other holding. Although, as we can see, spades would be a problem for him. Unless, of course, he found the straight flush. 6 in the window was always good, but the ace and the jack behind it very much dashing his prospects. Top 2 for Ponikov's and problems for Dickerson, who checks.
Yeah, this is a huge spot for Ponikov's. He's playing about 1.5 SPR. It's pretty easy to get it all in by the river, so he's likely to size down. Against 2 opponents, more likely one of them's got an ace that he can get value from. He also wants gut shots to continue.
19.
There's the announcement. 19,000. Not at all greedy.
Yeah, if you got here of ace-8, definitely going to be check calling. See what's up on the turn.
Now for Suvarna, no spade on board, just bottom pair. Bet and call in front of us. You would think an exit would have been available, but he wants to peel.
I think the logic here is if he hits a 6 or 9, he can just get a full double. He knows someone's got a big ace.
Well, as we can see, the 9 would be no good. The 6 would have worked, but instead it's the 8 of clubs, and it's a problem for Jules Dickerson, who thinks that this may be gin, but it's a little more than tonic against ace-jack.
This is just brutal. I mean, you call 3-bet ace-8, you turn the best turn card. You can beat ace-king, ace-queen, that would go for value. It's just rough. And at this point, when Ponikov's bets the flop and gets called in 2 spots, he knows someone has at least an ace.
All in.
Oh, man.
How much?
Jam for 86,000 into Dickerson. That is not an amount that I expect he's going to be able to get away from.
I mean, he's loving it, to be honest.
Yeah, sure. It's because he's not looking at the screen we are.
He's just taking a little time, hoping Suvarna has got like some big ace that can continue if when he overcalls. But bad news will be incoming shortly for Dickerson.
So there's the flat and the anticipated exit from Suvarna. Over 300K pot, and Dickerson drawing to just the 8. Ponikov's poised to double, which he does.
He's back.
That he is.
Espresso time.
You talking about the now not iced but room temperature mochas that that I brought? Randy, or you mean?
I'm talking about the little cup that Jules Dickerson just downed after.
Okay.
That. But why is there 2 backup ones that you're not giving me? The lukewarm mochas. What are they doing there?
Well, I got 4 because I was thinking about producer James Dempsey and our technical producer Martins. But then I realized neither of them were interested. So then I kept them here as backups for us. But after you showered them, Randy, I kept them for myself.
Can I have one?
You really got a lot of nerve over there. By the way, I want to point out that out of the 2 of us, Randy has finished his mocha that he had a lot to say about, and I'm still working mine. So,
are you going to hand it over yet?
All right, fine. I'll give you one. I'm going to give you the one that has chocolate on the rim, so be careful.
Thanks, buddy.
Sulistio, not being careful with 5-6 of spades. This is an under-the-gun limp. We've seen multiple occasions on which he has shown a willingness to take sub-premium kit into battle as a limper in early position. Brewer on the button, seeking some involvement himself with the 8-9 off, and of course Mosbach with the ace-king will ask questions of the boys. Taking it to 20K, suited ace for Dickerson. Left with 109,000 here. And wondering whether or not this isn't Mosbach maybe targeting what he perceives as weakness.
Oh, he's 100% thinking about that, because if Mosbach is making a move, he might just reshove this and hope to take it down pre. It seems like it's a shove or fold spot, flatting not too often because that allows the other players to come along.
That does feel like it's what's on his mind. And he's gone with the all-in. This is going to be poor for Dickerson. Dominated. Mosbach had the goods. More than happy to call.
Are we in Amsterdam?
In what?
Are we in Amsterdam?
Red light, you mean? Or?
Red light district. Is someone about to get fucked?
7-5-4 off. Ace-king doing well. Diamond on the flop. No backdoor concerns for Mosbach, and poised to haul in 233 and polish off Dickerson's bullet, which he does.
He'll be back.
Yeah, something tells me it's not a 25K and say goodbye sort of situation for Jules, but this was a less than merciful experience at the feature for him.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
It can come apart in a hurry, Randy. We've seen it on multiple occasions. As the Indonesian first-timer now, 441,000 in front of him, ahead of Mosbach, who just hauled in the remains of Dickerson. Ponikov's trailing behind. Believe it or not, those 3 flags are not from the same country. This is like an optical illusion. It looks like a London Underground logo or like a, you know, some sort of foreign stop sign. Anyway, it's like Indonesia, Austria, and Latvia.
But if you didn't have the names next to it, man, this would be a trick question. SAT type question, you know?
Geography section of the exam, which Henry and I failed earlier. I say Henry and I, Grenada, Henry conflated with Granada, which is an area of Spain. I don't believe it's its own country, whereas Grenada is a Caribbean island. And I did properly identify that for the record. But then, you know, I didn't want to shower Henry. He seemed very convinced that, you know. You're lucky you weren't in there.
You would have showered me for sure.
You would have showered yourself, Randy. Bet ACR giving us the glimpse there at those chip counts as some formalities are being handled at the feature table. Blinds 1,500, 3,000. 3K big blind any as we work our way forward during the open enrollment period of this first event of our Triton Montenegro series, 25K. Players
and then she accidentally
still funneling into this one. I spy Ramin Hajiev,
and he was like, "Oh, that piece."
Ben Heath, Alex Foxen,
it was
Jean-Noel Torel, also
like
here.
Thing, you know, it was
Mr. Main Event.
Yeah, it's him.
But like, it's one thing to do it with like the game you grew up playing, but like, the pieces randomized.
Seven?
What do you mean pieces randomized?
So like
Last
they usually, yeah, the last row they literally use like a randomizer.
That's a new way of chess.
Yeah. So like the king could be in the corner.
No way.
Yeah, it's sick because like they don't have solutions.
Yeah. But honestly, I don't think it's like that hard, you know. For it's just I remember I was playing dart like normal chess when I was a kid, so I assume it's someone like one of the best in the world. Surely he can do it even with the last.
Yeah. I mean, it's impressive to me, but I wasn't shocked that he could do it in a sense. But I was like, it's still impressive that he can be someone who's like a pretty good chess player while blindfolded.
7,000 to go, says Ponikovs. With action back underway. Jack 8 suited. Mosbach.
You almost
applying
hooked
some
me
pressure.
with my favorite number.
Yeah, I mean.
What is your favorite number?
I feel like
21.
in many, like areas,
Nelson Kidby.
wherever the best is doing, it's always
21K free bet and get it done.
You think he plays blackjack?
My actually favorite number
See,
is
I'm
16.
surprised you even said blackjack,
And
Randy,
it's
because
true.
as we've established, you have a baccarat
All my
problem.
childhood, everything was around 16.
Or when I'm
Do you play mini buck, or you got to play the big buck because you want to destroy the cards?
Oh yeah, I don't touch it if
Some
I can't
important
touch the
dates.
card.
You're not interested in
So, you know.
not holding your own fate in your hands. I get it. It's, you know, there's helplines for what you're going through, Randy.
I've recovered.
What do you mean, you got even lifetime, or what, you gave it up? Gotta love it. Meanwhile, another look at the chip counts. You know, not a whole lot has changed, but of course, Mosbach, after that little 3-bet, dethrones Celestio.
If we have time, can I go drop a... Oh, never mind. Won't be going to drop a bet real fast.
Randy, I need you in here, A. B, I need you not to get yourself in any trouble. It's day 1 of the trip, you know.
How about day 2?
Please don't sign your paycheck over to Maestral.
I guess he could.
Bads, signing off on the ace-jack. Makes it 6 to go.
Yeah, it's still.
I mean,
it's still
it was
10 factorial or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, no.
It was already.
Knights can be in the same. You can swap them, so it's not quite 10 factorial. But whatever. It's a lot of combinations.
King 7-7 trips for Albert here.
That's the life.
The small blind.
Might even get a little bit of chips from Mikita. This type of board that a C-bet often comes in. Does check it back.
Like pretty popular though.
He does.
Doing like high-level chess tournaments with it.
It's not good for Savarna, who pairs the 8.
Like Magnus is still the best, which is kind of cool. Like he's still just, and like Collar's like he's maybe second best, which is also kind of cool. But like,
Who's Ricardo? Is that the streamer?
Yeah.
Japanese streamer?
No, he's American. He's the best American player.
See how Savarna reacts to this 15K. He flicks in a call.
He's somewhere in the top 10. He might be like top 5 in the world.
I think departure is going to be quite simple and straightforward for Mikita, who did not position bet as a follow-through. Well served not to have done so, despite the dryness of the board texture.
Everyone always loses
Now a
against
6
Magnus.
on the river, and with 51,000 out there,
He don't even compete.
we await Albert's choice.
He's not ranked, but he still wins.
Yeah, personally, I would like to see a big bet. Whatever you think a king will not be folding to.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, maybe. Yeah, maybe like
40,000 into the 51 qualifies.
Who's the Russian guy?
They're kind of tricky for Savarna because he doesn't know much about Albert and his ranges and how willing he's going to bluff, and he makes the call.
Yeah, keeping him honest, and unfortunately getting shown trips.
The newcomer, 500,000 in chips now.
You know, we've seen throughout the history of Triton these really strong performances out of first-timers, Randy, and it's certainly emerged as a theme, not a fluke. And I think it's pretty straightforward to, you know, speculate that it has everything to do with people just needing to invest in some of the data as they try to figure folks out.
I know how you play, but you don't know how I play.
Right, right. Newcomer there in the 4-hole, Same Elamawi. Same playing under the Egyptian banner.
Oh, that's cool.
But it's like very complicated.
Does appear to be his first ever Triton Festival, although I confess he looks somewhat familiar to me. I don't know whether or not it's within our borders here or beyond them, but if we are to believe the app, we owe him a warm welcome.
I'll say
At his first ever festival.
Familiar to me because I follow the Triton Instagram, and I believe he's set up for that 200K Invitational.
All right. There's your explanation, perhaps.
Yeah, they would have had to go to the tiebreaker and they dropped it instead.
8-8-7 board here after Mosbach started things with a raise to 7,000. His king-queen failing to connect, and Suvarna's pocket sixes doing all right on this texture.
Field-wise, we cannot compete with Jeju, huh?
I mean, yeah. We don't even have enough space here.
Mario with no follow-through. Ace on the turn, however, a card that might motivate him, as you see Suvarna not eager to bet.
Yeah. To be fair, like now so many people also prefer to play online series. So.
Yeah. I think I also think like a decent amount of people had tough series in Jeju and all.
The bigger the field, the more
checked around.
Towards
Mosbach
you winning.
didn't have bluffing on his mind, and the sixes have held on, provided that another round of checks awaits. Does feel likely.
I'll take a break for the next one.
Yeah, I think this is just going to continue to check.
Well, the field was small. It was like, it felt like you might...
Let's turn the king-queen into a bluff.
Like, yeah, I'll probably
and
make
it likely will just get it done.
Like, I'll have a sweat.
Mosbach, 16,000. Might Suvarna be asking himself why a barrel didn't come in on the turn if you had ace-x? Apparently not. He steps aside.
Yeah, the problem there was Santos was sandwiched. Hold on. No way.
Elamawi has called. No, I'm sorry. He has raised, forgive me, to 40,000. How about it? Welcome to the Triton Poker Series, Mr. Elamawi, as he muscles one of the best to do it of late. Mosbach right out of there.
That's slick.
That is slick.
Unbelievable. Wow.
Let's keep an eye on that gentleman, shall we?
Yeah, but was it in pounds?
He did it so casually, like
really
he knew
did.
what's up.
He really did.
Adjusted, so in
You're so right about it.
Main event 125,
Main event was 125.
Invitational 250.
And then we had a 200K instead of a 150.
Yeah.
What is the 1 in 3?
I think I remember the invitational action. Was it there? It's Cyprus.
That was Cyprus, yeah. No, London wasn't. London Invitational was not.
I bubbled London Invitational, I remember.
You bubbled the
Pocket
200K
sevens
also.
or?
No, maybe it wasn't Invitational then, it was 200K.
Yeah, it was test then.
I remember, yeah.
Sevens when Dwarves had like aces with 1 BB or something?
Seven, yeah, but I don't think someone like was extremely short, but maybe like 4 bigs, 5 bigs, something.
So Ollie, I'm reading chat, and they're saying that Same was on high-stakes poker not too long ago.
Oh, that's right.
So does that ring a bell?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
Nosebleed cash game action out of him.
It was a normal hand. I just remember you got called.
Love that we've added this ingredient to the crock pot here, although Ponikov's unaware of what just took place and the violent nature of it from Same. Finds himself raising it to 12,000 in position against the small blind limp. His 8-4, following through on the A7-3 board. Elamawi not going to give us any fireworks this time as he just steps aside from the dry texture with a little more than jack high. But
now if you play online, this like 4 players.
I don't think
cash, you know, or this like for example,
we can make any assumptions about what he's going to be doing in any
caches,
given spot.
It's very easy to be bubbled. Like, you know, it's 1 out of 5 times you get in deep, basically. So.
28.
I'll probably say the GG.
Yeah, it depends on whether my wife is joining. So I'll say at the end. If not, maybe.
Well, oh no! I just meant in general. Where it was just like they were just like the payouts were 220 for first, 175 for second, 125 for third, and he would just be like 4 left. He'd be like, God damn it! I either am having a great day or a terrible day. There's no in between.
I
I pure bubble 3 of those in a row.
Yeah, that's brutal. It's such a dumb structural.
Oh, you get him,
Like
Same.
60% of the prize.
8-4 offsuit on the
Yeah.
button.
How about it? Ponikov's with nothing to fight with. Nikita, though, pocket fours. To the flop we go. Queen, Jack, deuce. 2 clubs. Bads. Checking to the 2 over. Summit wasting no time telling the story here as he takes his quill and dips it in the ink.
It's going to be tough for the 2-4s to continue. It'd be a great read if he can check call this spot.
You're just so adrift if you do. No club in hand, and yet
nice.
Nikita does make the find. 37-5 out there. 9 on the turn does provide the bad side of a gut shot to Same. Oh, look at this. Wasting no time with the action checked over to him, reaching for chips, and once again he barrels at these 4s. 17,000 reeks of something credible.
You the man, Same.
Yes, sir.
Like really, like all these elite grandmasters playing the tournament, and there was one game where it was like, I think it was like Magnus and all these players or something, and they just like both bundled like significant amount within the whole studios.
First 2 moves.
Yeah, because like the openings can get like, the openings they'll just wield because they've never looked at it before, and like they'll having to like make it up, so it's like easy to like. You're not a computer, it's easy to make like a really bad opening move, actually.
You mean they fucked up compared to like AI?
Yeah, to the AI, because they
evaluation.
have not that like a human revealed but like something where like, yeah, it was like they both lost like 0.3 or something, where it's like a pretty significant opening mistake.
I think it's 1.3.
Which is kind of cool.
7K says Suvarna with ace tray.
For sure.
Is now the second shortest stack at the table, just slightly behind Bads.
This is loose from
In front
Ponikov's.
of Brewer, yeah. Alex 3-5 suited on the button. Wants to play one in position against the man.
Yeah, he feels he's got a post-flop edge with deep stacks. We'll see if that plays out.
Ace 10-8. Alex has flopped the flush draw. Suvarna with top pair. Brewer with the gutter. Follow through from Santosh. 12,000.
What said default is to call in position. Wonder if something else is on his mind. Goes with standard protocol.
I mean, I really hope freestyle chess will overtake the normal ones. Normal ones just, regular chess are just too boring.
Another 24 into the center. No diamond.
You mean,
like I'm saying, like the
on the turn.
now just play like, you know, 95.
The queen is a bit pesky for a hand like ace tray
and
versus
if
some of the flats,
even mediocre
both pre
player
and
could do,
post
like,
from
4 over
Ponikov's.
10, 20 moves.
Yeah,
very
it could definitely
decent,
improve
so, like,
Ponikov's,
just
whether it be like
following
king, jack,
the
queen,
book.
10.
Yeah, you
Ace
just
3
need
could
one,
be
like,
against better aces.
one wise opening and like
Be a bit cautious, I like it.
2 defenses on black, and you're like pretty good.
So like, let's say, you know, top pros are like over 2,500 rating, right?
Yeah.
So if you take like 2,000 player, I'm guessing at the freestyle chess, so many of them will be fucking up in the very first move.
Oh yeah,
like,
yeah.
Constantly, so
Yeah.
in a freestyle chess.
And look at Alex with the check in front of him,
well, they could play
seizing the initiative. 17K.
Like even in the
Yeah,
confusion,
that's
they
the
might
thing.
just be in freestyle. They might just hold you.
Yeah, the 17K is kind of designed to just fold out high C betting range, like pocket pairs. But it's so small that it got Suvarna to think the ace 3 is good enough for a check raise.
45,000 says Santosh.
This is great awareness of ace 3.
You got to admire the fight in him. you know, because you're putting a tremendous amount of pressure on anything other than King Jack Jack 9 as an opener.
So you have to keep it holding. But actually having a burn cards.
Yeah, I feel like Suvarna's improved so much that like you just can't get away with these small bets on turn, assuming you never get check raised by hands like this. So this is a great counter from Santosh based on the sizing he was up against on the turn.
I mean, look at the price that would be required of Ponikov's to continue.
Yeah, I'm going to expect he's going to continue against this price, feeling like Suvarna is quite strong, and if he hits a diamond, hopefully he can get the rest of the stack in. You know, say he's up against 2 pair straights or like sets.
Look at Ponikov's. He wants to peel here. And this isn't strictly on account of the diamonds, but perhaps perceptions that he's going to be able to get a check out of Suvarna, maybe on a card such as this, the King of Clubs, that would allow him to bluff.
Yeah, as played, Suvarna has to check here. This is a very bad card for him.
But also if you just speak about like, you know, opening ranges. Like
but you know, if you don't think that there's a jack in range for Ponikov's to call the check raise, which I don't think you can ever safely assume, Randy,
right.
But if that's his read, he could be the man to turn the ace tray into the bluff. But he does check, and of course that is where you feel he needs to be, understandably. And now Ponikov's didn't come this far to say goodbye to 140 in the middle with 5 high checking back.
Maybe this thing is more needed actually for, like, let's say for online poker.
I feel like he's just got to dump it all in here and try to fold out 2 pair.
Basically 1 SPR effective.
Now there's, you know, like just imagine, like, how could you actually, I mean, no.
If he bets too small, he gets crying calls out of Suvarna. He doesn't know Suvarna's only got ace 3.
Of course.
The order of the board comes in would matter so much too. Yeah. Like it's not like you could be like, oh, like 8-7-2 or.
It's very important on any like board post flop.
All in.
There we go.
All in the declaration, and this is just disastrous news for Suvarna. He really gave it all he had there on the turn.
Like the blockers and everything, it's just equilibrium broken.
I just don't see how he can call with ace 3. No. Wow. No. What a play from Ponikov's.
Just incredible. Really, really solid. And you know, that call on the turn, again, I go back to the fact that it wasn't simply let me make the diamonds. It was let me maybe get a chance here on the end if Santosh doesn't simply unload the clip. That's exactly how it played out. Helpful river card, of course.
That was a cool hand.
Yeah.
That's a really good idea.
Maybe, you know.
I don't know that Santosh feels that way about it, though, Randy.
Especially if you're playing a heads up, you know.
That was a cool hand for Ponikov's.
People
yeah,
are really
there
kind
you
of
go.
desperate to play heads up because they're afraid to get cheated.
Cool heads up is changes it all.
Heads up.
Maybe a good thing to actually try it at the heads up
3
first.
cards burn, right?
Whatever. I mean, whatever you decide. Any system. You could do a pre-flop, like, you know, the start of the hand.
Yeah, you could show
as many as you like.
You could show 1. You could just literally have it randomized when the call is going to get shown.
You know, that last exchange, really, one of the things that helps to illustrate why it is that Alex is so respected. And by the way, lacks the ego that, for those that maybe don't respect his game, would cause him any problem at all. Like, he just knows exactly what his talent and his skill level is and goes out there and does his job. Not trying to bring any undue attention to it, but obviously it's hard to hide when you show us a hand like that.
Yeah, it's hard to hide when you show up to all the Tritons, make the final tables of all the biggest buy-ins.
Right.
He's like, yeah, but I don't have a title, but look at how much earnings you have. You know, like, he's a huge crusher.
Mm-hmm. You have the stats on Ponikov's for us, Randy?
Yeah, I do, thanks to the Triton Poker Plus app. This man, 17.458 million in Triton earnings. And that's 23 cashes.
I mean, like, obviously those stuff like
his last cash being second in the 150K 8 max. That was a heartbreaker, even though he picked up 3.1 million for the performance, because it kept him without a title. Which is
Like,
something that
like,
during
I
that one
don't-
we
I don't know how
thought
much of
for
Maddle-
sure
Maddle-
now
Maddle-
has to be the moment. But it just wasn't to be.
He has to be one of the winningest Triton players that doesn't have a title, though.
Oh, yeah, in terms of overall cash?
Like,
I mean, Haxton's there for sure.
those two, I don't
Yeah.
think anyone eclipses them. A queen 3 suited and a cutoff. Going to get resistance as Brewer's got pocket 7s. Plays as a flat, which makes sense off of his 60 big blinds.
Pocket 7s, as you pointed out. Showing resistance, albeit in the form of a flat on the button. 1 over card on the 10-4 tray board. Bottom pair, the interactions for Bads.
So addicted.
7s often wants to bet in his spot. Hopefully take it down, maybe a little value from ace highs.
You saw no follow through there from Mikita.
Oh, he does check it back, so...
A little bit surprised to see it, Randy?
Yeah, a little bit. I'm going to guess the reason is he's up against Mikita, who's very capable of check raising, and that puts 7s in a very tough spot, trying to avoid that situation. Obviously, the problem is you let your opponent get free cards, and the king is very scary.
Sure.
Yeah, so as played, I believe the 7s should still look to check it at this point. Still 1 more card to fade, but you kind of don't want to inflate this pot. Unless he always expects Mikita to never have better on this run out as played. But I like check.
So does Brewer. 9 on the end. Diamonds come in.
The 3 has enough showdown value against ace-x that isn't paired. Shouldn't need to turn itself into a bluff.
Bads agrees.
Let's check it.
Yeah, Brewer content to do the same. If there was any street on which maybe value was available to Chris, it would have been on the flop. But as you pointed out, Bads, one of those guys, and you don't know what the history is between the two of them. As regulars on the Triton Tour, they played plenty of hands against one another. Maybe there's some data points there where Chris has observed pre-flop open, check raise flop on dry-looking boards.
It's actually really difficult to play pocket pairs like that if you get check raise, you know, 1 over. So, and obviously he gives Mikita a lot of credit to have these advanced plays, put in check raises, put himself in tough spots. You know, it's a tough game out there to put in 25K in a pop to play this tournament.
There is no question that the safer place to be is right here at the booth, or for that matter, out there in the YouTube streets or Twitch streets, soaking it all up with a front row seat. As we're so happy to have you doing here.
Okay, did the music just come in because Same was open under the gun?
Something to just celebrate his involvement in the pot. Christened, by the way, Dr. Same Elamawi in the YouTube chat, PhD, after that very surgical check raise that he savagely pulled off against Mosbog with the King-Queen versus the King-5. He has picked up Bats for the ride, whose baby-suited ace was content to flat. Suvarna takes the prize from the big.
So much better.
Yeah. Like
9-7 deuce. Couple of hearts.
I feel like
Suvarna
Wizard would probably
finding middle pair for the lead, but that ace of hearts.
It does feel like they would solve it.
Something that could be playing a role in this follow-through from Same.
Yeah, and also that 8. You know, it's got 3-2 straight, blocks some of the continues. I think it's a solid c-bet with his hand. Likely kicks out the ace through clubs, not the jack-7 offsuit though.
It's a cool format initially, but it runs into issues quickly.
Down goes the ace-3 of clubs. Keeping things inexpensive. Suvarna, of course, can't go anywhere. Peels and finds trips, no waiting on the turn. And this is going to be a little bit of an informative street. Given that Suvarna is a big blind defender who took a nice prize pre-flop and could be interacting much more meaningfully than an under-the-gun open is, you would like to see maybe a little bit more deference shown by Same with something as lean as ace-8 on this turn.
Like, is it mainly
Yeah, I prefer
now,
checking this one back and
assistance, or
seeing if
it's
the
a
draws
live,
get
live
there
assistance?
and whether you want to potentially bluff catch. I believe he's betting here because he thinks the ace-8 is just good, though, not that he's trying to bluff a better hand out.
I agree with you.
Cash game, Santos.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like a little bit of history between the boys. We know Suvarna likes to play some high stakes.
No, but there is no way someone could actually use GTO here just because, like,
What the?
I'm telling you right now, that history of the cash game sort of behavior might be, as Alamawi alluded to, on his mind. Keeping an eye on all of those draws, many of which are completed when the 10 of hearts hits.
Yeah, that wasn't the card Same was looking for.
But he does have the ace of hearts, Randy.
Yeah, the problem is he doesn't even get to bluff with it because he's being put to the test.
Can't bluff a man who's all in. 66.5 from Suvarna. And Alamawi made a believer. Look at that mischievous little grin on Santosh.
Shows the jack.
Yeah.
For example,
By the way, that diamond jack, which could have been
super easy to have
a check raise with the backdoor draw.
And so this way to cheat is accessible to many, like whatever.
I think we're pretty fortunate
people, it's easy
to have these two parked at this table at present. If that pot is any indication, alongside Albert, Ponikovs, who's not afraid to play a big one.
Yeah, it should be something very expensive.
This table's pretty dreamy for action.
Yeah, okay, but here's the thing. As much as you look at the lineup and you watch some of these pots the way they've played out and you think to yourself, oh man, yeah. I confess, when I find myself in streets like this, they make me very uncomfortable, Randy. I know I'm going to get led down the dark alleys in a lineup like this, and that's not where I like to go.
Yeah, and you can feel how uncomfortable it is from the booth. You know what I mean? Imagine the guys down there, they're like, oh man, am I going to get a double or am I going to be rebuying soon?
Yeah. So like, you might build something that's bad.
Yep.
Like also building something that's actually good.
Like the hands are just insane at this table. Look at this. Isolate from 7-6 of clubs.
Yeah,
We got King 3, Queen 4 in there. Like,
Button limp, small blind flat. No, you don't, says Same.
this is reminding me of the cash game stream we just did yesterday. Like, super loose, players just splashing, having a good time.
What can you share from that cash game stream, Randy?
I mean, Santosh was doing Santosh things, and here he is playing tournament. But, you know, just like a lot of loose play, people laughing, chatting the whole time.
Now, it wasn't a cash game, though, that took place here in Montenegro, as I understand it.
That's right. It was from Cyprus. From 2 years ago, we had exclusive footage, and we're like, let's release it. Private doors. Take a peek, guys.
Yeah. And the peak for Bads is at 2 jacks. That'll send us just 1 click north to 8,000 here at the 2K, 4K level.
For a short time.
Yeah, I actually had thought of that. Like instead of the card staying up, it like also becomes like a you have to pay attention thing.
Yeah.
So it like flashes on the screen and you know.
Yeah, just like a flash. It's just like, oh, what was that?
Yeah, like it shows for 5 seconds or something. I had thought that. That's how, I mean, that's how like mixed games kind of is, right? Like you don't get to like go look at your discards. You have to nibble your discards.
Yeah.
I mean, people write it down, obviously.
He's always calling the spot.
Write it on the table?
I'm saying like someone, if someone really wants to
7-3
try to
suited.
nibble, yeah, live.
Defending.
Live, you obviously just have to remember.
Finds a little wheel gutty and the gutter to the 7 high straight, so double gut shot.
It's quite a good hand for 7-3.
Yeah, and it would be really nicely disguised.
I don't know. It's like 2.
The 6 comes in more so than the deuce, of course.
Yeah.
Jacks, however, always going to be leery of the ace.
So check through. Not the ideal card to see for Panakovs.
Really?
Just because pocket pairs that check back are going to feel much more confident when the ace pairs.
Make it like available to everyone when it's like some unenforceable.
Might still shoot out a solid bet just because he has the deuce and 6 draw.
He's thinking about it.
33.
What's that, a 1.5x pot?
I mean, he really does lead you into those uncomfortable places that we were just talking about.
Yeah, so the reason he's going 1.5x pot, he feels that Makita would bet most of his aces on the flop, so he's trying to put max pressure on these kind of pocket pairs. I'm going to guess Makita will be calling. He does have some weaker aces that would check back. Wow, that's a huge fold.
That is an absolutely stellar takedown there from Panakovs.
Very long time ago.
Don't mess with Panakovs.
I mean,
No, not much.
Okay.
I was
it's
only
the sizing that does it, Randy. It's not like any barrel out of Alex is going to put Jackson to the bin. The ace pairing is actually quite nice for Makita. He knows this. But what he also knows is that Alex is cut from the cloth that isn't necessarily going to get bashful about firing on that river.
Yeah, I mean, you're right about that. And Panakovs is the type of player that knows that I know what you're thinking. I can go for max value because imagine Panakovs did have an ace or like a full house with some straight. Maybe he would go for 1.5x and he's going to jam the river to get max value from Makita. You just don't want to play against this guy post flop.
It's so wild when you see these situations that not just Panakovs, but even Bads, you know, as we saw Same, everybody here at this table is capable of putting one another in. It's like a blender festival.
I've got 2 words I would say right now if I was at this table.
All right.
Table change.
If only that were an option, eh?
Ike was there as well.
Here comes Santosh with Jack 10, and in turn, Elamawi with ace 4.
I love this table.
Oh, man. How much does Suvarna love the Jack 10 offsuit? Sitting 183 back, enough to hang around?
There's so much history between these two.
He was like the best in all league.
Look at Same. He's here for it, too, man.
Playing other disciplines and all this.
One of them is going down eventually. We'll find out who.
Yeah.
Jack 10-9 top 2. Suvarna stranglehold on the equity.
Yeah, but I'm
I
not
would
judging,
think
like,
ace 4 wouldn't want to see bet this board. Yeah, I like that check
people
back.
So close to someone saying like one,
Full
the
house.
other.
Yeah.
I mean, OTB
Unnecessary,
probably was actually the
but
one
obviously
who
comforting
people
improvement
didn't argue
for
about it.
Suvarna,
It was like, you know,
given the
very
coordinated
soft,
texture
maybe
on the
for
flop, and now with a second check in front of him.
And then
Same
lots
just
of
asking politely
other
for the
great
pot,
players.
25K.
480 Truth Teller,
You're not going to get the
Channel
pot.
7,
No. Request denied.
Ibiza Poker as well. Yeah.
The check
wow, that's-
raise
actually, I didn't
min.
know that until like, I don't know, maybe
This
2
game.
years ago.
It's something else. Look at the smirk.
You gotta love how cheeky the boys are.
2-0 Santos.
2-0 Santosh.
Yeah.
Well, it's all because like you didn't have a way to get people off back then. You still figured that fault out.
Well, in spite of the fact that Santosh has outperformed Elamawi in their exchanges, he's still just slightly north of the 250K starting stack here. Rallied, though, as he was the shorty for a minute. Those honors belong to Bads, who sits south of Elamawi, second shortest stack at the table, given some of his damages sustained most recently at the hands of Panakovs. You know how we give out time banks? What if we did give out like a time change tile? I mean, a table change style. You're just like, guys, I like all of you. But goodbye. Here you go. Hit the table change tile. Out you go.
Yeah, but this table is pure cinema. I kind of want front row seats as well, you know?
You're so right about it. Get your popcorn ready.
Got ace-9, big raise up front. That'll win it.
Yeah, so Listio, by the way, showing us all sorts of different things, and unpredictability is his asset.
Being that was the most fun time for playing
No
poker
doubt about
with you.
that.
Battling every day.
Randy, when's the last time you went to a movie?
Recently.
Really?
What about what?
At an actual theater, Randy.
Yeah, what did I watch?
I mean, 2019.
Sinners, you know
when
what
we
that
had,
is?
Like, this 25K was
Sinners?
fun time for sure.
Yeah, it's a horror. Vampires.
What kind of theater was this, Randy? I meant like a conventional, not adult. What's going on here?
Never mind.
No, I think I saw a
Also, you
promo
know,
or
it's been
two.
like couple
About you a
months
horror
when we
movie fan?
basically-
It was
I
erotic, I know.
trying
No, I'm
to
just
play
kidding.
No, stop. What is it? Is it? It's like a horror movie?
It's like a horror movie.
You like scary movies?
No, I don't, but my wife does.
Yeah, I mean, the
and I'm
game is
forced to
always
watch
going,
it.
like,
I
I'm
watch with a
always in.
blanket.
Happy wife, happy
That one
life.
gets- that
You
one
go
gets-
into the blanket when the scary parts come.
Like, anytime you're not playing,
Albert,
you feel like you
not
should-
afraid of pocket
every
eights
time you're
up front
playing, you feel
again,
like-
raising.
You're like, man, I should probably have like a life.
There was basically, you know, the question was if you're going to sleep or not, because some people were trying to go sleep on the
Raise and take again.
2 in a row.
Victor was definitely going for 2 in a row. 2 shifts in a row. Yeah. I mean, like, you know, if VIP is playing through the night, so like he's doing the whole session, you could either sleep and come back, or you could wait till he goes sleep and you go sleep.
And the VIP, like a 1 VIP?
Yeah, it was. I mean, there was few little ones, but basically one person was creator of the game.
And how many runners did it have?
30. I mean, like, it was. I think
Did you order popcorn at the movie, Randy?
Entries, which is like
Too much money, bro.
Like 25.
You don't be nitty with the popcorn, Randy. You're taking your wife out. You got to get the red vines. Did you get the red vines?
Everyone I talk to, they get
We don't got red vines in Australia.
Yeah,
I know what they are, though.
Are you serious?
Like they went down.
Red vines are not available down south?
It doesn't sound familiar.
Down under? Really?
Did everybody met more people?
Dude, Randy, don't make me come to Melbourne and find some red vines, bro. I'm telling you, that's like a national.
Cheaters got some money.
I'm pretty
so-
sure you can get red. Producer James, they have red vines in the UK?
But that
No, you have like.
probably
Yeah, this is weirdo.
Doesn't know what red vines are.
Twizzlers, you know what Twizzlers are?
Twizzlers.
I think actually what happened is
They have a little
The
hole
red-
in it. Yeah.
the red
to lose
licorice.
some money
Yeah.
and then he
It's
kind
not
of
licorice.
decided to start to-
Yeah, it's red licorice.
Tastes like cherry.
Yeah, but it's they call it liquid anyway.
I'm not sure if that was this.
What are we
exact
talking
way,
about?
but I think
Not poker.
That's likely how it happened.
Raise and take there for Suvarna.
It's easier to convince yourself.
You know where they
to
get
start
you at the
cheating
theater,
when you're
bro?
actually losing and you
What?
feel like
You
oh,
really don't
someone
need
is
anything more
cheating
than like a
or the life
medium
isn't fair
popcorn
or whatever.
if
Oh, I
you're
know.
respecting yourself. But then for like 75 cents more, you get the double XL popcorn, and you're looking at it, and you can't leave value. You're like, I'll take the and then 2/3 of it is just sitting
was
beneath
like
your seat.
2
You know,
months,
nowadays
then
they
we
even
will
have
play
like the
break in
refill
another
bucket.
month, so maybe
Oh, the
for
refill
3
bucket's a
months.
scam, bro. You can't go with the refill bucket.
How much did the VIP lose?
So, no one's ever refilled it. You know, unless you accidentally dropped your bucket over or something. But otherwise,
Like, missed the climax of the movie to get a refill, or, you know, that I'm not going to eat? What if we just get, like, a bunch of to-go boxes and just fill it up, you know, with the popcorn?
you really are shameless. If you walk out of there with like multiple refilled buckets, that's.
I've got, like, 6 garbage bags as I'm leaving, like I'm Santa Claus.
I'd rather spend hundreds lifetime on popcorn than walk out of the theater with GTO refill buckets. Bads with a couple of 8s here, and they are going to fall to 9-4 deuce, where Suvarna has him pipped. Top pair checking over after defending the big.
It's a good board for the 2-8s. He's going to get in trouble against 10-9 off.
5,500.
We might even see a check raise from Suvarna. Yeah. These small bets are inviting him to get value.
Yeah, seeking clarity early in this one.
Bet call from Bazikowski. It's not the turn card that's going to save Makita.
No, and under to the 8s. Doesn't complete anything.
Does slow down for check. I think Makita thinks the 8s are good. I could see him bet check back river. He should expect a 9 often to continue on the turn. His hand is very vulnerable. Do like the bet, although of course it's not going to work. It's such a small bet. I wonder if Suvarna goes for the double check raise.
Oh, that's a merit badge that's tough to throw on your sash. He does not. Instead, check calling the 12K from Bads, which may be designed just to retain the betting lead on the river and be able to check back. 7 on the end.
Yeah, this one should go check, check. Suvarna
Spades
doesn't
arrive.
have much reason to lead when the spades arrive. But you know what he says? Standard protocol? No, thank you. Let's go for a block.
A block that actually has value.
I know, it's sick. And Makita, he can't fold for this price. What if he's up against a 4 or like a deuce?
Makita pays it off.
9 is good.
This is max value Suvarna.
Mm-hmm. This is, you know, oftentimes you'll observe Suvarna on the losing end of a pot, and maybe he dumps more chips in the exchange than you felt was necessary. And you'll be critical in your mind of his approach. But it's in these sorts of exchanges where he actually gets back what he loses in terms of, you know, value that maybe others aren't going to get.
Yeah, I promise you he gets more value than some of the pros out there with these big hands.
Next featured table, Jamil Wakil, Punat Punsri, Jonathan Jaffe. Among those headed our way. Is that Danny Tang? I believe it is there in the 8-hole. Is that Jason Kuhn under the lid with the glasses? I don't think it was.
We'll get confirmation later.
Thank you.
All right, Ponikovs isn't allowed to yawn. He came down from Riga, like Henry and I. That's just an hour time difference. No jet lag there.
Did you meet up with Ponikovs while you're down there?
We didn't. Unlike the other occasions on which we bumped into him at the airport lounge in Riga, we actually got here a few days early. Queen 10 suited now for Clemens Reuter of Austria. Looks like a fresh stack, accompanying him into the previously vacant seat.
Just gotta assume all of the Austrians are very strong players.
Starting stack?
Ponikovs with King-Queen dominating, still ahead on a Jack 6-5 board after choosing to flat the 9K. Knuckles over. No spade on board for Clemens.
Might still see bet this one.
Yeah, there it is.
I wouldn't expect this hand to be over here. Ponikovs with 2 overs to the Jack. King of Hearts. Might even check raise. Is at least check call-in. King of Hearts is pretty important. It blocks a lot of the continues like flush draws, and it gives him equity if he does turn a heart and gets called. We'll go for check call.
Seven of clubs. Not involved with either holding. An extra 20K on the flop brought the pot to 44.
This card is going to make Reuter unlikely to double barrel. But for now, Ponnikov is contemplating lead. It is his type of card. If he was check calling, 7 would improve a lot of hands. Like, got shots that hit straights, 2 pairs.
14K. Ponnikov's going with check call lead. And again, just great situational awareness in terms of big blind defending ranges, being able to lead at those boards with a measure of impunity.
Yeah, he's certainly evolved every tournament series. He's a great post-flop player. I just love watching Ponnikov's play.
For those guys out there, they hate having to play against him, though. You know, I think I need to qualify that, though, because there genuinely are some who are regulars here at Triton who want to go up against the best. If you told them what table do you want, they're truly, and I mean this, in spite of the fact that you would presume that the EV is diminished, would say, you know what, just one time, first few levels of the day, give me the winningest players or the most title winners of all time, or even at an FT maybe, just for that added competitive opportunity, you know, at Glory.
I'll say this, there's a lot of the regs that come out to Triton series. They're here literally to play with the best. Like, they don't feel like they be one of the best if they don't play against the best. So this is why they come out to these stops. That's why they've become very popular.
Well, Reuter, ace-4 suited. Again, opening. Not going to have to contend with Ponnikov's this time, but he will have to contend with Bads. And once again, it's a king-queen offsuit. It will be coming along as a flat. Nine, 8, 2 hearts. Bads will knuckle over, no club on board. This is that middling paired board with a couple of hearts that we're unblocking that just doesn't invite the follow-through comfortably from Reuter, does it?
It's always scary against these pros. You know, they've got a lot of hands that are willing to continue. If you see King Queen didn't connect, but it has enough to continue against the small bet as well.
Yeah, 5K would love to just take it here and now. Unclear whether or not that'll happen.
I doubt it.
No, I agree with you as the 5K does come forward from Bads. 2 overs. Backdoor hearts. And a backdoor gut shot. On the Jack of Clubs turn, once again, Nikita checks. Just very poor board development for Clemens' hand here.
It's going to be very tough for Clemens to win this pot. I feel like he checks this through, and he could either hits or bluffs the King Queen, but wow, to bet in this spot of ace-4 it's very tough to do, and that's a great read from Reuter.
Well, this is what separates yours truly from everything that you see on your screen. That much is for sure. It's very easy to feel like a mere mortal when you see some of the ambition and the lines that are put together by some of these players. And anybody who's played poker out there and has taken that step up in stakes in a cash game, or maybe buy-ins in a tournament, maybe, you know, gone to like a pro heavy stop or something like that, there's invariably that moment where you look around and, you know, not to go back to rounders, which is always a favorite quotable thing, but if you don't know who the fish is in the first 30 minutes, guess what? And there are times where genuinely you will recognize that, like, man, as you see pots play out around you, or you end up on the receiving end of some L's that get hung around your neck, like, I am outclassed. And I think it's very important to be self-aware in those moments. Not that these guys are necessarily, you know, required to
I hear what you're
think
saying,
that way,
for sure. But, you know, the common denominator is that everyone is hyper-aggressive, and you need to be aggressive if you want to have a chance in these fields.
You know, being egregiously passive is a very costly gear to select. Meanwhile, nothing passive about 6-7 under the gun. Mosbach putting it to work. His clubs are smothered as Sulistio flatted from the small with his suited connector. Santosh, 10-6 of spades, wants to see flops. 3 players, 37,000 in the middle. Jack 6-5. Mosbach outkicked as both he and Suvarna have second pair. Mario with no follow through on his mind, quickly checking. Albert does the same, and now Santosh seeks clarity to the tune of 15. Mosbach thinking it over. You know, there's some frequency with which this is simply a position bet out of a guy like Suvarna. Without better. Then the 6, and yet Mosbach simply steps aside. I thought maybe the interaction with that 5 of clubs coupled with second pair, Randy, might make him a little bit more interested, but Albert behind him. He does get out of there and does leave Santosh to take that one with what was the best hand.
Look, man, these non-professionals are really stepped up their game, and we've seen Suvarna just, you know, improve every single stop.
You know, I'm always curious as to at what point, even though you came in originally as a businessman, VIP, invitee, to the Triton ecosystem, do you graduate to no longer being allowed to regard yourself as that? Because we've seen it time and again, as you pointed out, Randy, the evolution of players. Osmosis is a real thing. And you get to watch the best in the world surround you and get that front row seat, you pick up a thing or two.
You know what's really funny is the other day we're doing the 10 hours of stream. Santosh was at most of the tables. And the other players at the tables, a non-pro game, was like, Santosh, you're a pro now. And he's just like, no, no, no. And that was like 2 years ago, right? So, like, obviously he's improved a lot since that game.
It's true.
Wow.
All right, now we get to play the game. He just wanted to give Mario a chance.
A7 off.
Yep.
Raise and take it from up front for Reuter.
Close. That's okay.
Coming up on the end of the level here, at which time the players will head to a break, and so will we. Reuter, by the way, 1.3 million in career Triton earnings. First joined us in Jeju 2024. Did make a final table at his first ever festival. Did it again at his second one. Once again with a 4th place finish. Then bested that, or bettered that rather, in the 40K mystery bounty in Jeju this year. 3rd place finish for 441, plus another 280K in bounties for him. Suvarna, 9K. Brewer on the button.
It's a good spot to 3-bet in position. Suvarna likes to call 3-bets, so ace-queen plays well. But you got aces right behind you.
You know, it was playing well, Randy, but now it really is falling apart.
I'm curious to see how Brewer reacts to the 4-bet that's going to be incoming from Mosbach. It could look like Brewer's picking on Suvarna, and maybe Mosbach is playing back at it, and he still continues with ace-queen.
Still waiting on Mario. Eventually, he does come with that 4-bet to 90,000. Easy release out of Suvarna, and now Brewer will also let it go. No fanfare, no fuss, and no potential big problems for Brewer, who did struggle throughout the frame to really get any momentum and work his way significantly up the leaderboard. As it stands, 151,000, second shortest stack at that table. Bads to shorty officially, now sub 100 as they're on their feet and headed to the break. Ball stacks belonging to the Triton first-timer, Sulistio, up at the top. Alongside Mario Mosbach, as we bring you back to the desk here, Ali Najad, Randy Liu, with another frame in the books, just getting this first event behind us, let's say, this first day of this first event. But that, for me, was the kind of entertainment that I'm here for if I'm watching a Triton stream.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. We had a lot of different players that was willing to splash. Alamari was really cool to see. He was check raising, just knew what he was doing. Santosh has been doing his thing. I love that table today.
Listen, we're going to swap it out as much as we did love it because we're looking to mix things up and get a glimpse at what else is going on in the room. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, we'll have that new feature table and we'll go through the overall chip leaders as well. Keep it close. More Triton Poker Series comes your way after this.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at gtowizard.com.
Grind, you know.
Unlike if you wanted a hot mocha and they brought it to you iced, where the challenges of heating it up are much greater. This is a problem I think I can fix.
Yeah, but one of the problems here is I thought it was an ice mocha and they gave us a straw and it's boiling hot.
I'll take the under on boiling, Randy, but, you know, it's toasty. You're going to survive, my friend. I'm going to get you some ice, Randy, as Davies gets 21,000 going. Ill-timed 3-bet considering Suvarna hasn't pipped with the ace-queen. Santosh's sentiments about his kit cooling off, undoubtedly, but he will put forth the extra 15.
Yeah, ace-queen just a bit too strong to be letting go, so makes the defense. There we go.
Santosh flopping top pair. Davies doing the same. But for him, the prospects are not good.
Yeah, Davies is likely to follow through with C-bet. Small should be the play because he wants hands that has like 2 outs or no outs to kind of try to give action, but does check it back, playing it conservatively.
King on the turn. Some chop outs for Davies as no chips got going on the flop. Now Suvarna takes 13,000 off of his covered stack.
Hello. Yeah, that's two months ago.
Davies quite content to call.
He won.
Playing a pot control line, despite being the 3-better pre. 7 of hearts is of no concern.
Kind of feels like whatever sizing Suvarna goes for, Davies is going to snap it off of ace-jack. So Suvarna's shoes, he's definitely going to want to go as big as possible. Wow, did not expect that check. But I'm also not going to expect Davies to think ace-jack is no good and not bet now.
Davies giving it plenty of thought here, Randy.
I don't think it's to check back. He's just trying to figure out, am I up against a king or is it an ace? Because if it's an ace, he wants to bet bigger. If it's a king, he wants to size down to try to get some crying calls.
Well, it was a good long chew. In the end, Davies overbetting here.
He just put Suvarna all in.
Yeah.
And he thinks he's value betting.
This is like 2x pot exactly, if I'm not mistaken. There was 74 in the middle, Suvarna with 148. Max pressure application to top pair nut kicker.
Man, this is... It's uncomfortable whenever you face a 2x pot jam. It's not unreasonable Davies could even do this with like a similar hand like ace-queen with the action. Most likely, though, if Suvarna was behind, I would think it's like pocket kings.
Maybe some desperate diamonds?
I don't think desperate diamonds would play this way. You know,
No?
check back flop, all of a sudden jam river.
Does Santosh have it in him to make the call? Yes, he does.
There we go.
And Davies, you could tell, wasn't altogether convinced that that ace-jack would be a winner at Showdown.
You go?
Triton co-founder Richard Young on hand there for that one. Is Suvarna looking for some affirmation from Richard? Would you call, he said? Not sure if you got an answer. There he is.
Okay.
Richard Young just loves it. He's always like there for the big pots when they show up.
It's so crazy. He really is. You know, he's kind of just lurking around the room, but it's testament to how much of a passion.
I like took the wheel. And
Whose fault was it that you guys got showered in the early rounds?
Intentionally on the side.
We're not a
So he
team. We
crashed
play
going,
individually.
Oh, really?
70,
So it's not like
flip,
esports like today where it's like a team?
Oh, well, you get 3 people on your team as when you play the game. You think we're all just hopping on and off based on which player is tagged in?
I would have preferred to see it
Like,
that
I
way,
went
yeah.
running the next day.
Okay.
She had a slightly tougher time.
wanna play for
Like,
money?
She had some concussion stuff.
Randy,
Any
anything,
form of Street Fighter you want to
anything
play?
that involves a video game, I'm never doing against you for
it's
money.
insane that- It's also insane that we were just like completely behind.
Yeah, for sure.
Unless it's Bubble Bobble or Bust a Move, as we discussed.
Right, so like
You give me a couple games, I'll crush you. I'm quick.
Guys, I wish you could see the look on Randy's face. I mean, the salivary glands have been activated in fiscal fashion. Meanwhile, Ponikov's activating again. 6,000 pre-flop. Picked up both blinds. 7, 8, 9 board here. Top 2 for Alex as he continues to find what looks to be an opportunity to collect chips. But note, Mosbach does have the gutter.
Look at that check back.
Yeah, coordinated damp texture, and that is a disastrous turn card for Ponikov's. Kings up for Albert.
Were you guys upside down when you stopped?
No, we landed. Actually, it worked out kind of amazingly.
Well, action's on Mario, contemplating a bet. Although, it's not really expected to bet that much on the king. Does shoot out 12K. It's interesting because it's the weakest hand with a little gutter ball that's betting to 2-2 pairs.
But it's obviously the kind of board texture on the flop that a small blind flat could be repping.
Yeah, small blind flats have lots of strong hands on this flop board, right? Like sets, 2 pairs, straights.
Yeah.
I mean, Ponikovs has to continue with his 2 pair as well as played. You can see there's a bit of caution from Albert and Ponikovs likely as well because of Mossbox range could be very strong. So 3 ways. Did a river card?
36K extra into the middle. Queen of clubs on the end, giving Mosbach second pair. But of course, when you get called in 2 spots, you are concerned about King X being a part of those hanging around.
Yeah, it's a sliver of showdown value. I would say it's unlikely to be good, but he might not be able to get 2 people to fold.
I wonder how Albert responds to a presumed check here from Mosbach. I mean, one has to assume he would bet the kings up.
Yeah, Albert should value bet if he gets checked to him. He doesn't want to see checkbacks from like ace, king, king, jack. But
well, we're not going to get to observe that because it looks as though Mosbach has decided the presence of a jack in his hand is adequate for him to tell the story of having flopped the joint.
So he's turning the queen jack into a bluff because him betting to 2 people looks very strong. And I'm going to guess the reason also is that queen pairing helps him block 2 pair, which can call, which is king-queen. Most likely would be in someone's hand. But blocking that allows him the opportunity to take a stab here. King 8's going to call. Ponikov's is like, seriously?
Yeah, this is a little funky now with 9s and 8s. You know, he doesn't have data points on Albert, clearly, given that this is Celestio's first event, beyond what he's observed thus far here at this table with him.
I think Ponikov's is going to lean toward getting away. Yeah, nicely done.
And you can see Mosbach immediately recognizing the call from Celestio doesn't bode well for a single pair of queens. And Albert taking down the largest pot we've seen him enjoy.
It's gonna work versus me as well.
No?
No.
And welcome back to Montenegro and the Maestral Resort and Casino. We're continuing coverage of the 25K WPT Global Slam. The first event of 15 on the docket, 15 days worth of coverage rather, is coming your way. Third frame of today's coverage. Ali and Randy back with you. And as promised, we are bringing you a new feature table and, of course, a glimpse at the overall leaderboard. Let's dive right into it in the Triton Poker Plus app, which if you haven't already, we encourage you to download because you're not streaming the right way without it. Up at the top, we find the Lithuanian Paulius Plasonitis, where he has been for quite some time, and he has ascended even further, knocking on the door of the first 7-figure stack. And then how about the Malaysian Chow Hing Yang? They're in second, 743,000 for him. And then we find Petrangelo, the American pro, in third. And Dejan, the Montenegrin, still there present. Jonathan Jaffe, 8th overall. And he's actually going to be a part of this particular table. As I expand it, Randy, and you take a peek at the names there, talk me through it. 6-handed action.
Well, we know Danny Tang is one of the most dangerous players at the Triton Series. He'll be seated at this table. But we also got Rakil at the table, who just had a really deep run at a different series outside. And Punsri, obviously a huge crusher in the No Limit Streets. And we got some new faces.
Yeah, the new face belonging to another one of the Indonesian delegation participants, that being Ronaldo. And I love the fact that when I expand this guy's profile, not only do I see that he's here at his first event, first festival, but Ronaldo is all he goes by. That is, you know, in terms of football lore, you know, you're really making a statement. You show up and you're like, I'm Ronaldo. Okay. All right, let's observe then. Let's see if you can find the back of the net here. And he's going to have a tough time of it potentially, just given those that surround him. As we give you glimpses elsewhere in the room before diving in, there's Shaman Steve O'Dwyer alongside Ben Heath and company there. Looks like Sir Watts, Triton Trident holder, caught the back of his head off to the left, and now the boys are getting themselves situated. Wakil did have a brief stint at the feature table at the top of the day. Back with us now, second in chips here with 91 bigs. To get a look at the chip counts. Brought to you by Bet ACR, 2,500, 5,000 with a 5K big blind ante now, as the price of poker continues to ascend. Grigory Rodin of Russia, third not far behind Wakil. That's the dividing line, I would say. Midfield. And then it's Tang, Punsri, and company. Just 21 bigs for Ronaldo right now, slightly north of 100K in front of him. And apparently Ronaldo is not yet back to the table, Randy. On the short stack.
He comes when he wants to come, all right? You don't tell him when to come.
You know, I like it. I'm here for it. Throw a little bit of weight around. Far be it from me to be critical.
You have like 300, right, Danny? I just can't see
A little bit more.
Okay, thanks. Check.
Mucked around to the small blind of Tang, who limps his king-8 offsuit. Wakil checks it back. Danny.
He looks so happy. What the?
Wearing a big smile, however, not wearing much of an improvement on the ace-9-4 board. Same story for Wakil, both players with a heart.
King 8 will be continuing with the King of Hearts, just on the strength of King High.
As you suspected, Randy, extra 10 into the middle. And both players picking up the heart draw, but there's more to it than that. Tang has made a pair of 8s, and Wakil has picked up the gutter.
It might be enough ammo for Wakil to double barrel, knowing he has a lot of perceived outs.
$15K. Things getting costlier for Danny, but of course, with that King of Hearts in tow, folds are not going to be on his mind.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect him to turn his hand into a bluff and check raise.
Does make the call, does not, however, improve on the river. Same story for Wakil, as it was Jamil who needed the improvement. Now here we are, 6 high.
One more bet would get it done. So hard to fire, though, because Danny could easily have an ace that's not looking to fold. But if Danny's got a hand like 9x, check calls flop, check calls turn, especially if it's couple of a heart, they probably would look to check fold the river.
5 seconds.
It's a bit of a guessing game on whether to bluff or not.
Time bank being used as Jamil tries to determine whether or not the bluff is available to him successfully.
He's giving me vibes that he will fire the triple. Yeah, here it comes. Boom.
80,000. Into 55, the overbet being employed. And one of the things associated with the overbet for Danny is that this isn't simply a pair of 9s in all likelihood. It shouldn't be a single pair of aces.
Correct.
The statement being made here is that I have maybe the straight, maybe the flush.
I think it's a flush or nothing situation, and holding that King of Hearts is very important because he blocks a lot of flushes that can go for such big value. I think Danny's even contemplating check jam right now.
Yeah, sometimes when it feels like your hand is a bit too dicey to simply employ as a bluff catcher, you can convince yourself to turn it into a bluff. Oh, look at that.
Get him.
Spot on, Randy. Looking into the crystal ball and seeing the future. And 6 high lacking future. An expensive 80K from Jamil, which likely would have gotten through against some other opposition, but the mighty Danny Tang says no, sir.
That's the reason why he's one of the best.
Well, walk us through the numbers, because as we know, Danny is an Ivan Leal Player of the Year award recipient.
Yeah, he does have 5 titles, almost 20 million in Triton earnings, 48 cashes, and like you said, Ivan Leal Player of the Year winner. And Jeju last stop was pretty good from lots of cashes. He had, you know, of short deck and PLO, he had 3 final tables amongst that. Like, he's the real deal.
One thing that I love about Danny is the way in which he has managed to maintain humility throughout his ascent. Very humble.
Yeah, he's
gracious.
very humble for someone with such amazing success. You know, he's always like, man, these guys are so good and stuff like that. But, like, man, he plays a mean game.
You know what's interesting about it? He's one of those guys that I suspect, as much as we look at that stat line and we assign success as the adjective, I don't think Danny's satisfied. I don't think Danny feels the level of success that we observe. I think he internally is like, I could be doing better. And I think that's in part why he continues to perform at the level that he does. Because he's always aspiring for better performances, you know, for more out of himself. And I'm getting granular with it in terms of every street in a hand, and also the macro where you zoom out and you're like, I could have done better on the festival. I could have had a better result at the FT. Things like that.
I know it meant so much for him to win the Ivan Leal Player of the Year award, right? He tried so hard. It was a, you know, tough race, of course. And then I think that at the time was his peak. Is like, if I get there, I did everything. But when he got there, he's like, I want more.
Yeah.
And like you said, he's trying to play as best as he can, every final table, every cash, and, you know, he's a phenomenal player.
He's one of those thoroughbreds that needs, you know, to set goals for himself. He needs that new finish line. If the POI was it before, now it's get to 30 million, or let's get to 10 titles and challenge Jason Kuhn, things like that. And I think, you know, just given his youth and given his determination, which is so dogged, he's very much in the conversation to accomplish whatever he sets his mind to here at Triton.
He's getting aggressive here.
Yeah, he set his sights on an ace-10 offsuit, which is performing very well against the Jaffe King-10 offsuit open. JJ.
That means that one was King-9 of clubs. King-9 hearts.
Concedes.
Better.
Ace-7.
Better. I don't play these hands.
7s.
Better. Not better.
Jaffe dressing him down a little bit in the postmortem there. For those that haven't
double suited
had the opportunity, certainly encourage you to go back. And I'm not entirely clear on which specific events Jaffe has been in the booth with us for, but if you can stumble upon them, he really is
doing anything I can to get you to stop.
an enlightening listen when he joins us here and provides commentary. And this is in no small part due to the fact that he, of course, is such a prolific coach as well. You see him wearing the GTO Lab hoodie, part of that team.
He always joins the booth at least one time every stop, so we'll get him at some point.
I sure hope so. Meanwhile, Gregory Roden is thinking, get him. Unfortunately, he's going to run into a couple of jacks for Punsri. This is small blind, big blind, 17 becoming 47.
Yeah, Punsri actually is pretty happy to see his opponent 3-bet him in the spot. He knows there's a lot of bluffs. He's going to be willing to get jacks in for the full stack. Yeah, easy all in with the 2 jacks, and I believe ace-queen. You really can't let this one go for 50 bigs. It's not unreasonable that Punsri would reshove worse. And he's flipping against the pocket pairs.
How durable is an ace-queen offsuit in a spot like this? You can walk away and fight on with 390K, or you can really gamble it up.
I feel like if you're not calling this one off, then I don't really like 3-betting this hand in the first place, blind versus blind. So there's the call.
All of a sudden, we're playing for a 529K pot. And of course, the jacks are quite vulnerable. Chunky equity for Rodin.
Just
covered you?
500,000 chips in there.
And I want you to win.
Howdy.
Gregory.
All right, that's a fun time to get
What do I call it?
Covering stack. Jack 9 deuce. How about top set and very little to worry about for Punat Punsri, who ices it on the turn.
Nice one.
Beyond nice. Unless you're sat there having a battle with the likes of Punsri, who I think really likes to play from out in front. When he has a chip lead at a table, Randy, he can really activate and do some things to you.
Well, he's Thailand's finest. He knows how to get the job done. 3 titles under his belt, 20 million in earnings.
Yeah, what a deck.
I mean, Jeju last stop, he won 125K for $2.6 million.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's not never not good.
Who's the net?
He been to Monte Carlo in 2024 not too long ago. He didn't win, but he got a second and a third in the 50K and the 125K main. That cashes for $3 million total.
It was aces versus my ace king on king jack. 4, 8, 4 in a 4-bet pot.
River 4-2.
Yeah.
Alex Foxen walking the boys through what appears to have been a painful exchange with ace king versus aces. And that would explain why he's sat
Play this fucked up range.
with a lone chip.
Keeping you out of trouble. Keeping you out of trouble. Oh, I have no idea. So
Oh, yeah. Just the 500.
That's what I mean.
The minimum.
I mean, I had a super borderline.
Owie.
Good play.
So they moved him here for this.
No.
It's it's like, is it okay if I do, would you mind if I just played it out here, guys?
Straight into the big blind. No free hands. Good luck, sir.
Punsri. Ace 5 off from the button, trying to dismiss Rodin.
5 seconds.
It's just like old school
Foxen will
capital
have 2
punishment,
clean
like
cards
public
here.
hangings. They're going to keep sending short stacks over. If you have one chip, you have to go to the future.
Jaffe describing the experience as a public hanging. Gallows humor, I suppose. Let's see if the reg desk is in Foxen's near future. Queen 8 deuce brings him a step closer.
3.
Well, got shot acquired. 4 extra outs to bring him to 10 total. And Punsri finds the ace to send Foxen packing.
You played that hand well, Foxen.
I admit, I'm not so sure I would have gone with like the full mic me up under the shirt kind of thing. You know how a lot of people now in like TikTok videos, Insta stories, they'll just hold the lav mic up. I might have done that. Hey guys, Alex Foxen here, 500 in my stack, forced into the big. Not looking good.
Yeah, I don't think he would have sounded that happy about it.
No, no. If 25,000 of my bucks were reduced to 10-6 offsuit, forced in the big, I would not be that happy. Randy, you're right. To be fair, I don't think Foxen's thrilled about it, but I also don't think that he's punching a hole into the reg desk right now.
But you know he's capable of punching a hole. He's strong.
He's capable of punching a hole in your chest, Randy. You kidding me?
What do you think, he's Kano?
If we have an Incredible Hulk, that's the man. Which, by the way, doesn't Hulk, like you say, you know, I don't know what makes him green and crazy, but, you know, I hope never to find out when it comes to Foxen. Did you say Kano?
Yeah, like he's going to rip my heart out.
Is that the Mortal Kombat?
Yeah, it is.
Wait a minute. The rip your heart out fatality, was that not Sub-Zero?
Are you serious? Sub-Zero freezes you.
Oh, yeah. And then he turns you into, like, ice crystals. It was Kano that reached in and grabbed the heart?
Beating heart.
You know what? You're the video game expert. We've established that. Even though you and your team were dusty at Street Fighter, which is why you had to drive to Seattle and back in one day.
Yo, fatalities for rolls?
Oh, sorry.
I think the higher stakes are just the fatalities themselves.
Transfer your balance before you get fatality.
5 seconds. Hold. Hold.
Well, Punsri's balance has been northbound of late. He's going to put 2 scoops out there with 10-9 offsuit. Just beginning to demonstrate some of the luxuries of being deep stacked. He's 8 suited for Danny, as the 2 friends will entangle. Advantage Danny by a wide margin on this flop. Texture that Punat may be apt to represent.
A little sprinkle.
6,000.
Sure, Danny expected Punsu to bet his whole range on Ace King King.
Undoubtedly super high frequency expectation.
Turn card, please.
Backdoor diamond draw. Takes shape. Danny checks it over once more.
It's a great card for Danny, just in case he is behind. Now he has outs.
Punat looks like he's one and done. King's full for good measure for Danny, just in case kicker issues were a thing, which of course, as we can see, they were not.
Danny should be seeking value. He does have busted clubs in his range. He could get called by some pocket pairs. RC betting small.
But I have played tennis twice and paddle twice.
I mean, I haven't played for a long time, but I haven't had a racket in a while. 7,500. And I play sports and stuff, so
Now Danny takes the lead. Fold presumably imminent.
In 3, 2, 1.
There it is. That one didn't play out all that interesting, but I do enjoy opportunities that we have where, you know, players who are known to be very good friends and as such are likely talking the game very often with one another collide because there's so much more than meets the eye that goes into each street, each decision. And I think oftentimes there's an assumption
I've played maybe like 5 times.
in the general public that like, oh, they're really good friends, so they're going to soft play against one another. That's definitely not the case. And, you know, quite frankly, I think oftentimes good friends will go harder at one another as a sign of respect, you know, for one another's games.
I've seen guys like Fedor, Eibinger, Mosbach, they play very hard against each other at these final tables. They knock each other out, you know?
And I think it's good practice in general, too, just in case there are those who may, you know, seek baselessly to allege certain things. You know, you really help dispel and ward off any of that rhetoric surrounding you.
Right.
I started to play a bit.
Nice.
Yeah. Because
Ace Jack.
your friends play, right? So your friends are playing
Exactly.
pickleball.
Yeah.
It's quite fun, but I mean, not quite the same as others, but yeah.
Danny,
okay.
Contemplating.
Good social game.
We'll bring the raise into Wakil's big.
I want to actually, but it's very.
Suited
rare
Jack
to
5
find
for
people that wanna
Jamil.
play. I have one friend that plays singles a lot, so I'll
Very draining.
Yeah.
You can't play singles very long.
Yeah.
Like, I would say I could play tennis for 4 times longer than I could play.
Pickleball
Actually, even
singles,
more than
right?
that. That's not even accurate. Probably 6 times longer.
I would agree because of the speed of the ball, right? The ball moves so fast.
There's
and
also
dies.
less time between points.
Yeah.
Tennis, you're always getting a rest.
True.
Especially if you're playing.
Wakil defends.
And the pace is
10-6 deuce board. 2 spades out there. Danny still comfortably in front, as he always was, dominating.
Always that game edge, you know.
I would imagine Tang could
I'm gonna
sneeze
try.
at this board if he wanted to and take it.
grindy game. It's like your kind of thing.
But I like
Well, sneeze, Danny.
to play with style.
Come
But
on.
cover your mouth if you're going to do it, you know. And then also
Shoot.
sanitize the hand.
He didn't sneeze. He checked.
And you know, one wonders how Jamil's going to respond to this.
Friend that I play with, he recorded us the other day and sent some highlights. Show you what.
I mean, Jack 5 of diamonds doesn't have great properties on this board texture.
Sometimes, though, you take a cheap swing because it's so easy to get away from your hand in the face of a check raise or
He's
any
ready for a
further
book.
resistance.
Ali, he is going to go for a bet. It's not a small bet, but is half pot.
I would caution against reading my book, by the way. I don't think that's one that's going to yield great results.
It's got no sales, let's be honest.
You're right about that. Self-published and without any readers. Half pot from Jamil.
That ace of spades is very relevant. 2 overs to the 10 is important too, in case he is behind. Check call is the play from Danny Tang.
Who picks up the Broadway gutty on the turn, promptly checks it over once more.
I mean, obviously, a lot of history between these two already. Blind versus blind confrontation. I would say the queen doesn't rate Danny too much, unless it's like ace-queen.
You feel that something like king, queen, queen, jack would have followed through on that board?
Just a little bit more likely. But, you know, Jamil just has nothing.
No, and he does check back. Third and final knuckle from Tang.
Interesting, because the 10, as played, is more likely to be in Jamil's range. Bet flop, check back turn because of the overcard. I could see him bet this spot. Very big, trying to fold out hands like ace highs. Maybe a 6x. We know Jamil's not afraid to put in big bets on a bluff. Look at that, 1.5x.
And he's gone with the overbet again. It didn't work against Danny last time, but he doesn't know what Danny was doing because the check and then jam is how Tang ended up moving him off of his hand, which was just 6 high. So credit to him for not showing any signs of PTSD, Randy, and getting after Tang again.
Oh my
Ooh,
God.
Sniffs it out.
You're sick, Danny. So fast he called.
You know, at showdown, that one's going to sting no matter what. But when the snap is the way we get to that showdown, there is a level of ownership that is sort of infused when you're on the receiving end.
Playing real hands, right? He's like a prime example of someone that picked up a record spot.
Yeah, he kind of owned him there.
Yes. Listen, Jamil is a player, and he's got plenty of heart. He's got quite a few less chips, though, as he runs into Danny, who brought the timely river call. Once again, picking up Wakil's chips. And on the topic of time, our official timekeepers, Jacob & Co., responsible for those artisan quality timepieces that you see on your screen. Masterful craftsmanship and innovation stand as a true hallmark of their approach to watchmaking. Take a peek at their artistry in motion over at Jacob & Co.
But I just play a lot less now, and it's not a problem when I do play for like an hour and an hour and a half, you know?
That's good. Oh yeah, if you can play an hour and a half, that's nice.
Yeah, but previously I was so addicted, I would play like 4 hours a day.
Twice a day. Have you tried any kind of elbow sleeve or anything with
I
support?
went like physio, and they would ask me to have this band and do
exactly what it's
Dude, they put jelly and do the
You didn't do the band exercises long time, or?
not long time.
Punsri, suited ace, picks up Wakil. The stack is thinned out considerably. Finds the under pair to the board and the gut shot here. Texture that should be more in his range than Punsri's, although small blind defense is a bit different than big blind defense, Randy.
I think Wakil could hit this board quite hard with sets. Like if he's fighting threes, of course he has 4, 6, and 7s. But if he whiffed, it's often just those broadways that aren't good enough to 3-bet, like king queens, king jacks, ace jack, ace 10, etc. Checks through. There you go, Punsri. Top pair, top kicker.
Zero strengthening exercise. I only did the stretches every day, and my back is like maybe like 50% better. And I feel much better now just from stretching, you know, like stretching the right part, which is basically my hips and my joint.
9, connecting with Punsri on the turn to put him in front after he did check back on the flop.
Pulling on my back. So,
Jamil checks, and there is a size that could keep those threes interested here, Randy, if Punsri
like actually 24 hours a day.
doesn't get too far into this 30K.
I agree, because Wakil's got that gut shot to go along with the threes. Might be good against a Jack-10 that might bet in this spot, or some clubs. Sizing is a white chip.
From the day I wake up, that's 20. 2-0. 20.
Two-thirds pot.
I wonder if it retains the 2 threes.
You could understand the idea that Wakil would be a bit wary of the story being told. Raise pre, check back the 7-6-4 rainbow board, now barrel. Note that Jamil unblocks clubs.
It's
But
good
he does
fold.
step away, yeah. And I'll tell you what, it's made even more impressive, Randy, by the fact that he has had those 2 big L's hung on him by Danny. And so sometimes, you know, you're really eager to just experience a win again, stabilize things. And instead, he correctly finds the fold, showing his discipline.
That's how addicted I am, even though
With the courses there, you can kind of move through pretty quick because a lot of people don't want to brave the heat, which is nice.
Vegas a lot of good golf courses, a lot.
They're talking golf again, Randy.
Yeah, let's talk putt-putt again. Windmills. Do you remember in Happy Gilmore when the guy took him to the putt-putt place to train?
Do you remember when his caddy took a shower in the water?
Yeah.
You know, his caddy kind of reminds me of Gambledore a little bit.
You know, Gambledor's coming to the
Of
stop.
course, I know he's coming to the stop. Are you kidding me? That's the headline
11.
that surrounds us. The return of Vladimir Korzinin of Estonia.
Just that 2 tennis lessons improve a lot. Like, yeah, double 2 times better than the
Jack 5 of diamonds didn't do so hot last time Wakil put it to work. Here he is, though, undaunted by that, on the button, attacking.
Pick up a lot of friends, you know, it's a very social thing.
Got the lowest barrier to entry. You usually don't even have to book a court, you know, most places.
Here in Malaysia, it's extremely popular. It's like the 3rd highest number of
Punsri
football players on the app.
books a date with the flop. 8 high hearts.
People, you know, so it's sick. Yeah, and
Hello.
Extremely popular.
You just flopped the flush, Punsri.
And now everybody's opening pickleball courts.
Checks promptly over to Wakil, who has air.
So what is the 0.3%? Runner, runner, flush, chop? That's missing from the 99.7.
Yeah. It's got to be specifically runner, runner, 10, jack, queen of hearts, some combo. Otherwise, the 8 of hearts would play.
I don't think he's ever been. I don't think he's ever been into pickleball really.
And this is a hopeless 6K.
I think anyone that plays
Put forward here by Jamil.
paddle or tennis,
Looking to
pickleball is
peddle the Ace-X King-X story.
And then they start playing.
Yeah, exactly.
You got to feel for him, by the way, Randy. This is going to be a 4th occasion on which his chips are going to enter the middle and not come home to roost.
Football and tennis.
Maybe 5th time's a charm?
I would think of it like, the analogy to me is like,
Because this one's not going to work out.
I could just invite my friend over.
Won't be given the opportunity to put him chips dead, though.
You know, I'm no proverb or, you know, philosophical expert. But 3rd time is well established as being the charm. I think 5th time is just stubbornness. Maybe not in the case of Wakil here, who obviously is going to go ahead and play his game. But in life in general, if you've gone past the 3rd strike and you're not out, and then you swing a 4th time.
I know what you're saying.
I think
I've martingaled the 5th time before.
Oh,
It didn't win.
When do you reach the table max, though? Isn't it somewhere around like 7 times?
That really tilts me.
8 times?
You get to the table max, like, wait, I can't. The strategy is just over.
Randy, it's so funny, man. I'm talking to you guys who are listening to this right now. You think you know Randy.
My tennis coach
You
was saying
think
that,
my
he asked me whether
soft-spoken,
I
sweet
think we should
Randall
try pickleball. I
here,
said, yeah, you should. It's fun.
a fan
You
favorite
do
in the
well, you
booth.
know?
I legit thought the martingale strategy was a real strategy. I thought it was a genius. When I was in university, I was like, I can make $100 a day if I just have this bankroll.
You can make $100 a day for 100 straight days and then lose everything and then some.
I didn't
in
get
the
to the
course of an
100th day of
afternoon.
winning, just to let you know.
Is it fun? Yeah, it's fun when you're playing with friends. Of course, it's fun. You know?
I lasted like 2 or 3 days, maybe.
For the record, it is a real strategy. It's just a very bad one, as we see. Limp blind versus blind. Punsri with the gutter.
There's something to be said, even
Or two-way straight draw, rather. Forgive me.
I gotta say one more thing though about
Rodin with the
that.
gutter. Yeah, talk to me, Randy.
I did the martingale strategy at blackjack, which makes no sense because you have to split and double down.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it gets really ugly when you're deep into the martingale streets.
And it's not 50-50 each hand. Anyways, back to the hand.
5 of diamonds here. Punsri adding a flush draw to what is the more attractive of the two holdings right now. Rodin has picked up another path to a straight.
LOL, Dora, just make a simplified version that is more easy to.
I like a bet from Punsri with the queen 9. Lots of equity. He doesn't. He seems like he's going to check. But I think it could have shook out the ace-6 if he bet sizable enough. I'm going to play a river card.
Board pairing 8 and ace high is a winner at showdown. Let's see whether or not Punsri allows it.
There's a little bit of showdown value with the queen high. If you got this far, given that the big blind has a whole range.
That's what I like, the card game that we played before, you know, where what I love about it is take 5 minutes to learn, and you can use it to socialize.
Full knuckle down. And Grigori.
The game was designed that
We'll
way.
snack on 15K.
Pure, you know, whereas when you pick Counter-Strike, oh, it's too hard.
Yeah,
let's make an easy version. Let's make an easy version. Let's make it easier. I mean, Counter-Strike's meant to be Counter-Strike, you know, it's meant to be hard, you know.
No, I agree. I don't like that. Yeah.
Now, Randy, on the topic of snacking, this year both of us have a kitchen in our hotel rooms, correct?
Yes, correct.
Have you gone to the market and worked your way into anything that you might be able to prepare for yourself?
What do you think I'm going to cook? Like boiling water?
Yeah, I was just getting with some.
That's a road to pasta.
Hope they don't watch the stream.
I made a little bolognese tortellini the other night.
I was thinking cup noodle.
Yes, well, the Shin Ramyuns stacked up
poker community, right?
in your room.
And then they had like a meetup. They asked me to come and stuff. So I went.
The seasoning, it's all about the right amount. You put too much, it's a bit too salty and spicy.
You know, would you believe that I don't think I've ever had one?
Are you serious?
I think I may have tried like a little bit.
Do you not eat spice?
Or something. No, I like spice. Spice is good, Randy.
Look at him. He takes his glasses
like
off.
spicy, not spice.
No, yes, I understand the difference between spice and spicy.
The Malaysian poker players are so shit. General standard is very, very low. You know, like the average standard is so low. Then
they asked you that, or
I asked him that because it's something that I observed because
yeah,
like you know there's a lot of smart people in Malaysia and there's a lot of Malaysians that play publicly on like higher stakes and stuff, but then the average standard is very low. And then you're saying that people don't study much and this and that, which is fair enough. And then I was asking about himself, like people lack the motivation, they're not so hardworking and that kind of thing. And I asked him where does he play these days and this and that, Then I said if you want to get good, you need to play online, that kind of thing. Right?
First opportunity to observe the Triton newcomer from Indonesia, Ronaldo, with ace-10 offsuit. Hijack open to 15,000. Exact same kit in Punsri's possession. He's going to do a little bit of leaning as he adds 35,000 atop the 3x open size. Ronaldo just 64K back here, Randy, and he's going to put it all in. Of course, Punsri always recognized that this was a possibility, and they seem pretty comfortable with what the vast majority of the time will be a chop pot.
People are a bit lazy,
All flush draws are live.
Yeah, I mean, you have to decide how much you want something.
Exactly. So the thing is, everybody says they want it, but they don't really.
So a free roll for Ronaldo on the King Jack 3-2 spade board.
Had a big meetup with like 20 people or whatever.
They both make the nuts on the turn.
And then same answers,
Fist bump.
Lazy,
Yep.
They think they're good, but they're not, all that kind of stuff. And they said even though the group organizes coaching, free coaching, not many people sign up for that stuff. Even though it's free. So it's not.
I think there just tends to be a tipping point, there's that, like, ago, it was not a lot of very good players studying. That's like what you think about. Sorry, I'm actually good at poker. I don't need to, you know, that kind of thing.
Yes, exactly.
And then,
maybe a bit of that, yeah.
And then it reaches some level where it just becomes like, nope, wait, okay, you have to. It's
exactly. It's non-negotiable, right? But
Yeah,
the point is that I guess they're trying to kind of delusional in a way, or they're trying to like.
but if they're playing against each other a lot, then it kind of keeps it that way, where the delusion can live a little bit longer.
Yeah. That's why I guess because it's quite a small bubble in Malaysia, so they're not as exposed. You know, it's not as mature. So it's one thing.
And in fact, one of the worst things for them is like having like a
Rodin with ace king.
like a score.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
So that's why
like winning I don't know, having a score of like 50K.
Yeah.
And then they
think they're the shit.
Yes.
Yeah. Then you know, like I was asking them what they're playing and stuff. Then they're saying they're
How
gonna
many
max late rich everything.
You mean total?
Then I was like,
Yeah.
what?
170.
I mean, the fields are amazing, you know.
something
Like,
like
yeah. So I said, why are you
Before-
max late rich? Oh, you know, I get tired.
Looking for a count before deciding how he wants to approach the eights in the big.
Are you a professional?
He says all, and that ace king is in.
That's really fun.
Off to the races. You're always holding your breath when the call comes in that quickly, but 2 overs.
Now it's my
Best
turn.
case scenario.
You only had one.
Because I lost previous.
I don't think that works like that. You have to have like, you have to lose like 40 something.
No, the
before you-
universe evens things out really quick.
No, I disagree.
Nobody loses
Good
two
luck.
flips in a row. You're good.
Ace and king free board here where Danny has flopped a set of eights. And all of a sudden, Rodin at risk of drawing dead on the turn, and that risk becomes reality on the deuce of spades.
Thank you.
Gregori's 25K investment vanquished. Registration still open, that's the good news.
Bad news is it costs 25 more K.
No.
We don't have any coupons, right? Promo code, nothing. Just
You,
the full
you want to go to
25,
Road
huh?
and say, hey, you want a coupon?
One, I don't know.
Use promo code Alibaba for 1% off your
first timer.
Yeah.
And he's not having it. He's just.
Have
it's
a
not
free
his, it's-
lukewarm
oh,
mocha.
I can provide those. You're going to have to wait for it to be lukewarm because it comes out. That one wasn't my fault, Randy.
Stuff that
I
they,
asked for
you
an
know,
ice
had
mocha.
extras from the previous.
Yeah.
Do you have receipts saying you got a
It was.
ice mocha? Because I didn't
You
hear
don't
it.
trust me, Randy?
No, I don't, because it was hot. I really don't.
You think I'm going to ask for a hot mocha?
They brought out the argument like, you know, oh, when you.
You
late
told
reg,
me
you
we're gonna
consider
go
the money
to
ICM value is higher.
fine
What kind of
dining
feel is freaking,
in
you know,
Monte
yeah,
Carlo.
playing for the-
It sucked.
Yeah. You know, like,
Remember
Listen,
that?
hang on, I'm not the Michelin inspector that gave Mirazur 3 stars, okay? I just know that it was the #1 restaurant in the world at one point in time, okay?
Oh.
And obviously, not in your opinion, and for that matter, mine.
This is not good for Ronaldo.
No, not the #1 pre-flop hand by any stretch of the imagination for him. Quite the contrary for Jonathan Jaffe, who is all loaded up with aces, flatting, hoping to get somebody in trouble behind him. Of course, no such luck. And now the bell tolls for this 25K, perhaps on the heels of Rodin. Another trip to the reg desk, unless the deck has something else in store for the Indonesian. 182.5 in the middle. 14% of the time, it will go his way. But on far fewer occasions, now that Jack 7-6 is rolled off and he's reaching for the mic with good reason. 5% with 2 to come.
A little chance.
Yeah. 9 gets it done now, as Jaffe has the clubs covered. Not to be. So not the warmest of welcomes here in the 25K for the Triton first-timer, who is given a walk
60 minutes
by Jaffe.
45 minutes and 30 minutes.
Oh wow!
Right?
Wow. So you're catering to the different.
They have like online as well, like 20 minutes.
Yeah,
Damn,
and you have
that's
online
sharp.
as well, yeah. So
That's sharp.
So I asked one of the pros, right? Which one do you prefer?
Yeah.
I like the 30-minute structure. I said, what the fuck?
You like the what?
I like the 30-minute structure.
Obviously
something,
60, but if you're like rich as him, then maybe.
Yeah, I said, aren't you a pro, bro? What do you mean you like the 30-minute structure? It's like,
I mean,
oh, it's
you know,
too long, it's
you
too
need to
slow.
make an analogy for them and be like, all right, well, you like football? Okay, what about these professional footballers? Ask them if they like practicing. Do they like practicing? No, it makes me tired. I prefer not to. Like, I mean, if you want to be a pro,
Exactly it, you know. I was like, what are you guys talking about, man?
You think everyone else likes practicing?
I was like, how can you as a professional say that you want to play 30 minutes because it's the structure is too good. It's like, what?
I mean, do they come from money or are they just
No! They're not. They don't. I don't know, man. I don't know. I can't remember. I think it was either 45 minutes or 30 minutes. It wasn't 60 minutes.
I reached D2.
Your reach is different. Your
That's what I said. If someone's like,
your hourly rate is much higher, different. Yeah, yeah.
14?
Poonsri is going to go after Danny here with Ace King.
Tang, having opened with the Queen 6 of clubs, awaits his buddy's response in the big.
Should be his size up because Danny's open bigger and they're very deep.
How much?
They sure are.
How much?
Danny getting a kick out of the announcement. 70,000. Far too rich for Queen 6 of clubs. By the way, you know Poonsri's on stream, Randy, anytime you go through the YouTube chat and you see the tie in the chat history.
You
Just
think
scrolling around.
they have like an alert, like Poonsri's on stream, and then, you know, they load it up on their YouTube on their phones?
You know, I suspect that Poonsri's out there pushing some of this content, advising.
Little five-handed WPT slam.
It's supposed to be 8, right?
It's a personal alert.
Short-handed anti-cash, is this?
So what's going on with the pyramid there? You see it?
Yeah, you know, I noticed this card protector early on when he
13-5.
was at the featured table, the very top of the day. In short order, he was pulled elsewhere in the room. New card protector. I'm not so sure that it's going to be given a second whack if things keep going the way they have been today. But credit to Jamil, he continues to fight.
He's going to get attacked here by Poonsri's King-Queen.
Sure feels that way. And you know, the psychology of poker, you really do have to condition yourself not to succumb to the temptation to think that some measure of what you're experiencing out there is personal against top brass like this who are simply playing the game. But it's easy to fall prey to that. Wakil. Every bit of pro, not allowing that to enter his mind space.
Yeah, he's definitely not taking it personal, but I would be breaking that card protector soon.
Or plunging it into someone's abdomen, point first.
Point first.
Well, if you do it from the bottom, it's not really, then it doesn't serve its purpose. It feels like you could really carve right into someone's belly button with it, you know what I mean? A little clockwise. Anyway.
Are you okay there, buddy?
No, obviously not. 839,000, far better than okay is Hong Kong's Danny Tang, reigning Ivan Liao Player of the Year award winner. 140 bigs deep. Big drop off between him and Jonathan Jaffe as you get a look at the state of affairs here at our featured table. Blinds going up to 3 and 6K, and I would imagine the action is going to be going up as well as Sameh El Amawi appears to have brought a fresh stack to the party. He kept things exciting when we got a chance to observe him during the last frame.
Yeah, Sameh is going to fit right in at this table. It's been very good action.
In good spirits as well. Got to appreciate that about anybody who's willing to live and die by the sword of being a high variance player. There's nothing worse than somebody who's like willing to embrace the variance and then they get mega tilted and angry. And it's like, well, buddy, what did you expect? You keep 3-betting 7-4 suited. These things happen from time to time.
Right.
Can't get incredulous if you're willing to make yourself the underdog repeatedly.
You speaking from experience, my friend?
Nah, man. I don't have it in me.
I do.
Yeah, in the blackjack and baccarat streets. But I guess every time you pony up to any of the tables in the casino, you're willing to be an underdog, right?
What if I thought I was the favorite?
Then I'd have serious questions for you, Randy.
Okay, what do we got here?
Well, Poonsri asking the questions from the button. 10-8, turning into top 2 pair. Unfortunately for him, both blinds which came along for the min raise haven't really manifested anything.
Quite rough for Same. As the c-bet's going to come in from the button, he's going to feel very compelled to continue with top pair.
Yeah, take it back. I suggested that they had missed the flop. Oversight there, as somehow I thought it was a disconnected 10 deuce for Elamawi. Aneurysm behind me. And we battle on. Same in trouble. Stays there on the turn after the 21K check call, where he checks once more.
7's the type of card that should make Punch 3 size up. He wants to charge a lot of the combo type hands, pair straight draws, flush draws. His hand is very vulnerable. He wants to get as much as he can in now.
Second invoice, 56,000.
Very tough spot for Same. Excellent
Wow.
fold. This guy's sharp.
I mean, obviously we become a little bit exploitable if we do too much folding with top pair as a blind defender there, but that was very tidy from Same. And I'll tell you what, I like to see it because it suggests that there is a lot of thought going into every one of these different situations from him. He's not simply looking down and deciding he's going to go sailing off just because he's got a 10 on a 10 high board. He's thinking future game.
No, he played the hand very well. He recognized that Punch 3 shouldn't be double barreling that kind of texture that hits the big blind. The fact that Punch was willing to bet again means that he's usually got the goods, and to fold top pair is not an easy task when it's not even the river. Well done. All right, surely Wakil's got to win a hand soon, right?
You know, that statement, coupled with our knowledge that you are a fan of martingaling, Randy, you would think.
He might be at table max very soon.
Yeah, each one of these trials are independent of those that precede them. So no assurances that a W is in his future. Although he's performing well against a Soiza Queen 9, should Michael elect to stick around, which he doesn't.
Oh.
Jaffe, this is your fault, Randy. I mean, I don't want to speak too soon because, of course.
Nah, he's jamming all the time, or at least 3-betting. And yeah.
About 130. Last time she came to the Monte Carlo.
Yeah, there's the ask.
I was willing to go more.
Rightfully so.
That was almost an empathetic free look there from Jaffe. Of course, these guys, no matter how much conversation and banter is going on, they're paying very close attention to the dynamics and kind of game flow, and not lost on anyone is the fact that Wakil has been tail spinning.
Yeah, and two of my buddies, and no, 4 of my buddies, non-poker players. I mean, they play for fun, but not.
I confess I do that in the cash game streets because I know what it's like to be on the receiving end of just L after L after L getting hung on you when you're running bad, and you got a guy who you like, and you know it isn't personal. He's being held over by the field, and he's looking up at you, and you're just like, no, man, that wasn't a check bluff raise on the end because you're running bad. I just, you know.
Better use their money.
No, I like being the scumbag, leave them tilted, not get invited to the next game, you know.
It's bad for business, Randy. You know, you
I don't know them.
show some mercy, bud.
Oh, introduce them.
Yeah.
Shear the sheep, don't skin them.
Looks like we're going to get a 3-way pot.
Beginner's
King,
luck,
Queen.
Sure shaping up to be that way as Ace-King resurfacing.
Mike?
Punch 3 the operator, made it 12,
Yeah,
a
Danny has never
flat,
played a poker
the
tournament
chosen
before he won
path from
Player of
Soiza. Now let's see, Danny, King-Queen offsuit, one of those candidates to squeeze, is it not?
It could squeeze. I definitely think flatting is the default play, but it crossed his mind.
So action complete, 45,000 in the middle. And all 3 of these guys are good friends, by the way. No strangers to one another. Of course, Soiza co-owns the Asian Poker Tour, which is supported by both Punat, evidenced by the fact that he's wearing the hoodie, as well as Danny. Ace, Queen, 8. Support for Punat coming in the form of top pair, top kicker versus second pair for Danny. The 9's easily stepping aside in the face of the 15K follow-through.
It's a 1/3 pot bet. Danny with the king queen. Could definitely peel one.
That's what he does.
Owie.
Finds a really bad turn here. Top 2 versus second and third pair. And there will be some more bloodletting.
It really is the only card that makes Danny lose a lot of chips. I mean, just what a spot for Punsri. He can just bet, get paid off. It's the type of board where you expect the pre-flop raiser to go very hard at, because, you know, if you got a huge range advantage, you would just relentlessly bet.
It's so brutal to block a king and a queen in your hand, because that reduces the probability that if Punsri is firing with an ace, it is ace king or ace queen.
Exactly, and that's why Danny Tang is going to continue, and probably continue to river bet as well. Now, Jack 10 did get there. Definitely could be in Punsri's range. But you got to play the river card.
Play the river card he does, and I was thinking to myself, a 10 or a jack on the end might be an action freezer that would render some mercy to kings and queens. So we see Danny checking. Is value still available to Panat here?
I'm going to say it's there, but it's unlikely Punsri is going to bet.
You would hate to open the action and face something aggressive out of Danny, right?
Yeah, I think that the Jack X is much more likely to be in Danny's range. If Punsri did have a Jack, it's Jack 10. He is able to find another bet, which is really nice from Punsri. But I'm not convinced that King Queen is going to pay this one off.
Note the sizing here relative to the turn barrel. Prior street was 2/3. Now we're in the 1/3 territory.
Yeah, it's a small uptick. He wants to get his opponent to crying call. You know, if he makes it too big, like, it's just, he's never getting called by worse.
Boy, now you're torn between, is this being employed to look milky and strong and move me off this hand, or is it authentic?
First question Danny's asking is, how thin would Punsri value bet in this spot? Does he value bet ace king, ace queen? You know, if these hands are starting to value bet for this size, then the king queen becomes more of a fold. But if it's a jack or nothing situation, maybe you can click call.
And what jack combos make sense as played?
Jack 10 is the one that makes the most sense. I'm not convinced ace jack bets the turn, but that's a nice fold from the king queen.
Yeah. Classy lay down there from Danny. You can easily let the math tempt you into further losses in situations such as that. Pot laying you 4-1. I think he just knows his man Punat there as well.
It's also very cool to see Punat go for value on boards that are, you know, not the cleanest.
Yeah, tend to agree. And on the back end of that exchange, Punsri and Tang now roughly level in stacks at the top of the leaderboard. Glimpse brought to you by GTO Wizard. Jaffe, midfield, thereabouts. 107 bigs deep. Alamawi trending in the wrong direction off of the fresh stack that he brought here. And of course, Wakil trending in an even worse manner. Sub 20 bigs. Pretty one again for Punsri. His VPIP has been high, and one wonders whether or not at some point somebody has suspicions about the strength of the kit being put to work.
I mean, you said it earlier, when Punsri has a big stack, he knows how to use it, but
yeah,
he is up against 2 queens right now.
Wow.
Super deep.
Independent of VPIP, Jaffe is going to be quite pleased to 3-bet the open, even from under the gun.
You have like 6, John?
Yeah.
Just a tad shy of 3x.
a good price to come along with ace-jack suited, super deep. Been out of position.
Pernod gathers himself.
Welcome back.
King 7-4. One heart out there. One overcard to the queens, which have the action checked over.
It's not the ideal board for 2 queens. But then again, he does block some of the king X's like king queen. That would be able to have the lead against him in this spot. I assume he's going to just bet very small. It's not the smallest, but you know, slightly less than half the pot.
You know, Punat's not afraid to get down the streets, Randy. He's got a lot of fight in him. And in particular, I feel like I'm having deja vu about him peeling and then finding that backdoor equity and putting people in some difficult situations, by and large successfully. But we're still a ways removed from that.
Oh my.
Oh, look at this. Punsri just coming with a punishing check raise. There's so much king X in range as an open and defend versus a 3-bet. But Jaffe, of course, interfering with 2 queens, with king queen in particular. Not interfering, of course, with something like ace king, but do you anticipate that at this depth, Punsri would have 4-bet something like that?
I don't think he 4-bets ace king at a high frequency.
Okay.
I think he does occasionally, but he definitely has ace king in his range, and they could check raise. I don't think Jaffe will be folding on the flop. He expects Punsri to maybe check raise occasionally, just give up, because Jaffe has so much ace king in his range. It'd be kind of reckless for Punsri to bet the turn once he got called.
Now, we arrive at that turn, absent any backdoor equity for that ace-jack of hearts, and we await Punsri's choice. Will he continue to get after this after Jaffe stayed intact?
Personally, I'd be pretty shocked if he was to bet again of ace-jack. It would put a lot of heat on queens. But sometimes he's just burning so many chips against ace-king, aces, king-queen, king-jack. These hands could be in Jaffe's range.
He does pump the brakes. Jaffe, by the way, isn't necessarily going to be eager to put a bet out there right now.
You see, Jamil was, yeah, everybody move one to the right.
This check doesn't have to signify a lack of a king for Punsri, correct?
I mean, often it is a lack of a king, to be honest.
Okay.
Check, raise, check. I don't really see Punsri check raising like king-jack, king-10. But Jaffe doesn't want to get blown off of his hand either.
Keeping
Bingo.
it clean and then finding himself a queen just in case.
He's like, Punsri, one time, just have the ace-king that checked, you know?
You know, what's interesting, though, is with Jaffe having checked back the turn, is Punsri going to perceive this as another opportunity to maybe bluff his way out of this?
What, just put your opponent on like jacks, 10s, 9s? I don't know. It would seem ambitious.
Certainly, Punsri shares that sentiment. Now, of course, Jaffe will have value on his mind. But gotta wonder what you're able to target here.
There's not much weak hands that would take this line that will pay off. So as played, I kind of like him just hoping his opponent's got the king. Let's see. What do you go with? 120K? You see him go kind of like half potish, a little bit less. It also leaves room for his opponent to just make some heroic bluff all of a sudden. You know, had he gone full pot, it's unlikely Punsri would ever check raise. Yeah, pretty solid play. I'm sure Jaffe doesn't really expect Punsri to call too often.
Sub half pot, but more than enough to get nut no pair into the bin.
Good value for Jaffe with the 2 queens on that board run out.
Yeah, didn't need the set on the river, but obviously it didn't hurt his prospects. Jaffe, by the way, emerging from that one in front of Danny for the chip lead here at this table.
6, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
By the way, in chat, witnessing some conversations involving players not on our screen, and you might wonder, well, how is it that these people who are actively watching the stream are aware of what's going on elsewhere in the room? Well, of course, the Triton Poker Plus app, which is keeping tabs on every single table in action and doing so hand by hand. You can look at every single history on every player, chip graphs. I mean, just an unbelievably robust wealth of data available to the players, we here in the booth, and you at home free of charge. So just head over to the Apple App Store, the Google Play Store, depending on what device you're on, and download it free of charge today. Jaffe uploading 13-5. Rodin defending the big and finding a gut shot versus top pair. Checking over.
Could be a little battle here, as Rodin's got shot with backdoor diamonds, 2 overs to middling stuff, and a check back from Jaffe with top pair is very disguised. That's going to get Rodin in some trouble as Rodin picks up a pair. Should be value time for Jaffe. He needs to charge the wheel stuff.
Looking up at a second check in front of him, and now reaching for the tokens, 12,000 of which are deployed. Rodin has to keep an eye on his man, and of course has pathways to improvements. The King of Spades not yielding any of the aforementioned as he checks once more.
Even though there's an overcard to the Queen Jack, I expect Jaffe to value bet once again. The King doesn't rate to hit Rodin too often.
No, what are the King X combos that really make sense here?
Nothing, to be honest, besides like King 5, King 4, King 3. Like if Rodin had like King 6, it probably just bluffs turn. If it had like King X of Hearts, it probably bluffs turn. So yeah, this is a very nice value bet from Jaffe of Queen Jack, and it looks bluffy.
Yeah, it's meaty into 60,000.
Doesn't think much of it with the pair of 5s.
And another haul for Jaffe. Things really starting to go his way. Further ascending beyond Danny at the top of the leaderboard. Jaffe's going to be one of those guys that's out there swinging the racket over the course of these next 2 weeks.
So is every poker player like a tennis pro or a paddle pro now?
Okay, you know how like for a minute chess was the big thing and all the guys were talking chess, playing chess, you know, mind sport, and to be fair, many still do.
Mm-hmm.
But it does feel like the kind of thing right now is tennis. Many of the stops that we visit have courts on site, and a lot of these players like to keep themselves physically active, you know, healthy mindset type stuff. Some padel obviously has become very popular as well. I think it's the kind of thing right now. It's having its moment in the poker community, or at least the Triton community, as Same has a moment with 10-9 off.
Yeah, like all the pros are like super fit now, you know? Like what happened to the sloths, you know?
What happened to the commentators, man? When are we gonna, I guess you gotta actually do something other than just commentate and eat and sleep if you hope to have a better outcome. Maybe we should get one of those like, you know those belts that they sell on late night TV where it just gives you little zaps and like you passively engage your core? Maybe we can do that, and then we can control each other's belts. Randy's
You want to tase each other.
Well, I didn't say tase.
Well, I would turn mine up to the max if I had control of yours.
You know, I got control of yours too, buddy. Don't get too frisky over there.
If I get you first, you can't get me back.
I would just disconnect mine and then
Of course you would.
really zap you. Same zaps the jack high with 10 high as the delayed C-bet comes in on the turn. 20K, get it done. Maybe we should have like those stand-up treadmills. Like, well, I guess all treadmills are stand-up, but you know, people at stand-up desks will like work while they're, you know. Maybe we need one of those little like portable. Yeah, but then we're gonna be calling a hand. We're like, ace king on the turn.
The thing is, that starts to happen after 2 minutes.
We should go and do one of those like physicals, Randy, and just bet on who's more out of shape between the two of us. Producer James, would you take any action there? I mean, we're not exactly three specimens in here. James weighing in, saying he thinks we'll maybe all draw. What if one of us got wheeled into like emergency bypass surgery?
Right? I'm just lucky I'm Asian.
I guess that would be a good thing for that person. I'm not sure. Well, finally a good thing for Jamil. Chip's coming back with new friends.
A couple friends, not a party.
No.
A little hangout.
Yeah.
Old buddies. Some friends didn't come back yet.
No. Things have been lost in the fire.
They still hang out at Danny Tang's stack. They're close by, though.
Yeah.
Around the neighborhood.
Like, kids, time to come home now.
Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. Maybe never.
Chat was inquiring as to whether or not Jamil Wakil's new Prism Crystal card protector might have been a gift from resident shaman Steve O'Dwyer.
Shaman only sells the good stuff. This one's not working.
That one doesn't look Asian-inspired, which is, I think, kind of the realm in which shaman operates.
I'm telling you, Wakil's
Eastern.
is faulty.
Yeah,
it's like from Temu or something.
Just under 120.
If it was from Temu, it would have been like a 20th the size.
Right.
Meanwhile, the size here just north of the minimum, 13,000. From the suited connector. And Rodin leaning, three-betting this ace-10 offsuit to 28,000. Ranges for Wakil off of this stack depth supposed to be narrower than inclusive of an 8-7 suited, Randy?
Yeah, you know, 8-7 suited's here. It's at a low frequency. It's a very small sizing. I believe Wakil will be peeling here. Now, Rodin will definitely be three-betting premiums as well, but he knows that Rodin's going to have hands like this, where 8-7 suited plays all right.
Oh, wonderful.
And we're going to go to a flop with shallow stacks.
Where are you from?
That's a good one for 8-7 clubs.
Yeah, Queen 6-5, giving Wakil the open ender. After he was forced into the extra 15, he does check over respectfully to Rodin, who was a bit adrift.
Where in America were you?
It's actually not the greatest board for ace-10. A lot of hands that are not willing to jam, rejam, that call to 3-bet do kind of hit that queen a bit. This is just a great spot now for Wakil to just check jam, open in a straight draw, throw out hands like ace-10 that have equity.
I was in Scotland last year for a trip, and I went to CVS to buy a Coke.
15, right?
Everything was picked up.
I really like check jamming this spot.
15 bigs back.
What's going on here?
That's a tough way to run a business.
Feels like that is the direction we're headed. And now it's official. Grigori not posturing. Hops right out of there.
Yeah, and that's one of the problems when you 3-bet that small. You let hands like that see a flop.
No, apparently some of what they told us is two people got in an argument in front of a nightclub and one person stopped them.
What the hell?
Reasonable enough.
I stayed downtown as well. I stayed in the 9s. I was walking around. Everything closes at 5. Yeah. I was like, what's going on with this town, man? Like, you're sick.
So I was like, oh, Portland.
Yeah, people were saying that don't stay downtown.
People doing life for, like, life sentence, like, for life.
I don't know the laws that well, but
Probably, right? If you shoot someone.
There's more. You would think so?
Yeah. My God, just glad it didn't happen while we were there.
Yeah.
Wakil may be catching a little bit of a tailwind here, Randy, as he finds two aces. And plenty of an excuse to open here. 13-5, Soiza, 6s on the button.
Yeah, 6 is going to be in trouble. Great hand to see a flop with.
He agrees.
Out.
As does Same. $52.5 in the middle. Wakil in a great way heading to the flop. And he stays there as the board comes king, queen, deuce, and he's going to have a customer in Elamawi.
I don't think I've seen.
I don't think there is, yeah.
Yeah, nice.
At least I don't know of any different poker players.
Ace of diamonds is cozy as well for Jamil.
Should be looking to build this pot. Try and stack off on this board texture.
You like coming with something leaner just to retain broader ranges?
I wonder
Yeah,
what,
I don't want
the all-time
like a
highest
queen X
in
to
Knob
hero
for
fold.
Africa is.
So I like this 17K bet. You want king and queen X to continue.
Yeah, it feels very tidy, and of course Sana isn't going to be going anywhere.
Has a fair amount, but there's got to be someone higher.
Could have endured something meatier, of course, with top pair, but nonetheless, here we are. Clean turn. Now remember, Same defended a blind, and then check folded top pair on a 10-high board against Punsri.
True.
Here he is, though, on a king-high board, similar circumstances, albeit an earlier opener in Wakil, and a different stack depth than VPIP.
No.
Yeah, I think the difference here is this turn card doesn't change much, whereas in the other hand, the turn card improves a lot of hands that check called. I don't see the king 10 letting go at the moment.
And sure enough, in the face of 50K, it stays right in there. It does not improve. Note that the sixes would have made a set. Never would have gotten there, of course.
Do this. Let's see what Same's game plan is when the jam does come in shortly.
Yeah, 92,000, 0.5 SPR. Just a matter of time.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it. The grilled veggies here are so good. They just like salt and pepper and perfect and olive oil, whatever it is, but they're just.
There's the declaration, followed closely by what appears to be a disappointment on the face of Elamawi to be put into this position at a price that is quite tempting.
Obviously a great price, about half the pot. The thing is Wakil really going to go for Pepet Jam? I guess that's the question right now for this sizing. That's a great fold.
I'll tell you what, that is a second opportunity to bear witness to very sound decision-making from Elamawi. Correct in nature on a second occasion.
This summer.
As he doesn't find himself getting married to top pair, sparing himself further losses.
I think he played it very well, you know, given how strong his hand was.
Yeah, you know, and it's funny because I think
the opportunities there and the work.
out of context, people can sense that there's something patronizing about making that statement about someone once they've, you know, lost chips on multiple occasions, but it isn't that. It's a genuine, authentic nod of approval to procedures that are impressive. You know?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of players out there that might click call and they're out of the tournament.
I mean, it's interesting, a lot of iconic landmarks and, you know, and stuff, and Muir Woods and all that stuff.
But you know what, Ali?
Yeah, outside of cities.
The Martingale,
yeah, that I agree with.
it works. Because Jamil, he's back above starting stack.
He sure is. Has fought his way back to that. Same was ready to fight with Ace-Jack.
Line of homeless people and they're doing meth on the street. I was like, holy shit, this is hardcore. I thought this is like the, you know, nice part of town. You know, like I guess not.
Dispatches.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. Like for work, yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Have you heard of the Book of Abundance? It came out a couple months ago.
Yeah, I haven't read it, but the Ezra one, right?
Yeah, I love Ezra. He's like my favorite. But him and Derek Thompson, they spent a few years on the book, and I thought they did a great job. And with San Francisco, they were pointing in general to how California, it's just so difficult to legislate anything, but mainly to build. And they called essentially the homelessness problem in San Francisco, along with other places, more of a building problem. That it's just, you can't build anything for under, you know, 500K. And even if you take government money, it ends up being almost net neutral because of how many things you have to go through.
Yeah, and I mean this in honestly the most non-political way, as a non-American person.
Running into a couple of nines here. Soiza deliberating.
Has, I can imagine, so much taxes get kind of like paid through like if you think about how much money flows through Silicon Valley and kind of that area, and if you think of just even the personal income tax of the individuals as well, where does that money go? I would think that San Francisco, being 7 by 7 miles, would look like Dubai.
Well, yeah, they've wanted to, be more environmentally regulated in the process, put people out on the street who are then going to pollute and make things, it's a lot of well-intended policy that is too much.
Pocket fives, flatting the button.
He's keeping the conversation going while playing his hand. Imagine if he flops a set.
Well, instead of a set, quite fortunate is Rodin to find the best hand. Second pair on the King 10-8 board. Both the callers have position on them, though.
15?
15K C-bet.
They just can't build in California. They end up
Gets
going
through.
to places like Texas and, red states where they can actually, put up a solar farm.
Much of the conversation, by the way, centering around, let's call it,
Some friends
our hometown, for lack of a better way to put it, the Bay Area. Randy, I mean, I know you were up in Sac, not quite,
yeah, but
adjacent.
Whenever I talk to foreigners, I always tell them I'm from San Francisco.
Yeah,
tech and
a city that's definitely had its struggles of late. Pretty heartbreaking to see the demise of that urban metropolis.
There's nowhere place better.
Homelessness crisis, drug crisis. No crisis under the gun, though, for Punsri.
Yeah, that was something they talk about in the book too, how important it is to just when you try to do these second cities, have Chattanooga spring up, it doesn't work. You have to have the people and they have to be in proximity. And,
Raise and
so
take for him.
generative to be around the other mines.
Yeah, it's and then I think it's just all very interweaved at some point when you think about a place like Stanford, and then you think of the company, and you think about the BC. It's just the ecosystem all feeds off of each other now. I think it's really hard to just recreate that somewhere else.
For sure. Yeah, they've tried New York multiple times.
Yeah.
And you can't really.
No.
Yeah, and everything. They were kind of making the point that everything is that's AI based out there is finance driven. It's
It's a lot more niche out in New York.
Are you familiar with Naval or Naval Ravikant? No. Naval is some philosopher, whatever, thinker kind of guy. So he gives people advice and stuff on what he thinks is the way to, he's not a guru, he's an entrepreneur, right? And one of the things that he says is basically that you should, for whatever discipline you want to be good at, you should try to get yourself to the epicenter of that industry, right, or where it is. So for tech, it's San Francisco, basically.
And that's what honestly brought me out there from kind of Egypt. I was
Aces again for Wakil here.
Moving on up.
In that regard. Yeah.
Jaffe took us up to 13-5.
And you kind of catch up, I guess.
We'll be prepared, propelled, rather,
Quite interesting to come and hang
further
around
forward
sometime when I quit poker.
by Jamil.
Hang around San Francisco.
Was there merit to flatting there and trying to get the blinds involved?
No, I don't think so. Especially against a guy like Jaffe who's willing to play back at you.
Well, not on that occasion.
Come back is real.
The ace-8 lacked the durability.
Long way to come back. Long way to go. Gotta survive. You came back from crumbs as well, right?
No, I rebought.
That's one way to come back.
Much easier that way.
Yeah. I did the same.
Me too, yeah.
What time do you reach? You got a lot of time banks. Or 6
Start.
to start.
Really interesting, by the way, to observe the engagement that both Jaffe and Soiza are having with Elamawi, who I suspect has some ties to Silicon Valley or the Bay Area, as that conversation did center so heavily upon the San Francisco region. Just showing how intellectual some of these guys are. Avid readers. Plenty of interests outside of poker. Interested in 8-9 suited is Jaffe, who goes to work once again under the gun +1. And Danny Direct left. Ace-3 suited, putting things to work. And now Wakil in a really nice spot to continue the chip up.
That's right. He's on a heater.
Mercury rising momentarily, you have to imagine.
Yeah, just contemplating, does he 4-bet ship or click it to like 100K? I think there's merits to both.
$95.
There it is. Another 50 slathered upon the 45 before it.
Yeah, for him to go with this sizing means that he definitely has cold 4-bet bluffs and folds.
Is that on Danny's mind here at 50 more to go with ace-3 of hearts?
I'm sure it's crossing his mind, yeah. Because some players, they play more of a 4-bet jam or fold with this stack depth.
You know, we always call these baby suited aces solver bait. Is this a spot where a 5-bet is available?
It definitely is. You know, I would assume that if Wakil is 4-betting, not all in, like, he definitely is folding sometimes. Or it's premiums like aces and kings and queens. I think ace-king, he probably expects Wakil to just jam a lot too. And suited aces like this, if they have fold equity pre-flop, you know, yeah. I'm not surprised this goes in, and there we go. Ace-3 suited versus queens.
And you see Danny.
I thought you would jam that. No
Immediately lamenting his decision, calling it a punt, under the presumption that Wakil would have jammed something that strong.
How can I punt?
Oh, you were going to jam that.
I got to at least earn.
I'm sorry, man.
Gotta get what I earned.
Danny with a cheeky preemptive apology under the assumption he's going to crack the queens.
There's only maybe 2 hands that you don't jam.
And the assumptions are very unsafe. 7-6 deuce, no heart. Wakil might end up with 765 and just 2 cards.
I like a heart on the turn.
Oh, yeah.
And he locks it up.
Nice one.
Thanks.
All smiles in Camp Jamil, Randy, and you got to admire the perseverance and the adversity that he suffered through.
As a Triton ambassador,
finally
do you buy your clothes, your Triton gear, or is it free?
Don't put him on the spot on the stream.
He's an ambassador, right? It should be free, right? I mean, it's what seal the deal for the contract, you know? Give me some free clothes, I'll sign the deal. Yeah, it's nice merch.
Well, look, Ali, the friends are eventually coming home.
Well, it took a minute. But now, Jamil Wakil sits toward the top of this leaderboard. Jaffe 759. And I think Jamil's ever so slightly in front of that, if our numbers don't lie.
Well, I'll just say he's very happy from where he was earlier, near the bottom.
I mean, what a long shot he was to find himself in this situation. As we work our way closer to the end of the registration period, did look like the reg desk
Comeback really is real.
might have been
Now you can say it.
in his future for a time.
But you do have to give him credit to put in that tiny 4-bet. Like, it awarded him the chance to get the full double. Some players, as you heard Danny say, I thought you would just 4-bet ship. They wouldn't get the rest of it.
Well, you could say I had a read.
I mean, he induced.
I love it.
Call it what it is.
He did. Well done.
Jaffe was like, yes, this is what you get for fucking.
He's 4-bet me 9 times today.
Tens now for Rodin.
Should we do a high five?
Both the blinds have gone to 4-8. Alamawi defends his big. 1 overcard.
At least you didn't love your hand.
When, at which point? On the turn?
Oh.
I loved it.
Ace-8 Trey. Sama has
Before
found
that,
middle pair.
Where was that?
Trails Grigori.
I'm fine
Yeah,
with
this
that if
texture is
it's the
going to
same
get
turn.
El Amaui in a little bit of
Yeah,
trouble. Oftentimes he just loses his 10K though, because the 210s will want to play cautiously after being called on the flop.
6 is not at all troublesome for Same, and let's see whether or not second barrel will be greeting him.
Looks like a little bet's coming in.
Yeah.
Intentions to charge to 8, check back river.
30K half pot territory.
El Amaui's been very good at finding folds. Once
Just now on
again.
the table, when I was playing down there, let's just say John raised, you went all in, I was in peanut seat, I was looking at my cards and they flipped my hand over and I covered it and no one realized I had queens. I didn't realize. So I quickly put it back and I checked that I had queens. And both cards flipped over.
Both of them.
Both of them flipped like this. I was like, when I was pleased, like, oh shit. Just covered it and no one noticed. It's all fine, all good. Nothing happened.
I don't want to oversell it, Randy, but again, we saw Same finding the fold, having interacted pretty handsomely on the board texture and doing so correctly.
True professional.
And he's able to do it with such a short stack, too.
And with each successive occasion on which he does it, you know, just the emotional aspect of things, provided that he's human like the rest of us,
I'm not Kia.
Huh? Yeah.
make them more challenging to find those folds.
You know, every decision he's made so far has been on point so far at this table. Sure, he's losing the pots, but, like, he could be out.
Yeah, he could be sat there with far fewer chips had he not made the right decision on multiple occasions. And here he is, jamming over the top of a Soiza open. Michael wants a count.
It might be just priced in here with the pocket pair.
I'm gonna have to leave them here. You have one more company.
Because
Or you lose
you're
130
such a
chips.
nice guy. I don't know what to answer.
He can come back. He came back.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
That's true. He was here.
I think it is a call. I think so. I might be wrong, but I think so. 2 deuces.
All right, wheel spin time for Same
For now. Hopefully.
as he seeks to double to better than starting stack here at the expense of Michael Soiza. Virtual coin flip. King, queen, 10, reducing El Amaui's equity.
Yeah,
Not by a whole lot.
Just a little bit.
That's a TV table.
As long as it bricks out, I don't mind.
Is that a brick?
6 on the turn.
King of diamonds, come on. Ask for king of diamonds for 6 of spades.
Oh my god, so close.
What was it?
Not a cross club on the river, but
500.
Same is going to find the double. I'm glad to see it. I didn't want to lose him,
4s or 3s.
Randy. Not that we ever really want to lose anybody, right? But
No, I really like watching him play. I
Yeah.
think he's played great.
agreed.
Yeah, 4s is clear.
He's very friendly at the table. Chat loves him.
Threes would have been a good one for you.
Yeah, really, yeah, exactly. You see, if I
Yeah,
played it right,
yeah,
I would have
yeah.
won, but I played it bad. I called with deuces instead. Oh, well, unproven. We have to check later, I guess.
I wouldn't fold.
True professional, you know. I totally know what I'm doing.
Don't let him fool you.
I mean,
This guy's one.
I'm being honest. I'm really not sure. It's right there on the line, you know what I mean? It's one of those spots. Could be right, could be wrong. Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit.
Was my ace
Well
three
said.
card very wrong?
No comment in it. I think so. honest feedback is I think it's a bit wrong.
I don't believe this is an official mystery hand. However, obfuscated are the holdings that have prompted a 17K open from Wakil and a 3-bet from the freshly doubled El Amaui.
Dinner break.
Huh?
Eat what?
Chinese
Eat what?
Dinner break. What?
Brand new chips.
Oh. Buffet, innit?
Well, I'll say I'm going to assume Sammy's got the better range as a 3-better against a UTG.
Well, Jamil Using a time bank here. Size-wise, this is a pretty meaty 3-bet, is it not?
Yeah, so it looks more committing. So if Wakil does have a big hand, he's more likely to try to get in pre rather than slow play. Especially when Same's got 200K back.
Call.
So he's going to go with call.
One bruise, and now you realize just how challenging the process of trying to navigate poker hands in these Triton feature tables and elsewhere in the room can be when you don't have the luxury of seeing the whole cards. So we'll play blind, as that's the same thing that each of these two are facing against one another. Granted, they know what they've got, as 1/3 pot is the follow-through figure from Same. Not at all insignificant because it represents also about 1/3 of his stack back and dwindles the SPR significantly from this point forward. Should Jamil call?
Yeah, that's right. Elamawi has all the overpairs. They would c-bet this flop. So it's jacks versus king-queen suited.
Genuine article for Same. And Wakil simply steps aside. Maybe we need another mocha. Randy, have we filled our daily quota? Is 2 mochas maybe already more than we should be working with?
Considering it's 8:18 p.m. local, yeah, I kind of think we should get 3 more.
There was the hard pivot. Caffeine after 8. Why not?
He knows you're going to 5-bet shove ace-3 suited, you know, so why would he go all in?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, sadly, we are coming up on the end of our stint, but lucky for you guys, you'll have the privilege of listening to Henry Kilbane and Kevin Rabichow for the first time here at this festival. Crab will be in the booth. Has been well received after coming through Jeju, joining us there. Have to admit, it was impressive to watch him break down hands and work alongside him.
Did you say we're bringing crab to the booth?
No,
Singaporean?
Not chili crab, you know, not black bean sauce crab, not garlic crab. Randy.
Well, what kind of crab?
Kevin crab.
How much did you start with,
Rabichow crab.
It's not tasty.
I confess, man, I'm just,
I can't
you know,
count for you.
I haven't given him
roughly.
a taste test.
240?
Yeah, under 250. Under starting step.
Thank you.
Grigori. 2 10s. Under the gun open. Danny set mining with the under pair. The only 2 parties left standing. Jack 9-8, 1 over card.
Yeah.
But still good texture here for Rodin with the open ender. Should be a fairly easy exit for Danny in the face of the follow through.
I actually wouldn't mind if the 2-10s check back this flop. Reason being, you pot control a bit, but also if a 7 or queen rolls off, your opponent might try and represent it from the small blind. And yeah, this is a really nice check back.
5 of hearts turn. Deuces would love to just get showdown.
You usually play
Never know if Danny's looking to rep this board.
Yeah, I mean, I play more
Looks like
cash
he'll
than
check.
determinants.
Yeah, it took a
probably,
deep
but-
into the shot clock, by the way, before he did so. How do you feel about 10s on this turn? Randy, reaching for chips is Rodin?
I like it because I would expect Danny, if he was holding a big hand, to fire the turn, like always, with this very connectedness. Just because Rodin does look like he's going to check down a lot.
I think last year's World, he was in the main event.
Easy takedown there after the 35K barrel.
Somewhere like 700 or something like that.
Oh, wow, it's deep, yeah.
Now, the chat has weighed in, by the way, on our deliberations with respect to whether or not we've reached our 2 mocha quota. Randy, Quokka says 3 mochas per 40K
Yeah, you have to like get
body
quite
weight
far
per hour is optimal. 40K watt, by the way.
Maybe not for seconds.
Reducing, I guess, kilograms. Reducing to 2 after 4 p.m. He attributes that to Mayo Clinic. Maybe.
Would you trust the mayonnaise clinic?
First off, that's not the. It's not the mayonnaise clinic.
Yeah, I mean,
Randy. Although I'm sure the people over at Kraft Foods would probably have Mayo University or something like that.
We're cascading you. You're like, great.
Maybe we don't trust advice coming from the screen named Quokka. Just given that this is an animal that's known famously, Randy, in your part of the world,
Back at like 3x start stack, you just got to pay like
as being the
4x
one that,
buy.
even though it's very cute and cuddly and smiles in all the pictures, if threatened by a predator, will actually throw its babies at the predator as a form of self-defense. A sacrificial child, if you will. Don't eat me, eat, you know, baby Quokka here.
Yeah, so they always have at least one child on hand.
I mean, if you know how to do it right, yeah. You got to keep a baby in tow just to prevent getting eaten. Jaffe showing his appetite with 10-9. Oh, and look at Rodin. Pocket force.
I give you one.
Big blind jam.
A bunch of friends are playing, and I'm here with them.
Take it, sir.
Okay. Friends. Yeah, good reason.
This is my favorite destination on the Tritons.
Montenegro? Why is that? Oh, tennis and pedal?
Yeah, the tennis is a good setup, but I just think it's beautiful. The resort is nice, but it's not ostentatious. It's just like we make up the majority of the campus, so it's like I don't feel like I'm impeding on other people's vacation just walking around in basketball shorts.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, that's true.
It's just nice.
The food is good as well.
And it's not overly crowded. Like Jeju was like a flood of people. Like sometimes it gets like that slightly World Series feel where you're like, I just gave 19 head nods going to my
I was actually supposed to go to the Bahamas once, and I showed up at the airport.
Comparing a Triton to World Series.
Wasn't you gonna play?
It turns out they changed the
crazy.
rules for my visa situation. Like, I need a visa to go to Bahamas now.
Oh shit.
Oh wow, that sucks.
So it's like me and my wife and my infant. We're like
18.
Oh no.
And we just went to St. Mark's. No Triton. We're just gonna go have a family vacation.
Jaffe making noise.
I think it worked out great for my wife.
Rodin wouldn't perform so well if he tried to play back this time with an ace-9.
$68.
He's relentless.
Yeah, I think
Who are your friends that are playing?
he may be under the assumption.
This time, all right. Last time I didn't need to know your stack. This time an approximation.
Oh, do you play like the home game with him?
That Jaffe is opening a broader range than he is.
Is it 5 white or?
To be fair, he probably is off
And the
that
red is 20
stack.
high. It's 200. Thank you.
Jaffe might reshove this spot. He's certainly at least calling.
Yeah, it's cool.
He's going to go for call. I'm going to guess he's more likely to reshove ace-jack off and flat ace-jack suited due to playability post-flop.
So 221 effective from this point forward, the product of Jaffe's defense. 152 in the middle, jack 8 deuce, top pair, top kicker, and Jaffe's not going anywhere for the time being.
Yeah, Jaffe's willing to get stacks in on this board. Question now, is it worthy of a C-bet for ace-9 off? It does have that 9 of spades, which blocks some continues, like 10-9, pocket 9s. It's got added equity in case he is behind, which he is. Small bet, 45K. Could see Jaffe raise the flop.
Not much at all. Yeah, not much at all.
Like ace-jack's a little bit vulnerable to kings and queen. That could roll off on the turn.
Relationship-based kind of thing, and I mean, it depends. Like the games that you guys have.
You wouldn't fault him if he flatted, though, would you?
No. Certainly flat is a play that most players go with. He looks like he's going to click it.
Yeah. Not on Jaffe's mind here. as he wants to bring things into focus
Yeah, I think that's the nice thing
right
about
now.
tournaments. It's merit-based. You get in, you do your best.
Yeah, if the board was like Queen 8 Deuce and Jeff had Ace Queen, he's more likely to call just because it's less vulnerable. But Ace Jack,
You play
more
it to
reasons to
challenge,
just raise now. And he also doesn't expect Rodin to be folding like 10s and 9s.
Straightforward release from the Russian.
Yeah,
And
I
this
think
round
it
goes
takes
to
the
Jaffe.
social out of poker, and I think it becomes really, really hard to.
Let's talk Jaffe, shall we?
What do you want to talk about? His tennis rating, paddle rating,
Yeah, if you
or
wanna take the
Triton
social
scores?
I like Triton rating.
You gotta be able to
Randy?
play the table.
Yeah.
$6.25 million in career Triton earnings across 14 caches, 1 title. Jeju rounded out in a very rough way for him. He cashed the very first event, albeit just 60th, for $24,000. But then bricked out 0 for 9.
On the table, everyone's just so miserable and intense, and I'm like,
But you know
trying to
what
lighten
Jaffe
the
does
mood
now?
and no one
He's got that little podcast going.
I think at Triton we're
That's
all
right.
quite familiar with each other, so everybody's quite chill, I guess. At this
Can't
point.
say I've listened,
You're in
but
between two good guys.
heard it's good.
Some good energy,
Yes,
good
in the
conversation.
chat we're calling for him to interview Artur
Smiles.
Martirosyan next.
I get the feel it's gonna cost me some chips, but but I'm okay with that.
Well, I took some and gave some back.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get to put them back.
So is giving Punsri a very clear look at stack depth before Punat chooses how to approach Jack 4 suited. 3x open, suited 1 gapper for Soiza.
Let's play a flop. Going to be a single raise pot. Inflated, given blind versus blind.
Triton needs to shorten the clock. If you look at like the average time that a pro takes versus the average time that a
9-10 Jack, top pair on a very wet board for Punat. Bad side of the open ender for Soiza.
I would love to know who would complain that's not a pro about cutting the time now.
I don't
Stars
think
did
I've ever
15 seconds
any of my
pre-flop.
time.
Really?
Yeah.
That's pretty nice.
I will make the bad call and the bad fold as equally quickly.
Yeah. You usually know what you're doing pretty quick.
Yeah.
Like, it's nice to not have to sit and feel like you gotta.
No, I just love that there is a clock.
You
in the
should
first
have
place,
more
'cause,
than-
every once in a while you play those kind of smaller ones where there's no like clock on.
You should have more
they
than.
will, huh?
You should have more than.
They might,
this is all they gave me.
Action freezes on the flop, allowing the 9 to pair on
Yeah.
the turn now.
So they might come late enough where they.
It's going to be a septo card for Punsri.
What were you saying about
Now, of course, Soiza could have some 9x. The Jack 4 is very vulnerable to dangerous river cards.
I think it was
Like an 8, 7, Queen, King. There's so many bad cards. He might be pretty tempted to bet.
No, it's live I'm talking about.
Yeah, there we go.
Like EPT. This recent EPT was
okay.
15 seconds pre on.
That's great. I love that.
Yeah.
I like. Why not? Like, you can deal with pressure. Like, I like a game where people are making more mistakes.
36,
That's good for
getting
everyone,
the job
I think.
done there.
It's
Yeah,
not.
I mean-
it doesn't need to be your A++ game against my A++
Right, yeah.
game. Like, see how your C game is.
Part of the challenge.
Yeah.
Playing in different
I mean,
conditions.
that's what like sports are, right? You rarely like actually get to play your A game, especially fourth quarter or whatever.
For sure, yeah.
And people enjoy that the most, I think, seeing people battle.
Under adverse.
Yeah.
EPT is 15 seconds now, pre-flop.
Yeah.
EPT and flop 30 seconds.
Yeah.
We need to change ours as well. Punat's been giving good feedback. Here's 20 seconds pre-flop.
20 seconds.
Oh yeah, you need a low APT. That would be. You need a new clock. For
Yeah, we're discussing now.
I don't know how much it costs. Probably.
We have to do it for sure.
I feel like especially the kind of voluntary entry into the pot, that's like, it should just be snap.
Hard 8 for Jaffe.
You know you want to,
I would love a
It ain't
lightning
hard if you
tournament.
split
You
'em.
got a ton of time bank, but it's
You know,
crazy quick. Yeah, so you
I got to
only-
tell you, I'm ready to deal you blackjack here in the booth if you're going to keep talking like that. Soiza, by the way, going to be ready to go. Pocket jacks, small blind.
yeah, sometimes you watch these on TV and you can see everyone's hand, right? And
Elevator up.
And you almost want
Well,
to
you can eat.
Yeah, he went to the rooftop.
There's no reason
Sure
to
did.
I'll let you do your
Certainly
thing.
could have just into
Yeah,
like
it's
the
okay
10th
to
floor.
regret your
So
decision afterwards. That's not like, like that's what makes sports entertaining. Like quarterback.
Why not 3-bet it there to a different size, Randy? Is it because the amount that he would have to 3-bet to would be awkward given his stack depth?
On GG when they went to chess clock style.
Or was that still an option?
When what?
The final table.
I
went
kind of
to
like
chess
3
clock
bet
style.
smaller.
Maybe got like 10 minutes or whatever
I'm
it was.
guessing it's because he was up against under the gun. Depends on how he plays the rest of his range.
Well, there is a peek at your next featured table. D. Peets. Looks like Ben Tollerine.
Should be him.
Nacho. Also in the mix.
Is that
Chuan
Sean?
Lu?
It is.
Is this her first Triton event? Did she play already?
The app could tell you.
Yeah, talk to me.
I can't. It's not responding. Oh,
And then that's entertaining poker.
I think it's operator error, Randy. Press your finger in the actual X.
I'm used to mouse in hand, not touch.
Yeah, we're going to get you a
gestures.
mouse for the iPad, Randy.
Just didn't see his card.
I will find out for you shortly.
Ace-king suited for Wakil.
U-A-N, enter.
Everyone's fucking angling to me.
Oh my god.
Guys, I wish I had a camera on Randy struggling his way through finding the information here.
I got auto-corrected. Too
This
young.
is just incredible.
Very first Triton series.
Thank you, Randy. It's actually perhaps your very first time using an iPad as well, based on my observations. Meanwhile, Rodin has been well served to choose to flat the hijack versus Wakil's early position open here, given the domination. Jaffe, ace-3 offsuit. He's in a real way, unbeknownst. Closing the action from the big. Queen-6 tray, 2 hearts. Rodin finds the nut flush draw. Note that Jaffe's pair of 3s is in front technically, trailing by 1% against Grigori. And the ace-king has been downed in not 1 but 2 spots, as the hot streak for Wakil rates to be coming to an end in this one.
Loving the ace-jack suited in the spot. It can put a lot of pressure. Seems like a great spot to bet the flop, but he checks it back. That's very deceptive.
4 diamonds on the turn.
I mean, a pair of 3s is still best. It's hard to know it, though. Plenty of overcards. 2 players could still have, like, some medium pocket pairs lower than a queen. Jaffe's going to bet it.
You know, this is a product of Jaffe simply sensing that Queen X isn't lurking, and as such, this 3 performs better than one might think.
I think he has options here. Like, he's kind of looking for protection now, but if he gets called and a dangerous river card comes that hits the big blind range, like the 7, 5, or deuce, he might try and turn the 3 into a bluff and represent the straight.
Yeah, those combos are only available to him in this pot, as Wakil does well to check and then fold. Now, of course, Rodin not going to be going anywhere. Pays the admission fee to take a trip to the river, where he fails to find any help. And that deuce is a very nice card for Jaffe's purposes.
Yeah, even though the ace-3 is the best hand right now, I think there's a very real possibility he just turns the 3 into a bluff, trying to target like 7s, 8s, 9s, these kind of pocket pairs.
Yeah, it does feel like keeping an eye on everything between the 6 and the queen, some of which, of course, we would expect to have 3-bet pre.
Yeah, the higher end of it.
It's the purpose behind barreling here. Dials up 60K. And that's a deflating side, of course, as Rodin not supposed to have any of the 5s, which are all available to Jaffe with the 4-liner on board.
I think this bluff is very good from the ace-3. It kicks out those medium strength hands. It's unlikely Rodin's got a queen given the flop check back. And it's not like Rodin can really bluff shove this spot because he has so few 5x's.
Concession, the only avenue available to the Russian.
But I felt bad. Because if I limp it.
So ace-3 beat ace-king and ace-jack, which flopped the nut flush draw. Sure.
I hope it wasn't like
Poker.
8-7 of hearts.
No. I'm saying because you did that, I could have limped and it came.
Yeah, I thought that would have been the...
I just would have, I felt bad. But I had a really good.
No, because he would have like fall back at you and then had aces.
It's a double-edged sword if you do that, you know what I mean? Yeah. How depends how good your hand is, I guess.
Yeah, maybe you
Pardon?
raise them and then he re-raise you.
Yeah.
And aces.
I mean, if you have aces, it's easy to play, right? Yeah. If you don't, then it's a bit tricky.
You can see he didn't have aces because he just called my raise. But after the talk about angling, I didn't want to do that to him.
Yeah, but literally.
5-6 suited now for Rodin.
I don't want the bad karma. There's too much going on. But
The stack is really thinned out.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
And a trip through the blinds is going to cost him.
Yeah, but he can't really play 6-5 suit off of that stack early position. Needs to start kind of waiting for some good spots now.
Means Danny's going to shove black. Get ready.
Now going nuts with like.
Waiting is not on Soiz's mind.
But you always go nuts with ace high space.
Yeah, that's
8-5. I thought ace-5.
Nor Sames. Ace-7 offsuit, king-jack suited, both involved. Jaffe leaning over for a peek with these nines.
I kind of think Jaffe's going to squeeze this one against the 35 big blind open. He'll be willing to commit all the chips if necessary against the cutoff. Yeah, just squeeze jam instead of induce. This is good.
Look at Danny trying to
Good luck.
rub his way into something that can get involved. 10-4, never the one. Nor for that matter is ace-7.
It's a cash game, I would call.
Fair.
You know, I believe it, by the way.
100% I believe it.
What limits?
What limits?
What limit, he says.
What limits would you go? What cash?
How many times can you...
Maybe
oh, it's unlimited?
Yeah.
Oh, I would have called him then on the hand that I fooled the river on. I thought it was a one more buy-in only.
Oh.
What's that, Randy?
He would have called if he knew re-entry was unlimited.
Are you saying that we need to retract all of the admiration that we've been showing for the discipline because now all of a sudden Same may not have click fold in the spots that he did had he known that? Seems like a strange time to be having that piece of information delivered to you, but nevertheless, onwards he marches. 341,000 in his stack. Jaffe has done very well in this frame, dethroning Danny Tang, who was the chip leader for a time. Sub 400 now. Is Danny?
No, he said one.
I thought it was one buy-in.
No, but
Oh, one total? No, one rebuy, you mean?
Yeah, like one on top.
It's not, right?
No.
I don't think so.
only invitationals for.
Yeah.
I mean, you're ambassador. You tell us. You should know.
No, because this is the WPT crossover, maybe. Otherwise, no.
No, Jade, you had one, right? The 15K
But
or something?
that's just because.
Yeah, they did that because we didn't have
That's
seats.
capacity, but that was the
Sorry,
only.
do you know? Do they
No
serve
capacity issues
dinners
here, it
there?
looks like.
They do a buffet downstairs. So where you have breakfast, you have a buffet there.
Oh,
and then you can also continue working. There's like a Chinese place where you can order a la carte as well.
18.
The buffet probably.
Ace on the button for Jaffe. Ooh, and a suited one. Direct left for Danny here. Obviously, a much more attractive proposition against a button opening boss stack.
Yeah, Danny's been 3-betting Jaffe a lot in position, but you see here in out of position he goes for flat.
And Jaffe immediately reacting with surprise.
Yeah, he
at the fact that the 3-bet didn't come in.
Yeah, he expected it for sure.
Markeel just letting go of the queen 8.
Need to put in on the 18th.
Jamil was dominated. Would have flopped top pair, though, against the nut flush draw. Instead, Danny finds himself heads up with the best hand.
Could be a lot of checking with the ace 8. The medium aces, they c-bet a little bit less.
action on the flop, board pairing 10.
Yeah, Danny was very likely going to fire turn. When it pairs to 10, there's a little bit less reason to do so, especially because Jaffe is likely to be checking back mid-pair. And 10x, well, certainly they won't be folding to a bet, and they might even raise and charge your very premium draw. Looks like it's ace-high versus ace-high.
Relief. After the turn went check-check as well for Jaffe.
Maybe Danny's thinking about value betting against the king-high, because he does have some counterfeited pairs on queen-queen 10-10.
I mean, obviously it comes with the added benefit of potentially dispensing another ace-high, depending on how big he goes. Just 11K, though.
Yeah, so this is not going to dispatch ace-high, but it might get a king-high to heroically call. Curious to see if Jaffe just calls of ace-high, or if he tries to blow out the same hand. But he calls. Chop it up.
Oh, and this doesn't feel fair at all when you had the better ace and the nut flush draw. Tang rolling his eyes.
I was so upset with you saying, "Oh my God," pre-flop. I was so upset with it.
Like if Jamil squeezed him in
yeah,
a fucking
Jamel's
draw.
just gonna like
fucking kill him.
Like squeeze any two.
Yeah, because he hasn't been here watching.
I'm like, fuck, if he squeezes any two, like what do I do right now?
This is the paranoia that ensues when you go down to ace-3 suited. You think everyone else is playing this game. Jamil's gonna squeeze any two.
Any two. Guess I shouldn't bluff anymore then. So I'm playing any two cards now.
I've played a lot of years of my career projecting this delusional shit. Heads up will ruin your brain.
Yeah, I can imagine.
That's a pull. Huh? Huh? No, oh, no, I knew I lived, okay.
Of all the people.
Oh my God. So wrong.
That was a very timely bit of levity from Danny Tang,
Like a couple of seconds.
especially given the involvement of Jamil.
Eyes is very bad, right?
I think there's going to be an angle bounty on Jamil for this whole series. If you can angle Jamil, you could be $800.
That's a new game.
It's so wrong that it's like this is slowly becoming a troll, you know. So bad.
Ace-10 tray board here. King high. Technically in front. Danny with the Broadway gutter and, of course, position on the field. Those button limps sound alarm bells for you, Randy? Ever?
I'm not sure if alarm bells is the right word, but definitely you need to be cautious because different players have different approaches to the button limp. A lot of times you see button limps when there's a very small stack out there in one of the blinds, which is Rodin.
No one fell for it.
Danny suggesting he was trapping, but the 9K does get the job done there. The button limp is like the thing that gets all the meerkats on their hind, legs, just kind of like looking out on the plane, just any danger about. Did you go to the little meerkat cafe in Seoul?
There's a meerkat cafe?
There is.
Oh, I would love that. I've been to all the different cafes in Japan.
What do you mean all the different cafes?
There's a pig cafe, there's a cat cafe, there's a dog cafe, there's a maid cafe. That one's a little different.
Wait, hold on a second. Now, dogs and cats readily available. No need to go to a cafe for experiencing that animal. The pig, interesting choice. If I'm a little small pot belly, is that what we're working with there? Not like a big slab of bacon wheeled out there.
No,
okay.
not Babe.
Now, the Maid Cafe, Randy, M-A-I-D, yeah?
Yeah, M-A-I-D. It's a thing.
You know, I learn more about you every stop.
Oh,
Randy.
man. Am I out of the shift next? I guess we can't talk about it anymore.
Well, Wakil showing a different approach to the button with an ace-7 offsuit than the one exercised by Danny. Taking us to 18,000. Punat Jack Deuce, a dusty one, but ready to dig in. Ace-8 board, all Wakil.
Yeah, extremely loose defense. Game over.
That it is, and I believe frame over as well, as that pot will be the final one. That the players
Don't be sorry. It's okay. It's all good. Thanks, Coach.
will experience there at the 4 and 8 level.
Thank you.
On their feet
it's all
and
good.
headed to a
Don't
break,
worry.
the dinner break. In fact, though don't fear, we will be cutting down the delay in order to allow those of you who are enjoying our stream live to pick up the action in just about 10 minutes time. And at that time, Jaffe will bring back 950,000 to the party, knocking on the door of a boss stack. 1,120,000 for the Lithuanian Paulius, still tops on the leaderboard. As we bring you back to the break desk here, Ali and Randy with you. Second in chips, Ilkin Garibli. By the way, that's a name that we hadn't seen last time we paid a visit. A quick peek inside the Triton Poker Plus app will reveal such things. Jaffe, third in chips overall. Very productive frame for him, Randy.
Yeah, he played very nicely, you know, sitting on the third stack, deep stacks, but, you know, still plenty of play to be had here on day one.
David Peters, fourth in chips. He's going to be coming to the feature table, and coming to the break desk will be Henry Kilbane and Kevin Rabichow. So certainly don't go anywhere. In about 10 minutes' time, we'll pick things back up here in event number 1 from Montenegro, the 25K WPT Global Slam. Stay close.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Critical.
You have like 300, right, Danny? I just can't see
A
that.
little bit more.
Okay, thanks. Check.
Mucked around to the small blind of Tang, who limps his king-8 offsuit. Wakil checks it back. Danny.
He looks so happy. What the?
Wearing a big smile, however, not wearing much of an improvement on the ace-9-4 board. Same story for Wakil, both players with a heart.
King 8 will be continuing with the King of Hearts, just on the strength of King High.
As you suspected, Randy, extra 10 into the middle. And both players picking up the heart draw, but there's more to it than that. Tang has made a pair of 8s and Wakil has picked up the gutter.
It might be enough ammo for Wakil to double barrel, knowing he has a lot of perceived outs.
$15K. Things getting costlier for Danny, but of course, with that King of Hearts in tow, folds are not going to be on his mind.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect him to turn his hand into a bluff and check raise.
Does make the call, does not, however, improve on the river. Same story for Wakil, as it was Jamil who needed the improvement. Now here we are, 6 high.
One more bet would get it done. So hard to fire, though, because Danny could easily have an ace that's not looking to fold. But if Danny's got a hand like 9x, check calls flop, check calls turn, especially if it's couple of a heart, they probably would look to check fold the river.
5 seconds.
It's a bit of a guessing game on whether to bluff or not.
Time bank being used as Jamil tries to determine whether or not the bluff is available to him successfully.
He's giving me vibes that he will fire the triple. Yeah, here it comes. Boom.
80,000. Into 55, the overbet being employed. And one of the things associated with the overbet for Danny is that this isn't simply a pair of 9s in all likelihood. It shouldn't be a single pair of aces.
Correct.
The statement being made here is that I have maybe the straight, maybe the flush.
I think it's a flush or nothing situation, and holding that King of Hearts is very important because he blocks a lot of flushes that can go for such big value. I think Danny's even contemplating check jam right now.
Yeah, sometimes when it feels like your hand is a bit too dicey to simply employ as a bluff catcher, you can convince yourself to turn it into a bluff. Oh, look at that.
Get him.
Spot on, Randy. Looking into the crystal ball and seeing the future. And 6 high lacking future. An expensive 80K from Jamil, which likely would have gotten through against some other opposition, but the mighty Danny Tang says no, sir.
That's the reason why he's one of the best.
Well, walk us through them.
I've seen guys like Fedor, Eibinger, Mosbach, they play very hard against each other at these final tables. They knock each other out, you know?
And I think it's good practice in general, too, just in case there are those who may, you know, seek baselessly to allege certain things. You know, you really help dispel and ward off any of that rhetoric surrounding you.
So I started to play a bit.
Nice.
Yeah, because
Ace
you
Jack.
play your friends play, right? So your friends are playing
Exactly.
pickleball.
Yeah.
It's quite fun, but
Yeah.
I mean, not quite the same as the others, but yeah.
Danny,
sure.
contemplating.
Good social game.
We'll bring the raise into Wakil's
I
big.
want to actually, but it's very
Suited
rare
Jack
to
5
find
for
people that wanna
Jamil.
play. I have one friend that plays singles a lot, so I'll
Very draining.
Yeah.
You can't play singles very long.
Yeah.
Like, I would say I could play tennis for 4 times longer than I could play.
Pickleball
Even
singles,
more than
right?
that. That's not even accurate. Probably 6 times longer.
I would agree because of the speed of the ball, right? The ball moves so fast.
There's
and
also
dies.
less time between points. Tennis,
Yeah.
you're always getting a rest.
True.
Especially if you're playing.
Wakil defends.
And the pieces.
10-6 deuce board. 2 spades out there. Danny still comfortably in front, as he always was, dominating. I would imagine Tang could sneeze at this board if he wanted to and take it.
Grindy game, I think, your kind of thing.
Well, sneeze, Danny. Come
But
on.
cover your mouth if you're going to do it, you know. And then also sanitize the hand.
He didn't sneeze. He checked.
And you know, one wonders how Jamil's going to respond to this.
I mean, Jack 5 of diamonds doesn't have great properties on this board texture.
Sometimes, though, you take a cheap swing because it's so easy to get away from your hand in the face of a check raise or
He's
any
ready for a
further
book.
resistance.
Ali, he is going to go for a bet. It's not a small bet, but it's half pot.
I would caution against reading my book, by the way. I don't think that's one that's going to yield great results.
It's got no sales, let's be honest.
You're right about that. Self-published and without any readers. Half pot from Jamil.
That ace of spades is very relevant. 2 overs to the 10 is important too, in case he is behind. Check call is the play from Danny Tang.
Who picks up the Broadway gutty on the turn, promptly checks it over once more.
I mean, obviously, a lot of history between these two already. Blind versus blind confrontation. I would say the queen doesn't rate Danny too much, unless it's like ace-queen.
You feel that something like king, queen, queen, jack would have followed through on that board?
Just a little bit more likely. But, you know, Jamil just has nothing.
No, and he does check back. Third and final knuckle from Tang.
Interesting, because the 10, as played, is more likely to be in Jamil's range. Bet flop, check back turn because of the overcard. I could see him bet this spot. Very big, trying to fold out hands like ace highs. Maybe a 6x. We know Jamil's not afraid to put in big bets on a bluff. Look at that, 1.5x.
And he's gone with the overbet again. It didn't work against Danny last time, but he doesn't know what Danny was doing because the check and then jam is how Tang ended up moving him off of his hand, which was just 6 high. So credit to him for not showing any signs of PTSD, Randy, and getting after Tang again.
Oh my
Ooh,
God.
Sniffs it out.
You're sick, Danny. So fast he called.
You know, at Showdown, that one's going to sting no matter what. But when the snap is the way we get to that Showdown.
Well, very warm back to continuing coverage of the WPT Global Slam 25K. It is day 1 of the Triton Super High Roller Series here, live from the Maestral in Montenegro. And Kevin Rabichow stepping in the booth for the first time alongside myself. Kevin, what did we just see there? An ace-high hero cooldown from Danny Tang. The guy is in form, 5-time Triton champ, sending a message rather early here in this series.
Yeah, seems like it. I mean, nice find, and against, you know, no slouch, Jamil Wakil coming in off of a hot Monte Carlo series, as I understand. But, like, that's, you know, in a blind versus blind spot, players who know what needs to be done just do what needs to be done. Sometimes you have to make the ace-high call.
I love how Ali was saying, you know, when that one gets to Showdown, it does sting because it's always tail between the legs, kind of, okay, I was bluffing, this guy's just caught me live on stream, everyone gets to see it. It stings, but like you said, Jamil Wakil, no slouch, knows those spots rather well, and kudos to Danny. Switching over to our new feature table, table 6, as I'm taking a look around, the man in form from last time we were out here, Kala Djurdjevic, sits 7th overall, but I'm looking at the likes of, you know, Barbero, Triton regular, got David Peters, overwhelming tournament chip leader. He's got 1.4 million, good for 178 big blinds. Tolerine, got Barak Wisbrod, who we just bumped into on dinner break, and Xuan Lu as well, rocking a very healthy 780k stack, good for 98 big blinds. Anyone standing out there? Any dynamics that you're looking forward to?
I'm seeing, I mean, a number of Americans in the top 5 right now, and kind of a contrast on our feature table. Am I seeing correctly that David Peters, the chip leader, has 1.4 million, while fellow American Nick Petrangelo has 1,000? Zero
That's
big
right.
blinds, is
That's
that right? I have a feeling a bluff did not go well for him right before the dinner break.
Yeah, it seems like he's gone into that dinner break on the back end of running a bluff and getting it picked off. We'll dive into that hand once we send it back down. But mentions of that dinner break as we do come back to one more remaining level of late reg. So currently 131 runners. Any guesses as to how many we'll get, Kevin? Over-unders on what, 145, 150?
I mean, that last level gets quite a number. We're going to at least have one from Petrangelo, so...
That's true.
What do you think?
I think...
I'd take the over on 150.
Yeah? What's that? That's another, like, 13% or so? Around 15% increase. I could see it. I could see it. I mean, if we scroll down on the app, there's so many people on the outside looking in. Chris Moorman, Dietrich Fast, Mikita Bazikowski, Jovan Kenjic. Yeah, there's a lot of people. Brian Kim, Ramin Hajiv, JNT's out there. So all of these guys are going to be clicking that max late reg button for sure. So it wouldn't surprise me actually if we go on to actually, yeah, smash that 150 runner mark as we turn our attention now to big blind 8K. Nacho Barbero always, sorry, big blind 10K it's gone up to. Nacho Barbero, always entertaining to have, as well, for a few reasons, Kevin. He makes our lives easy in the booth.
How much is the rice?
Always chatty and entertaining.
I had diamonds too. I had diamonds cover. Wow. Really? Ace queen of diamonds. But there were some short ones. I thought it was the last hand. I didn't have to show because...
Kala-Djurdjevic.
You have full house?
Looks like he's going to make the call here, facing the under the gun open from Nacho. Nicky P is forced all in from the big. And he's in a rough way with the Doyle, Kevin. I mean, 10 deuce. Drawing to running, no, 5-3 wouldn't even work, would it? Because Dejan's got that covered. I'm trying to think of a way that Petrangelo wins this, but the reality is, mate, he's in rough shape.
Have a pair.
It's going to need a deuce.
Oh, wow, that's a bad matchup. That's a bad. No, you have runner straights.
Oh, yeah, now that the 7's folded.
Yeah, okay, yeah, he's gone from 0.03 to 2%. 5 for a sweat.
What is it? Can it be worse? It's worse than Japan.
See if Nicky P can draw live on the turn. No, he can't. He's going to have to head to the re-entry desk.
Oh, you hit it then, bro.
Nacho with the needle. As Nicky's out of there saying you hit the 10. Obviously, Nacho boating up. Okay, so seat open. We knew that was likely to be the case. We're up to 136 runners. We're saying the line's at 150. I think we've sold it short here, to be honest with you. I think maybe the line's like close to 155. Welcome back, ladies and gents. Players have been fed. Post dinner break. Talking of dinner break, we bumped into none other than Mr. Barak Wisbrod during the dinner break.
Did you collect some data?
I did, actually. I was asking him, I was like, Barak, give me some like insider stories from the Wisbrod family. You know, like a fun pet peeve of maybe an uncle or an aunt. And he couldn't think of anything. I was like, okay, what about your poker career? You know, the family, when you said, hey, I'm going to pursue this thing. And he shared a little bit about how his dad is now his biggest fan.
Yeah.
I love that because I feel like all of us have gone through that kind of career arc where you have the parents that want you to take the traditional career route kind of thing.
Sure.
Send you off to uni, get a job, whatever it is. And, you know, parents, you know, they dig their heels in when you start playing poker. But when you do reach this stage that Barack has, he said that his father, Erez Wisbrod, tunes in for all of the streams. So shout out to his old man and his biggest fan. Not involved in this one. It's the local man, Kala squaring off against Triton.
I'll be honest. When we first cut to him, Dejan that is, I was convinced that we just hadn't updated Corey Aldemir yet in our database.
I can see it.
That threw me for like a full 30 seconds. Not to take anything away from the man who just won that pot.
What is Corey up to now? Is he just enjoying retirement?
Must be. I think I've seen him, you know, he turns up to the World Series, does his victory lap again, splash around in some mixed games.
Yeah.
But no, I haven't seen him much outside of that.
You're gonna get sick. I'm just worried about you.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to. I want you to sit on me, but I don't know if it's allowed on the TV. It's not allowed, right?
You think just because you have no sponsorship, you can say whatever you want?
Yes, I can say I'm free range now. Free range chicken. I can. See, you guys are gonna see my real version now. No fucks given.
Nice to see D Pete's rocking up for a Triton series. Xuan Lu, WPT Global Ambassador, rocking the patch. Just going to muck it. Ace-4 against the Under the Gun Open, respecting not just the range from up front, but the fact that the Open is coming from none other than our overall tournament chip leader. Thoughts, Kevin?
You know, it's the kind of fold in the blinds that sometimes you talk about it like, oh, that might be 1 pip off or 2 pips off, right? But if you think about like how much is calling there worth in dollars, especially if you do think you might be a little outmatched in that head-to-head confrontation. Maybe it just doesn't matter, you know? Like, let's pass on that hand. Let's see if we can speed things along, maybe get dealt a few better spots. I think it's a reasonable approach.
I'm glad you said that because there was a similar spot during the first frame that I picked up on, and it was similar to that in the sense that it felt like one of those standard spots where you have to call one street. Like, in theory land, you know, I'm supposed to call one street here, but in reality, how often am I comfortable calling a turn barrel or river barrel and actually getting this hand to showdown? And I kind of threw the discussion to Ali about exactly that kind of topic. And I think in my mind, and feel free to correct me as the more qualified person on this subject, but it feels like you then open yourself to kind of get pushed around a little bit.
Yeah.
If you do start making these tighter folds.
It definitely can be. I mean, imagine everyone saw that you were doing that.
Yeah.
And you take the concept too far, right? You could take edge passing to the point where you're just a nit, and everyone knows you're a nit. And now you start getting exploited by players who aren't even that good, right? And now it's like, oh well, I used to think that I was just passing on spots against super pros, but now everyone's seen it on broadcast, and now everyone's coming after me, and I've lost EV in other ways. So yeah, of course there's some implications there, but I think in an individual spot, just do what's best. I mean, if you don't think you're winning in that hand, you fold.
You could hit them with the old reverse Uno card.
8 of clubs.
On live streams, play like an absolute nit.
Yep.
Image build. Then in the real world, hello, call-in station.
Yeah.
You know?
Classic strategy.
What do we got? 8 of clubs, 6 diamonds?
That's why I only bluff on stream.
6 of hearts, 8 of clubs. All right.
Oh, Barack in the driver's seat from up front. Flops best. The Queen 10-7 only picking up one customer, none other than one of the all-time greats, Ben Tollerene, defending the big. And perhaps in trouble here, Kevin, or is this perhaps one of those spots we were just referring to, up against the under-the-gun range?
Well, at this stage, I mean, you can already see that Ben's taking a different approach to pre-flop than Schwan did in that hand, because I would categorize King 7 off and Ace 4 off as almost exactly the same hand strength against an under-the-gun open. Although I don't know if Brock min-raised and Peters made it 2.3, kind of relevant. But here, King 7, too much hand. We're going to see the turn for sure.
To the turn we go. Ace of spades giving Tollerene an inside straight draw now.
Interesting card for an under-the-gun raiser. Some players just almost close their eyes and keep betting. But Queen 9 just looks like one of the most pointless hands to bet on the turn. I think the check makes sense.
And when do you decide between just playing your overall range in a spot versus playing your hand? Am I describing that correctly? Because that's what it sounded like to me. You're saying that on this turn, most players under the gun would just barrel, but then with this particular combo, Wizbrod's just more inclined to check back.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't even know. Well, by the way, Ben might be thinking about bluffing this one when the board runs out this way. King 7 looking like the bottom of his range. Goes for a small bluff as well. But I think the idea, playing your whole range, in this case, betting Queen 9 on the turn would have been like a simplification of range. It would have been like, let's forget what Queen 9 wants. It's too thin for value. It's obviously not a bluff. It wants to check, I would say. Obviously now it wants to think about whether it can raise for value as Barak goes through the motions.
Yeah, that's exactly what Barak is considering here against the 20% river block. Is there value to be extracted from the Queen 9?
It's quite an interesting size by Ben, by the way. He's, you know, not many people think to bluff, especially with a pair.
Wow.
For cheap.
That's an impressive find, by the way, from Wizbrod. I don't know how you feel about it. I think that's a really impressive value raise.
I like it.
It feels close.
Yeah.
I feel like it's probably a mix.
I like it. Tollerene could even have some ace-X hands. They're pretty rare in this, like, 21 big blind effective pre-flop spot, but there's a couple of top pairs that he might have that call the jam.
Wow.
We're really just hoping to run into like Queen 8 or Queen Jack and get hero called.
Well, there you go. Right, on cue. Barak making moves on the feature table with his dad watching. Brian Hastings in the chat making a very good point, saying Schwan was 70 big blinds deep with Peters, Ben only 20 big blinds deep versus Barak. Ace 4-0 seems totally reasonable. Definitely a solver fold a bit later in tourney, maybe now. It's a great point, Brian.
Live far from here? Few minutes from here.
Always appreciate the input, by the way, from the chat.
You were from here. Oh, wow.
So feel free to engage. This isn't,
He has an advantage.
you know,
playing in
just
his
a
backyard.
one-way conversation.
Yes, come. We have to take a private plane to come.
Oh, poor you.
Wow. Only took him five
have
minutes to mention they came over on a PJ.
This was the first time.
I had overs on 10 minutes. God. Things just...
In Croatia.
Things not going well for me. Although I did find a euro on the floor of the gym today.
Oh, yeah.
Upswing.
What happened?
Yeah.
We had to refuel. There was something about migration.
You're going to store it somewhere for safekeeping.
So we have to, we had to stop in Croatia.
Oh, okay.
Oh, immigration.
Immigration.
Ah, poor guys.
But it was pretty good. We were drinking, having fun.
How much was it per person?
2,500.
Oh, that's such a deal.
Yeah. It was 20K for the whole plane.
How long is it from Monte Carlo to Montenegro? Like 3 hours?
3 hours, something like that. It's so short.
Yeah.
Okay, just
Where you come from? Israel?
being a fly on the wall
Also 3
there
hours.
to that conversation.
That's it?
20K for a PJ from Monaco to Montenegro. 2.5K a piece. But statistically,
What a scam.
Same
You know?
hand, same suits back to back.
10% versus the commercial airline
Playing
to,
the game.
for the plane to crash.
Playing the fucking game.
It's probably got to be something close to that.
You quoting me on that stat?
No, I'm not.
I'm gonna
Maybe I
choose
should.
right now.
Please don't. Didn't do my research, but
Oh
yeah, you know,
Girona
it's a
scored.
risk.
That's very good.
It's a risky way to travel.
Playing the game. Otherwise, it would have been a couple of plane rides, like 4 plane rides to the trash.
I can't believe I had the overs on 10 minutes of him not mentioning the private jet.
It's 20,000.
It's a rookie bet on my part.
Actually, it cost me double.
Perhaps well, I was going to say no rookie in this hand. David Peters with the loose open, but has the chips to do it. What are we, 5-handed, 6-handed?
Yeah.
6-handed, yeah.
Note the size of the 3-bet, by the way. 5.5 bigs for 35.
Same hand?
Different suits.
One of them.
3 hands in a row for BT.
Queen 9 suited. Wow. Like a fucking boss.
Oh man.
Like a fucking
Kevin,
boss.
someone in the chat lost their last Euro
You used to
at
be
the gym
lead
today.
and boss, and now you're more or less. Now
You should have brought us to the Lost and Found.
You gotta watch out.
I wonder if it's the Euro I found.
Well, it's probably a coincidence.
You still put in the hours?
Not like I used to, no.
Nachito. Ace on the button.
Raise 20,000.
Comes with min.
Looking over at chip leader,
Oh.
David Peters, staring him down in the big blind. Ace-3 off might be trouble for this open.
Mash?
All the offsuit aces against button are very reasonable jams. Don't have to take all of them, but does seem like a good idea.
Schwal saying Nacho's
So you're
sus.
planning on taking out my chips, huh?
Trying.
You river me today on the ace.
I rivered you? Maybe.
You river me. I know you did. I had a hand that you never expect I had. Got scammed. Story of my life. When will it end, Schwan? Tell me.
I think he said, what a scam, 6 times already. We've only been live for 10 minutes.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Seems like a wise fold with the King-8.
Oh.
I'm really looking forward to seeing how D. Pete's navigates this chip lead.
over the next couple of levels. I'll say someone who I haven't really had the pleasure of calling the action on all too much.
10K again,
He's normally across the pond, playing stateside.
I've always gotten the impression from playing with Peters that he will take every spot that you offer to him. But as well, I haven't, you know, you don't get to see the hole cards very often when you're at the same table. Especially when you're mucking every time you win without showdown.
He's been around. He's been around a while. Actually, one of my first, I think it was my first WSOP 100K. First ever 100K I covered. He got heads up against Martin Cabral. And I think there was like 2.8 for first, 1.8 for second. Don't quote me on those numbers exactly, but it was around a million difference between the two. As well, they both turned top pair. Tollerine's going to be in trouble here.
Yeah.
I'll continue with the Peters story in a bit.
I'm wondering if Peters will take the lead with a big sizing. His hand is good enough for it. The queen does rate to connect with Tollerine's big blind range somewhat well, but generally speaking, a couple Broadway cards on board. The player who opened is going to have a lot of that, so you can be pretty aggressive yourself.
55.
55 doesn't, you know, he's not quite going after stacks here, but definitely on the large side. Certainly might have the option to be all in on really blank rivers. Tollerine's not going to go anywhere. He's turned a really strong bluff catcher. Nothing stopping Peters from playing
with less chips than me, so I don't look like
King 6 offsuit this way.
I'd rather have you as a dealer, honestly. So I think you're so lost on what you're doing right now.
Well, Tollerine finds an exit, perhaps not in the form he would have hoped for that would have won him the pot. Perhaps in the form that saves him a sizable bet on the river. Four-liner on board, flush gets there.
I'd expect small bets to be considered here.
I like it though, very
But
nice.
the king high straight with the king of spades is pretty strong blind versus blind. It's worth a big bet. It's just a matter of,
Can you believe I haven't been to the white?
well, he does go about quarter pot.
In my life, I've never been in my life.
It's a matter of playing the whole range.
Oh wow.
Peter's basically saying, I've got more two-pair type hands and sets and thin value bets. So I'm not only going to have a king high straight for value here.
His life is so difficult.
Yeah.
Tough spot for
I've
Tollerine.
been running so bad.
Can we think
So
of any
bad,
bluffs?
But it's okay, you know. Every day I wake up.
Queen 6 is still a pretty good hand, even though it's 4 to a straight.
Where do the bluffs come from? Like ace, ace spade, ace, eight, like high card, low card?
That's the question, is he has to bet 55K on the turn, and he has to check the flop, and he has to raise pre.
He knows exactly what he's doing.
Sometimes,
Throwing you out of
even
your
very
game
good
now,
players get to these spots and just run out of bluffs. Respectful call on the river.
That is a very respectful call. Really just showcasing the level that these two are playing at. Now, just quickly, whilst the dealer's shuffling, go back to the story. D. Pete's heads up, WSOP bracelet, €1 million on the line, up against, you know, one of the biggest kind of nemesises in the poker world, in Martin Cabral. You know, the people, especially stateside, not big fans. I go out of the booth, they're on break, and for the fans, I say to Peters, he's sat on a chair outside of the booth, he's on his phone. I'm like, hey, Hey, David, how's it going?
They have
He
good
has no
cashing
idea who I
in
am,
the series?
obviously.
No, that's the
He
round.
kind of
Hello, by the way.
doesn't really look up. Don't blame him. I say,
22.
any talks of a deal? €1,000,000 on the line, you know. Be great for the fans to know I'm calling the action. Would love to have this inside info that I can return to the booth with. Tens of thousands of people watching. And without even lifting his head, still scrolling through his phone,
My shop is open.
he just chuckles and says, "Ha,
I don't think we can
David
afford
Peters
enough.
doesn't make deals."
Probably
Too
not.
expensive.
Probably not.
That was my first ever time meeting David Peters.
How much?
Wow.
1.5 million?
He's just like,
He wrote the line for you.
I mean, the
He,
guy
he said it in third person so that you could just
Literally.
repeat it right back.
He just had it. It was as if he thought I was a journalist or something. I was just going to take a quote.
I'm really.
Without
I
even
would
looking
love
up,
to
he
see
just
him do
laughed.
After
He's
poker.
like, "Ha,
You know, if
no,
poker doesn't
David
exist
Peters
now,
doesn't make
what
deals,
would we
pal."
do?
Almost as if to say, how dare you?
I don't know. Is there any other? Is there like live?
How dare you think I'm going to make a deal when there's €1,000,000 on the line?
That's
Strong.
That's strong. That's a power move.
I don't get it.
Here he is here.
I don't know, bro.
Heads
I
up
feel like
with the best of
you
it.
would run a
7-6
9-7
deuce,
million.
couple of hearts.
No.
Kind of Djurdjevic
I would love to be an actor.
checking on over.
An actor? I think you have it. Like a Spanish telenovela.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't need good acting.
You don't need good acting.
I think you have good acting. But you would be the one, you know, that she's in love, but afterwards she goes for the good guy. You would be the
Mosbach
bad guy at the
joining the table.
Right?
Yeah. The villain.
Yeah, they win, but like, you know, that the girls are always attracted to.
So
No.
this one, under the gun raise. Peters called the button with threes. Check, check on the flop.
Now he only needs to take your chips and he's.
Now when check two on the turn. Could have been good enough to go for value.
I would watch it. The 100%.
But let's
Even
say a
in
respectful
Spanish, if I don't
check.
understand it.
I would love to live in Madrid and do something.
Good chance this
They
goes
have-
check, check
yeah.
again. Unless ace-9 decides it needs to bluff on this river. Some hands improving on the queen. Under the gun range is strong, but there are weaker hands.
I just cannot live there because of like taxes.
Yeah.
D. Pete's continues to climb here. So we head towards the end of late reg.
I don't want to cross. I don't want to be on your path.
Very healthy looking.
Or I can just move to Vienna.
1.6
or somewhere
million
close
chip
where you
stack.
live and live in on the woods like you do.
But no electricity. You don't have that in Austria.
Have you seen the chat, Henry?
Bro,
What's going on?
I was in Madrid
We've
now
got a
when it
correction.
happened.
Tell me.
Coming in
The
from
shutdown.
Haley Hanna,
That's a
Bro,
very
it's so insane.
verified
Have
source.
who I think would
electricity
know
for like
something
8
about
hours.
David Peters.
I think she
and
knows a thing or two about
Again,
Peters.
Again, that's just life.
saying maybe it was specific to his opponent
I mean,
that he
bro,
was
I'm
not going to
24
make
I
a
could
deal.
see it.
24/7 on my phone.
I
Like,
could
it's
see it.
insane. No Wi-Fi.
Have,
No Wi-Fi.
cell service?
No cell service.
Oh my god.
In some parts, it was crazy. It was wild.
I'll admit,
No AC.
at the time I was a bit
So what did you do then?
starstruck.
Yeah.
Didn't
I
want
don't
to
know.
probe
I
too
went
much.
Out, I walked.
You want to know my
I actually
David
was
Peters
so
story?
busy that,
Please.
I think the year was 2017, maybe 2018. First time meeting David in person.
happened that I said, okay, I'm gonna go.
He helped me with some funding, let's say, in Las
Okay.
Vegas.
Okay.
And
Sounds like a great guy.
and my dad was with me. He was traveling
Yeah.
to Las Vegas. And I told him, like, I need to go get some money. I'm going to buy into a tournament. He's like, oh, I'll come with you. I was like, all right. David meets me unassuming, doesn't understand that he's just signed himself up for a 15-minute conversation explaining poker to my father. Because it took some time to get the money processed, and as we stand at the cashier at the Aria, and then I think maybe even had to walk over to the Bellagio all together. My dad just hamming it up with David Peters. He has no idea who David Peters is, but he's like, oh, poker professional.
That's brilliant. I
That was
think
great.
I think people live for moments like that as well, because David probably felt like, wow, this is just like a genuine guy who
doesn't know about poker and is just asking from a real place of curiosity compared to, you know, the typical like poker.
I hope that's what he thought. Yeah.
That's cool. That is cool.
Because that's true. Shout out to my dad.
King of Diamonds on the turn. Xuan Lu, the best of it. Was a single raise pot, raised up to 23K from Xuan. Barak peeled out the small. Flop went check, check.
Sounds like good things happen.
Now, Whisperod probing on this King of Diamonds turn.
I would sit down like in a bar, and like everybody's with their phones, and I was
Xuan
there.
won't
I
be
had no
going
phone,
anywhere.
So I look like an idiot. So I would start talking to random people.
Whisper definitely rating to have a strong range on this board. Having called from the small blind.
Pretty cool.
There's not a lot of unpaired hands.
1 week, no phone.
But there's quite a lot of Queen 10. Suited 2 pairs. Even King Jack
I feel like we're all
offsuit.
pretty addicted to it. Like it would be good for all of them.
8s, 9s in there, or are those kind of pairs, 30 big blinds
They
going in more?
might just be in pre.
Okay.
8s I'm not sure. 9s I would feel pretty confident. Does shut it down.
Like 100 times already.
It always keeps coming back.
Keeps coming back to my feet.
Perhaps some hands with a diamond that could bluff instead. Xuan might think,
Yeah, you don't want to go through my search.
no, it's kind of hard to figure out what hand you get called by, but how are we not good with King Queen? We've been check 2 on the river. Certainly 2 pair plus would be comfortable putting money in. So let's see if we can get value.
Xuan Lu playing the game.
Snap fold there from Whisperod, no nonsense. Well, maybe some nonsense on the turn, but you know, we all dabble in shenanigans. Massive shout out to all of our viewers across the board, Twitch, YouTube, Triton Poker Plus app, joining us here for day 1 coverage, live from the Maestral Casino and Resort in Montenegro. Good to be back next to the Adriatic Sea, European time zone. If you haven't already, do drop us a quick like. If you're not subscribed, well, what rock have you been living under? Show us a bit of love. Really helps push the live stream to a wider audience, as I mean, you guys have seen just how much effort Triton have put in the last couple of years to really elevate this product for your viewing pleasure. Get involved in the chat, whether it's
What? You want to see what?
here, right now, or over on socials, Twitter,
I
Instagram.
have Celta, I just won.
Social media team always posting. Well, we've been commenting on some of the highlight reels we've seen. Kevin, over dinner, some of the hands.
Maybe I
Oh,
cannot
yeah.
say it on TV. I tell you after.
We had that cash game rerun unreleased, previously unreleased.
Multiple, like $500,000 pots in that one, right?
Insane action.
Yeah.
Absolutely insane action.
People were like reloading 100K, 200K.
It was 100K min buy-in.
Okay.
And within the first 30 minutes, almost everyone is guaranteed to have tripled up or been stacked and is reloading. And they played 3 days straight, cut it down,
Live poker compared to online.
ran all the footage together. About 10 hours of footage.
That's a great point.
You did a decent stint, yeah.
It doesn't need them. It's quick.
And each day it was just on repeat. They reset to 100K, and oh, all of a sudden we're 400,000 deep, and we're playing an 800K pot.
Nice.
Refreshment. Nice.
Very nice.
I feel outclassed in this corner. But you know, it's like, at 30 blinds.
Yeah.
Okay.
We have
Nacho defending the ace-deuce off.
Yeah.
Quite
in trouble here.
Quite short.
There's nobody has that.
And he might be, yeah, thinking about leading,
Your
perhaps.
friend and I are on the same page.
Good board texture for the big blind.
Hello.
Decides against lead, and you would think Schwan is betting, but how big? Some players like to size up on these textures. Protect against all the high equity stuff that Nacho can have. Think against the bigger size. Maybe we can just part now with ace-deuce, no spade. Draw into the bad gut shot. No guarantee the ace is live either.
Oh boy.
Does continue.
109 in the middle. SPR just north of 1.
Another card worth consideration of leading, but there's just not that much you accomplish with ace-deuce by betting.
Is there ever a world where he just has the best hand and Schwan shuts down? Not the case here, obviously. It's just asked for all of it.
Yeah, here the hand's over. If Schwan had like queen-jack, 1 spade, these types of hands might take their shot at the flop and then give up on that turn. Definitely some paths to Nacho winning.
Well, not that one. It is down. Just 11 bigs. Didn't know I had to qualify the Adriatic Sea, but thank you, ladies and gents. It is the sea on the other side of Italy, the northernmost arm of the Mediterranean Sea.
Well, shout out to my fellow North Americans who learned that today. Because I sure know that I had to look it up when I was booking my travel here.
It's one of the most stunning coastlines in all of Europe, in my opinion. From Montenegro, even down, you know, the southern part, the Albanian west coast, Montenegro, Croatia. You just got miles and miles of stunning coastline. Nacho rips it in with the king high.
You're in bad shape then.
It would be the same for me though. Like you could bang off like a bunch of really well-known places in Canada.
Yep.
Like North America.
Yep.
You probably know all of the Great Lakes names.
Yeah.
Not to put you on the spot, but maybe you, I don't.
My first thought was, have you heard of the Finger Lakes?
Yeah, of course, everyone's heard of the Finger Lakes.
I didn't know that.
I'm joking. I haven't.
Never heard of the Finger Lakes.
No.
Yeah, it's kind of a big deal.
Yeah, as big as the.
Do you know the
Adriatic Sea?
name of both mountain ranges across the U.S.?
The Rockies.
U.S. and Canada, I suppose. Yeah, you've got the Rockies.
And.
Are you gonna play them? You're a PLO legend.
I'm gonna play.
Let me get back to you. Hang on.
There's a trail.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe
the
I
West
don't
Crest
play
Trail,
every-
or
I don't
no?
want to be too burned out for Vegas. Maybe I
That's
take
where
1 or
the
2 days off.
that's the Rockies. That's to the west. There's
Well, I mean,
there's an
that's from-
eastern. There's a mountain range to the east.
Okay. I feel like I've seen
Yeah,
Alex Honnold
maybe I skip a couple of
free solo some of
Because then I
some
fly
of those.
on the city to Vegas. I start playing.
I actually don't know. I think most of the rock climbing's in the west.
Is it in the west? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Then no, I don't know. What is it?
Yeah, but I play every
Appalachian.
day in Monaco.
Okay. I knew that.
So much.
I was just testing you.
That's the test you chose.
That was the test I went for.
The test that I came up with.
tell you, he's not going to be tested here. Danilo Balasevic, top 2. Deep heats with a wheel draw.
It's pretty good here.
Feels a bit spicy to continue here, but I guess the deuce is incredibly disguised as one of those, well, if I do drill it,
I think
just getting this guy's stack. Go on.
You play tennis?
It feels to me like a nice check raise opportunity.
Who you play with?
It's, and he is going
I feel like you destroy
for
it.
45. The idea here being, if we check call, there's a number of bad cards that we're just going to keep facing aggression on from an under the gun player. So if Velocevic has pocket 8s or King Jack or whatever mediocre hand, he's just going to find a way to win that hand against a check call. But against a check raise, maybe we just get pocket 8s to fold right now.
Wow.
So it's getting dicey now. I mean,
we knew David Peters wasn't trying to phone out top 2.
Velocevic does have top 2, so it's not going to go well. But the king in general, not really the spot we're looking to continue bluffing now. Time to slow it down.
You been to any interesting places recently?
Of course, Danilo
I've been to
is going to look to extract some value here,
Tirol in Austria.
unfortunately for him. Deep heats, Scott, was 5 high.
I was around. I was in Golden.
And you were early April, right?
Yeah, like late March.
Understandably going for value.
Yeah.
How was it?
Target some ace-x hands that check raise the flop. Maybe some king-queen.
That is, it's pretty high because like it's the first E-race every year.
Nothing to do with 5-4 though.
David Peters looks like he could be
Not entirely
like
sure.
a Bond villain in any poker-related scene. I could just see him with the tuxedo on, you know.
I think it's the full zip.
Yeah.
That makes.
Yeah, I could see
he's
him
always
like,
he's always got the full zip. It's kind of turtleneck.
Yeah.
Ish.
I agree.
Looks, you know.
I could see him chasing Bond down the side of a mountain on skis.
Yeah.
With, you know, a Glock with a silencer on it. I could see David Peters playing that role. And then afterwards, you know, they play poker. Here he is, the villain of the table. 129 big blinds, blinds going up. So that does mean late reg will be closing any minute now. Let's have a look over at the Triton Poker Plus app for confirmation on what's occurring on the outer tables. So we're up to 154. So whoever took the overs on 150, well done. Ike Haxton currently chip leading. Only just 132 bigs. David Peters in second with 128. Then a bit of a drop off to Jules Dickerson from the UK, 105 bigs. And then the only other player with a 7-figure stack is Ilkin Garibli. He's playing 1.1 million, good for 94 bigs. Scrolling through the field, few players that could perhaps rebuy. J&T, Alex Boyka, Chris Moorman. Who else we got? Yeah, some big names waiting to potentially rebuy. Just going to take a couple of minutes here to allow people the opportunity to do so, should they want to. Some short stacks out in the field, sub 10 big blind stacks. Matthew Wantman with 8, Webster Lim with 9, Dietrich Fast with 5. So with late reg ending, we're going to be keeping an eye on some of these short stacks. Looking to spin the wheel. Head on over. That's quite the table. Adrian Mateos, Punat Punsri, Fedor Holst, Jamil Wakil, Dietrich Fast. It looks like Punat's involved in a hand there against, I believe it was Jamil. 89 players, so it is official. The number being 155 for this one. To kick things off here in Montenegro. Phil Ivey, Talal Shakurchi. Really is the who's who of the poker world. We got here my tennis sparring partner, Daniel Dvoris.
Sick brag.
Elton Sang. JK. JK's got a fresh cut. Orpin, Ben, Chris, Elis in the 2-card streets, Steve O'Dwyer. Some real fun tables out there. And again, for those of you that haven't already, do download the Triton Poker Plus app. You can sweat along every hand from each and every outer table. And follow your favorites. For now, our attention on this group of 8. Waiting for Luca Vivaldi to confirm
I get 5 more times.
the prize pool. 155 entries. Looks like 27 going to be paid with a min cash of 39,000. As Barbero says, run it.
ICM is for poor people.
Not so much ICM yet.
I'm joking, I know.
First hand after registration closes, and as Nacho says, what a scam. Oh, and maybe further action incoming. King Queen suited. No straightforward fold here.
I feel like I'm gonna double.
King Queen though.
There
When
are
Schwann's just
some-
like flattered.
I think there's more than a few hands that Schwann will actually fold if this Milosevic moves all in here. 9's not being one of them, but Ace-10 comes to mind.
Ace-10 offsuit?
Yeah,
Okay.
Ace-10 offsuit. Maybe even a lower pair, 6s, something like this. You know, these are uncomfortable hands. If we move all in,
Now you have a tough
he goes for flat, which
Wow, we were.
off of 300k total, pretty dicey. They've got to play post flop now.
Danilo has flopped best on the King 10-6.
I mean, Schwann is hating this flop. Nacho as well. He could be dead. He's got 34k back. He joked before this hand that ICM is for poor people. He might end up folding in the name of ICM at some point.
Well, SPR for Danilo around 0.66 versus Schwann.
Danilo, of course, with a very strong range to have made this call in the first place. I think that's why he chooses such a small bet size here.
I don't understand why I didn't show pre.
And Nacho, in a legitimately ugly spot, getting 11-1 for his stack. He's got a clean gut shot. Does end up folding.
Yeah, I saved myself 40k. 40.
Yeah, that's good.
And Schwann now with the same decision, but not for her tournament life. So a more reasonable spot to think about drawing. Question is, how many live outs do I have?
Could just be dead, right?
Well played, Sean.
Wow. What a huge pickup for the serve.
Time for
Danilo doesn't even need to sweat the river.
Something like that. Okay, I had 3 outs against
What
her.
did you have? 7? Ace-5?
Ace-5 suited.
But no.
Why is it? What did he say? Ace-5 suited.
Yeah. Didn't
Ace-4 suited.
Always
didn't want to embarrass himself by saying he had ace-4 suited. You know, got to upgrade a little.
Maybe. Oh no, what he had. It looks like he had like king queen or something.
Wow.
Good read.
Nacho with the live reads. Okay, so late reg is closed. Top prize, Kevin, in this one, $860,000 in this 25K WPT Global Slam. Plans to play down to the final 6 tomorrow, I believe. Final table, depending on when we get there. But final table, final 6.
Now he's gonna like spin it up, right? Like 500K shift in like 10 minutes. I know how it works.
Don't know about you, but I really enjoy these early days at the Triton stop where we get to just watch from level 1, day 1.
Yeah, we don't get a lot of this. Deeper stacks. Generally good pace of play. You got more decisions to make. It's an exhausting part of the tournament, to be honest.
Maybe I would
Play a lot of spots.
Maybe he flipped the flash.
No decision there for Tolerine. Facing a half-pot C-bet.
I think you would have shoved that one. It's okay. It's a poker hand. Whatever.
Wow, Nacho
I'm lucky
converting to Buddhism.
Chito playing the game.
It's just been
Not for too long.
out in the Buddhist streets,
I think you're gonna stay here longer.
studying the art of letting go,
There you
moving
go.
on, surrendering to things that are out of his control.
Great philosophy. Suits him.
All in for Nacho. From an entertainment point of view,
Oh,
love to see him double up here.
No way. Not like this. This one I win it for sure.
Yeah.
Brock looked at 1.
This one I
It was an
win.
ace.
34?
Said call.
34, 34.
Really?
Yeah, it's 34. 3 blinds.
Oh.
I want to flip it
Nacho
straight. So.
asking for the prepay.
I'm rooting for you. Not that I don't
Wow.
root for you, but I don't want you to
I
lose.
go to like 9 blinds. So this is insane. Maybe it will be the
Oi,
biggest
oi.
shot of my life, actually, where it's just it.
Not quite 9 blinds, but
That's what I said like 2 minutes ago. I think you're gonna spin it up.
Put a cloud there so we sweat. Boom, there we
go.
There we go.
Give him a flush. Give him a flush.
Nah, it's
He
fine.
asked
This
for the
one,
sweat.
You're drawing that.
Yeah, I think
He's drawing to 25%.
The 4 of hearts. Bro, everybody thinks I'm just a pretty face. I keep trying to tell the people no.
You also have it inside.
This is, yeah, I have it all, bro.
You're really the full package.
Fucking
Honestly?
insane, bro.
Do you think he ever blows kisses at himself
be out, Dana. Look
as he
at me
passes
now.
past, the mirror after getting out of the shower?
I have 9 blinds.
The other day, on
100%.
Triton,
Yeah?
And a
with
wink.
0 point,
Little wink.
Strikes me as
blinds.
someone who's been practicing his wing for
I moved up 10 spots.
decades.
I folded 2 times to 0.5 lines on the PLO. That was pretty insane. I went from
It's a
19
shame he
to
wears
9.
sunglasses.
Do you think...
I care about ICM, guys. I do care.
So it's just an image that you try to build up?
It was funny. It was pretty insane what happened.
Such a character.
The first one I have 0 point. So basically, we get it all in on the turn with Tom, the guy that won, and he tells me I have top pair, not flash draw, and I got shot. But I'm like, bro, I'm not all in. I have one chip left. One chip, it was like 5K. The blinds were like 30K or something. No,
Following
not like
could
that, but
be
like
in
at least
trouble
they have
here.
0.1.
Although the jam
And he said,
would
oh,
work.
so
He came with it.
pretty much
Just comes
get
with
in
cool.
for cheap lead.
Does feel like
But then the flash comes.
a dicey jam.
So he's my friend. He would never lie to me. So it's like I check folding for
Suited queen jack,
like
sure.
cheap leader
Offsuit.
for that, 'cause I know he
Surely
has-
now.
Call seems good. And yeah, Brock's going to be in here.
Especially with the flat in front of him. 78K out there.
Might just clear out all this equity, no contest.
I think so.
It's a 14 blind jam.
Nice
Tolerance's
little
out.
pickup there for Barak. He's going to love that result. Wow, increasing his stack by almost 75% without having to sweat the run out. Trending in the right direction. Back up towards starting stack. Barbero down to just 7 bigs, but did the hard part. Managed to find the double. Can do some damage now. A couple more doubles. He's back up. Top of the chip counts. David Peters playing 129 bigs. Has second in chip. Schwan covered by 2x. Really rolling over the table here.
Yeah, he flopped the spade, Jack 10. I left myself again with 0.5 lines. I spin it up, and then I play like a 40 big line pot again. It was pretty insane. It's all on TV too.
And you too can watch on the Triton Poker YouTube channel. If you were following Nacho's story about his PLO spin up from Jeju earlier this year.
I'll be honest with you. There's something in me where, you know, selective hearing is a known phenomena.
Did you just black out that whole story?
It's not that it was the story that I was blanking. It's just, you know, that Nacho talking for 45, 50 minutes non-stop. There are parts that just don't manage to break through the filters of my ears. And yeah, sometimes I do miss out on some of the stories that he shares. I'm sure others can relate.
20,000.
Schwan firing out a C-bet. It's going to get the job done. He is cruising along. Hasn't really put a foot wrong at this feature. Perhaps going to kick herself a bit about the 9's hand when she looks back and sees that she could have got some clearance. Got it heads up against Nacho. Someone saying Tolerine would make a great name for a drink. I'll have a strawberry Tolerine. Thank you. I can see it. I can see it. Alcoholic or non-alcoholic? I think that's what we need to figure out.
Maybe a frozen Tolerine.
I could see it as in like it's like a fitness kind of drink.
Oh, I see.
It's like, yo, did you have your Tolerine this morning?
Oh yeah.
You know?
Yeah, Tolerine would be like a power supplement.
Yeah,
for
your pre-gym Tolerine.
Yeah.
You gotta get your pre-gym Tolerine in.
What a scam.
No, that's it. It's definitely not an alcoholic drink.
Complete scam.
Nacho had to fold his big blind.
Chilling. Get me a margarita, please.
He should have been chilling at his room right now, and he's like, what a scam, what a scam.
Get this man a tolerine.
What a guy.
Man, now I want a tolerine. You almost got me the cakes earlier on.
Did you not have your protein shake today?
No.
It's a mistake.
No, I've just been enjoying the food that they've been serving us here, man. I've just been getting enough. Haven't needed to supplement it with liquid protein. Essentially see a Mosbrook flat here, although it does have to be mindful of the fact that Nacho sat there on the short stack, opting to 3-bet and take the aggressive line.
Yeah, it could have been on his mind when he chose this. I mean, if Nacho puts his money in, he's going to have to run it with the Jack-10 regardless. So why give Kalijerjevic the chance to isolate?
Just aces?
Yeah, just aces. I don't ask for much in life. It's just aces. I'm not going to be asking for this spot.
Wow, a rare moment of silence.
What?
Who wins the Champions League?
Oof.
Oof. Just aces.
Super hard.
24.
I kind of want Paris to win. For Luis Enrique. But
With just 4.5 blinds. Oh, he gets away. Thought maybe a flat was incoming.
Yeah.
See a flop.
I used to
See
live in
if
Paris.
Peters wants to see a flop here.
I mean, I have many friends in Paris that they would be very happy.
Against the min open.
Boys or girls?
Does make the call.
Boys or girls? Paris.
Mostly boys. I was a nerd, bro, playing Magic. I was at 20 years old.
You said what?
I was a nerd.
You were a nerd?
Impossible.
No.
Yeah.
You're the biggest playboy?
No.
Did I know?
Tolerine maybe thinking through his options to check sometimes with a hand like this. Certainly a board that he would be checking sometimes. And he does find the check.
Playing Counter-Strike and Age of Empires.
But okay,
Oh my.
Could be an action
I
card.
was like a computer kid, I would be honest.
66k in the middle, as much as I'd love to hear about Nacho's nerdy days in Paris playing Magic the Gathering. There is poker happening here. Tolerine checking back on the flop, getting tricky with the aces. It's now
I started playing in 2002.
giving Peters 18% equity in the form of this open-ender.
That was in 2002.
There's going to be so many hands that Peters wants to bet here on the turn.
Magic.
And I wonder if by betting this big, Peters has potentially opened himself up to getting jammed on by this hand.
The poker player. Do you know him from Magic? He used to be like world champion. Like,
45
like
into
2003.
66.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
There's definitely just some 7-6 or 9x hands that would bet this size and then be pretty hard pressed to find a fold. But Tolerine does just call, decides to keep the bluffs in. I'd say this is more standard procedure.
Oh my.
Might work out really well here.
I think Tolerine's getting a full double whammy with fries.
8-6, really looking like an ideal bluff
Yeah.
to me on the river. We have no interaction with Jack-10 suited, with diamonds, with high hearts. So many hands that Tolerine could call, turn, and fold river with are those missed draws.
At the beginning, I was playing Magic.
D. Pete's running it.
ill-timed aggression, of course, as he runs directly into the blades of Ben Tollerine. What a beautifully played hand of poker by both, by the way.
Definitely. Hard to find that flop check as Tollerine.
It was very fun.
It can be scary. You have no heart in your hand. You have that desire to get protection. But that worked out really well once he checked, and to no fault of David Peters. Just trying to play his hand well.
He did play his hand well, of course. I agree.
We were making money with the game, and we were like, yeah, we were buying and selling cards.
Okay, yeah.
And you would win. Maybe like I would make like 30,000 in a year, but I was like it was very. I didn't need much money. Yeah. They would pay us. It depends on how you finish on the rankings.
Yeah.
And you have money to go to the tournaments.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was super cool. I even have my own card.
You have your own magic card?
Yeah, like a promo card. That's only 30 people in the world have it.
Wow. What is the card called?
No, it's just they made like the cards with like the top 30 players, top 32 in the world, and they made my card. Really? Wow.
Dejan with a bit of a OOL open.
Then you can get another
you
type
could
of
say.
card that they would like print one of your cards.
Definitely getting after it a little, but some short players at the table.
Like a normal magic card.
In particular, Nacho still sitting on 4 big blinds. That offsuit ace goes up a little bit in value.
DP's just slapping the wrist of Karađorđević. Yeah, there we go. Just hearing Luca reiterate that prize pool confirmation. 27 places paid, min cash 39K. Top prize, very healthy looking, 860,000.
I was really good.
Yeah.
I actually got banned from some regional game.
Really?
Yeah.
At 11?
Yeah. They had this.
Man, I'm really craving like a cheesecake now.
Like this local mall around my house.
I blame you, Kevin Ravachel. I blame you.
Every week it would be like.
Earlier, I would have given you credit for why
The winner gets like 2 small
I didn't have dessert at the buffet. Pretty sure you just stared me dead in the eye and you said, discipline.
I did. No, I'm staying disciplined. Oh no.
And about then
Again, it's these three.
Like, okay, no more action, you know, like.
Nacho involved. Just open jamming the Jack 10. Xuan Lu calling. Danilo is going to announce himself here. Won't be overcalling this time round.
This is potentially ugly for Xuan. Just calling ace-jack for 4 bigs is kind of under-repped. I wonder if the sizing of 170 does let her get away, but...
In what sense?
This doesn't look... There are much weaker hands than ace-jack that would call this raise, but I don't know that Xuan would flat everything. I think she might, you know, click raise with some hands.
Does avoid disaster. Nacho.
Discipline fold.
Discipline fold.
So fucking.
You know, discipline. We're talking about discipline.
Wow, I triple up in this one, guys.
There we go. Nacho with the optimism.
I'm gonna put it on.
Potential triple up spot. Given that Xuan called and then folded.
Holding at the TV table.
Okay.
Need the 9.
Okay, thanks.
Send him the pot.
Yeah, no sweat, please.
Okay.
Send him the pot.
Diamonds.
Jack 10-9 for Nacho to triple up.
Mario. Oh my God, not like this.
Uh-oh.
So close to 9.
Schwann's just praying that it breaks out. There it is.
So easy. It's so easy. So easy. Nachito playing the game. Thank you, bro. Always. You made the best hand fall, I win.
Wow.
Oh, you're really trying to dominate after me. So we were friends.
Oh, for 2.
I can get rid of you. I thought we were friends.
She really is. I feel like.
It is crazy that he's still here, you know. Like, could have very easily just open jammed that ace-4. Perhaps a spot that we could review later on over on GTO Wizard, the #1 learning app for poker players. See elite players such as Espen Jorstad use GTO Wizard. Kevin, if I'm not mistaken, you're also helping out the GTO Wizard streets.
Yeah.
Check out GTO Wizard over on socials. Join their giveaways. Beat the best. Crush the rest. Espen, Kevin, Jungle Man. Who else is over on that roster?
And you guys want to run like that?
Joey.
Joey. Yeah, Joey's in the mix. Shout out Joey, by the way. Got a lot of love for Pappy. It's one of my first
I could have folded at some point.
friends in the industry, if you will. Reached out to me back in like 2018, I think, when I was just a young pup.
Then I had mandatory bluff in a huge
Kind of
spot,
showed me the
and
ropes.
then I lost the flip and I was out.
Something that people would perhaps be pretty surprised of was that he took me away from the out-of-line streets.
Yeah, it was 1.2 million for first.
Yeah, he was like, Henry, you need to chill with the OOL living.
It was so tilted, bro.
GTO is life.
GTO is life.
You didn't go.
Exactly.
Why you
Didn't he have merch?
I wasn't Montenegro.
It said that.
Oh, you were there?
I don't know, but that would be great.
I think he had merch.
You doing shit. I didn't care. Where the fuck were you? On the bench. He saw you going to the cage back and forth. On the cashier. I just love Monaco. Like, honestly, that's one of my favorite stuff. Yeah.
A limped pot here, blind v blind.
Yeah.
As we see two of the best in the business navigate this ace-jack tray. Tolerane just looking for clearance here. I think once Barak sends the message that he's sticking around, we see a shutdown from Tolerane, especially on the 8 of spades turn card. I've got a funny feeling, Kevin, that Tolerane benches more than me.
Calling him Swollerine in the chat.
I
hadn't heard that one before, but I got a chuckle.
Ben Swollerine checks it on over.
Even though it seems unlikely for King High to be good, I think I'd be surprised if Ben bluffed this one. He's looking at his chips. King Deuce, the worst King High. But there's just other stuff. You've limped pre. You stabbed an ace high flop, which you would probably do with almost anything. Bluff the river with 10-6 offsuit. Don't bluff with this. Barak now thinking about value betting. He thinks he would have heard from a queen. Decides to take the cautious route, not wanting to get check raised. No spade, no kicker.
You can really tell just how much of a thinking player Barak is there, just taking his time, reviewing the situation, like you said, thinking of perhaps value betting, and almost a reluctant check there on the river. Kind of one of those where it's like, I probably know I should value bet this.
Yeah.
but maybe a respectful check back in the sense that, okay, Tolerine is the guy that could just put me in the absolute blender if I go for thin value here. So
Yeah.
I can get behind it.
So 2 players very experienced in heads-up play as well, with where that blind versus blind battle is going to have a lot of similarities. You can't bet everything for value every time you think it's good, or else you start getting trapped.
Now I can do some damage. I learned that one from Sean Winter. That one.
Yeah.
You wanna swap? You wanna swap
Ah, sunglasses.
But sunglasses is a bad trade.
They don't do anything in terms of covering my face.
But it looks good. I like her point.
Huh?
I like her point.
Brock getting himself involved in another limped pot from the small blind this time.
Like, I swear I'm way more funny, but like people doesn't understand how.
Yeah, I'm way too slow for you.
Yeah, it's really insane.
Yeah. It takes me. Yeah,
my accent doesn't help at all.
Are you really funny in Spanish?
No interaction for either player.
I think you're really quite funny.
Yeah, I'm very funny.
Not to say that you can't bluff at this spot with no interaction.
Spanish mostly.
Really?
Wouldn't be shocked if Kalijerjevic took a stab at it.
No, I don't
Decides
know,
not to this time.
I
feel like every language is kind of a different personality. Everyone is kind of.
Now same idea for Barak. You'd like to have a little more something than this. Put a jack in your hand, put 1 heart in your hand. Even 4-3.
Shut the fuck up sometimes.
Yep.
How are you?
Surely someone's going to bluff at this, Kevin.
You in the fucking dream.
If there's a time to do it, it'll be on the river. Now that all things are laid out, you don't need equity. You don't really need blockers either. Everyone's got pretty wide range. Whoever takes the first stab is likely to win. I mean, I say that, but
well,
9 high is more than
Thank
nothing.
You. Yeah, I was about to say, like, we've got to this river, paired board. We're betting 9 high to do what? Fold out jack high?
Yeah, or king high. Dejan's out.
Oh, he folds him off of a chop.
Classy. Too classy for me. Too classy for me. I need more.
I feel like you're really classy. I saw your sweater yesterday. That was pretty classy.
The sweater? Yeah, that one is sick.
Yeah.
Shamil has it too. I saw it in Jamil and I went to buy it.
Really?
So we have to talk to each other. Like, don't wear that sweater.
It would be weird if you like matching, you know?
It's pretty funny. I told
It's
him the other day,
Nacho
don't
saying
wear it
he
tonight
has
'cause I'm gonna wear it.
a private chat with Jamil where every morning they do a fit check to make sure they're not rocking the same hoodie.
Well, no, in Jamil's defense, by the way, it sounds like he bought the hoodie first.
Yeah.
Nacho saw it, went and picked up the same one, and now has to deal with Nacho texting him, "Hey, pal, today's my day to pick up the dog." You know? Today's my day to go to the park with the kids. You do something else.
Do you think Jamil had to like confront Nacho at some point? Because Nacho was just wearing it every day, and he was like, "Bro, I'd like to wear my hoodie again. Can you please just let me know when you're gonna wear it?"
Let's do it.
I'm nervous. I'm nervous.
Oh, good reason for it. Queen 10-7. Nacho on quite the spin. It was down to 34K. Worked his way back into this one. Queen 10-7. 2 hearts.
Interesting spot. Big bet size. You can see 5 deuce has more than half the equity in this pot, but Mario's going to have to find a way to realize it.
But that's equity in the form of its pair outs, right? It doesn't feel like a spot where Mosbok would be comfortable calling down like a pair of fives or a deuce.
Yep.
Should he get to the river with those. 128k, both players remain unimproved. Nacho certainly with options here. If he wants to just lean on a 7x that was keeping him honest for one street, maybe a 10x. Does have a very strong range from under the gun, of course.
I understand the check. Oh, and Mario gets there on the river. It feels hard to fold out too many better hands on the turn for Nacho. So it's reasonable to check back and try to navigate the river. This one's going to be interesting. I assume with a hand this strong, Mario's just going to be all in for a pot-sized bet. But sometimes we face a smaller bet here. Sometimes we use a smaller bet here. $65, half pot he goes for.
You're too good. You are too good.
Yeah.
No consideration from Nacho.
That's what they all tell him.
I had a feeling that
He's
you had
right.
8-9 or something.
Very close. I had a flush.
Oh, you were folding the thumb.
Yes, of course.
Of course I fold the first. What should I do?
The thumb.
Yeah.
You fold?
Yeah. I mean, depends what you do.
Some people are not like you. They have few chips left to call. They just spite call, you know. They don't save the 25k behind. They know they're gonna spin it up, you know.
Fucking weird hand. I could have gone all in on the thumb. Oh, you never check raise 8-9, 7-6, 10-6, 10-6.
Bigger open size here on the button from Dejan. Pocket sixes. He's got Nacho in the big blind so short that he wants to charge a little bit extra. And Nacho has a real decision. He knows he never gets folds when he jams. So do we want to just run it now and make sure that we see 5 cards?
Snap.
He says yes.
If Nacho wins this,
someone who's luckier than you, so
no Instagram
this might be the one.
it's back up to 268k. Wow, no Instagram story this time.
Nacho
Doesn't
thinks
feel
he's
it.
Losing. Well,
She's like, come on.
Is it the time to say I had an ace?
Get the camera out. Come on.
Coming now for sure. 100%. GG guys.
Wow. Black 6 needed for Dejan. Nacho surprised.
You see, I played it perfect because I was gonna just call pre.
You folded perfect last hand.
Yeah, no, but if I call pre, I call pre. He
doesn't double you.
I had an ace too. I was so confident he's busting now. It's like
All an ace?
Yes, I had ace deuce, full house.
What are you doing, bro? That's not the Barak I know.
Buying image on TV, playing side.
Yeah.
It was a grind, but I finally made it to starting stack. Over, yeah.
Peter's back at it here.
When I grow up, I want to be like you, Nacho.
King Jack, offsuit, under the gun.
I want to be like me when I grow up.
I love how throughout all of this,
I don't think I ever
D
grow up,
Pete's
though.
hasn't said a single word. He's just been sat there listening, observing, playing poker.
Oh
He's pretty reserved at the table, in my experience. A man of few words, let's say.
Tolerine takes it north. This is going to get the job done. One would have to assume.
2700, guys.
Yeah, Nacho on quite the spin.
105.
Well, Ethereum's back up to 2700, eh?
You see the new additions they have, the rollback on the final table.
Yeah. How does it work? If it's below 30, it goes up to 30?
Something like that. Yeah.
Back. Yeah.
Oh. And also
a maximum of 2 levels if
Yeah.
it's below 30.
Pretty nice though.
Yeah.
Yep. I think a lot of people were complaining that there was
too short final table.
Yeah, to like.
And also the final table clock will be per hand.
Oh really? Will be per hand?
Yeah.
24.
Amazing.
Players filling us all in on the rule changes at this Triton series.
Pretty deep final tables then.
Couple of updates to the final table structures.
There is no point to play for 2 to 6 million with like first of like 50 BB average. Kind of annoying. You. For everybody. No. I don't know. Everybody wants 40 BB.
What do we have here?
Okay, lucky
Level
player.
change.
90. Yeah.
Blinds up to 10 and 15K. 15K ante.
Triton events 3. No, he's not lucky. He's like Nacho. Only 3.
I feel like this spin from Nacho
They're all pretty
it's building up to something. Like his aces are going to get cracked or something after fighting his way back in.
Yeah. Law of averages, you know. Tolerine opens to 35. The king 10 of clubs.
No customers. No worries. Bro, now I'm starting to think that maybe he bicep curls more than I bench. I mean, what's going on, man? Is the hoodie too tight or the
It's
arms
gotta
just
be-
that big?
I think it's the arms are that bit. Like when you're kind of,
I prefer 15.
you know, let's say average height,
Gamble.
Yeah.
but you've done a lot of
Go to the next one.
weightlifting. There's not that many hoodies with like size XL arms and size small hips, you know?
This is why...
Gotta go custom.
Yeah, this is why we bring you in for these, Kevin, because...
I can relate
you see,
to the average
well,
height.
I wasn't going to say that. I was going to say you see the world through a very smart and logical lens. Man, this is Schwann's first Triton event. She's been sat next to Barbero all day. I feel for her. She's tried getting rid of him twice, unsuccessfully.
Notable fold there with the king 9 suited by Schwann. Kind of awkward, I suppose, when Nacho's opening off of like 16 blinds to think about 3-bet folding, but I think calling was an option.
Struggling to think of ways that Nacho wins this one. 6-4-3, 2 clubs. Tolerine with the 2 overs and the nut shot.
Makes sense to lead on this board. Actually kind of surprised to see Nacho fold so fast. I know it looks like nothing. Am I just too sticky against small bets, Henry?
I think it's just...
He's got a backdoor straight draw, 3 hearts.
His running trips.
Overcards are overcards.
Backdoor Bangkok, as Joey likes to call it.
I would fold like Jack 9, Queen 9, but not 10-9. 10-9's nice.
Maybe it's just the Ben Tollerine effect.
Could be.
I can't tell if you're trying to... Sorry, chat. 1 second, because the viewers aren't going to understand the context. I wasn't sure if you were trying to get my attention with your phone flickering, kind of like mirror.
No, that was just a...
It's like trying to send me like a bat signal or something.
Is that what I should use in the future?
I don't know.
Oh, I just noticed the reflection that you're talking about.
Yeah, you were blinding me on multiple occasions. I was like, is Kevin trying to signal something from the other side of the booth?
My apologies.
It's all good.
Although that's pretty cool that I can do that.
That is cool. You should try and get it custom so it has your like your initials in it.
I don't know if I have that much control.
Oh boy. Danilo is going to run into it. Button V cutoff.
Yeah, less than 30 blinds. Reasonable hand choice to be all in with against a loose opening range. Ace-Queen is not going anywhere.
Good luck, gentlemen. Biggest pot that we've seen at this feature table since Kevin and myself jumped in for this frame. Will the Serb cause the upset? Will Peters retake the overall tournament chip lead? It's looking like the Serb has other plans.
Always a bad turn, you know.
10 of spades. Always good.
Yeah.
Always good.
There we go. Always the bad turn.
Now it's a flip. Either you win or you lose.
Ooh.
Was that Barack?
That is
That's a funny line.
That is a great piece of philosophy there, guys. When you get to the turn card and you're all in for your tournament life, it's just a flip. You either win or you lose.
Wow.
Take note. That is a sizable pot going the Serbians' way. D. Pete, who was once upon a time up to 1.7 million through no fault of his own. Down to 921K. That really changes things about how liberally he can get involved now that he has
How did they find you?
the deep stack on his direct left.
Natch_me. My Instagram, you mean?
Huh? You what?
Yeah. It's pretty hard to run like me, honestly.
I know. I just saw it. I witnessed it on the table and off the table.
Yeah.
Really, you didn't even follow back.
No.
Yeah, I do think it was Confucius that actually said that, Kevin.
Is that right?
Either you win or you lose.
I'm a superstar now.
Huh?
I'm a superstar.
I know. That's why. That's why.
I want to know, we got Mario here on the side. How does one sit next to Nacho
Very proud.
for hours on end? I mean, we're just here in the booth.
That was insane.
Huh?
You set this up.
Yeah, we can hear everything.
Oh, I know. I mean, I know.
That just happened. Yeah.
That just happened like that.
Yep.
Another
The
day
guy
of
has
my life.
no filter. Nacho's been commentating on the stream for the last hour and a half. We don't even need to do any commentary.
This is talk for a little bit.
Such a scam,
65?
as he would like to say.
You see what's happening right there?
Yeah,
You
I know.
see?
Meanwhile here, we've got a very
Okay,
large
can do
C-bet.
better.
10-7 of clubs on 9-6-4 rainbow. Dejan's in the tank. Bigger size, still got a pretty good hand. Middle pair, backdoor flush draw.
Are you married yet?
Maybe even thinking about a check raise on the flop to clear out some equity, but just calls, and now
I thought you were busy. You said you were busy.
Danilo takes the lead.
I'm not busy enough.
Really?
Does give an open ender
Okay, bro.
to Dejan, and he might be thinking about his options to lead on a card like this. 4 low cards, very favorable for the big blind. We're just going real cheap, trying to take our hand up against King Jack of Hearts, for example, and push a little bit of equity.
They start to like 4 days.
Yeah.
What are you guys doing?
10-7 of clubs, though.
3 days of our close friends, and then 1 day.
Way too good to do anything but call.
More like, you know.
Oh my!
Ooh, that's
it's the reverse. Dejan had the best of it on the flop, got outturned.
both players improve. Dejan, I imagine, will be betting. There's not going to be a lot of aggression from the cutoff if we check here. He has to decide his best way of getting paid off. Is it huge bet, represent exactly what he has, a straight? Is it some kind of block again to claim we have thin value and the occasional bluff? I would say that's the more common route for a lot of these players. We can kind of just do whatever we want from the big blind. We've got a range advantage. We've got the effective nuts. Bet big if you want to.
Cool. I mean, I'm not going to see in America.
Snapped.
I'm not going to stay in USA.
Yeah, snapped off there.
Danilo had his mind made up. Had plenty of time to think during that deliberation.
Wow. Kala-Djurdjevic up to a very healthy stack now. Courtesy of that hand. $3.87 million in the prize pool. Mike Haxton, still tournament chip leader. Michael Soiser, second in chips. Paulie P in third. D. Peets, who was once upon a time tournament chip leader, lost the massive 3-bet pot. Now finds himself middle of the pack.
I look pretty happy.
All in.
Brock's got a jamming hand.
He's done really well at finding these jam spots, uncontested as well. Back up to 22 bigs.
Covering up the sign. Small face.
Yeah. Go back.
Fucking great.
Seeing some eliminations from the outer tables. Fado Holtz, Phil Ivey, Adrian Mateos, Tan Xuan,
No matter the blinds, level.
Alex Kulev, Steve O'Dwyer, Chris Brewer, Jonathan Jaffe, Brian Kim, Matthew Belcher. All showered late on day one.
Nacho deliberating this big blind defend. It's 13 bigs deep. It's a pretty dusty one, but it is against a button range. Decides to call. Only a small amount of trouble he could get into if he gets out of line with that 5 of clubs. See if Dejan comes with a small bet. Just 20K. Club check.
Does that qualify as small?
Less than quarter pot. Start to think about continuing hands like this. I think it's a touch out of line to continue this hand. Queen of clubs 5, maybe check raise. It's not insane. I like the way Nacho played that one. I think he landed on the right choice.
Wow. That's a big fucking card.
Big fold. Illegal.
Illegal.
It really is entertaining.
Call the police, says Barack.
Having Nacho at any feature table makes our lives a lot easier. We don't have to do much of the talking, so he does it all for us. That is the tail of the tape. Deep Heats was running away with it at one point. That monster pot that he played against Danilo Velesovic. It's got him down, but still table captain. Tollering, 29 bigs, ace 9 of hearts. Note the falls fold, by the way.
Yeah, quick fold from the hijack. Can't be splashing around with that on these short stacks. 40% of the field left.
North of min here, from early position.
Yeah, Tolerance's been using this size at this level.
So everybody getting married.
2.3x. Oversized small blind level as well. A little bit extra in the pot.
I'm excited for that.
Schwan defends the 7-6 and not a mandatory bet on the king high board. We're going to get check raised a lot when there's 2 low cards and a flush draw out there. But Tolerine does decide to stab the ace high.
I'm far away from him. I'm very far.
145K in there, board pairing turn card. Makes life a little bit more comfortable for Schwan on this turn.
Starts to feel like ace high is too good to bluff. But when we've opened from early position, it's not out of the question to continue to put pressure with a hand like this. We're not going to check back and win very often, but it's possible on this board. Ben is going to keep firing. Oh. And I think the goal here is to fold out mostly straight draws and better ace highs. Not a lot of pairs going to be folding. Maybe pocket 4s, pocket 5s.
This feels like...
Oh, he got the 7-6 to fold. Schwan's out. Nice play, Ben.
Well, I was going to say, the message that Ben is sending on this turn to Schwan is like, hey, are you ready to call down like a 300K bet on the river, right? Like, that was a sizable turn barrel.
Which is, you know, a dangerous way to interpret it. I think there's no guarantee that the river bet's coming. Depends on the card. Be hard to imagine him jamming a blank river when clubs miss, and it's like an offsuit 8, for example. But yeah, applying pressure when the spot is correct, of course.
Yeah, I'm Serbian, yeah. But he's not Serbian. He's Montenegro. Oh, I mean, he's Serbian, but he says he's Montenegro. It's the same. My roots are from Montenegro.
Mario going to open the Jack-5 of diamonds in the cutoff. And he will be folding to this jam from Nacho.
Just, it's my good friend.
It's a bit out of line.
Just because he's my good friend.
Finish him, come on, what?
Chip dumping.
I had.
What do you have?
Ace.
Nacho's staying alive, bobbing and weaving, ducking and diving
It was not
for the last hour and a half.
out of line.
Yeah, of course. It's easy lines over there.
David on tilt.
David on
Because it
tilt.
was the big pot.
David on tilt. He cannot breathe, bro. He won every single pot for 3 hours, and suddenly he loses one.
But it still hurts.
Yeah, I know.
Could have
He was big.
1.5 million.
Yeah, he would have been chip leader. You're tilted?
Very tilted.
Yeah. Danito's very happy over there. I was big hand to him, so.
Yeah, that kind of felt under the radar.
Yeah.
Didn't really pay attention there.
It's, yeah. It's unfair to David. This little geek.
32K open here. 2 big blinds and a bit. Mario's going to flat the sixes. Pretty cuspy. Definitely don't want to be all in from the hijack for 22 blinds. Calling if we feel like we'll realize enough of that equity. And Schwan might want to overcall here with the 9-8 suited. It's a dicey spot to squeeze, but she is pretty deep with Dejan. I think both options were on the table.
Yeah.
136 in the middle. 3-way affair. And how about that for a flop for Xuan Lu, who accepted the invitation for the dance. Top pair, spade draw, could potentially extract some value from Mosbach.
I would think Mosbach's range in general wants to be very active on this flop.
Everybody had like 10 bigs and you had
Generally the strongest range.
Yeah, well, I lost a huge
Calling in the hijack.
Rico, so he was chip leader for a while after
But
that.
again, a case
Like
where
the first time
sixes
I
just
went,
really
yeah,
doesn't
Rico
want to put
Bobby
money
had
in.
aces. And like the most like the most brutal spot.
Another disciplined fold. Ace King is just out, no spade in hand.
Yeah. They finish at like 6 a.m. or something.
A little 25K into 136.
Yeah, it's small, and Mario might even think there's a few protection bets that he's ahead of. Ace deuce suited, 3s through 5s. Very reasonable candidates.
Oh, I think Mario's in trouble here. Although I guess Xuan could still have hands like 9s, 10s. Very disguised trips. 186 in the middle.
This one's interesting as Xuan. Her range definitely uncapped. Could have all the good hands on this board, all the full houses. Some overpairs, like you said. I think she gets to be quite aggressive here, where Mario is kind of likely to just have King Queen or Ace 10, Ace Jack, these kind of hands. 65 I mean, I like this. It's hard as Mario. Do we think that pocket fours might just bet again to try to buy the showdown? Is sixes a value catcher here to some extent? Not necessarily expecting Schwan to bluff insane hands, but does still get away from sixes. Nice fold.
I always level myself in these spots where it's like, well, it's checked to her on the flop. Just incentivized to, yeah, maybe get up to some mischief, start barreling away. Disciplined fold there from Mosbok.
Problem as well is you're just so dead if you're behind with sixes on that board.
That's fair. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah.
WPT Global. It says mystery card. It's a mystery hand.
First one of the series for me.
Well, I don't know. Two mystery cards.
Let's not get caught up in the details. Tolerane's probably going to call here. A little bit too deep to be moving all in at this stage of the tournament with pocket fives against the button open.
All right, first question I'm going to ask before we even see what David does on the King Deuce Deuce. Bluff or value, ladies and gents?
What I would have done with this
Is he bluffing?
Then I say I just saved them.
Or has he got value?
For when it matters.
Oh, that just looked like a bluff to me. He only does that with his bluffs.
20% pot, I agree.
I kid, of course. I have no idea yet, because I would expect Peters to do this with everything up to this point in the hand. King, deuce, deuce, rainbow. Very safe board. Tolerine maybe had the option to check raise the flop, but check calling also a very reasonable choice. So you got to think we're facing some aggression here.
So flop was just standard procedures, in your opinion, for a button range on this board texture, 20% c-bet. Now D-Pete's following through on the turn for, what was this, like a third?
A third is interesting. So now Peter's claiming to have thin value in his overall strategy. I'm thinking hands like ace-7, pocket eights, pocket nines. Giving a good enough price that Tolerine wants to stick around with fives. Maybe even an outside chance he could think that this is pocket fours, threes, planning to check the river.
Double paired board on the river. So went 20% on the flop. Third pot on the turn. 211 in the middle. Let's see if D-Pete's fires a third bullet at this one, and if so, what size does he come with?
I'm surprised, by the way, that we're about to get a spot where Tolerine is thinking about calling three streets with pocket fives on this board. This is not a straightforward kind of bluff catch.
And that a byproduct of the sizings that David has used across flop and turn, right?
I think so. And it does get, like, this is the exact type of run out, a low safe turn, and then a board pairing river on the king, where a hand like pocket eights would go for three streets. Or ace-7. Because there's just not, it's getting increasingly less likely that Tolerine has it. Oh, he calls quick.
My, oh my.
Ace deuce.
Had trips on flop and turn, boated up on the river, and managed to
extract what one can only assume was the maximum there from Tolerine and the pocket fives.
Yeah.
Take a quick look at our next feature table. Oh, this is going to be a fun one. Alto, Martirosyan, Shakurchi, Santosh. Shakurchi has a healthy stack as well. Looks like he's playing around 700k or so. Is that Biao Ding? Oh, okay. Biao's got around 800k. Wow, if you thought this table was fun. Wait until we get over to that table.
A lot of players in the chat read that as value. Nice read. Peter's just always so transparent. We all know what he has.
Why does he even bother to show up and play?
It's like the cards don't even have backs on them.
Wisprod with the 2 overs to the black fives. No connection on the queen 9 deuce. Crucial pot for both players here. As we head towards the end of this frame. Blinds will be going up to 10k, 20k when we return. So for stacks like Mozbox and Wisprods, it gets a bit uncomfortable. Kevin, I don't know what exactly is going on here, but I don't think Nacho's said a word for about 15 minutes. Has he just burnt himself out?
I think he's just charging the battery right now.
He just folded out a turn as well. What's going on? Mozbok with a cheeky raise and take there under the gun.
It's Jack 9 suited. It's a quality hand.
Can make a royal.
It is a little cheeky. 8-handed.
Quickly, if you have any more wisdom, share it with us.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I have a lot of wisdom, but a lot.
I know. That's why I'm asking.
Imagine if Nacho busts final hand of this frame after grinding it back. It's down to 34k. There's been some verbal jousting between Barack and Barbaro as well. This is going in. I don't think Barbaro is going to be calling it off.
All in.
Well, maybe we've got time for one more hand.
Yeah.
There's somebody.
Yeah.
It's all right.
Still scan. Queen check. No, Barak.
Oh, Barak. Barak is very crazy. Look at that crazy.
Oh, here we go.
Crazy, no way.
Schwan with kings under the gun, 50 bigs. Barbaro in the big blind.
finish you off now.
Am I crazy?
Yeah.
Most normal guy, right?
See if Mosbok puts some respect on this under the gun open. He's got 22 bigs back. Comes with a flat.
Feel like a bit much to jam. Maybe was contemplating a small 3-bet fold. Nacho's spot is awkward. I like that choice. He's not going to get many hands to fold against Schwan.
If this flop comes 9 high, it showers. 10-10-7. All Schwan, 120k out there. No diamond in sight for Mosbok. How does one travel with a garment such as the piece that Schwan's rocking, by the way?
Good question.
I know you've been needling me for all of the things that I've managed to bring from halfway around the world. That looks like something you have to fly in separately.
Have you seen those, like, I think they have luggages that pop out into a, like, hangers, you know?
I might have folded the best.
You've got like a mini closet in your luggage.
In a suitcase.
Yeah, maybe it's one of those situations.
There's a closet in a suitcase.
I might be making this up completely.
I think I've seen it.
I don't know that exists anywhere.
It's one of those like Instagram products that you see getting shilled.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get those ads pop up. It's like, oh, do you travel a lot? Well,
or you just show up to the venue and buy whatever you want, and then you wear it. And then when you leave, you just leave it in the hotel room and move on.
I mean, that's strong. I don't know if I could ever do that. Reach that level of rich. Barak's done well to just find a flat call here.
That would be in a good spot, actually.
Yeah, similar spot
60?
to Mario's sixes not long ago. 22 bigs.
I'm dead then.
Just flatting with the mid pair in the hijack.
Uh-oh. Barak's in trouble on the queen six deuce. Very dry and disconnected texture. Going to be expecting to see Peters continue at a very high frequency on this board. Wow. Slipping it on over, eh? With the aces. Board this dry.
Might be a full range play by Peters. Queen high board. Pretty favorable for Barak's hijack calling range.
What about Xabi Alonso?
Rarely going to have a miss on this texture.
Yeah.
Confirm?
Confirm.
Really?
You confirm.
Now, sevens is looking pretty strong. And Peters keeps checking.
He wants to bring...
opens the door for a small value bet here.
From Leverkusen.
From somewhere.
Oh, okay. Just
like, yeah.
See if Whisper wants to get some clearance here. Clearance slash protection. Comes with 40%. Doesn't want to give a free card, right? To like, I don't know, Jack 9 suited.
Yeah, I like the bet. And I wonder now as Peters, if we set the trap as if we want to keep all those bluffs that are drawing dead in the pot. Small check raise might have been an option. Now as played, I think we just go check, check, and Barak hasn't overplayed his sevens.
Oh, he's done well. He's done really well. Feel like Barak lost the minimum there.
Yeah.
Well played by both. DP's getting tricky. Barak not taking the bait. Minimal wound inflicted on Wisbrod.
You know some of your odds?
Yeah, sure. 20K. 5.
Just taking a look over on the Triton Poker Plus app.
25.
Ike Haxton has been dethroned for the time being. Ilkin Garibli is now the tournament chip leader. 58 remain, 155 entries in this one. Top prize of $860,000.
Yeah, exactly.
27 places paid. In cash of 39K. Over-unders, Kevin, on how many players we get down to tonight? Bearing in mind we're going to be coming back playing 3 more 40-minute levels.
Ooh. I'm always bad at this. Well, the bubble is 27, is that right? So I'm going to think...
That's right.
We might be like 1 table-ish off the bubble, maybe a little closer. So I'll go 35.
35.
What do you think?
You think we're going to lose like 40% of the field between now and the end of the night?
Now that you say it like that, it might be too aggressive.
Maybe my wording is aggressive. Maybe the tone that I use there is aggressive.
Why are you shouting at me, Henry?
I don't know. We got a HR contact. No, 35. I think 35 is a good line because there are, blinds are going to go up. Ton of short stacks out there. Nacho on 8 bigs, Espen on 10 bigs, Dan Smith on 11, Roberto Perez on 12. I could see it. Especially when it gets towards that end of the day. Fatigue settles in, mistakes happen.
I'm going to take the over on my own line.
I don't know if you're allowed to do that. You're not allowed to set a line and then take the overs. Booked. All right, we're all in. D Pete's with a check raise. The Queen Deuce of Diamonds. And Dan unable to continue. We're going to say farewell to David Peters and co. Nacho has been doing the majority of the lifting in terms of commentary. I mean, he's been doing all of the talking. Was almost out the door. Felt like an hour and a half ago. Was down to, what was he down to? 34K at one point at Big Blind 12K.
Yeah.
Managed to triple up as we welcome you back to the break desk. Kevin Ramachal alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Nacho doing a lot of the heavy lifting there, as I was saying, in regards to the commentary and the table talk, just really providing some entertainment in typical Nacho style. But D Pete's one to kind of just let the cards do the talking. Obviously got involved in that big 3-bet confrontation. Got it in good with the Ace-Queen against the King-10. The deck had other plans, but he's done well to kind of just grind his way back up to around 1.3 million. And then, coming back on the flip side of this break will be 8th of 58.
Yeah, and you mention, the antics of Nacho, but he created some of the most interesting pots of that frame, moving almost all in, leaving some chips behind, and allowing for a few 3-way confrontations involving Xuan Liu. And I mean, you don't often get to see those situations where you navigate post-flop with not many chips behind, usually reserved for day 2. Even, final table type situations, but we're seeing it early here on day 1.
Well, we'll save the introduction for the new feature table that will be coming in on the flip side of this break. Kevin and I are going to be stepping away along with the players for about 10 minutes time. Don't go too far. When we return, continuing coverage as we wind down day 1 here of the 25K WPT Global Slam. We'll see you very shortly.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at gtowizard.com.
And entertaining.
I had diamonds too. I had diamonds covered. Wow. Really? Ace queen of diamonds. But there were some short ones. I thought it was the last hand.
I didn't have to show because.
Kalajerjevic.
You have full house?
Looks like he's going to make the call here, facing the under the gun open from Nacho. Nicky P is forced all in from the big. And he's in a rough way with the Doyle, Kevin. I mean, 10 deuce. Drawing to running, no, 5-3 wouldn't even work, would it? Because Dejan's got that covered. I'm trying to think of a way that Pietrangelo wins this, but the reality is, mate, he's in rough shape.
Have a pair.
It's going to need a deuce.
Oh, wow, that's a bad matchup. That's a bad. No, you have runner straight.
Oh, yeah, now that the 7's folded.
Yeah, okay, yeah, he's gone from 0.03 to 2%. 5 for a sweat.
No, what is it? Can it be worse? It's worse than Japan, right?
Let's see if Nicky P can draw live on the turn. No, he can't. He's going to have to head to the re-entry desk.
Oh, you hit it then, bro.
Nacho with the needle. As Nicky's out of there saying you hit the 10. Obviously, Nacho boating up. Okay, so seat open. We knew that was likely to be the case. We're up to a moment of silence.
What?
Who wins the Champions League?
Oof.
Oof. Just aces.
Super hard.
24.
I kinda want Paris to win. For Luis Enrique. But
With just 4.5 blinds. Oh, he gets away. Thought maybe a flat was incoming.
Yeah.
See a flop.
I used
See
to
if
do Paris.
Peters wants to see a flop here.
I mean, I have many friends in Paris that they will be very happy.
Against the min open.
Boys or girls?
Does make the call.
Boys or girls? Paris.
Mostly boys. I was a nerd, bro, playing Magic. I was at 20 years old.
You said what?
I was a nerd.
You were a nerd?
Impossible.
No.
Yeah.
You're the biggest playboy?
No.
Did I know?
Tolerine maybe thinking through his options to check sometimes with a hand like this. Certainly a board that he would be checking sometimes. And he does find the check.
Playing Counter-Strike and Age of Empires.
But okay,
Oh my.
Could be an action
I
card.
was like a computer kid, I would be honest.
66k in the middle, as much as I'd love to hear about Nacho's nerdy days in Paris playing Magic the Gathering. There is poker happening here. Tolerine checking back on the flop, getting tricky with the aces. It's now
I started playing in 2002.
Giving Peters 18% equity in the form of this open-ender.
That was in 2002.
There's going to be so many hands that Peters wants to bet here on the turn.
Magic.
And I wonder
Yeah,
if by betting this big, Peters has potentially opened himself up to getting jammed on by this hand.
The poker player. Do you know him from Magic? He used to be like world champion. Like,
45
like
into
2003.
66.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
There's definitely just some 7-6 or 9x hands that would bet this size and then be pretty hard pressed to find a fold. But Tolerine does just call, decides to keep the bluffs in. I'd say this is more standard procedure.
Oh my.
Might work out really well here.
I think Tolerine's getting a full double whammy with fries.
8-6, really looking like an ideal bluff
Yeah.
to me on the river. We have no interaction with Jack-10 suited, with diamonds, with high hearts. So many hands that Tolerine could call, turn, and fold river with are those missed draws.
I was playing Magic.
D. Pete's running it. Ill-timed aggression, of course, as he runs directly into the blades of Ben Tolerine. What a beautifully played hand of poker by both, by the way.
Definitely. Hard to find that flop check as Tolerine.
It was very fun.
7?
Yeah. They had this.
Man, I'm really craving like a cheesecake now.
Like this local mall around my house.
I blame you, Kevin Ramachal. I blame you.
Every week it would be like.
Earlier I would have given you credit for why
The winner gets like 2 small
I didn't have dessert at the buffet. Pretty sure you just stared me dead in the eye and you said discipline.
I did. No, I'm staying disciplined. Oh no.
And about then
Again, it's these three.
Like, okay, no more action, you know, like.
Nacho involved. Just open jamming the Jack-10. Xuanlu calling. Danilo is going to announce himself here. Won't be overcalling this time round.
This is potentially ugly for Xuan. Just calling ace-jack for 4 bigs is kind of under-repped. I wonder if the sizing of 170 does let her get away, but...
In what sense?
This doesn't look... There are much weaker hands than ace-jack that would call this raise, but I don't know that Xuan would flat everything. I think she might, you know, click raise with some hands.
Does avoid disaster.
Discipline fold.
Discipline fold.
So fucking.
You know, discipline. We're talking about discipline.
Wow, I triple up in this one, guys.
There we go. Nacho with the optimism.
I'm gonna put it on.
Potential triple up spot. Given that Xuan called and then folded.
Only at the TV table.
Okay.
Need the 9.
Okay, thanks.
Send him the pot.
Yeah, no sweat, please.
Okay.
Send him
Nine
the
of
pot.
diamonds.
Jack 10-9 for Nacho to triple up.
Mario. Oh my god, not like this.
Uh-oh.
So close to 9.
Xuan's just praying that it breaks out. There it is.
So easy. It's so easy. So easy. Nachito playing the game. Thank you, bro. Always. You made it very fun.
You know, I didn't even realize that he said thank you to Danilo there at the end of the hand. Just like gets the triple up and he thanks the guy that he bad beat as we welcome you back to the breakdance. It was highlights from the previous frame. Kevin Rabic alongside myself, Enric Kilbane, going into the final 3 levels of play here in the 25K WPT Global Slam. And I have to say, as fun and entertaining as Barbero's table was, I'm pretty excited about this table 5 we got here, Kevin. Shakurchi, Garibli, Nikiforov, Ding, Zubov, all in the mix. Artur Martirosyan, current Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard leader, currently in pole position with a 500-point lead, and he's got himself a pretty healthy stack here. Any particular seat drawings there that you're going to be keeping an eye on that you're excited about?
I mean, I'm glad we've brought the tournament chip leader to the table. Ilkin Garibli, I took a quick look at his profile, normally comes out for the invitationals only by the look of it, here a bit early at this series, a week ahead of the invitational event.
That's true.
Coming later, but I mean, I haven't personally had a chance to watch him play, and it's always interesting to see guys like this, how they approach, you know, the looming bubble and the big chip lead.
Yeah, well, he has 81 big blinds. The man from Azerbaijan, who you correctly pointed out, only shows up for the big invitational stuff, has 1 final table under his belt, an 8th place finish in the first ever invitational he played. But, you know, he's showing that it's not just the invitational side of the bracket that, you know, he gets his business done. He's also holding his own here. A few other invitees, rather. Shakurchi, who also plays on the invitee side of the invitational. He's in the mix with 31 bigs on Garibli's direct left. Also got Ding in the mix with 32 bigs. Zubov. Here we go. Final 3 levels of play. 58 players left, by the way. The line that Kevin has set for the end of the night was it 35?
Yeah. We'll stick with that.
I actually think that's a really good line. I think it's a good line.
Thanks. I'll take it.
Sticking with that, as we're sticking a new feature table on your screens. Ilkin Garibli, the man from Azerbaijan, good friend of Ramin Hajiev. Artur Martirosyan of Russia, currently first on the Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard race. As we head into this series, obviously halfway through the season, this stop being the 3rd of 4 stops. Artur could potentially run away with it here in Montenegro if he can get himself a couple of big final tables under his belt early. Wow, thanks. Thanks, Artur. Showed up late. Didn't get mic'd up. We got an earful. It's all good. We'll allow it. If we're going to allow it for anyone, it's going to be him. Man from Estonia. In the mix. No longer. What's going on here? V-Kit. V-Kit wants to see a flop. Limping in from the hijack. Off of 17 bigs. 8-6 suited. Gonna find a way to win this one, surely. Kevin, King 5.
Does look like the spot to stab once we're here. V-Kit of Thailand. Triton first timer.
Love to see it. Love to see people from that corner of the globe venturing all the way out to Montenegro.
We've all been
First time in the mix. Perhaps a byproduct of Punat Punsri, one of the most winningest players on the Triton Tour. since he joined, and he's become a bit of a superstar back home in Thailand, and has perhaps got the attention of this gentleman here. It's like, hey, I'm sick of watching Punat having all of that fun. I'm going to fly out and flick in a couple of tournaments myself. This table's not as chatty, Kevin, so I do hope that you are prepared to do some commentary.
Already my tea and my water to announce that Ilya Nikiforov is all in with Queen 10 of diamonds and probably getting action.
He is most definitely getting action. 9 big blind jam on the button. Garibli, the tournament chip leader at the start of this frame.
He's got Talal in the big blind, about 30 big blinds effective. Decides to just call and might have invited some action. This setup even wider than the one we looked at earlier on the previous frame.
Yeah,
it's hard for me to imagine not going all in as Talal here. We're just going to call again. Same setup.
This is a very cold deck for Talal. Nikiforov in rough shape. Diamonds are live, as is that 10 dangler. 560 in the middle. As it's the 10 high flop, the Estonian connects. Now has Shakurchi in a real rough way.
I'd like to see Garibli check here and allow Talal to sort of announce the strength of his hand in some way. Because the concern is Talal could be very strong. Could have aces, kings. But now that he's checked behind, maybe Garibli starts to think, okay, I've got ace-king high. I can still be ahead of Ilya's open jams on the button. This is if I was in the seat, of course. Maybe we stab small now, try to deny some equity for whatever Talal has. It's a complicated spot with someone all in on the side. Normally players approach it kind of honest. Just a gentleman's check down sort of situation unless you make your hand. And Garibli has done just that.
Make it he has. Ilya knows that river has just cost him his tournament life. It's one of those where you're just like, okay, please, please no ace, please no king. Especially when it's gone jam, call. Pre-flop, of course. Just have to assume there's an ace in there.
Thinking through his options. Finding bluffs here is challenging.
Who's them? Good luck, guys.
320 and Ilya knew.
Wow, Garibli up to 2 million. Good for 100 bigs, dethroning Michael Soiser, who sat at top of the chip counts briefly.
Машина.
Главное завтра, сегодня все, шуточка. Сегодня и 19. Завтра и 19.
That feels like a long old walk at this hour. It is day one. Day one of 15. Those walks get even longer by day 10, day 11, especially if you're buried. The trip hasn't been going your way.
Sometimes you take that extra lap around the outside of the hotel.
I mean, sometimes you find yourself standing on the beach, contemplating, you know? Do I jump in?
Jump? It's a beach. You'll just hit the sand.
No, jump in the water,
like
Kevin.
Yeah, but it's like 6 inches deep.
I can shove
How
something.
far can you
Yeah,
jump?
that's what I'm saying. I think 3 maybe should.
It's been a while since I recorded the length of my jumps.
You know, position's worth something there.
What do you reckon? Long jump. I reckon I could. I feel like I could clear 3 meters.
Archer's flopped a flush, by the way.
Yeah, but Ding's got 9 high.
And is betting.
Producer James Dempsey's just having a little eyebrow to the sky kind of thing. 3 meters too much for me? Apparently I'm being overly optimistic, as was Ding.
He hasn't folded yet. Okay. Gut shot would have been very optimistic on the all-club board.
Over-unders on my line of 3 meters, Kevin.
So we're talking about like a standing long jump. Feet firmly planted in the ground and you take off? Or do you get like a run-up?
I think run-up, I'm just clear favorite. Standing with not even a single step, I'm probably close to dead. So maybe we could do it like I get 2 steps? I think 2 steps would be interesting. 2 steps would be close. But surely with a run-up, I'm favorite.
Any track and field experts in the chat?
Isn't the long jump record like 18 meters or something? I'm exaggerated, of course, but...
Triple jump would be...
I don't know. People are
a
being...
very different measurement.
People are being quiet in the chat, which typically means that I'm like way off and they're just being kind and they don't want to shower me.
That seems like a good read.
Start saying, what's the track question? I did high jump, long jump. We're trying to find the lines that's, for me, doing a long jump, getting some action down against Kevin or the chat. I reckon I can clear 3 meters. The debate is, if it's with a run-up, that I'm probably a huge favorite. With no step, then I'm just drawing dead. So maybe with like 2 or 3 steps to run up to it would make it close. Yeah, the long jump world record is 9 meters, bro.
So 3 would be embarrassing.
That's with a run-up, though. Yes, and 3 meters would be embarrassing. I only have to clear 1.5 of me in order for this to be good. We're going to go to the beach tomorrow. We've got to try this.
All right.
V-Kit. Completing from the small. Triton first timer. He's been very open about the fact that this is his first time on the big stage.
It's a potential jamming hand for Zubov. You're facing a limp, 17 blinds. Looks like he has small raise in mind, which also there's a good chance this performs well. Just clear out some speculative calls, but Jack-9 suited is quite a big hand for this spot. Not surprised to see V-Kit calling, taking a flop.
Perhaps not the piece he was looking for. in terms of immediately connecting with the board, but does have an inside straight draw.
Yeah, and far more paths to winning this pot than Zubov. Even a lead. This might be too small to clear out the king high, but we've got king 3 nothing. No backdoors of any kind. To continue here, maybe we could try to raise as just a stone bluff with low equity. But how are we going to win by floating? We're probably facing more aggression.
Are we, though? I mean, wow.
It's just out.
Well played, VKit. Gets it done. I mean, probably earned the max there by limp calling and then leading. Had he raised himself, maybe king 3 would have been out of there. So we've got a new player joining the feature table.
Thank you.
It's a 1,000,000 chip stack. Zhang Yu of China recently won a 1.1 million chip pot against Associate Zhang. His ace king. Getting there against Socia's pocket jacks. 56 remain, 155 runners, 27 going to be paid in cash of $39,000. Top prize of 860K in this one. We're 15 minutes into this level, Kevin. We've only lost 2 players. We might be in trouble. For those of you that don't know what I'm talking about. I proposed a little wager. When I say wager, no money involved, just purely out of the spirit of engaging with the viewers, coming up with some fun lines. Kevin set the line at 35 players to bag and tag, come back tomorrow. I do wonder, 27 paid, whether we see some kind of end of day 1 stalling, bit of ICM kind of coming into effect as we wind down the evening. Go on, VKit. I'm rooting for the VKit deep run here.
Raise and take it for the ace queen suited.
Tournament chip leader getting out of the way. Zubov, final tablist of, I want to say 100K main in Paradise, if I'm not mistaken. The one that we saw Foxen take down.
That's right. He got 4th in that 100K main last year for just shy of 1.5 million.
That was a fun final table. That had everything. Samuel Muller, David Coleman, Ossie Katola, Fedor Holtz, Vieira, Foxen with that epic cool down, heads up for like 70-80% of the chips in play with bottom pair. And of course went on to win it.
Sosia Zhang here. Also moved over to this table with Zhang Yu. Now in the big blind. Check raising this flush draw, and we have to think getting it through. This is a somewhat committing play to raise the jack-high flush draw. Only pot behind. Well, of course, Zubov doesn't know that she's this strong. Jack-8 of diamonds, I mean, it's got some interaction, but the diamond's not such a good backdoor to have. You'd rather have the spade. The single spade just lets it go.
Socia knows a thing or two about playing the highest stakes on the biggest stage. She made the 500k Triton million invitational final table in Paradise, Bahamas. One of the most winningest female players in tournament history. I'm trying to recall a time that she didn't come to a try and stop.
I believe I played next to Socia in my first Triton event. First event I played in Jeju just over a year ago. I'm sure. Actually, I'm not sure if she came to the last one.
She did.
Well, there you go.
She did. She joined us for the first time for the £1 million Triton Million for Charity event in London 2019. Also played the 100k main event there, came 14th for £201,000 sterling. And she's been with us for every stop post-COVID. She was a school teacher.
Really?
Once upon a time. Here she is, facing the 3x from Elkin. Let's it go.
Seems like the right play to me for that hand strength. Would have liked to see a flop. 60k is too much at this stage. Do have to start thinking about that money.
I don't know why, but this evening, you know, I'm typically one that calls for carnage, car crashes, bloodbaths at the poker table. Given that it's day one, I don't know, Kevin. Call me a changed man. Maybe it's just because I'm on the bad side of 30 now. But you know, just want it to be a chill evening. Nothing too crazy. I don't want someone, you know, getting like full house over full house kind of thing to get sent home, or aces against kings, that kind of situation.
But you know, if there was any time for that to happen, the most painless time is day one.
True, that is true.
At a fresh stop.
Yeah.
You're feeling good about your new environment.
Then you just run kings into aces.
Yeah, it's like, okay, I can deal with kings to aces once. By day 12, if it happens for the 7th time, yeah.
Fair.
I wouldn't wish that on anyone.
Now that you framed it like that.
Now you're rooting for carnage.
Yeah, just give everyone kings against aces.
Talal. Squeezing Jack 3 suited against the limp and the complete in the small blind. Just gets it through.
Yeah, some good awareness there from Shakerchi. Pouncing on the perceived prey. That is a man that's seen a bloodbath or two himself. One of the truly goated online screen names.
Yeah.
Raid a lot. I mean, for context, for personal context, I guess. Well, I'm 30 now. I started watching like final tables back in the day when I was like 14 years old. We're going like a good 16 years ago, and Raidalot was there, man. He was he was playing the highest stakes tournaments, and not only was he playing the highest stakes tournaments, he was doing very well in them. There was something about both his screen name and that image he had on Full Tilt. Do you remember it?
Oh, on Full Tilt?
Well,
I'm not sure I remember.
On Full Tilt, I think he carried it over to Stars, but it was one of the Full Tilt logos.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, man, he's done a lot. He's done a lot in this game. There he is here, squaring off against Artur, and just as I say, he's done a lot here. Maybe the doing is going to get done by Artur. Coldest of decks, blind v blind, top pair v top pair.
It's a somewhat surprising check pre-flop from Artur that allowed this to materialize. Certainly a strong enough hand to raise for value. Maybe concerned about getting limp jammed on. Though it's, it's Queen Jack suited for 20 bigs. It's a pretty good hand. Now post flop. The 5 might give Talal some pause. Lots of 5s that Artur can have, but a queen is still very strong, regardless of the kicker. We expect to get raised on the flop sometimes by hands like the Queen Jack suited. So Talal bets small, and is this the spot where Artur recognizes his hand is best and starts to raise?
A small turn barrel from Shakurchi, almost begging Artur to step out of line and pounce on it, which he does. Raises to 100k, but we can see this is no posturing from Artur Ocean. Has Talal drawing dead, drawing live only to a chop. Ace, king, queen, or a 5 needed.
Oh. Not that the 4 has improved Talal in any way, but might make him a little more likely to pay off river action here.
Reason being that 3 pair beats 2 pair, or?
We just know the 4 is not a card that Martirosian would bluff the river with. So now we've got 2 clean cards. Had the river been like a 7, maybe some of Artur's river bluffs would be 4-3 or 4-6 or something like that. But now Artur's just checking those hands on the river because they have showdown value. So not that his hand has really gotten better in absolute strength, but it's just a little easier to put Martirosian on a bluff when you have 2 cards that never bluff. Does call and lose. Willing to do what needs to be done.
GG's Talal. Sure we'll be seeing plenty more of him throughout the series. Is that one of those hands, Kevin, where you just dealt out of the tournament? It felt like it.
It's quite hard to get away from that one. Small details, maybe we check the turn and then end up busting anyways. But is it really all that different when we bet so small on the turn? Just got a pretty good hand for the spot.
Не верим и все. Точно блефует. Ну и имидж.
Well, it sounds like Zubov showing a bit of a chuckle there with Artur in Russian. Something along the lines that Artur's reputation precedes him, and
that does make it even harder.
Yeah, his image kind of helping him get paid off in that spot. I don't know. I don't think that was an image kind of payoff there, but I understand where Zubov's coming from.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt to know that you're up against an incredibly aggressive and capable opponent when you feel like, this hand's probably supposed to just call here. You feel even better about it when Artur's your opponent. Hijack raise from Ding, button call from the tournament chip leader. Ace-Jack suited maybe was strong enough to get in pre-flop, but flatting also totally reasonable.
See how Garibli proceeds here. It's been checked on over to him. Biao seems more interested in the game he's playing on his phone than he does this 25K. Maybe, you know?
Yeah, that seems like a good read.
If the man is distracted, sprinkle a little something out there. Little does Garibli know he had the best hand. He probably does know that, actually.
Now that he's seen the immediate check fold?
Yeah, unless, I don't know, unless there was like an ace-queen offsuit that was just too interested in the 500 1K, 2K game that Ding's playing.
You don't think he's just on, like, live customer support?
No, I saw his screen.
Arc'teryx's website, desperately trying to buy another jacket.
Hey, listen, that's some inside baseball stuff for the viewers at home that weren't with us during the series in Jeju. How about this potential storyline developing here, by the way?
40.
Oh, no, maybe I spoke too soon. No, I am right. 52 left. Both Foxons still in, by the way. Chrissy with 39 bigs. Currently sat in 19th in chips. Alex Foxon with 67 bigs, currently 8th in chips. Potential to see both Foxons make a deep run here in this opening event. How can you not root for a first-timer at the Triton series? Talking about the man from Thailand, Vikit. You gonna go and try out any of the massages while you're here?
Booked one.
Nice. When?
Tomorrow.
Oh, good man.
Yeah.
What did you go for?
To be honest, there was no menu.
No, there was.
And I was just like, okay, well, would have been good to know. It's like, I'd like a massage. She said, okay. It's like, when do you have? And she's like, today? I was like, no. It's 8 p.m. I have to go commentate. But thank you. Tomorrow morning? Yep. 60 minutes? Yep.
See, again, you've wailed off.
We're booked.
For an extra 20 euros, you could have gotten an extra half hour.
Oh.
Yeah, you got.
If I'd seen the price.
You got to ask for the menu, man. What this is, you know.
Yeah.
We're sharing a place.
I was in a rush.
I expect.
That was sloppy on my part.
That is.
I'll do better next time.
You're bringing down the EV of the household. You know, we're currently living under one roof. You're out here wailing around paying near full price for 60 minutes when you could have just got a 50% time increase for an additional 20 euros. It's crazy talk.
You buy everything in bulk as well.
I may have a platinum card at Costco. Have like 17 freezers out back.
Out back, like here.
No, out back as in back home. You know, just continuing on. Potential turn barrel here for Ding declines. Zubov with the 100% check mark next to his name. And again, I do have this sneaky suspicion that if Biao was, you know, locked in, paying attention properly, he could have found a way to win this hand.
I think he missed a turn bet here.
Yeah,
Zubov is betting the river. I'll admit I'm a little confused by this one because I suspect... Oh, he might get raised. I suspect... Yeah, just folds.
It's just snap.
There's missed flush draws. There's 8-7. Maybe 8-7 folds the flop. It's hard to think of the outcome we're hoping for there, you know. It seems like the price where we just get called by pairs. We get folds from ace high. And now we've just grown the pot with our pair of fours.
I can't wait to reach that level in my poker career where I'm multi-tabling at 25K and whatever stakes cash games it is that he's playing right now. And I'm treating the 25K just kind of like a, you know, a way to pass time almost.
Yeah.
It's like an inconvenience of sorts. How dare this 25K run at the same time that my cash game is running?
It is rude of the organizers. We could do better.
We'll take the feedback on board. Pretty quiet out there. Can we bring Barbero back? Just to commentate? Jang's done a fantastic job bouncing back into this one. Lost the 1.1 million chip pot. Jacks into ace-king. Couldn't hold to win the flip. Was down to about 120K. It's now back up to around 600. Good for 28 big blinds. I think we're in trouble as well with our bet, by the way. Almost a level of players passed since we returned from break. Came back with 58 players. We're down to 52.
Thanks.
Recent eliminations includes none other than Nacho Barbero. Danny Tang, also recently eliminated.
Zubov giving some thought there to an out-of-line 3-bet perhaps, but passes. And now Jang in the big blind with a pretty reasonable one. Vikid has been doing some raising and some open limping. Maybe a little pause when you're getting this worse price and presumably up against a fairly strong hand.
Oh boy.
We still defend the king-9, and now both players have the same straight draw. Jang's to the nuts in one direction, well, the effective nuts.
V-Kit's sake, one can only hope a queen does not roll off. Which it doesn't. Deuce of clubs on the turn, 230 in the middle. Goes check, check.
Oh,
boy.
No guarantees that Zhang gets all of it, but if she navigates this spot well, there's no way that V-Kit can escape. It's just so unlikely to be beat.
Is there no concern, though, that V-Kit could have ace-king here as played?
Definitely a concern. Did he just... That was a snappy raise. 35K went out. Oh, they've called the floor.
Yeah, I believe he bet out of turn, if I'm not mistaken. It was just as Jiang was about to fire out the 35K bet. And then we just kind of saw V-Kit's chips move forward.
Saying virtually the same time.
Oh, I'm a fan of this ruling, yeah. So he's come over and basically said the chips have kind of gone in at the same time, and he put 100K in, but then announced 150 afterwards and added an additional 50. So they made him take the 50K back. The raise to 100K stands. Action back on Jiang, who, again, Kevin, yeah, just comes with call.
Wow.
Just giving V-Kit credit for potentially having ace-king. And obviously going to kick herself a bit.
Yeah.
She sees that she could have, well, yeah, could have got the additional 315,000.
Discount.
I was so fucking confused.
Yeah, missed opportunity. She can tell.
I think not discount. I think if I bet 30, maybe like, anyway. It's like, yeah. You definitely saved money.
Blinds going up. 10K, 25K.
Because, yeah, because
up to the,
because she made it 100. You tried to make it 150, and she said you had to be 100. Because when you bet, you can only do it all in one go. You can't go this.
Yeah, it's not like you
this.
cannot bet like this. You have to bet like this. If you're talking about the bet, or you're saying why you lost that hand, or what? Why you lost? Because
No, he's asking why Arthur said discount.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
What is it, 25?
I'm a fan of the camaraderie at the table. Just letting the newcomer know. Oh my, by the way, just looking over at the Triton Poker Plus app, none other than David Peters has regained the chip lead. He opened to 40K from the cutoff with 2 red aces. Ben Tollerine, 3-bet jammed for 36 big blinds with King 10 suited. Got snapped, aces held. D. Pete's is back up where he belongs. 2.4 million chips, down to 50 players. have a look at some of the eliminations. Espinostad out of there. Sevens for 7 bigs into Leon Sturm's pocket jacks. Couple of short stacks out there. Stanley Tang, Henrik Hecklin, Orpin Kisachoglu, Rak Wizbrod, all sub 10 bigs.
$45 announced, but we are up to 25K big blind, so that's a 50K raise.
It's all right, it's day one. We'll allow misclicks.
Always got to shake off the rust a little bit.
That's it. The case 9 has found its way to the king 9-4 board. Monotone texture, perhaps a saving grace for Artur.
Coming with a small bet, as you would expect, with any hand that Sosia bets, even though we've got a strong one here. Don't want to overplay the monotone board when it's so easy to make a flush from the big blind. Any suited hand getting here. Oh.
Perhaps now a path to victory for Artur. Should this go check-check, an opportunity to steal it away on the river should the board not pair.
Yeah, if Jang wants to try and show this down against a hand like King X or 2 pair, she certainly could, but she's going with small second barrel, which feels kind of designed to realize equity. Maybe we set our price against a weak flush that won't raise. Maybe we get called by a hand like King Jack or King 10. I mean, Arthur's giving it real thought with Jack 9, but it might be in the form of bluffing.
Oh, he's going to use a time bank chip here. Really chewing on this bone.
This is a button opening range. There's a number of weak flushes as well that Sosia could have. If Artur thinks that he can represent strength, the best way to do it would be to raise now, bet big on the river.
182.
Oh man, this guy is just so good. This is why he's ranked #1. The Ivan Liao Player of the Year race as things stand coming into this series. Fine spots, just clearly a thinking player. Didn't mind taking his time, using a time bank chip to think it through. Raising up to 180. Of course, Sosia going nowhere with the set, but should the board remain unpaired, I wonder if Artur finds a way to win this.
It does feel like the run out to go for it. There is always some doubt when we're setting up bluffs like this. Is it credible that we have the ace of hearts after calling the big blind against a button open? A lot of those ace of hearts hand would 3-bet pre-flop. Will our opponent believe that we would go for thin value, raising a jack high flush or a queen high flush on the turn and jamming the river? But if you're the type of player who everyone recognizes is capable of those things, of having some ace high, of going for thin value, then you can get away with bluffs like this too.
Oh,
he does shut it down. And Zhang knows she has showdown value.
Waves the white flag.
He's going to hate to see this.
Yeah, you see the little grimace there. Up against one of the hands he likely would have got a fold out of. But how about this? Sosi Jiang back up to 1.1 million. As I mentioned before we picked up coverage of this table, she lost a monster flip. Pocket Jacks no good against Ace King. Was down to around 120, 130k. Has now managed to spin her way back up to a very healthy 42 big blind stack. Now, I've received word that they're doing some of their Triton magic with the fast play time banks coming into play. So what that means now is that the tournament directors have basically decided 45 left. We need to lose, what, 50% of the field-ish until we get into the money. This is the stage where people start tanking, maybe stalling a little bit too much pre-flop. So very simple way to kind of reduce that from happening, Kevin, is those 10-second decision time banks. If it's unopened and it gets round to you, you have 10 seconds to act. Of course, if you do need more than 10 seconds, you would then burn through one of your normal time banks, but the idea is to just remove that incentive.
Yeah, it really is the most, let's say, disruptive form of stalling. When you've just been dealt cards, you have no interest in playing the hand, and every single time you're taking as much time as possible. This is what's mainly being discouraged. Of course, there's other creative ways to stall. People find a way. But I do think, man, it's a good system, but it's so fast. When you're playing on the feature and you get 10 seconds, if you haven't checked your cards already, like, it's gone. That 10 seconds is just gone. I never knew that it took me 7 seconds to check my cards, but it does.
Wow, you timed it.
Well, Triton did.
Do you know what else we need to time? We should time how long it takes us to get from our front door to the booth. Haven't done that yet. I reckon it takes under 5 minutes. But it depends if you've checked in or not yet at the casino.
True.
But if you're already checked in, I think it takes less than 5 minutes.
At your pace, yeah. Got to slow down for us regular height folks.
Regular height folks with big feet.
Big feet, short stride.
Oh, Artur getting cute with the queens.
Can I see how much you hold?
He's got a two.
Check. 260.
Oh, this is going to work out to perfection for Artur. He's trapped pre, it's come 10 high.
Oh boy. That's a very committing looking bet. Artur knows queens are good enough. Yeah, all of it.
Good luck, Vikit. Don't think he's betting pot. Top pair, blind v blind, to then fold the remaining 190.
Yep, he's in there. Unlucky spot.
He's going to soak it in and enjoy the moment. See if he can convert this 20%. Triton first timer. Would love to see a deep run from him. Needs a 10 or a 7. Stay alive. Can he find it? No. Nothing he could do after Artur decided to set the trap. Flop comes 10 high. Blind v blind.
One of the.
Sit open, table 5.
They are nice time chips, to be fair. I wouldn't mind taking a couple home.
Yeah, it's a bit of like a, you know, rebate on the 25K.
$1.5.
Chat showing some love for VKit. GG's.
So, a couple of levels left here on day one, down to 44 players. Wow, the blades. That's going to distract Biao from his online app game.
Ooh. Hard-pressed decision to put down the phone.
Did he put it down?
I don't think so. I think the phone must be just as important as the aces right now.
It looked like he was going to put the phone down, and then he was like, hang on, dude. No, the phone is still in hand. King 6-6. $320 in the middle. Sorry, 320 back. 125 in the middle.
Setting the trap on King 6-6.
Story checks out.
It is a board where we play a lot of checks in general. No sixes in Ding Biao's range. Maybe ace-6 suited every once in a while, but not many hands that really need protection on this flop. Might have to keep checking, though, to get any action from this Jack-9.
Does come with a delayed C-bet. 65 into 125. Half pot sizing, surely too much for Zhang to go chasing. Those kind of draws, gets out of there.
Я тоже кажется, что он почему проиграл.
I mean, I want to know. I want to know more about that game.
Плюс дилер не те 3 карты выдвинул еще вперед, поэтому вообще запутался. Валет потом выставил.
You think he's multi-tabling, like?
Yeah.
In the game as well.
In the app, yeah, for sure.
That's a lot to manage.
Especially when you get aces from early position in the live tournament that you registered 8 hours ago, 10 hours ago. Scanning over the Triton Poker Plus app. Some notable names, slowly but surely emerging. Jan Vieira, Punat Punsri, Jamil Wakil, Roland Rakita, Sir Watts, Michael Watson, Leon Stern with a stack, Nikita Badziakowski with a stack. Stephen Chidwick's in there, 16 bigs, great to see. Dan Smith, Seth Davies. Okay, this one's,
I guess total.
It's got some potential.
100. Can you? 100.
Okay, cool.
Some discussion there around Archer trying to see the stack of Zhang Yu. Got 3-bet here by pocket sevens.
Okay. Okay.
Seems like we couldn't pause the clock for that particular moment, but Zhang's being advised to organize it for the future. So Archer did call the 3-bet. Ace-5 of diamonds.
Was there ever a way that Artur does something crazy pre-flop?
I think if he was more confident about the stack size, he might have 4-bet jammed.
It felt like it.
But
It
he
did feel
just
like it.
knew he didn't know how much he was jamming, and he just knows that calling is probably fine. Like that's my interpretation of what happened there.
Yeah. Yeah, it did feel that way.
I don't think it would have been a poor decision to just burn a time bank there and get things sorted. You know, do what you want to do. Well, I don't know how many time banks Archer's sitting on. Does get away from the worst hand. Good result for Zhang. Not a board that sevens really wants to play out.
So 155 runners in our opening event. $44 left. $27 paid, $860 up top in this one. Main cash of $39,000 to kick things off here. Live from the Maestral Casino and Resort in Montenegro. 15 days. The Triton Poker Super High Roller Series here. You know, I have a sneaky suspicion that Ike Haxton's going to win his first Triton trophy here. Don't ask me why I think that, but I was thinking it before the event. I was just like, you know what? It's Ike's time. It's been long enough, man. I know you can go your whole life playing these and never win one, but Ike's just too good to not have a title. Artur sending a message to the relative newcomer to the Triton series, Tom Fuchs. One of Fedor's young proteges. Getting a slap on the wrist from Artur Roshin.
Сань, у тебя была сейчас черная картинка?
Well, Ike is top 4 in chips right now. Sorry, top 5 in chips.
That wasn't why I said it, Kevin, but thanks for pointing that out.
With only 43 left. It's got to be what, like 4% to just do it right now in the first event?
4%. 43 left, yeah?
Could probably give a better number if I knew all the chip counts exactly, but
wow.
Just doing a quick guess.
Wow, you're slowly showing the real side of you, Kevin. It reminds me of Nacho Barbero.
Go on.
I mean, showing off on every given opportunity about your mathematical prowess.
Is that what Nacho does?
So he's going to be showing off here. Zubov with the kings, 20 bigs. +1 open. Zhang Yu's got a suited ace in the cutoff. He's flicked it in.
Zubov looks like one of those players who really does not want to go all in with a super premium hand. And he's just trying to find the way right now to make some play that isn't going all in. Yeah, we landed on 165. About a third of our stack. I like it. I think it's a good play.
He's just trying to say that he can still have 3-bit bluffs.
Well, that's
this
the
size.
thing. I mean, quick folds from both suited aces. I think nice folds. It feels like the type of play where unless you try really hard to find it when you're with bluffs, you're just going to forget that that play exists until you get dealt kings or aces. And then you're like, oh, right. I should probably squeeze small here because I have kings or aces. Not to take away any credit. I'm sure Zubov and a number of other pros who find those plays are going to find the bluffs. It's just hard. It's hard to execute.
Yeah, I do agree with you on that one. It really is. Just don't get to see as much of it in real time, at least live.
Okay, Arch is ready to play chip leader. There's, you know, a couple other chip leaders at this table, but we're just going to open up the 8-6 diamonds. +1.
Yeah, once Fuchs gets out of the way, the same stack on his right.
Oh. Let's not forget Ilkin Greebly in the big blind. Covering stack.
Yeah, haven't heard much from him, and wow.
Perhaps it was a well-timed raise. Gets it through against the ace-4.
Passing up the ace. Out of the big. Somewhat surprised to see that. It's the table chip leader, but perhaps felt some reverse implied odds. Defending a weak ace against a competent opponent like Artur. By the way, David Peters has 3.5 million, man. I mean, what's going on?
3.5.
He flush over flushed Ramin Hajiev for a 2 million chip pot. All of this information available over on the Triton Poker Plus app. Yeah, that's pretty brutal. D. Pete's opened the ace-3 of spades from early position. Ramin defended his big blind with 10-7 of spades. Game 6-5-4 rainbow. 135k in the middle, went check. Turn king of spades. The GF checked. Peters bet 85k. GF called. River, 305k in the middle. 8 of spades. GF led out for 375,000. So an overbet. And then called off the jam. I don't know about you, Kevin, but oftentimes when I overbet river and then get jammed on, it's always the nuts. I say always, 95% of the time. Although DP's probably one of those that does qualify as the type of sicko to do something crazy with, like a naked ace of spades blocker.
Yeah, I mean, it's a frightening way to bluff. Someone overbets, they're telling you, I've got a very good hand. To bluff into that statement, usually not an attractive proposition.
Fuchs is going to probe here. Around 25% pot.
Button versus big blind. Check on the low board. Looks like an attempt to just clear out ace high, no club. But sixes is uncomfortable. Yeah. Feels like a hand that we need to defend to stop plays like that from being successful, but it's so dicey. Just doesn't look like a hand that can really win the pot. Hard to fault the fold.
King Zubov with the King Jack. Need to see the return of the cap. I love the way he's not even getting a massage. I'm going to try to sit on my chair like that. So he listens to a voice note.
I'll be honest, it doesn't look comfortable. I just wouldn't know what to do with my arms. It's hard enough. The high rail.
At the table, yeah, I could.
Yeah, at the table.
I agree.
So much to reach over already. Zubov's just added like 3 times the height. I don't know if my shoulder can lift that high.
Oh, hello. Couple of cowboys. Haven't seen much from Garibli with his big stack. Byproduct of being pretty card dead for the most part. Could see a potential collision here. Button be cut off too.
I like the flat with the ace-10 suited. We don't want to build too large of a pot. 2 big stacks against each other. Ace-10 suited. Good choice to call and flop the best hand.
What was it they say about the Django's? Ace magnets. 185 out there. Everyone with a piece. Zhang with middle pair. Ilkin with the emotional attachment to the kings, as we all fall victim to.
I do think it's standard procedure to start with a check here, but betting small is a very common choice as the pre-flop raiser. A couple of Broadway cards on board, we can represent some stuff. And maybe just put in as much as we want to with kings, 1 bet and start checking later. Zhang's going to stick around at that good price.
Yeah, Zhang's just like, hey, listen, I haven't come this far. Fold middle pair. Getting laid this price, almost 6-1 on a call. 7 of hearts on the turn. Fuchs picking up the nut flush draw to go along with his top pair and the best hand.
Now I think we just have to slow down. Pass it over to Mr. Fuchs, who maybe normally would show some caution with a medium ace, but we've got hearts now. Not much to fear in terms of getting check raised or the 7 having changed anything for one of these other 2 hands.
I love these new buttons and time extension chips.
Yeah, they're looking flashy.
Yeah, that button looks really cool. Wouldn't mind one of those for my home game.
So hard to bluff catch here with the kings. We're hoping Fuchs has King 10, King Queen.
I mean, suits are somewhat relevant here. Unblocking hands like King 10 of clubs, King Queen of diamonds. Yeah, it does. Let it go. That feels like a discipline fold there. To not get overly attached to the kings and just bow out correctly.
Well played all around.
So down to 41 players, by the way. Looks like our line of 35 right on time. So we are right on time. Special shout out for the official timekeeper of the Triton Super High Roller Series, Jacob & Co. As always, supporting us in the form of their Triton X collaborative timepiece that the main event winner will be picking up. Haven't seen any yet on the wrists of any of the players. I know there are people still left in the field, like Alex Foxon, like Punat Punsri, and like Stephen Chidwick, who all own a custom Jacob & Co timepiece. Ding's just over it.
Can't get anything going. Nice 3-bet size, by the way, from Zhang.
I mean,
left it nice and small against the short stack opener. Still gets a fold, though.
Thank you.
I mean, he could just always, you know, sit out. Chip counts brought to you by GTO Wizard. 41 remain, eh? With 10 minutes left of this level, and then one final 40-minute level to be played.
My over's looking bad. I'm glad that I have nothing to lose.
It's interesting because it was really slow in terms of bust outs, and then out of nowhere we've just gone from 50 to 40 in what feels like 20 minutes. Recent eliminations include Humberto Perez, one of the greatest cash game players of all time, Sean Winter, Henrik Hecklin, Dan Smith, Jamil Wakil, all showered late in the day here. Jamil running ace-queen suited into the aces of Michael Soiser. Soiser now sat on 3 million, tied for the chip lead with David Peters. I guess if the dealers are dealing hands like that, ace-queen into aces for 30 big blinds apiece, then yeah, your overs is looking pretty bad, Kevin.
No interest in the Jack 10 under the gun.
It's going to be interested in the ace 9.
I think that'll do it.
Yo, that's a big plate of food, man.
What orders are these players sneaking in the last hour of the day?
I'm not sure about eating food this close to bedtime. You know,
doesn't go well.
No, try not to Try not to eat. If I'm going to bed at 12, like 8 p.m. would be the last kind of time I'd have something.
This is
4 hours before. It's GTO, I know.
This is how we know you're in your 30s now, Henry. You see someone ordering food at 11 p.m., midnight, and you're like, don't you know what you're doing to your sleep quality?
Yeah, it's like, okay, you're either a poker player or you've never listened to an Andrew Huberman podcast. One of the two. Or maybe you have listened, but you've just decided that, you know, you don't care. If I want a burger at 11 p.m., I'm going to have a burger at 11 p.m.
To be fair, he doesn't broadcast in Russian language. Maybe there's like an equally popular competing podcast host that gives the opposite advice.
In Russian?
In Russian, yeah. So Artur's like, oh yeah, I'm supposed to eat 400 grams of grilled chicken at midnight every night.
Coming up to 1 p.m. local time. So it's still the best of it on the Queen Jack Tray Rainbow. 185 in the middle. Plenty to fight for. We're down to the final 5 tables here.
Chang is checked over after raising blind versus blind. Maybe some concern that the Queen Jack connects with Garibli's flat. We can see he's got King 7 offsuit and is starting to attack. Maybe some excessive caution from the Ace 9. Once we've checked, I don't know. Ace High's a pretty big hand, blind versus blind, but there's not many paths to success.
That's great execution there from Garibli. Navigated that one well. So final 5 tables. 27 paid. With 1 level left. Down to 39 actually. Stanley Tang. Thomas Mulocker recently eliminated. Both Foxons are still in.
You can put one card on one, the other one.
That'd be quite the story. Event 1 of the series. Both Foxons make the final table.
They are seated together, I'm noticing.
Are they really?
Mm-hmm. Playing 6-handed at table 2. You can see that over in the Triton Poker Plus app. Jesse Lonis on that table as well.
Yeah, that's a fun table. Rona Rakita, Wenji Huang. Oh, we got Wayne Hyung over there as well. Hijack v Big Blind. Zubov has outflopped Tom. King 8-3, bottom pair. About as small as he can bet. Tom's chewing on this one with ace high. Does eventually bow out, let this one go.
Yeah, I think it's a wise fold. Against a hijack opening range, there's just not enough hands that we're doing well against, even at a really good price. Great camera angle there.
Wow, was Ding just meditating in between hands? I mean, the guy Just been non-stop involved in the action. Online, that is. That's pretty strong. Multi-tabling. You know, multiple online games on your phone whilst playing a live 25K. That's strong. That is strong.
It is a great representation of the fact that this 25K opening event is small stakes in comparison to what's to come, and obviously to some of our players who no doubt want to win, but you know, they're not going to be too hard pressed to get to sleep after busting this one.
See, I think there's a lot of people that are just like 25K is massive, you know. And then you've got Biao Ding. It's just like, yeah, I'm all in. What's my opponent got? King Queen O, okay.
Is even going to watch the board.
Let me know if I win the hand. I want to see if he loses the hand, if he like stands up immediately. Just wow, king high flop.
King on the flop. Still in the chair. Some life.
Okay, from 2 to 6 outs. GG's.
GG.
He is out of there. Don't forget your bag. Oh, I thought you'd forgot the bag there for a second.
I thought he was about to wipe out into that camera.
No, I think he did forget the bag. No, he's got it. Okay. Mike In Young up to a very playable 1.5 million. How's he snuck in here, by the way? Under the radar.
Yeah, only played a couple hands.
4 titles, 23 cashes, 13 million in Triton earnings. Bit of a rough stint out in Jeju. Didn't play many. Only played 6 events. I assume the cash games were juicy, to say the least.
Okay.
Well, here we go. We've got a mystery hand with the 4-time champ. Squaring off against the man from Azerbaijan. King Gribbly. Flopping middle pair on the Queen Jack Deuce.
All right, so we've called the big blind. So basically still anything.
I like how these mystery hands that they're giving us, the flop decision is just easy.
Well, he could check raise.
Oh, he's going to check raise. You think they pulled out? No, okay, right. It's coming with check call.
So what are we ruling out? Probably no 2-pair. Probably no pocket deuces. But definitely could have turned to straight. And Gribbly's turned kings and jacks. So you got to think he's going to keep betting.
Could be a troublesome turn card for Yong if he had a hand like King 10, King 9. Like King 9 with a backdoor. King 9 of clubs, for example.
As Gribbly, you don't want to size too big here. 110 about half pot. I like this. You want to respect the possibility of running into a straight, but you still want to get 3 streets of value against a queen, or a King 10 or King 9. And if Wyken Young is thinking about raising, likely have to bluff with a pair. Nope, just a call. Let's not go down that road.
So are we eliminating straights?
I would not eliminate straights. I think they are less likely. And in particular, I think 10-9 is less likely, because being the low end of the straight, you'd want to protect your hand a little bit more. But ace-10 still feels possible.
4-4-5 in the middle. Wyken Young slides it over once more.
Super clean river for Garibli. Wouldn't fault him. Really betting any size up to pot. Yeah, he goes 390. How many times can we eat our words in the same clip? Are we... Surely we're check raising the river now. No?
I mean, if he check raises river...
Maybe bluff catching?
Show me a bluff that takes this line. Check call, check jam.
Jack 10?
I mean, it feels so insanely ambitious at this stage of the tournament to just blast off 50 bigs on the river. Be a huge pot. But he is a 4-time champ, so he certainly isn't afraid to run massive bluffs as and when necessary.
Can I get a count, please?
Perhaps reading into the half-pot sizing on the turn. Ilkin has exactly this type of hand. This is a massive pot. 2.1 in the middle.
1,295.
Ilkin calls. It's could be a 3 million chip pot.
We talked about how frightening it is to raise against large bets, over bets. This one just shy of pot, but still looks quite strong. Nothing stopping Garibli from having all the hands we've mentioned, from having ace-10. Even 10-9 offsuit would open the cutoff. There are so many better hands Garibli can have here. Yes, we have 2 pair, but it's honestly not a mandatory call at all. It's just a pure bluff catcher. It's got to figure out if Young is bluffing enough.
Yeah, having a jack kind of bad, right? Like one of the combos you were referring to, where the bluffs come from, jack 10.
Yeah, I just think if Young has a king, he probably just calls it, and we move on. If he has a queen with a blocker or a jack with a blocker, he probably thinks about bluffing. Thinks about bluff raising.
What do the viewers at home think? 1, if you think it's a bluff. 2, if you think it's value.
And 3, if you think it's somehow a hand that we haven't mentioned at all, because I've named a lot of hands.
Ilkin deep in the tank, understandably so. Note how we're down to 36 players, by the way. This would be a huge call.
How many have I used? I have 3 left.
Like Kevin pointed out, this is nothing but a bluff catcher. Even though you might be at home screaming like, dude, you got 2 pair. Easy call, what are you doing? Well, for the reasons that Kevin mentioned, this is a hero call. Should he make it? You can see just how pained he is by this. Ah, lets it go.
Oh, did have the straight.
Hmm?
Nice fold,
Instagram
Garibli.
попаду. Maybe I'll get on Instagram again with a bad fold. Like last time.
Wykin had the goods.
Last time it was not right. And I needed to call like, I don't know, 60K to win 200 or something. Even more, I think I had 60K to win 280. It was, and I had,
You're right this time.
hmm?
You're right.
Yeah? Thank you.
That's a class act there from Wykin. Putting the man out of his pain. Saying, hey, listen, dude, don't worry. You're not going to make the Triton Poker Series Instagram highlight reel of bad folds. Something that players are scared of, Kevin. Now that is a legit concern. You're at the table.
Yeah.
The entire poker world was just like, man, if I fold this and I'm wrong,
yeah,
you know, it goes viral. My mum's texting me like, hey, are you sure this poker thing is the thing you really want to do? Doesn't seem like it's working out for you.
It is a big deal. You don't forget when you're on the feature table especially. It feels different out there.
I remember one of my biggest ever blunders, so in fact, biggest ever blunder. 4 left in a WPT. All of the chips had gone at the middle, and I barely knew you back then. I think we had exchanged a few texts, and you replied to a comment on Instagram simply, how did all the money get in on the flop? I was like, thanks, Kevin. Cheers, dude. As if I didn't already know that, you know, I just cost myself 100K.
Is it bad that I don't remember this?
I remember it. I remember it pretty clearly.
I mean, I'm sure you do.
Yeah.
You don't have to relive it. That's fine. Nobody's curious.
It's okay. I mean, I knew it was a blunder. Everyone else knew it was a blunder. I had a couple of my close friends who I really respected the games. You know, I come from a PLO background, cash game background, and I had somehow run this tournament to make the final table. And I immediately asked them, as I exited in fourth, it's like, was that a bit of a punt? And they gave me the very empathetic, like, Henry, don't worry about it, mate. let's just go, you know, let's just go grab some food, okay?
Oh, the non-answer.
Let's go play some Ultimate Texas Hold'em, blow off some steam. All right, let's go, just have a good night.
Yeah.
Nylon saying I've been getting all of my predictions wrong. Don't worry, Nylon. You and me both. I think we had done some commentary together.
Like online?
Yeah, we'd done some commentary. We very briefly met. But I mean,
I'm just surprised I was trolling you on Instagram.
No, you weren't. You weren't like. I think it was coming from a good place. It was just like the screenshot that I posted was in like 360p, and you know, somehow 11 big blinds have gone in the middle with bottom pair, and you just very like out of curiosity, you were just like, I think you were trying to figure out the hand, and you're like how's the money gone in?
Okay, yeah.
And then, you know, as a byproduct, you've needled me.
Yeah.
Yeah, fun times.
My bad.
Я пытался придумать там какие-то дамы 10, может быть, блокер, хер знает, пытался.
Man, they are dropping like flies in this one. Holy moly. Down to 35. So obviously we saw Biao Ding depart, Roland Rakita also out, Wayne Hyung out in 37th, Aram Sargsyan out in 36th, we're down to 35. Just waiting for the tables to be rebalanced. Man, quite the line you set, my friend. Just 20 minutes or so left on the clock.
Sounds like I was early then.
I mean, a little bit, but you're not far off.
You didn't think this many people would drop
I didn't
in the
know.
last
No.
game.
I mean, I think this is...
It's pretty quick.
Yeah, this is a exception to the rule kind of situation.
В лучшем случае дележка была бы, да, если...
And you can kind of tell from how deep people are at the top.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? The top 5.
Yeah.
All 70 big blinds or deeper. David Peters with 110 big blinds. We don't always get to this stage with so many deep stacks in play. Could easily just have 2 or 3 players with 70 blinds.
Jack's been quiet after grinding her way back up.
25 blinds, pocket 8s. Cutoff raise from a chip lead. Feels like an all-in hand in 7s. Has a decision.
I just don't see how Young gets away from this. I mean, unless it's a pure exploit fold kind of situation where it's like, hey, we're closing in on the money bubble. With this stack that I currently have, I can really do some damage.
Yeah.
Do I want to, you know, hopefully flip at best kind of situation here?
He's got to decide if Socia would jam at least 1, maybe 2 of the weaker pairs, right? If pocket 5s are never all in, if pocket 6s are never all in. Nice fold. Got away from one there.
Do you want me to translate? Seeing
Please.
as our in-house translator, Randy Lou's not in the booth. Socia said, good fold. I had a pair. And Wykin said, oh really, I had a pair as well. She said, well, I had a better pair, given that you folded. And Wykin said, thanks. Thanks for telling me. If you don't believe me, you can, you know, with AI nowadays, you can just watch that back, plug in an earpiece, and you quickly understand that I translated that word for word. Have you seen those like new glasses that apparently can like record and listen and translate for you in real time?
No, but that's, I mean, I'm not surprised given what I know the tech in our phones can do.
Yeah, it's getting.
That's pretty cool.
It's both cool and scary, man. I mean, I think the idea of countries is gonna disappear in a couple of generations.
The idea of countries.
Well, yeah, it's just like, well, you don't need to be tied to any one country now. You can just travel around, work remotely, and you can literally communicate with anyone in any language.
So you mean like the kind of the commitment to one's country?
Yeah, I just think people.
But like the country themselves, that's a different story.
I mean, you're getting into the weeds here a bit, Kevin. I know
That's
it's 1
that's
a.m.
where I thought you were taking us, but I'd rather not.
You don't want to talk
If
about
I have the
bugs on the-
choice right now to not talk about, you know, the collapse of society, that'd be great.
What about bugs on windscreens, Kevin?
Yeah, let's go back there. Let's get
really-
another aerodynamics expert in the chat.
That was brilliant.
To explain to you why that's the worst conspiracy theory of all time.
That's how they get you. They throw around big words like aerodynamics to try and confuse you.
Wait, am I they?
Yeah. Yeah.
How did I become they?
I mean, you're that guy. See what Tom wants to do here. Could just mash the all-in button, but comes with call.
Yeah, a little shift in these bubble spots. Ace-Jack, not going to get called by worse when Zubov is covered and doesn't want to bust at this stage. Playing a little more polar.
Oh, massively under-repped. 6-5 deuce board, no club in sight for Zubov. Facing the check in front of him. This might be one of those hands that comes with the one and done.
It's really one of the worst hands we can have on this board. No backdoor flush draw, no straight interaction. Usually that's a reason to check, but some players use that as an excuse to bluff the flop because they know they can't get raised off of any reasonable amount of equity.
Yeah.
Seems like Zubov is falling into this camp. Let's take the dustiest hand we have and make a big bet. Ace-Jack feels like it continues still. Cutoff range, there's plenty of hands we're ahead of. And even if we're behind, the Jack and the Ace are probably both clean. Don't expect Ace-Queen or Ace-King to do this very often. Kind of interesting turn. Fourth low card, generally good for the big blind. Fuchs does check. Does it give Zubov the green light to keep bluffing the no equity hand? There almost certainly would have been some leads on this turn. So what does that tell us when he doesn't lead? If anything.
Man, this is quite the turn barrel from Zubov. You rarely see the zero equity kind of bluff. I mean, we can see he's got 14% here. He could just be dead.
Feels like it's going to work, but I don't think Ace-Jack would be a crazy call here on the turn. We are ahead of the bluffs, but nicely done from Zubov.
Yeah, King Zubov once again showing why he deserves to be here, why he belongs.
And a great example of leveraging aggression
Thank you.
as a covered stack under pressure, right? This is into a big blind who covers you by a lot. A lot of players just kind of go into their hole and don't fight for pots anymore. Oh, I'm the short stack now. I need to fold my way to the money. Zubov giving a nice lesson there in polarized aggression.
A couple of recent eliminations, some big names. Stephen Chidwick out in 35th. Ace-10 into David Peters, Ace-King. Peters, by the way, now has 3.8 million chips. What's that? Good for 15.5 starting stacks. So that's like 10% of the chips in play. Boss Paul Pua out in 34th. Ben Heath out in 33rd. We're down to 32 players. Would you believe?
10 minutes left on the clock before we pause for the end of play. Players will bag and tag, come back tomorrow. So we will be working our way down to the final table. 860K up top. All eyes are going to be on Artur Martirosyan. He's got 51 bigs. See if he can kick things off with a final table, pick up some more points. Ivan Liao, player of the year leaderboard. Wykin's going to flick one in here. Calling with the black nines. We already saw 1-9 folded. Does not find the one outer, although kings, as always, the ace magnets. Ace jack deuce, 4-3-5 in the middle.
Early position versus early position. Definitely some reason for Zhang to think about checking. Now that he has bet, I suspect he just wins this pot uncontested. It's so hard for nines to be the best hand against this 3-bet range. Not the spot we need to fight for as Wykin Young.
I'm surprised that we are just 5 off the money, man.
Me too.
27 paid, $39,000 min cash, 32 left. David Peters, currently the tournament chip leader. 6 million in Triton earnings, 10 cashes, 1 title. That title coming back in Jeju 2018. Man, he's been heading out to Tritons pretty much from the beginning. First joined in the Philippines 2016, where he came second in a 200K, 2.7 million. It's going to be favorite coming into tomorrow in pole position if things stay the same at the top of the chip counts over the final 5 minutes or so. Zubov's got Wykin Young in a rough way until the 9-5-4, 2 diamonds rolled off.
Not so different of a spot where Zubov might want to bluff with low equity. Does he treat the ace-jack as such when he has no backdoor flush draw? Or do we just start checking because ace-jack is reasonably strong in showdown value? He does check, and with another low card coming off, opportunity for Yang to go after this one. His hand is so good right now.
There's a guy who is one place above me, and his name finishes with Ilkin, and it's Garibli afterwards, so it's like my full name. You'll never see that ever in your life.
Great awareness being shown here by Wykin. Comes with a turn probe. Has so much of a hand as well. I mean, he doesn't even mind getting called. 41% equity, but just recognizing that Jack High has no showdown. Wants to try and fold out this type of holding. See if Zubov wants to get stubborn.
Yeah, it does feel a bit out of line from under the gun +1. If he was opening from a late position and had a wider range in general, maybe we stick around with some of those ace highs. Seems like a wise fold.
So down to the final 4 tables of 8. Just heard the floor announce. Finish the hand you're on. So that means they are going to do a draw. Pick a card, any card, from 3 to 6, I believe. And that will determine how many more hands we're going to play. I think I just punched myself in the face. Don't know. Did you hear that?
I did.
Yeah. Wasn't intentional, but I did give myself a good old smack. It happens. Xuan Lu been brought back over to the feature table. Okay, so 4 has been drawn. 4 more hands. Okay, Artur. Artur's like everyone's chilling.
250.
End of the day.
250.
Wykin's gonna slap his wrist immediately.
Does feel disrespectful into 2 stacks with reasonable chips. That is just a bet on, like, I don't think you're interested in playing right now. Let's just speed on through and bag our chips, head home.
So last 4 hands announced. Have we had like a car crash of a hand today? Nothing really jumps out.
2 more?
Bad news for you.
I wasn't even looking at that. I'm sleepy. So tired. Not used to playing this long.
I guess.
Especially with.
Yeah, I'd say
guys.
the limped pot with the queens from Artur. 10-9 deuce board against the Triton newcomer. He's just got top pair. It's just, yeah, it's just always going in. I think they were, what, 13, 14 big blinds effective?
330, something around that.
Check.
I didn't get enough sleep though, that's probably the main reason why.
just 4 off the money. Artur trying to play the role of table captain and push people around. Interesting turn card. So picks up a double gut shot. Let's go along with his overcard to the board. Does he want to really lean on his fellow countryman?
$180.
Man, we need to come up with a new nickname for Artur. It's just the Russian bulldog. The guy is relentless. And it's interesting because earlier on, obviously, Zubov, friends with Artur, pointed out that Artur's reputation gets him paid off in a lot of big spots. You can see Artur bluffing here. Multiple time extensions being used. The Russian bulldozer at it again. We just know exactly why and how he's #1 on the Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard coming into this series. It's even more impressive given that for the first event there was no short deck, but he was in the PLO streets in Monte Carlo, even though he's not much of a PLO player. He's going to be involved once more. That is true. I think he's going to win another hand, Kevin. regardless of the stage of the tournament as well, I think that's what makes him so tough to play against, is a lot of people would lean passive, given that we're 4 off the money and he's got a very comfortable 50 big blind stack. But he is the type of guy to just run one. If he deems it plus EV, profitable, he'll take the spot. Just comes with call this time round. Yeah, very tough to be good here, right? Unless it's specifically ace king or ace jack.
$3.25.
Yeah, sixes do eventually hit the mark. Carter climbing late in the day. Looks like the final hand. 31 remain. Just 4 off the money. 27 places paid, being cash of 39,000. 860,000 will be going to the eventual champion. Plan tomorrow is to play down to the final table, final 6, depending on how fast we get there. You can see some of the tables in the background already bagging and tagging. It's looking likely, very likely, that David Peters is going to be bagging tournament chip leader. The first event of the series, he's got a massive 3.7 million chip stack, good for 123 bigs. Second in chips is Huang Wenji, 94 big blinds. Huang Wenji, of course, fresh off of that 100K no limit holder main event win in Jeju. First place for 5.5 million. This is his first series. If you think that's impressive, he followed it up with a final table in the PLO main. So Wenji certainly no slouch in the tournament poker streets. Feels like it's one of those hands that wants to bet. Just get some clearance, a little bit more visibility. I don't know, it's just so tough to absorb any form of aggression. And like you said, could just very well be the best hand.
Now he's going to show 10-8.
Bluff you there. I'm a bluff.
I was thinking that, you know. Could see the King Jack keep blue honest for one street. But no. So she thinks better of it. She says, you know what? Let's call it a night. Bag her 750K. She's done incredibly well to fight her way back into this one. So, last hand of the evening. What are the chances that man's going to be involved? Outdoor Martirosyan. Currently 6th in chips overall. We know Tom's going to be involved.
Beautiful hand. On the big blind.
Wyken accidentally showing his hand. It's okay, guys. You know, day one can allow these kind of mistakes, people. Brushing off the dust. It's been collected between Jeju and now. See if Garibali wants to defend against the under the gun open. No.
Especially
Gives Tom
the 8 exposed.
the respect he deserves from under the gun. There we have it. Day one in the books. 1 down, 14 to go. Kevin as David Peters. Back in chip lead, 120 big blinds. It's been such a long time since we've had a D Pete's deep run at a Triton series. So we welcome you back to us. No, hang on. Out to table action. Leon Sturm. He's facing an all-in from Dickerson. The board reading ace, 8 deuce, 2 spades. Sorry, 3 spades. Turn 5 of diamonds. River is the 4th spade, the 10 of spades. Yeah, Stam's going to come back tomorrow, try and spin that short stack. So he's down to 12 bigs. Well, he'll be coming back to even less. Do apologize, of course, as tomorrow we'll be coming back to 20K, 40K. So he's going to have to spin the wheel with his 9 big blinds. Tail of the tape over here, 4-time champ Wyken Yong, off to a great start. Day one, bagging chip lead at this table, bagging 5th in chips overall, just behind fellow countryman Michael Soiser, finishing the day in 4th. Artur Martirosyan with a healthy 44 big blinds, and that really is going to be the story we keep a close eye on. Kevin, I mentioned it many times throughout the stream. Artur Martirosyan coming in, this is the 3rd stop out of the 4 stops of the season. He's coming in ranked number 1 with a very, sizable lead, 500-point lead over 2nd. And if Artur can get a final table under his belt early in these Hold'em events, I think we're going to have a case of a runaway leader on that Ivan Liao Player of the Year. He really does. Tomorrow, top of the show, is going to be where a lot of the fun happens because we're going to be coming back on the bubble. 31 left, 27 paid, min cash of 39,000. As I said, the plan tomorrow is to play down to final 8, final 6, depending on when we get there. All eyes going to be on that top prize of 860,000. From Kevin, myself, we're going to say goodnight. Tomorrow, the boys are going to be back kicking things off at 2 p.m. local time for continuing coverage of the 25K WPT Global Slam. From us, good night.